They reshape logic through rules, articulating the extraordinary within the realm of reason. This is a bizarre and whimsical game, an extension of the reality we inhabit, until the normal transforms into the abnormal, and the abnormal becomes the norm. Chapter 1. A Phone Call. August 12th, overcast. Qin Manjiang donned the glasses resting on his bedside table and turned to glance at the time, 7:30 in the morning. Though the curtains were drawn, not a sliver of morning light penetrated the room, indicating a gloomy day ahead. He rose from the bed and switched on the television, where the morning news was being broadcast. He picked up his phone and sent a message to the class monitor that I am unwell and will continue my leave. Before long, he received a voice message from the monitor, who was also up early. Qin Manjiang, if you don't come, you'll fail all your courses this semester. You really should. The tone was gentle, but Qin Manjiang chose not to listen further. He harbored a certain aversion to his own name. It was bestowed upon him by his father, an uneducated man who had never ventured beyond their riverside village. He had heard that upon Qin Manjiang's birth, it was dusk, and the village elder, inspired by the sight of the crimson river, recited, "A remnant sun spreads across the water, half the river shimmering blue, half the river glowing red." Thus his father, struck by inspiration, decided that if half the river was so beautiful, his son must at least embody the entirety of it. At the elder's suggestion, the name Qin Quanjing was replaced with Qin Manjiang. Qin Manjiang felt a sense of relief that his father had not whimsically named him Qin Cicis. However, after the tragic drowning of his father in the very river he had relied upon throughout his life, Qin Manjiang found himself increasingly disenchanted with his name. "It's all right, monitor. Please continue to excuse my absence. I will find a way to deal with the failing grades myself." With that, he set his phone down. As an ordinary child from a riverside farming family, Qin Manjiang's unremarkable life had witnessed only two significant events over the past 20 years. The first was his acceptance into university, a prestigious institution not too far from home, Fuqing University. The second was the death of his father. His father was a carefree countryman who, despite losing his wife early on, had lived with an untroubled spirit. Qin Manjiang could hardly believe that he would choose to end his life at the moment of his son's academic triumph. Yet, the words of his younger sister echoed in his mind. She had witnessed their father walk into the water on a dusky day, the same as when Qin Manjiang was born, and slowly disappear beneath the surface. When found downstream, his body was grotesquely swollen, and identification confirmed it was indeed their father. Logically, with his sister as an eyewitness to the act of suicide, there seemed little need for investigation. However, after their father's death, his sister's mental state deteriorated. She became aggressive, her gaze filled with venomous fear as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon examination, doctors concluded that Qin Mani suffered from multiple mental illnesses, the most severe being paranoid delusions, which posed a significant threat to society if left unchecked. Rather than heed the doctor's advice to admit her to a psychiatric hospital, Qin Manjiang withdrew from the school dormitory and rented an apartment in Fuqing to care for her. Yet, despite his efforts, Qin Mani lost consciousness a month ago and was rushed to the hospital, where she has yet to regain awareness. This was the reason for Qin Manjiang's habitual absence from classes. The cost of the life-sustaining medical equipment for Qin Mani was exorbitant, necessitating substantial funds. She could not simply perish, not only as a sister, but also as the direct witness to their father's tragic demise. Qin Manjiang picked up the remote and turned up the volume of the news slightly, then headed to the bathroom. Just as he squeezed toothpaste onto his brush, his phone rang again. This time, it was not the monitor, but a phone call his monitor lacked his number. Sure enough, after drying his hands, he picked up the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, Qin Manjiang's eyes brightened. Everyone has friends, and Qin Manjiang was no exception. Although it is often said that birds of a feather flock together, his friend was undeniably a genuine rich heir. Nearly all of Qin Mani's initial treatment costs have been covered by him. His name was Li Shizhou, and he was the epitome of a privileged youth. He had an older brother named Wang Dongcheng, who bore their father's surname, while Li Shizhou took their mother's. This peculiar arrangement perhaps explained how he could comfortably associate with the riverside village boy, Qin Manjiang. While the family business was entrusted to his brother, who carried their father's surname, Li Shizhou's primary responsibilities were to remain alive and spend money. Only those who are content deserve happiness, and Li Shizhou was indeed content. However, Li Shizhou had long since left academia. It was not that he lacked the capability, he had even been accepted into Fuqing University, just like Qin Manjiang. But shortly after his freshman year commenced, he was expelled. The reason? One night, while jogging on the campus, he stumbled upon a brawl taking place outside the wall. Caught up in the excitement, he clambered atop the wall to observe. In a moment of carelessness, whether due to a push from someone or simply losing his balance, he fell right into the midst of the scuffle, where both parties, not recognizing him, mistook him for an opponent and began to assault him. Having grown up indulged, this young heir was not one to take such an affront lightly. He retaliated. When the police arrived to assess the situation, it was evident that the two factions had mostly been shoving each other with little harm done. However, Li Shizhou emerged from the fray with numerous bruises and contusions. This incident later became a cautionary tale, and although his brother could have mitigated the consequences, Li Shizhou, disenchanted with school, chose to depart from Fuqing University altogether. In summary, he was tall, handsome, and wealthy, with the only notable flaw being his lack of intellect, though that could also be seen as a virtue. Nevertheless, was it not a bit excessive to call so early in the morning? Qin Manjiang pressed the answer button. "What is it?" he inquired, his mouth full of toothpaste foam. "Qin Yi, I'm watching a movie." Li Shizhou's voice brimmed with excitement. Qin Manjiang turned his head to glance at the time on the television. Watching a movie this early seemed odd. "Oh, and?" he asked absently while brushing his teeth. "This movie is absolutely fascinating. Everyone is so engrossed. The girl next to me was so frightened that she cried, but her makeup held up remarkably well. She looked so pale." Li Shizhou babbled. "The world is vast. Some people naturally have a complexion that reflects light, which is quite normal," Qin Manjiang remarked, wedging the phone between his shoulder and cheek as he struggled to squeeze out shampoo. Like tea this point, Qin Manjiang paused, realizing that movie theaters must have opened by 7:30 in the morning, and judging by Li Zijia's mention of everyone, it seemed they had quite a few patrons. "That makes sense." Li Shizhou appeared to be convinced by Qin Manjiang's words, but soon exclaimed, "Wow, Qin Ge, an older guy just moved from the second row to right in front of me while I was talking to you. That was quick. The world is vast. Some people move quickly, and it's only natural that you do not lag behind either." Indeed, Li Shizhou's voice seemed to diminish slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "Brother Qin, the gentleman in the front row suddenly turned to look at me. Could it be that my voice was too loud and he overheard me?" He twisted his head without moving his body at all. "That's quite impressive. The world is vast. It is not uncommon to encounter individuals with extraordinary traits. Surely, you did not call me this early merely to inform me that you were watching a movie?" "Huh?" Li Shizhou's voice was filled with surprise. "What do you mean by early? It's already past 10 in the evening, isn't it? I thought you must have finished your part-time job by now, so I was planning to watch a movie and wait for you, and then we could grab a late-night snack." At that moment, Qin Manjiang halted his shampooing, his body stiffening slightly. Just then, the television broadcasted a clear report. "Last night at 36 Tiananmen Road, a cinema caught fire. No survivors have been found thus far, and the specifics of casualties are still under investigation." Qin Manjiang instinctively held his breath, knowing that Li Shizhou was not one to jest. "Where are you watching the movie?" "On Tiananmen Road." "What's today's date?" "Ah." Li Shizhou's voice sounded exceedingly perplexed. This question seemed to trigger some switch to AT that moment. It felt as though the entire world was drenched in water. Everything around began to twist in a bizarre manner, and an almost palpable sensation of suffocation emerged, though it was not particularly intense. "Qin, Brother Qin," everyone in the cinema suddenly turned to look at me. Shizhou's stammering voice echoed from the phone, and for the first time, Qin Manjiang sensed the presence of fear emanating from that young man. Taking a deep breath, Qin Manjiang realized, without even noticing, that he was growing increasingly calm in the face of this inexplicable and eerie situation. Qin Manjiang's description sounded like a collection of lunacies that most people would dismiss, yet Li Shizhou believed him. "Yes, 36 Tiananmen Road, limiting cinema, and it is now 10:31 p.m. on August 11th. I ask you, is this not a jest?" "Ah? What jest?" "Isn't today. Let's stay in touch. They'll find a way to—" "Oh no, brother, I must hang up. I can't stay here." Before he could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly terminated. The phone emitted a tone of silence, and the morning news continued to report on the fire at limiting cinema. The inferno had been extinguished, and firefighters were working tirelessly to rescue possible survivors. However, judging by the severity of the fire depicted in the news footage, it was likely that no one who had been in the cinema last night had escaped unscathed. After drying his hair, Qin Manjiang's hand hesitated in midair, reaching for his glasses. His mind and time seemed to come to a standstill for a moment. Those glasses had been a gift from Li Shizhou before the college entrance examination. To be frank, he and Li Shizhou were entirely different in terms of family background, personality, interests, and even social conduct. Li Shizhou was an exceedingly blindly optimistic fool. The only time Qin Manjiang had ever been intoxicated was during the funeral of old Qin. Fearing that the drunken Qin Manjiang would catch a chill, he had drunkenly taken apart a table to cover him, nearly incurring the wrath of the restaurant owner. The limiting cinema has suffered severe damage, and the chances of survival for those trapped are exceedingly slim. We can see that several charred bodies have already been recovered from the scene. Rationally speaking, Li Shijiu was already dead. Given the extent of the fire, it was improbable that anyone could survive, and even identifying the deceased through DNA extraction would be a challenge. Yet, he had received a call from him. He was still alive at 10:30 p.m. on August 11th, capable of calling himself, who was situated in the reality of August 12th. Qin Manjiang inhaled deeply, ate tea this moment. Li Shijiu resembled Schrödinger's cat, existing in a superposition of life and death. This caused Qin Manjiang to hesitate if one refrains from taking action. A situation may yield two outcomes, but once action is taken, the outcome becomes singular, as human involvement directly influences the result. Currently, Li Shijiu remained alive last night, yet if he chose to intervene, it might disrupt some delicate balance, or worse, uncover him among the deceased, leading to an inevitable conclusion: his demise. Qin Manjiang vigorously ruffled his already somewhat long hair. This extraordinary and bizarre event could not even be reported to the authorities. He had no way to explain it. But could he simply leave it unattended? At that moment, the phone screen suddenly lit up with a text message from Li Shijiu, brief yet crystal clear, containing only two words. "Save me." Qin Manjiang exhaled, all his entanglements and doubts dissipating, for he clearly perceived the urgency in the plea. Splashing cold water on his face, he refrained from rushing out to the scene of the fire immediately. Instead, he watched the related reports on the incident and scoured the internet for both credible and dubious information. Stay hidden, stay alive. Chapter 2. A day apart. Qin Manjiang refrained from hastily calling since Li Shijiu chose to send a message. It indicated that his current circumstances likely made a phone call inconvenient. What could be confirmed at this moment was merely that he was still alive, existing somewhere between 10:30 p.m. and midnight of the previous night. Why was this the case? Qin Manjiang was perplexed, but through the earlier phone call, he had begun to sense something. The flow of time in Li Shijiu's world seemed to differ from that of reality. It appeared that as long as they did not establish contact, time in that world would remain stagnant. Much like the cat in the box, without intervention, it would forever remain in an unknown state. This revelation afforded Qin Manjiang more time to prepare. Despite not yet grasping the nature of this connection, he was certain it existed. Moreover, by communicating through phone calls or text messages with Li Shijiu, he could eventually uncover the strange reason for his predicament. However, this process was not infinite. Once they established communication, the flow of time in both worlds would synchronize, and time in that realm would commence anew. The fire had ignited at midnight, meaning Li Shijiu's life existed solely within that hour and a half from 10:30 to midnight. Fire. Using 36, Tiananmen Road, limiting cinema as keywords, supplemented by fire and fire disaster. Search results soon appeared on his phone screen. Most of them were reports from the previous night. However, after scrutinizing them, Qin Manjiang's gaze became momentarily transfixed. The limiting cinema at 36, Tiananmen Road had been established 15 years ago. Cinemas, by their nature, are typically lavishly decorated and possess complex electrical wiring, with numerous flammable materials present. Hence, once a fire breaks out, it can spread rapidly. That a fire had occurred there a decade ago, and since that incident, peculiar phenomena had frequently been reported in the renovated cinema. For instance, handprints densely covered the mirrors in the cinema's restroom, and figures have been seen in the front row where no one should have been seated during screenings. Even more bizarrely, some individuals claim to have witnessed strange characters in films that were not part of the original production. Various rumors circulated, leading to a significant drop in cinema attendance. Recently, however, the latest horror films combined with urban legends surrounding the cinema had rekindled public interest. Surprisingly, the number of patrons had increased. Once more, Li Shijiu's choice to visit that particular cinema must have stemmed from an insatiable curiosity that extended beyond mere academics. The recurrence of the same fire at the same location would be dismissed as mere coincidence by no one, least of all by Li Shijiu. Thus, the ultimate culprit behind this supernatural phenomenon is the deceased from a decade ago, is it not? After a brief search online, Qin Manjiang found himself at a loss, unable to ascertain even the number or gender of the victims from 10 years prior. It could appear that the information had been deliberately obscured. This only added to the strangeness. There was no need for such secrecy surrounding an ordinary fire. Casting a glance at the news on the television screen, Qin Manjiang silently prepared himself. The inferno had long been extinguished, and the firefighters were diligently engaged in rescue operations. It seemed unlikely he would have the opportunity to enter during the day. His current plan was to discreetly infiltrate the fire scene at night and establish contact with Li Shijiu. The mobile phone provided a temporal connection between the two. Thus, arriving at the same location would create a spatial bond. Taking a deep breath, Qin Manjiang gathered an array of items. A hammer, a wrench, a powerful flashlight, pepper spray, a crucifix, garlic, a guanine pendant, a jade Buddha meant for both the living and the supernatural, encompassing both Eastern and Western traditions that he didn't aim for absolution, but rather a semblance of preparedness, hoping that something might prove useful. After all, since receiving Li Zai's call, the unfolding events had defied the education he had received over the past 2 decades. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he noted the clarity of his features, the sharpness of his contours, and the silver half-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, his eyes. Particularly slender, with hair that had grown somewhat unruly to in Li Shi's words. His visage and name were akin to those of a character plucked from the heavens, the quintessential refined gentleman, who later transforms into a nefarious antagonist in a cinematic tale. Not overtly handsome, his expression remained gentle. However, there was an underlying sense of menace, as if he were sharpening his knives behind the scenes. He pinched himself, painful, not a dream. Qin Manjiang was neither refined nor wished to embody a villainous stereotype. He simply desired to live an honest life. In regard to his work, he picked up his phone and called the owner of the part-time job he was supposed to attend today, concocting an excuse and offering an apology exercise in adult responsibility.as for his studies. He would temporarily let them slide. After all, he had already taken so many leaves. What troubled him most was his sister, Qin Mani, who had a treatment scheduled at the hospital that evening. He had intended to stay overnight with her, in case the treatment revived her. But with Li Shi's predicament, everything had unraveled from the planned course. His sister could only rely on others for care tonight. Hello? The class monitor, enjoying breakfast in the school cafeteria, answered an unfamiliar call. It's Qin Manjiang. His voice carried an uncommon hesitation. Oh, it's you. Are you coming to class today, Qin? The monitor's tone was tinged with excitement. Soon, Qin Manjiang sidestepped the topic. Could you do me a favor? The monitor set down the half-eaten bun, cradling the phone in both hands, instinctively nodding. Sure, go ahead. Oh, got it, she replied, affirming her understanding. Thank you. Qin Manjiang exhaled, adding with a solemnity, I will repay you. Beep, beep. The call ended. The monitor stared blankly at her phone, feeling slightly embarrassed under the scrutinizing gazes of her roommates. What are you looking at me for? Isn't it that gloomy glasses guy again, always skipping class? I swear he's on the verge of expulsion. Xiaoyu, you can't get tangled up with him. Exactly. What are you talking about? He. Flustered, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, her face flushing crimson. Qin was merely asking me to look after his ailing sister tonight. His frequent absences from school stem from the heavier responsibilities he bears at home. He is not a slacker. I'm done talking with you all. August 12th, 9 p.m. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Qin Manjiang hailed a taxi point 36 Tiannan Road. After stating his destination, he noticed the vehicle remained stationary. Qin Manjiang turned to the driver. What's the matter? Are you headed to 36 Tiannan Road? That place had a fire just last night. Are you a reporter? The driver inquired. Qin Manjiang smiled and nodded. Sort of. Are you going? If not, they'll find another cab. They'll go, of course. But at this hour, most people wouldn't take a taxi to a site of a fire. Just curious, I suppose. The vehicle lurched into motion as the driver offered a brief explanation. Qin Manjiang appeared unfazed, casually asking, by the way, has that cinema experienced a fire previously? Ah, yes, indeed. It was quite some years ago, and it was a significant blaze, but fortunately, most adults escaped, only a child perished. A child. A jolt of unease coursed through Qin Manjiang. The elusive data he couldn't uncover online had surfaced in casual conversation within the taxi. Truth be told, that child was somewhat reckless, running about heedlessly. It seems they got trapped in a narrow spot and were burned alive. The driver spoke. Qin Manjiang instinctively glanced at him, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the safety talisman dangling from the rearview mirror, spinning as if stirred by an unseen hand. If it were merely the motion of the vehicle, it wouldn't be twirling so rapidly there was no breeze within the cab, yet it spun as if something was manipulating it. A chill enveloped Qin Manjiang, while the driver remained oblivious, continuing to share his opinions on the past fire incident. Later, I heard that the child had been hiding in the restroom, but the door was broken and wouldn't open. Who can you blame for that? What a strange chill in the air, the driver muttered. Of course, it felt eerie. The safety talisman beside him was practically spinning out of control. Qin Manjiang pressed himself closer to the car door, preferring to leap out rather than remain in this unsettling situation. He had never encountered anything like this before, but since that phone call, it seemed he had been drawn into a bewildering and terrifying unknown. Yet, Qin Manjiang was acutely aware that there must be a reason for this strange intersection between him and Li Shi amidst the vast sea of humanity. Perhaps the answers to his father's death and his sister's descent into madness lay within this enigma. The driver, sensing the discomfort in the air, finally fell silent. They sped along. Tiannan Road was not remote. Indeed, it was relatively close to the city center, yet for some inexplicable reason, the streets grew increasingly deserted. The road appeared narrower, and even the streetlights cast a dimmer glow. Half an hour later, we've arrived. A barricade ahead, you can't go in. You'll have to proceed on foot. The driver's voice broke the silence. After paying, he exited the vehicle. The driver hastily accelerated away, seemingly eager to distance himself from this ill-fated location. Qin Manjiang turned to face the cinema, now reduced to a heap of ruins, with firefighters having temporarily vacated the scene and the area cordoned off. He retrieved his phone. With only an hour and a half available to Li Shi, he needed to gather information with utmost urgency. However, before he could send a message, he received a call from Li Shi. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Qin Manjiang inquired in a hushed tone. Ishijio's voice was laced with anxiety. "Brother Qin, there's a madman, a lunatic who wants to kill me. I'm hiding in the restroom, and the others in the cinema seem rather peculiar." Qin Manjiang did not hear the entirety of his words. He merely felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. The words of the taxi driver echoed in his mind. "I later heard that the child was hiding in the restroom, but the door was broken and wouldn't open. Who could be blamed for that, I wonder? Leave the restroom, quickly." As Qin Manjiang spoke, he crossed the cordon and hurriedly made his way toward the dilapidated restroom of the Linjiao cinema. "But I can't get out. Ishijio's voice was pitiful. "It seems the restroom door is broken." Chapter 3. The Lingering Shadows. It is indeed a dire situation. Li Shi has proven to be the kind of person who attracts trouble even when merely observing it. He managed to find refuge in the very restroom where a fatality occurred. Qin Manjiang breached the police cordon, stepping onto the remnants of the dilapidated cinema. Though not particularly large, the cinema was a two-story structure, with the first floor designated for ticket sales and light refreshments, while the second floor served as the screening area. Following the inferno, only the skeletal framework and scattered debris remained. The acrid scent of charred materials still lingered in the air, and remnants of extinguished water were prevalent. Under the cloak of night, the charred ruins resembled grotesquely contorted figures from a distance. Upon entering the first floor, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped him. The soot-blackened ceiling appeared poised to collapse at any moment, with some sections already having succumbed. "Whatever it takes, get out of the restroom quickly," Qin Manjiang urged. "Someone else coming." "Brother Qin." Li Shi abruptly severed the call. Qin Manjiang's heart raced. Something was searching for him in the restroom. Where was the restroom? The area was strewn with rubble and charred walls, devoid of conventional pathways. Unable to locate any signs, Qin Manjiang relied on his understanding of the cinema's layout, deducing that Li Shi must be hiding in a restroom on the second floor, even if he had escaped the screening room. The elevator was utterly destroyed, but the staircase was still passable. Shining his powerful flashlight, Qin Manjiang ascended cautiously, the protruding debris and wires occasionally scraping against his calves, soon drawing blood. Though thankfully not profusely, the cinema was eerily empty. At that moment, he was the sole occupant of a place where calamity had struck and lives had been lost, all while knowing that something unnatural loomed. Since his arrival at the cinema's ruins, he had felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. No, it had begun even earlier. Upon entering the taxi, he would intermittently halt, shining the flashlight behind him, yet finding nothing amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a crucifix and a Kuan pendant from his backpack, draping them around his neck. Better to seek divine intervention now than to do so in a moment of desperation. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was nearing 10 in the evening. His sporadic communication with Li Shi had lasted roughly 10 minutes, which indicated that on Li Shi's end, it was approximately 10:40 the previous night, leaving over an hour until the fire had erupted. Thunder rumbled ominously. The day had begun with an unusual atmosphere, and now, as night descended, the storm had arrived. The winds swept through the city, carrying with them fine drops of rain that began to fall. The damp chill penetrated the cinema's ruins, brushing against Qin Manjiang's back and seemingly seeking something deeper within. The blackened stones scattered across the floor rendered the second floor particularly sinister. With the corridor enveloped in darkness and silence, the screening rooms flanking either side, the direction to the restroom was clear. Simply proceed to the end. However, just as Qin Manjiang prepared to head to the restroom, he suddenly halted mid-step. Wait, something felt off. The morning news had shown footage of firefighters retrieving several charred bodies from the cinema's remains, indicating that the entire site had been searched multiple times. Otherwise, it would not have been cleared so swiftly. In other words, even if the cinema had suffered a fire, it could not possibly remain in such disarray, as the firefighters would have cleared some pathways. So why did it still appear as though the fire had just been extinguished? A chilling sensation crept up Qin Manjiang's spine. Suddenly, a buzz. The phone screen illuminated. It was Li Shi. Taking several deep breaths to quell his unease, Qin Manjiang answered, "Are you okay? You scared me. That pervert opened every restroom door, and he was right next to me, but then he just stopped and left. Brother Qin, am I perhaps destined for good fortune? If you were truly destined for good fortune, you wouldn't be trapped there now." Qin Manjiang dismissed the thought of why the cinema still resembled an unkempt disaster zone. As old Qin had advised, when one intends to undertake a task, it is better not to overthink it, lest one's doubts and anxieties grow until they sap their resolve and motivation. Which stall are you in? The last one, of course. ISNT, that where people hide in movies? Li Shi replied matter-of-factly. What movie were you watching? A horror film. The rain was intensifying outside. Qin Manjiang shone his flashlight around. The restroom was within sight. He stepped cautiously over the charred debris, the air thick with an indescribable staleness. As he illuminated the interior with his flashlight, he discovered that nearly all the stalls had been reduced to ashes, except for the last one Li Shi mentioned, which still stood, albeit crookedly. In that instant, he sensed an eerie push against his back. It was the wind. A gust. His gaze fixed on the last stall. He was now certain he was not in the fire site that the firefighters had cleared during the day. Therefore, if Li Shi had been trapped in that stall all this time, it was highly likely that he would discover Li Shi's lifeless body within it. His heart raced. For an ordinary person, the shocks he had experienced throughout the day had already been overwhelming. Amidst the desolate ruins of the fire, only the sounds of the wind and the incessant rain filled the air. The white noise failed to provide solace, instead amplifying an unsettling silence. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Was it the dread of the unknown specters or the fear of discovering his only friend's corpse behind that door? Qin Manjiang could not ascertain. To outsiders, Qin Manjiang appeared taciturn and indifferent, yet those who knew him understood his authenticity. He was neither a paragon of virtue nor malicious. All right, let us begin. Li Shi's call remained connected. His murmurs in the dark resonated with clarity. He spoke of his luck and of the late-night supper they would share after leaving the cinema. Qin Manjiang listened, nodding occasionally, responding with a simple mm. One hand held the phone while the other gripped the flashlight as he slowly traversed the restroom corridor. Upon reaching the final stall, his heart rate escalated. Goosebumps rising on his arms, feelings beyond his control. The discomfort in his gut intensified. Qin Manjiang mustered his strength and kicked the stall door open. Bang! The door splintered, and the dust flew in the beam of the flashlight, revealing a strange, indescribable odor emanating from within. The stench of decay. A breath sealed for far too long in stagnant air. Where's your body? The stall opened to reveal nothing but emptiness. Qin Manjiang exhaled in relief, instinctively asking, "Ah?" Li Shi, perplexed, responded, "Brother, I can't just die now, can I? Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up. You have about an hour left," Qin Manjiang said, feeling a flicker of reassurance upon hearing Li Shi's voice. "Ah, don't say that. How did you end up here? Don't you know this cinema has been haunted all along?" Qin Manjiang stepped into the stall, shining the flashlight around. It was a peculiar sensation, conversing with someone who existed in this very stall, yet Qin Manjiang was in the present while Li Shi lingered in the past. Of course it's a game. A game? Qin Manjiang was bewildered. Huh? Why are you reacting like that? For each you utter, you lose a second. Get to the point. No, brother. Didn't I send you a link a few days ago? Did you not open it? Suddenly, Qin Manjiang recalled something. Wait a moment. What? Brother. My life is slipping away. Qin Manjiang accessed the previous chat history with Li Shijio. Brother Qin, come play a game. I'm waiting for you here. Below was a link. A glance at the timestamp revealed it had been sent 2 days prior. At that time, Qin Manjiang was working part-time. He had indeed seen the message and link, but reflecting back, it seemed implausible that someone who had to work to earn money while skipping school would have the leisure to click on a link to play a game. Thus, he had naturally dismissed Li Shijio's triviality. Was the root of all these bizarre occurrences this so-called game? Qin Manjiang felt a strange sensation. The link seemed to possess a certain allure, beckoning him to click. This feeling was oddly familiar. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. His heart raced, and in 20 years, he had never felt such panic. No, it can't be. His fingers trembled slightly as he clicked the link, and the screen instantly darkened. Under Qin Manjiang's gaze, a gory, crimson fissure appeared on the darkened screen, resembling a gaping mouth, splitting and extending towards the edges. Then, a pair of hollow, spiraled eyes emerged above the crimson crack, merging with the abyssal background to form an exceedingly eerie smile. This visage was deeply unsettling, although it existed on the mobile screen. It bore an uncanny three-dimensionality as if it were about to leap forth. While it appeared grotesque and terrifying, what truly unsettled Qin Manjiang was not the sight itself, but the realization that he had once opened this game 2 years prior. After completing the Gaokao examination during the summer vacation, Qin Manjiang had purchased a new phone, and while fiddling with it, an odd link had appeared. Upon clicking it, he encountered the same crimson fissure, spiraled pupils, and the ominous smile against a pitch-black backdrop. Bored, he remained unfazed, uninterested in the content, but unable to exit, believing he had encountered some rogue software. Just then, his sister had approached. "Brother, are you playing a new game? Let me see." Qin Manjiang had snatched the phone from her, intrigued by her enthusiasm. Preoccupied with other matters, he had left the phone with her. By the time she returned it, the link had vanished. He had not thought much of the incident. Yet now, at this moment, the same link and the same visuals reemerged. Qin Manjiang felt an inexplicable wave of fear and rage. "It has come from me, from the very beginning." His father, sister, even Li Shijio. Qin Manjiang fixed his gaze on the phone screen, this time pressing his finger against the terrifying, grotesque smile. "You shall pay." Chapter 4. The Game of Strange Tales. As Qin Manjiang lightly touched the screen, the grinning ghoul's visage rippled and distorted like a wave, gradually merging into the blackness of the screen. In its place appeared 2 brief, blood-red words. "Inhao." "Inhao." After a moment's contemplation, he grasped its meaning. A name or title distinct from one's given name, referred to as a pseudonym. For instance, Bai Juyi, with the courtesy name Letian and the pseudonym Xiangshan Jusher. The term "inhao" here likely referred to a code name to be used in a different context, prompting him to assume another name. Suddenly, several chunks of debris cascaded from above, and the pattering rain seeped through the exposed crevices into the cinema. Qin Manjiang tilted his head, gazing through the hole at the pitch-black night sky. This night, with its tempestuous winds and rains, enveloped everything above and around him, resembling an unfathomable abyss. After a brief contemplation, he extended his finger and inscribed 2 characters within the Inhao framework. Abyss. Inhao Abyss. The 2 characters seemed to plunge beneath the water, swiftly consumed by the black screen. Subsequently, a series of crimson characters rapidly materialized. Personal mode activated. Unlocking multiplayer mode. Strange Tale, The Ghost of the Threshold. Número 36. Tianan Road, Fu City. The Threshold Cinema was established 15 years ago. The cinema is luxuriously decorated with a complex electrical wiring system, housing many flammable materials. Once a fire breaks out, it can rapidly spread. Since a fire 10 years ago, strange occurrences have plagued the Threshold Cinema. Some have seen others in the mirrors of the cinema's restrooms, while others have spotted unknown figures in seats that should have been empty. Rampant rumors have led to a significant drop in cinema attendance, until recently, when the latest horror film, combined with urban legends, has garnered notable attention. The cinema's patrons have increased once more. Though the text scrolled rapidly, Qin Manjiang absorbed every word, finally comprehending Li Shijio's earlier implication. The game. Indeed, this was a game. A Strange Tale game unfolding in the real world. Who was the designer of this game? Qin Manjiang was neither deceived nor frightened. He scrutinized the information on his phone screen, determined to engrave it in his memory. Utilizing the phone as a medium and the game as a means, this could not be the result of some supernatural forces manipulation. In other words, this game unleashed upon the masses was undoubtedly a product of human design. Who was behind it? What was their purpose? Why were they fixated on me? What made me special? A cascade of doubts flooded his mind. Yet Qin Manjiang could not find answers to these questions. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3. Qin Manjiang's breath quickened inexplicably, detesting the sensation of his body slipping beyond his control. 2. His heart began to heat, as if someone had seared it with a glowing iron, piercing through it. 1. At that moment, the entire world seemed to be drenched in water, and everything around began to twist unnaturally. Qin Manjiang fought against the intense discomfort, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. As the countdown reached 0, the grinning ghoul's face reappeared, and this time, it truly lunged out of the phone screen, opening its gaping maw to swallow him whole. Instinctively, Qin Manjiang raised his arms to shield himself. Yet in the next moment, he was astonished to see himself, maintaining the position with his arms outstretched. his left foot stepping forward while the right was poised to follow. He remained frozen in this stance amidst the ruins of the cinema, suspended in time. Both bizarre and extraordinary. Suddenly, the world shifted, and time, defying all logic, rushed backward. Dust, debris, and the interplay of light and darkness morphed continuously. Night regressed into day, and the setting sun reversed into dawn. The sky transitioned from dark to bright, then back to dark, and in the blink of an eye, the stars filled the sky. Firefighters clad in protective gear wielded hoses to combat the flames, while search dogs scoured the area, exploring. Time was indeed reversing. An eerie yet magnificent force cast mottled shadows upon Qin Manjiang as time flowed backward, rendering his expression one of fluctuating uncertainty. This process might have lasted a minute or perhaps just an instant. Before him appeared the threshold cinema, illuminated under the night sky, untouched by flames. The restroom remained intact, with all stalls pristine and spotless. Qin Manjiang's incredulity gradually gave way to silence as he picked up his phone and gazed at the screen, where a line of blood-red text emerged. The game begins. Good luck. Strange Tale Player, Abyss. The screen abruptly vanished, first turning black and then illuminating, revealing the normal interface. The time displayed. On the evening of August 11th, at precisely 11:05 p.m., he suddenly heard a wail. Ah! Qin Manjiang abruptly turned his head, intending to hurl his phone's flashlight at the source of the sound. However, upon catching sight of the face, he froze in his tracks. The partition doors swung open, revealing a tall, sun-kissed young man with neatly cropped hair, his wide eyes fixed on Qin Manjiang. It was none other than Li Shi. Qin Manjiang swiftly placed a hand over his mouth. Shh! Don't scream. Li Shi shook his head vigorously, freeing himself from Qin Manjiang's grip as he gasped for breath. I took ages to muster the courage to open the bathroom door, and then you suddenly appeared inside. It was terrifying. Being startled doesn't necessarily require a scream. One could simply slap oneself instead. But would that be too painful? You'll get used to it. Qin Manjiang stowed away the flashlight. The surroundings were now well lit, rendering the device unnecessary for the moment. Listen, we don't have much time. Let me explain the situation. Ah, Li Shi exclaimed, then gasped in horror. If we can't unravel this strange tale, will we be trapped here? Burned alive? A deadly game. Do you actually believe that? Qin Manjiang glanced at him. You're the one who said it, Li Shi, he replied, exuding an air of nonchalance. It's all on you, Qin. You know the state of my mind. Let's go. We need to get out, Qin Manjiang insisted. No way, bro. That lunatic is still patrolling outside. Li Shi grasped his arm tightly. What lunatic? Qin Manjiang inquired. I don't know. I can't see his face. He looks like a man, wielding a gleaming machete. Tall and thin, nearly scraping the ceiling, Li Shi explained. Qin Manjiang looked up at the ceiling. Is he really human? It's nearly 3 meters high. We need to go down and gather information, he decided, despite Li Shi's warnings about the danger outside. What information? Li Shi Castunat Barplaksha. 10 years ago, a fire. The victims. Just as he finished speaking, an abrupt flicker of light illuminated the bathroom, followed by an eerie laughter that seemed to echo in their ears, reminiscent of a child's giggle. Qin. Brother Qin, just now, that sound. Li Shi stuttered, panic overtaking him. Aren't you fearless? Qin Manjiang remained relatively unperturbed. He had witnessed such foreboding scenarios in films before, and a vague suspicion had begun to form in his mind. I fear nothing but dogs, snakes, ghosts, murderers, and lunatics. All right, Qin Manjiang interrupted him, his expression unchanged. If you keep rambling, you'll end up recounting how the cinema caught fire and everyone was burned alive. I have 2 plans. Choose one. Can I opt for neither? You may, but in that case, find a stall to hide in while I make my move. Wait, Li Shi exclaimed. Let me listen. He clutched Qin Manjiang's sleeve, fearing he would be abandoned. The flickering lights and the sinister laughter were enough to send chills down his spine. The first plan, I have a wrench in my backpack. You take it and confront the madman in the corridor. If we bring him down, we can head downstairs and gather information to solve this eerie tale. I choose the second plan. Li Shi's greatest asset was his ability to read the situation. Under the threat of the first plan, he agreed without even hearing what the second entailed. Indeed, I too believe the second plan is preferable. As Qin Manjiang spoke, he moved toward the bathroom door. The flickering lights had ceased, but on the bathroom mirror, small black handprints began to emerge, creating an unsettling sight. Qin Manjiang peeked out and saw, at the end of the corridor where the elevator and stairs converged, an exceedingly tall and slender figure. He was holding a glistening machete, his posture disturbingly peculiar. First, he was indeed nearly 3 meters tall, almost brushing the ceiling. Second, perhaps due to his excessive height, his knees were bent in an unnatural manner, and his arms were disproportionately long. Rather than resembling a human, he appeared more akin to a scarecrow placed in a rice field to deter birds and beasts. Listen, the overall structure of this cinema is circular. The left side connects to the stairs, while the right connects to the escalator. That lunatic is guarding the stairs, so we need to split up. One of us will distract him while the other sneaks around to the escalator. Qin Manjiang whispered. Bro, the bathroom mirror is covered in handprints. Are you sure this is safe? Li Shi asked, trembling. The doors to the other screening rooms are all open. Each has an entrance and an exit, allowing us to circle around him. Which would you prefer, to distract him or to go downstairs for information? Qin Manjiang inquired. Li Shi took a moment to compose himself, contemplating before frowning. If I go down to ask questions, I wouldn't even know what to inquire about. You go. I'll keep him occupied. All right. I'll count down from 3, 2, 1. Then we act. Wait. Li Shi hadn't anticipated Qin Manjiang's swift movement and quickly pulled him back. I'm not ready yet. Let me catch my breath. What oxygen are you hoping to catch in a bathroom filled with ammonia? Qin Manjiang steadied himself, firmly gripping Li Shi's shoulder. Be extremely cautious. If you find yourself in a predicament, consider it a debt I owe you. Li Shi looked at him, confusion etched across his face. But he managed to calm down slightly. Qin Ge, may I ask you something? What did you write for the shadowy figure? Abyss, why? I wrote, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Qin Manjiang's face darkened. Let us move. Chapter 5. The Cinema Father and Son. Come here. Li Shi's powerful shout marked the beginning of their plan. As Qin Manjiang pressed against the bathroom wall, he watched as Li Shi charged out, embracing his fate. Almost immediately, the sound of something scraping rapidly against the wall echoed through the air. It was the 3-meter-tall monster. It was indeed pursuing them. Ah! As Li Shi ran, his cries resonated with anguish and terror, evoking a deep sense of empathy. Although the scene appeared somewhat comical, it was a matter of life and death. Li Shi swiftly ducked into an empty screening room, while Qin Manjiang, hearing the terrifying scraping sound pass by the bathroom door, bolted out and raced toward the stairwell. Hurry, we must be quick, or Li Shi will tire, and that will be the moment of his demise. Despite Li Shi's remarkable stamina, it was clear that their pursuer was not a normal human being. One could not judge the situation based on reason. The faster, the better. With that thought, Qin Manjiang quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to reach the stairwell, preparing to descend to the first floor, a charred, tiny head slowly emerged from the staircase. Someone was coming up. No, it wasn't a person. A completely charred child's corpse was ascending the stairs, first revealing its entire head, then its neck, dressed in a blue garment, its limbs burned to a crisp. It stood silently at the stairway, its eye sockets dark and empty, gazing intently at Qin Manjiang. Two ghosts. He had already accepted that the 3-meter-tall man was a ghost as well. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Manjiang turned and fled. It appeared that the first floor indeed held the key to unraveling this strange tale, enabling their escape from this deadly game. Otherwise, there would not be two ghosts blocking their path. This little ghost was likely the one that left the handprints on the glass. Qin Manjiang had initially thought it was merely a diversion to frighten them, but it seemed it had a more sinister purpose. A miscalculation. Indeed, the only purpose of a plan is to be shattered. At this moment, Li Shi continued to yell and scream. His stamina far exceeded that of Qin Manjiang, and even after leading the 3-meter monster through several screening rooms, he still had the energy to wail, indicating that he was not at death's door just yet. However, Qin Manjiang was not as fortunate. Unless something unexpected occurred, it was likely that he would meet his fate before Li Shi. Finally, the two crossed paths, one at the entrance of a screening room and the other at the exit. Brother, why are you still lingering on the second floor? He exclaimed amidst his screams. Qin Manjiang remained silent, merely gesturing with his thumb behind him. Li Shi glanced back to see the pitch-black figure lurking in the shadows, his face turning pale in an instant. In perfect unison, they darted into the next screening room. What do we do? What do we do? Why are there two ghosts? Who knows? The two ghosts pursued them relentlessly, and both Qin Manjiang and Li Shi were already gasping for breath, with Qin Manjiang struggling more than Li Shi. Their postures, causes of death, and behavioral logic served as ominous hints. Without them, survival in this game would be impossible. Qin Manjiang whispered, which screening room were you in before? What did they do to you? They didn't do anything, but they were clearly not human. I know. Qin Manjiang ceased his inquiries. Just then, Li Shi suddenly shoved Qin Manjiang aside. Watch out. The two stumbled forward as a gleaming machete narrowly missed them. However, the pitch-black ghost remained at the entrance of the screening room, refusing to enter. Immediately, Qin Manjiang tossed an adjustable wrench to Li Shi. Li Shi grasped it tightly, staring at the towering 3-meter specter just 2 meters away. The machete in the ghost's hand glimmered ominously in the darkness, sending chills down his spine. He was not afraid of fighting and could hold his own, provided his opponent was human. His heart raced, breaths grew heavier, and sweat began to seep from his palms as he clutched the wrench. Qin Manjiang also fixated on the towering ghost, which did not act like typical horror movie monsters, making deliberate attempts to intimidate. Instead, it simply pursued them quietly, standing still, swinging its blade, and aiming to claim their lives. The entire time, it emitted no sound, only intent on dragging the two into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, the lights in the screening room flickered on. The towering specter, machete in hand, cast a massive shadow over Qin Manjiang and Li Shi as the light illuminated its form. It was an utterly terrifying sight as the 3-meter-tall specter slowly raised its blade, preparing to strike down upon them without hesitation. Clang! Li Shi swung the wrench, barely deflecting the machete, yet the force was so tremendous that he felt as if a boulder had crashed into him. His knees buckled, and he sank to one knee. Disbelief etched across his face as the palm gripping the wrench split open, blood seeping from a wound. The terrifying strength continued to press down through the machete. Hurry! I can't hold on much longer. Li Shi's legs threatened to give way as he struggled against the downward force, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Qin Manjiang, much to everyone's surprise, made an unexpected move. He did not attack the towering specter, nor did he assist Li Shi in bearing the weight. Instead, he seized the specter's garment and yanked with all his might. The fabric tore. Following that, they heard the most horrifying scream to date. Roar! The specter, in agony, relinquished the machete and knelt down, frantically searching for the remnants of the clothing that Qin Manjiang had ripped apart. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Manjiang grasped Li Shi's collar, who was half kneeling on the ground, and dragged him away. Cough! Cough! Brother, Qin Ge. Li Shi's face reddened as he struggled to keep up, but Qin Manjiang dared not pause for even a moment, pulling him down the staircase with urgency. Finally, they reached the first floor. The towering specter on the second floor continued to roar, its cries echoing ominously. It's still alive? Isn't it? Qin Manjiang panted heavily, leaning against a central pillar in the lobby. It's not dead. If you keep dragging me like this, I might not last much longer, Li Shi gasped, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Qin Ge, you're incredible. How did you know its weakness was its clothing? That ghost must have been very shy in life. As Li Shi quickly regained his breath, Qin Manjiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The stamina of wild animals was indeed remarkable. Father and son. Qin Manjiang replied succinctly. Huh? What do you mean? Li Shi asked, perplexed. I mean, those two ghosts are related as father and son. Did you not hear the child call out for its father? Li Shi's question was always so out of place. Clothing, matching outfits. Qin Manjiang continued, panting. The child was burned to a cinder, but the clothes, pants, and shoes remain intact. If it was deliberately maintained, it indicates their significance to him. The 3-meter monster as well. Its posture was always hunched and stooped, never standing straight. Is it because the ceiling is too low for it to stand upright? Li Shi inquired, his curiosity piqued. If it stood straight, its clothes would tear. Qin Manjiang seemed to be explaining to Li Shi, but was actually sorting through his own thoughts. It was indeed a father and son, a pair who perished in a fire 10 years ago. They shared a close bond, having worn matching outfits to the cinema, only to meet their tragic end in an accident. That matching attire held profound significance for both. Even in death, they subconsciously cared for it. Now it makes sense, Li Shi exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. That SY was too preoccupied to pay us any mind. It immediately sought the fragments of clothing you tore. It seems so, Qin Manjiang replied, not fully articulating his thoughts. Hey, Li Shi suddenly smacked his thigh, asking if both died in the fire. Why did the ghost child appear so charred while the father bore no burn marks? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Manjiang's eyes as he scrutinized Li Shi closely. Though you've said nothing, I'm suddenly rather annoyed, brother. Li Shi folded his arms, and suddenly his expression changed, wincing in pain as he looked down at his split palm, blowing gently on it. Indeed, both father and son died, but not from the same cause, and perhaps not even on the same day. Qin Manjiang stated, realizing this was an issue that should have been considered at first glance upon seeing the two ghosts. As he spoke, Qin Manjiang finally caught his breath. He didn't know how long he could evade that ghost, but now was not the time for continued conversation. Where are the staff on the first floor? Qin Manjiang glanced around. The main entrance, the front desk, the ticket booth, the snack counter, each location was devoid of life. So can we just run straight out of this ghostly place? Li Shi's eyes brightened with hope. Qin Manjiang nodded, though it may be foolish. It's worth a try. Both were action-oriented and dashed towards the cinema's entrance. However, the scene that awaited them outside left them utterly speechless. The door was indeed ajar, and they could step outside, yet it was not the city of Fu. The world beyond was completely engulfed in darkness, resembling an endless abyss. An overwhelming sense of panic surged from the depths of their hearts. At that moment, they felt like two little mice trapped in a cage, believing that escaping the cage would signify the end of their ordeal, only to discover that what awaited them outside was another unfathomable, terrifying world. Clearly, this was not the correct way to escape. Qin Manjiang turned away, no longer gazing at the despairingly dark void outside. True horror lies beyond the conventional notions of fear. Much like the darkness outside, the more intelligent one is, the more likely they are to be frightened by their own imagination. Li Shi continued to stare blankly into the unfathomable darkness outside the cinema, visibly shaken. No, Qingge, I was too excited when I charged out, and my back gave out. I can't turn around. Li Shi's voice carried a hint of grievance. Listening to the retreating footsteps of Qin Manjiang, Li Shi felt a surge of urgency. Hey, brother Qingge, wait for me. I'm scared. Chapter 6, Screening Room 3. Qingge, I truly thought I was on the brink of death just now. When confronted with fear, individuals exhibit vastly different behaviors. Some become hysterical, others feign composure, while some wail in terror, and others succumb to despair, rendered voiceless. Qin Manjiang could distinctly sense Li Shi's emotional turmoil. He was resorting to humor as a fade to mask his inner trepidation and anxiety. Although frightened, he was more afraid of being a hindrance. Li Shi's calves trembled incessantly, a detail Qin Manjiang keenly observed. However, he was not adept at articulating words of encouragement. I will get you out of here, he stated earnestly once more. Li Shi broke into a grin, as if the earlier negative emotions had never existed. Of course, you promised to take good care of me. Did I ever say that? Qin Manjiang retorted, feigning forgetfulness. You're pulling a fast one. Back when we were 9. Qin Manjiang swiftly covered Li Shi's mouth. Though puzzled, Li Shi obediently fell silent. Qin Manjiang then approached the ticket counter, his gaze fixed intently on a diagram. Is this a layout of the cinema? What's wrong? Li Shi inquired, having caught sight of the diagram himself, yet failing to discern anything unusual. Just a part is missing, Qin Manjiang observed, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, the eerie wails from above abruptly ceased. Both held their breath. Was it coming? Quickly, take down all the layout diagrams from the first floor. You go left. I'll go right. As he spoke, Qin Manjiang vaulted over the counter and retrieved the layout diagram from the ticket booth. Li Shi hurriedly mimicked him, sprinting to the left side of the hall to search. Soon, his gaze landed on a column, where he discovered it, hanging there. Why are these complete layout diagrams displayed so haphazardly? Is this what they call design? He muttered while removing it. 1 diagram, 2 diagrams, 3 diagrams in total. They gathered 5 designs. The unsettling silence from above indicated that the ghost was likely descending. Qin Manjiang and Li Shi crouched beneath the ticket counter, as there was little else to conceal themselves on the first floor, which offered a nearly unobstructed view. Qingge, look, a work log, Li Shi exclaimed, holding up a small notebook he had found beneath the counter. Qin Manjiang nodded, piecing together all the layout diagrams, with Li Shi assisting him as they leaned in to examine them. Their SA restroom on the first floor, directly beneath the second floor restroom. Huh, there used to be a fast food restaurant and a clothing store on the first floor? Why are they gone now? Li Shi pundarat, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Probably burned down, Qin Manjiang replied. Let me take a look at this work log. Here, Li Shi handed him the notebook. As they busied themselves, ominous footsteps echoed from the staircase. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of dragging footsteps reverberated. It had descended the staircase and was now in the hall. It came to a halt, seemingly searching. The two held their breath, their movements stilled. Has it discovered us? No, it can't have. We're out of sight. There's no reason it would find us despite his self-reassurances. Their hearts raced faster. Swish. The footsteps shifted slightly. Were they moving further from or closer to the counter? It was hard to tell. At that moment, even as he remained still, Qin Manjiang's expression shifted as he stared at the work log. Li Shi, however, felt a chill run down his spine. Even without any evidence that the ghost had discovered them, he couldn't help but yank Qin Manjiang out, shouting, "Run! Qin Yi!" As they emerged from beneath the counter. A thunderous crash resounded. A terrifying cleaver cleaved the counter in two. Had they remained hidden, it wouldn't have just been the counter that was split in half. Qin Manjiang's face registered shock. Twice now he glanced at Li Shi, who was pulling him away in a frantic dash. Just moments prior, in the screening room, Li Shi seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense impending danger, always reacting at the last possible moment. What is this? A Peter Pan moment? Bang! Another deafening noise erupted as the towering ghost thundered towards them, its blades slashing mere inches from their backs, sending debris flying. Li Shi leapt up several steps. Yet Qin Manjiang, struggling to keep pace, tossed the work log over. Read it. It contains the key to unraveling this mystery. Li Shi caught the notebook, but didn't continue to flee upstairs. Instead, he yanked Qin Manjiang, who was about to turn back in the opposite direction. I can't solve it either. Don't run. You need to figure it out. A jolt of realization surged through Qin Manjiang. Li Shi was certainly no fool, and his stamina exceeded his own. If both of them were pursued by this ghost, their demise was inevitable. The best strategy was for one to distract while the other unraveled the mystery. At the same time, Qin Manjiang remembered that aside from this large ghost, there was also a smaller one waiting on the second floor, more elusive than the one wielding the cleaver. Logically, Li Shi had a better chance of survival. However, Li Shi seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He thrust the work log back into Qin Manjiang's hands, exclaiming, "You already noticed something after just a glance. Hurry and continue reading. I'll lead it away. I have experience." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shi unleashed his signature, quaking shout, "Come here." He had always been adept at drawing attention. Qin Manjiang furrowed his brow. The first floor lacked the multitude of screening rooms that the second floor offered for evasion. While there were many columns, it was still far too perilous. Seeing the towering ghost turn its attention toward Li Shi, Qin Manjiang no longer hesitated. He immediately opened the work log and began to read rapidly. The reason he had spoken to Li Shi as he did was due to a particular line he had seen in the work log. After the fire, the cinema was rebuilt. The fast food restaurant and clothing store on the first floor were demolished. The second floor screening rooms were rendered unusable, and the layout was redesigned. The layout was the key. The layout diagram, as Qin Manjiang listened to Li Shi's shouts and the clashing of the cleaver against stone. He no longer found it bothersome. At least it indicated that Li Shi was still alive. This layout, divided into 5 parts, made sense why it felt so peculiar. For it was not the current layout, but rather that of the cinema from 10 years ago, at the time of the fire. Screening room 1 was here, screening room 2 was there, and this was screening room 3. There were a total of 11 screening rooms. Following the fire, the entire cinema underwent significant renovations. The layout of the second floor was entirely different, with the most notable change being that the room where the fire occurred was rendered unusable and redesigned. The fast food restaurant and clothing store were also abandoned, as was the room that caught fire. Which screening room had caught fire? Qin Manjiang flipped through the work log with urgency. The lamentations of Li Shi persisted, along with the relentless sounds of the cleaver striking stone. Qin Manjiang forced himself to suppress his anxiety, pushing to remain calm as he flipped through the pages. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages finally, after perusing most of the notebook. His gaze sharpened. Room 3, it's room 3. Wait, it was previously mentioned that perhaps for the sake of good fortune, the room that had caught fire, screening room 3, was rendered unusable. Not only was that room abandoned, but so was the name screening room 3. This meant that the current Limbo Cinema, despite having 11 screening rooms, actually contained only 10, as room 4 directly followed room 2, with no screening room 3, nor the name screening room 3. Screening room 3. It simply did not exist. Is that man with the machete in hall 3? Qin Manjiang inquired, leaning out to ask. Huh? Li Shijio seemed perplexed, unsure if it was due to his hearing or if it had become his habitual response. After a brief contemplation, he shouted back, "No. I only spotted him in the corridor after I was scared out of hall 3 by that ghost. That's him. Come up. He can't enter hall 3. What? Oh. Li Shijio swiftly turned, narrowly evading a blade, grasped the handrail of the escalator, and in a swift motion, ascended to the second floor. Hall 3 is this way, he directed, gesturing with his chin. The two hastily regrouped. The sudden exertion left them both panting for breath. Even the usually vigorous Li Shijio felt fatigued, while Qin Manjiang's throat burned painfully. A 3-meter-tall, vengeful spirit surged up to the second floor, hurling its machete towards the two as they were about to enter Hall 3. Thud! The blade struck flesh, blood gushing forth instantly. Qin Manjiang's brow twitched. Had Li Shijiu not blocked the blow with his arm, he would have been decapitated. Gasp! Li Shijiu's complexion turned ashen. The spirit's force was overwhelming, the blade carving through flesh and embedding itself in the bone of his forearm. The pain was excruciating. Moreover, time was slipping away. The witching hour marking the fire's onset in this cinema was drawing near, with less than half an hour remaining. Would they truly escape this haunted place? Qin Manjiang refrained from pondering this conundrum. He grasped Li Shijiu's other arm, and just as the towering specter reached out to seize them, they dashed into Hall 3. If their assumptions were mistaken, and the 3-meter-tall ghost could enter, their fate would be sealed. Instinctively swallowing hard, sweat trickled down his temples. Drip! A bead of sweat splattered on the floor. The towering specter's silhouette lingered at the entrance for a moment, and to their astonishment, it departed. It truly could not enter Hall 3. However, just as Qin Manjiang exhaled in relief, preparing to find a spot to seat Li Shijiu and tend to his wounds, he sensed several disquieting gazes upon them. Qin Manjiang turned to look. The snowy screen emitted a ghostly pallor, illuminating each audience member. Though their bodies faced the large screen, their heads were eerily twisted 180 degrees, fixated on the entrance of Hall 3, on Qin Manjiang and Li Shijiu. Chapter 7. Father and Son in the City. What do we do? Li Shijiu's pallor deepened. It was uncertain whether it was due to blood loss or the horror of the scene before them. Qin Manjiang appeared prepared for this, whispering, "Do not speak, do not move, follow me." Under Qin Manjiang's guidance, they slowly approached the empty seats in the last row of the theater, all the while under the silent scrutiny of the peculiar onlookers, and sat down, expressionless, staring at the screen filled with snowflakes, void of any discernible image. The eerie atmosphere persisted. Qin Manjiang and Li Shijiu both sighed in relief. Qin Manjiang shook his head, saying, "They are indeed ghosts, but they do not appear to be the indiscriminate, violent sort. When you called earlier, I found it odd. All their strange behaviors occurred after your call. In other words, as long as we do not disturb them while they watch the film, we are temporarily safe. Could all these people be the victims of that fire 10 years ago? I should never have played that game, leading us into this ghostly realm. This cinema is entirely for the supernatural." Li Shijiu seemed to harbor some regret. Qin Manjiang regarded him intently, remaining silent. "We cannot tend to your wound now. If I pull out the blade, I fear you will bleed excessively. For the moment, we must keep it as is. Give me 20 minutes, he stated. Li Shijiu nudda, seemingly unperturbed. "If I can't trust you, who can I trust? After all this time, I've never seen you flustered. Hey, Qinge, do you even cry?" Li Shijiu's question was sudden. "I recall, when Uncle Qin passed away, you were drunk, yet even inebriated, you did not shed a tear. You don't have tear ducts, do you?" Qin Manjiang looked at him and replied earnestly, "Crying is the first act of humanity upon entering this world. It is a good thing. I only cry for joyous occasions, but I've never seen you cry when you're happy. Not to the extent of tears. Oh, is it possible we came from heaven to hell, hence we cried at birth?" Qin Manjiang shot a glance at Li Shijiu, about to respond, but noticed the other spectators had turned their gazes toward them once more, prompting him to quickly silence himself. This theater served a purpose beyond merely evading the pursuit of the towering specter. It should not exist, yet it undeniably did. It likely concealed something significant. Qin Manjiang had already deduced part of it. Firstly, the two entities could not enter here, blatantly indicating that the secret hidden within was related to them. If all present were indeed the audience who perished in the fire of Hall 3 a decade ago, aside from the two entities that could not enter, there were still two people missing. If those two were represented by Li Shijiu and Qin Manjiang, their numbers would perfectly align with those lost that fateful day. As Qin Manjiang and Li Shijiu settled into their seats and turned their gaze toward the large screen, indeed, something extraordinary occurred. The screen, once a blinding white snow, ceased, and a faded image began to play. Qin Manjiang held his breath, while Li Shijiu widened his eyes. The film he had seen earlier was undoubtedly not this one. Could it truly be a matter of numbers? Regardless, the film commenced. The scene unfolded on a bright summer day. The bustling city of Fuqing thrived with activity. Vehicles flowed like a river, and a refreshing breeze danced through the streets, whisking away withering leaves, some landing on the pavement, others on the lake surface, some on park benches, and a few resting upon the shoulder of a father. The camera zoomed in on a modestly dressed father and son standing on the street, their presence unremarkable. The father's skin was dark, and although he was still young, he bore a slight stoop and stood below average height. Despite having made an effort to clean himself, the dirt beneath his fingernails, along with the weariness and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, could not be concealed. This was the pair's first venture into the city. The child was to begin elementary school, and since there was none in their mountain village, the father decided to bring his child to the city, leaving behind the rural life for work. As they made their way, the child encountered a train for the first time, tasted ice cream for the first time, and saw a mirror that was cleaner than his own face for the first time. Leaning against the mirror, he cautiously pressed his hand against it, leaving a pristine handprint, and then grinned widely. "Dad, I want to watch cartoons." The father replied, "All right, Daddy will take you." Unaware of where to find cartoons, he mustered the courage to ask someone and learn of a place called a cinema. A father, holding the hand of a child who knew nothing, set out in search of the cinema. They traversed the city from one end to the other, sweating profusely in the heat, yet their eyes sparkled brightly. The hurried city dwellers paid no heed to this pair of wildflowers. Here it is. Upon discovering the cinema, the father and son felt an exhilarating rush. The father wiped his hands on his clothes, and the two nervously entered. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "We would like to watch cartoons." The ticket seller scrutinized the two, seemingly having a realization. "Oh, very well. Our next film starts in half an hour. Would you like tickets?" The father nodded vigorously. "Yes. We want that one." A ticket costs 36 yuan, amounting to a total of 72 yuan. "Thank you." The child cast a puzzled glance at his father, having felt his father's hand tighten around his own a moment ago. "All right, 72. 72. The father retrieved banknotes of various hues from his pocket, though not brand new. They were neatly arranged. "We also have a fast food restaurant and a clothing store here. You two could take a stroll while you wait," the ticket seller cheerfully suggested. "Very well." The father, somewhat uneasy, held his child's hand, glancing at their clothing and then at the clothing store. "Come on, Dad'll take you to buy some clothes." Inside the screening room, Qin Manjiang silently observed everything on the large screen. It was not merely a film. It was the story of this father and son in their lifetime. The father, anxiously gripping his child's hand, entered the fast food restaurant only to find himself at a loss with the self-service ordering system, ultimately leaving in a fluster. Upon entering the clothing store, he was persuaded by the owner to try on some garments, but after feeling embarrassed to decline the purchase, he ended up buying them without daring to haggle over the price. Indeed, they had arrived in the city, yet it was evident that this city did not belong to them. The father and son, clad in their newly purchased matching outfits, stood bewilderedly at the cinema entrance. Awaiting the commencement of the movie, they gazed at the bustling traffic, lost in thought. The city was loud, yet eerily quiet, with only the summer breeze rustling through the treetops, causing the leaves to sway gently. "The animated film will start soon." Dad. The money in the city is quite expensive." "Not too expensive. Dad can still earn more." The scene shifted rapidly. Although Qin Manjiang watched intently, he was also conscious of the time. There were less than 10 minutes remaining. The fire was set to ignite at midnight. If they could not escape before then, all would be lost. The screen displayed an image of the screening room, which was unlike what had been promised. The large screen did not showcase an animated film. Yet the child, understanding the situation, remained silent, clasping his father's hand and watching quietly. Halfway through the film, he whispered, "Dad, I need to use the restroom." The father and son made their way to the restroom, selecting the last stall that would not disturb anyone else. The scene transitioned, and a scream pierced the air as flames erupted. The father, waiting anxiously outside the restroom, became frantic and banged on the door. Although the child understood, he could no longer suppress his fear and began to cry uncontrollably. The door was jammed and would not budge. The father rushed downstairs, searching desperately for a tool to open the door, ultimately finding only a knife. He ascended the stairs, attempting to hack at the door, but it remained obstinately shut. In his despair, he noticed a gap above the restroom. If he could just climb up and jump in, he could save his child. However, the gap was too narrow and too high. He tried every possible method, but the city's sturdy doors continued to imprison both the child and himself. "If only I were a bit taller, a bit slimmer. Just a little bit taller, a little bit slimmer." Others dragged him away from the restroom as he cried out in desperation, pleading for help, begging everyone to rescue his child who was still inside. He struggled fiercely. A man of considerable strength from years of labor, he could not be held back. Yet in the next moment, the ceiling above suddenly collapsed. Well-meaning onlookers had no time to evade the debris, all of them crushed beneath it, perishing in the flames. struggling mightily, he narrowly escaped the catastrophe. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, wailing in anguish. Had things gone as expected, he too would have met his fiery end. The ceiling's collapse blocked the corridor, the path down engulfed in flames, crackling sparks erupting, the cries of the still-living audience mingling with the child's wails, the choking, searing smoke. His skin, blood, and insides felt as though they were on the brink of combustion. He no longer wished to escape. He arrived at the final stall, sitting quietly as the flames spread ferociously around him. "Don't be afraid. Dad is here. Dad is with you," he murmured. Yet in the next moment, the window beside the last stall shattered with a loud crash. A figure, secured in a safety harness and clad in firefighting gear, leaped inside. We found a survivor. He was strapped into the harness, prepared to be hoisted out the window. "Wait, there is someone else. There is someone. I know. I will save them. You need to get out first." The firefighter shouted as he grasped him tightly, and he finally ceased to struggle, complying as he was pulled through the window. In the next instant, the ceiling collapsed once more. His eyes widened in shock, his dark face illuminated by the firelight, as he beheld the crumbling restroom ceiling. All sound caught in his throat, he could no longer utter a word. "It's all my fault. Why did I come to this place? If I hadn't come, if this place didn't exist, none of this would have happened." The scene shifted again. Not long after, a brief report appeared in a small corner of the newspaper. On East Fuching Road, a solitary man committed suicide with a knife. It is reported that the man was a migrant worker. On the big screen, the footage concluded. The screen went dark, and the lights flickered on. The peculiar audience in the screening room had vanished, leaving only Qin Manjiang and Li Shizhiu. If only it were just a movie. Li Shizhiu murmurat. Chapter 8. Interred in Flames. The inferno erupted, ferocious flames spewing forth and rapidly engulfing the cinema. Qin Manjiang grasped Li Shizhiu's hand and turned to flee towards the exit of the screening room. The thick smoke already choked their throats. "To the restroom. What, a towel or piece of clothing to cover your mouth and nose. There is still a chance to escape. Otherwise, the searing heat alone will injure your respiratory tract, making it impossible to breathe." Li Shizhiu quickly agreed. Bursting out of the screening room, the corridor was already shrouded in smoke, rendering it nearly impossible to see. The two of them bent low, covering their mouths and noses, as flames began to erupt from an unknown source. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. The ceiling collapsed. They had not yet reached the restroom when the fallen debris blocked their path. Qin Manjiang turned his head, remaining calm. He had to think rationally. Although the fire was raging, it did not signify that all hope was lost. However, where was the way to escape the inferno? Qin Manjiang strained to recall any possible escape routes. Suddenly, "Watch out!" Li Shizhiu pushed him forcefully. Qin Manjiang stumbled, crashing against the wall. Turning to look, he saw a slender figure emerge from the flames. It had been watching Qin Manjiang, but shifted its gaze to Li Shizhiu, approaching barefoot through the fire. "Run!" A jolt of fear shot through Qin Manjiang as he sprang up, seizing Li Shizhiu's arm, and they both sprinted forward. Yet Li Shizhiu's condition was dire. He had suddenly exerted himself, causing the knife lodged in his forearm to drop, and now blood gushed forth, his face paling to the color of paper, as if he might collapse at any moment. The scorching light of the flames illuminated the ground, which began to transform. The floor cracked, and the once exquisitely laid carpet became prime fuel for the flames, the acrid stench of burning plastic, wood, fibers, and charred flesh wafting through the oppressive heat. The repugnant odor was intolerable, making it nearly impossible to bear. The two of them bent low, navigating through the screening room as the fire spread wildly. "Let us skip the restroom. Let us head downstairs directly. At least escaping the cinema means we won't be burned alive." Li Shizhiu shouta. Qin Manjiang nodded. But at that moment, the walls, floor, and ceiling around them began to crack and cave in under the relentless heat, revealing aged and decayed traces that seemed far from freshly scorched, as if the beautiful facade had been stripped away, exposing its grotesque, true form. At this moment, from the flames behind, the towering specter bent down to retrieve its machete, its gaze fixated on Li Shizhiu since the onset. A horrifying event unfolded. The ominous figure unexpectedly plunged the blade into its own abdomen. As the tip pierced through, it began to wail and howl in frenzied agony. In that instant, Li Shizhiu's already ashen face turned nearly blue, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Lowering his gaze to his own abdomen, he watched as crimson blood oozed forth. Qin Manjiang hurriedly supported Li Shizhiu, intending to flee, when he heard Li Shizhiu struggle to utter. Don't mind me, Brother Qin. You alone still have a chance. Whatever you do, do not make eye contact with it. Once you do, it can harm you through self-infliction. Li Shizhou's words were fragmented yet discernible. A tremor coursed through Qin Manjiang's heart. Moments before, Li Shizhou had warned him to be cautious and had pushed him away. But at that time, the towering specter was still a distance away, incapable of inflicting harm. It seemed Li Shizhou had foreseen the perilous rule that being watched could lead to injury. Qin Manjiang remained silent, uncertain if his words had registered. As he hoisted Li Shizhou up, crouching down to say, "Get on, or we'll both perish in the flames." Li Shizhou gazed blankly at this familiar, yet unfamiliar figure before him, his emotions swirling tumultuously, his expression a tumult of unrestrained turmoil. He silently surrendered, clinging to Qin Manjiang's back, ceasing further speech. At that moment, a pair of bare feet emerged from the flames. It was approaching once again. Beating Li Shizhou. Qin Manjiang found his already limited strength waning, moving at a sluggish pace. Fortunately, the collapsing cinema provided considerable obstruction to the towering specter, allowing Qin Manjiang to muster the last of his resolve to reach the corridor. As he prepared to veer toward the staircase leading to the first floor, a shadow flickered past him. It was a small ghost. Despite the inferno surrounding them, a chill coursed through Qin Manjiang. Though the small ghost had never attacked anyone, it was prudent to avoid it. Yet, every careful step they took left them with no time to spare. The small ghost stood in their path, necessitating a direct confrontation. With the flames intensifying on either side, the air they could breathe dwindled, compounded by their injuries. How much longer could they endure? Qin Manjiang himself was uncertain, but he refused to surrender. They could not die, at least not here. His sister remained unconscious, the cause of his father's death shrouded in mystery, and his life had only just begun. If not for my call for help, Li Shizhou suddenly spoke. This remark caught Qin Manjiang off guard. The crackling flames scorched their flesh, and the oxygen in the air became increasingly scarce, the sensation of suffocation intensifying. The towering specter advanced through the searing debris and flames, while Qin Manjiang's body succumbed to exhaustion. At this critical juncture, the presence of the small ghost further deepened their despair. Qin Manjiang could not discern a way forward. "Brother Qin, let me go." Li Shizhou's words seemed to fall on deaf ears. He pressed on, resolutely carrying Li Shizhou forward. Hey, haven't you always been the one to choose wise surrender over blind persistence? Release me, Li Shizhou strulat. If we continue like this, neither of us will survive. Then we shall perish together. Qin Manjiang roared, an uncommon display of anger. This was not his nature. He had never spoken so harshly. After his outburst, he fell silent again, continuing to carry Li Shizhou, gasping for breath as he moved forward. Li Shizhou remained quiet. Qin Manjiang's determination was beyond expectation. Even with the small ghost blocking their way, he pressed on toward the first floor. They would escape this cinema. Even if they had to plunge into the terrifying darkness beyond, they would find a way. As long as they were alive. Above all, they could not give up. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. As they approached the small ghost, a sense of familiarity washed over Qin Manjiang. It was neither terrifying nor eerie. If it intended to kill, they would stand no chance. However, as they passed the small ghost, a gust of wind swept by Qin Manjiang, amplifying that sense of familiarity. This was the wind, the breeze that turned the driver's safety tag, the wind that propelled him deeper into the ruins of the cinema, the wind that brushed past and then halted. The wind came to a stop before him, preventing his advance toward the first floor. The wind coalesced into a shadowy figure, sprouting limbs, transforming into a child. Indeed, it was him, the child, the small ghost trapped within the restroom. He was not a specter that should have existed in this horror tale. He had followed from the realm of reality. The small ghost's pitch-black eye sockets regarded Qin Manjiang and Li Shizhou, as if attempting to convey something. The firelight illuminated his face, revealing an expression of profound anguish. Yes, he had perished in flames. It was only natural to fear fire. Bang! A massive stone, dislodged by the specter, was sent flying, fierce flames licking at the exposed night sky, casting it in a fiery glow. Yet he was certainly not a passive lamb awaiting slaughter. "Let me go." Li Shizhou spoke again, his tone unfamiliar to Qin Manjiang. He struggled to descend from Qin Manjiang's back, exhibiting an extraordinary strength. "Hurry to the first floor, or we truly will miss our chance." Li Shizhou turned his back to Qin Manjiang, facing the towering specter head-on. Qin Manjiang's mind raced with frantic thoughts. Glancing back at the small ghost blocking their path, intent on thwarting their descent to the first floor, then at least Shijio, who faced the specter. No, this dead end was unnecessary. A path to survival must exist. But where could it be? This small ghost. The child had left faint handprints on the clean mirrors of the city. The restroom mirrors bore tiny black handprints, reminiscent of the child's life. Thus, this child, though deceased, had not changed. He, like the other departed patrons, lingered within this cinema, having never engaged in acts of violence. He bore no resentment, merely existing. The true burden of unresolved grievances lay with the man who had not perished in the fire, but had chosen to take his own life. Rather than failing to let go of his hatred, he had never forgiven himself. He resented the city's rejection, his own impotence, and the unfairness of fate. Therefore, the only being filled with murderous intent was the towering specter. The child had followed from the real world, eternally wandering between the corridor and restroom, helplessly witnessing his father descend into madness, transforming into a malevolent spirit. If one considered this, if the information from screening room 3 indicated that the child could be trusted, then the other information must contain crucial hints. Other content, the fast food joint and the clothing store? No, they had been entirely demolished. Screening room 3? No, its purpose was to convey information. Could it be the last stall? No, that was incorrect as well. That stall remained unopened until the very end. Wait, it was the window beside the stall. The towering specter had not perished in the cinema. He had stood outside the stall, prepared to perish in flames alongside his son. But at the last moment, firefighters had broken the window, rescuing him from the inferno. This was it. The path to survival lay there. That window was the only exit from this world and the source of the towering specter's anguish. For him, it was not a route to salvation, but the root of his suffering and resentment. I understand the path to survival. Move. Qin Manjiang instinctively reached for Li Shijio's arm. Yet this time, he could not pull him along. Beneath the searing flames, Li Shijio stood tall and resolute, as though he had never been harmed. Since just now, he has been turning his back to Qin Manjiang. I understand. A path to survival has emerged. Qin Manjiang's gaze gradually lost its focus. He had long sensed something amiss, but dared not contemplate it deeply until this very moment. The fiery tongues flickered towards Li Shijio. Though his forearm bore a gruesome wound, not a single drop of blood flowed, and the exposed flesh appeared ghastly pale. The towering, malevolent spirit roared, wielding a cleaver as it cleaved through all obstructing debris, charging directly at them. The diminutive specter huddled in the corner, trembling as it clutched its knees. Li Shijio turned his head, dark, horrifying veins swelling around his eyes. He smiled, yet tears streamed down his face, uttering, Chapter 9, Your Dead End. The inferno raged above. Li Shijio's voice was nearly inaudible amidst the explosive flames. Qin Manjiang's eyes were utterly vacant. He was not foolish, merely willfully ignoring certain truths. When he first received Li Shijio's call, he was still alive. However, by the time the words, Save me, were sent, Li Shijio was already dead. Each individual's perspective and position are starkly different. From his viewpoint, Qin Manjiang clearly understood that Li Shijio had encountered a supernatural event, yet Li Shijio himself remained oblivious. In such circumstances, even if faced with danger requiring rescue, Li Shijio ought to have contacted the police, who were more professional and efficient, rather than him. Furthermore, the real Li Shijio would never ensnare him in peril. Li Shijio was already dead. Everything that transpired thereafter was a ruse to draw him into this game. Li Shijio had been guiding him all along, whether retreating to the last stall or watching a film in Hall 3, despite his evident fear. He had never uttered a single scream in the face of the vengeful spirit, even when injured twice. And that diary he had suddenly discovered, filled with work notes, had led him to attempt a direct escape from the cinema, only to be confronted with the boundless darkness outside, along with 4 instances of utterly irrational danger perception. Yet, it had also saved Qin Manjiang 4 times. I have tried my utmost, but still I wish to kill you. Li Shijio wept, the black veins spreading across his entire face, his pupils gradually consumed by malice. I cannot hold on any longer. His flesh writhed as if animated, 1 eyeball, 2 eyeballs, 3. Countless eyes protruded grotesquely from his form, eerily observing every corner. Go! A desperate howl erupted from Li Shijio's throat. He charged forward, colliding with the towering spirit wielding the cleaver. Qin Manjiang stood there, transfixed by the scene before him. He understood everything. Li Shijio had died after that phone call. Yet, his humanity had not completely vanished. The malevolence-infested spirit's nature clashed violently with the remnants of his human essence. He sought to drag Qin Manjiang into this eerie game to take his life, which was the spirit's intent. Yet he could not restrain himself, repeatedly extending a helping hand in moments of peril, including this very moment when he had entirely lost his humanity. Li Shijiao, with skin exposed and covered in eyeballs, was entangled in a frenzied struggle with the towering vengeful spirit. At this moment, he was as terrifying, if not more so, than the towering spirit itself. Dimly, Qin Manjiang could still perceive Li Shijiao's semblance within him, but fundamentally, he had transformed into a malevolent entity. The two spirits roared in terror, savagely tearing at one another, one of them howling in struggle and agony. Suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped Qin Manjiang's palm. He looked down to see the small spirit. It tugged at Qin Manjiang's hand with all its might, attempting to lead him towards the restroom. Is it trying to save me? Qin Manjiang stared at it, dazed. He had lingered too long in the flames, his consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. Yet, he persisted in searching for solution. Surely, there must be a way. The small spirit's icy touch momentarily cleared Qin Manjiang's mind. He suddenly realized something. As a spirit, why had this child not succumbed to malevolence and retained its essence? Could it be there's still hope? Li Shijiao could still be saved. What distinguished this child from Li Shijiao and the towering spirit? Age? Was it because it was still young, its thoughts too innocent? Or was it this place? A spark of insight flickered in Qin Manjiang's mind. Yes, this child had followed from the real world. Could a spirit maintain its sanity if it existed in the real world? Was it the ghostly realm that corrupted spirits? If they could escape the ghostly realm, would it suffice? It was worth a try. Resolutely, Qin Manjiang focused on the two spirits still locked in combat, shouting, "There is still a way. Li Shijiao, you cannot give up. Do not let me become a man of empty words. As long as there is life, there is hope." To Qin Manjiang, the fact that Li Shijiao's consciousness still existed meant he was still alive. In the midst of the struggle, Li Shijiao froze momentarily, only to be pinned down by the towering spirit, which raised its cleaver high. Thud! The blade plunged into Li Shijiao's chest. Yet, something bizarre occurred. The knife, along with the towering spirit's hand, sank deep into Li Shijiao's flesh. The two spirits' corporeal forms began to meld slowly, the towering spirit howling in madness, yet to no avail. Cough, cough, cough. The heat and smoke had rendered Qin Manjiang dizzy. No, don't give up. His legs buckled, and he sank to the wall, his glasses shattering on the ground. He reached for them, but his vision blurred. The walls seared from the flames, and he had lost all strength. His back pressed against the wall, quickly scalding him. The small spirit tugged at him anxiously, but it lacked the strength, only managing to shift Qin Manjiang slightly. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Manjiang's blurred vision fixated on the horrific fusion of the two spirits. Li Shijiao, come with me. We roar. The wailing of the vengeful spirit seemed to extinguish some of the flames. The towering spirit, now on the verge of being completely consumed by Li Shijiao, saw the small spirit dash forward. Li Shijiao's pupils suddenly shifted in one direction. The small spirit, a shadowy figure, froze in midair, flames scorching its form, emitting a sound that was a heartbreaking wail. In the next moment, the small spirit was seized by Li Shijiao, its left arm's flesh splitting open, engulfing it whole. No! Stop! Qin Manjiang's consciousness gradually faded. In his daze, he saw Li Shijiao devour the small spirit. He must be crying. This thought flashed through Qin Manjiang's mind. The towering spirit was left with only its head embedded in Li Shijiao's chest, while the small spirit's face merely left a trace on his left arm. Its body had twisted beyond recognition, covered in horrifying eyeballs. Qin Manjiang lay on the ground, the heat and lack of oxygen nearly robbing him of consciousness. Yet, he faintly felt a cold hand grasping his arm. Qin Manjiang slightly opened his eyes. In his daze, he beheld three faces entangled together, the calmest among them being Li Shijiao. My body feels so heavy. Yet, there is no sense of terror, only reassurance. Bang! Boom! The cinema collapsed chaotically, yet it did not crush Qin Manjiang. He was shielded by an arm, slowly making his way towards the last stall in the restroom. Whoosh! The window shattered. A refreshing breeze rushed in from outside, the fresh air instantly sharpening Qin Manjiang's awareness. He struggled to open his eyes, gripping Li Shijiao's arm tightly. Come with me. The flesh and blood of the vengeful spirit continued to writhe. The towering figure of the malevolent ghost and the sinister visage of the small ghost howled within its corporeal form. Li Shijiao bowed his head, and in the densely packed pupils, Each reflected the silhouette of Qin Manjiang. No, es transcends. World. This is also reality. The voice of Li Shizhou echoed in Qin Manjiang's mind, fragmented and seemingly arduous. Child exists because game. Qin Manjiang's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly felt Li Shizhou's grip tighten on his arm. He intends to throw me out, no. To leave with me, no. Yet, how could a mere mortal's strength surpass that of Li Shizhou, now transformed into a ghost? In my mind, Li Shizhou's intermittent voice resurfaced. It is your dead end, but very happy. From that grotesque and terrifying ghostly face, Qin Manjiang discerned a familiar visage. Li Shizhou, head lowered, gazed at the limp and powerless Qin Manjiang. In his pitch-black, terrifying pupils, Qin Manjiang's face was reflected. He grinned widely and, summoning all his strength, hurled Qin Manjiang out of the window. Live on. Boom! The cinema was wholly engulfed in flames, emitting a dreadful explosion. The flames painted half the night sky in crimson. Qin Manjiang was cast into the air, the wind howling past his ears. He stared blankly at the inferno where, amidst the roaring flames, a vague silhouette stood quietly. In the next moment, a horrific roar erupted from the cinema's blaze. From that sound, he could discern not a hint of familiarity. Qin Manjiang understood that Li Shizhou's consciousness had vanished completely. What is this? The wind brushed against his cheek, surprisingly cool. He raised his hand to touch his face, tears streaming down unabated. Chapter 10. The game begins. Young man, are you all right? Qin Manjiang slightly tilted his head, extending his left hand to shield his eyes. Although the sunlight was gentle, its sudden appearance was blinding. After a moment of adjustment, his blurred vision gradually came into focus. Before him stood an elderly sanitation worker. Qin Manjiang propped himself up from the ground, supporting his forehead. The night before, the fire? Qin Manjiang's memories reconnected, and he touched his face. His glasses were gone. Indeed, it was not a dream. It was real. He thanked the old man and got up from the ground, turning to look around. The cinema at the brink had been reduced to a heap of ruins. Upon reaching the sidewalk, Qin Manjiang hesitated for a moment before activating his phone. Silence fell for a moment, then he pressed the button. The time read August 13th, morning, 6:15. Not yet awake. The sanitation worker observed Qin Manjiang, who stood on the sidewalk, lost in thought while staring at his phone, muttering softly before sweeping the street and walking away. Suddenly, Qin Manjiang's gaze fell upon the phone screen. Compared to before, an exceedingly conspicuous icon, a black smiley face, had appeared. It was it, the game, an eerie link inextricably tied to the realm of reality. Glancing around, it was just past 6 in the morning, and apart from the sanitation worker, there was hardly anyone on the street. Qin Manjiang stared at the icon for a while before unhesitatingly tapping it. Just like before, the screen abruptly turned black. The eerie smiley face emerged from the darkness, then quietly vanished. Welcome, Strange Tales Player Abyss. Single player, beginner level passed. Multiplayer mode unlocked. Challenge mode unlocked. Exploration mode unlocked. Leaderboard unlocked. Survive until the end, and you shall receive unparalleled rewards. Every word seemed to know that Qin Manjiang had finished reading and instantly disintegrated. Immediately afterward, an unprecedented interface appeared on his phone. Player leaderboard 10 seats. First, Yang. Second, Doctor. Third, Player. Fourth, Xin. Fifth, Chen Ziyuan. Sixth, Evening Primrose. Seventh, Let Me Out. Eighth, Dense Forest. Ninth, Singer. 10th, So Annoying. Qin Manjiang scrutinized each entry. These 10 individuals were the longest surviving players in this so-called game. At that moment, the leaderboard melded into the black background, replaced by Qin Manjiang's codename. Welcome Player Abyss. Join game. One by one, code names appeared on the phone screen. Half Mountain, another unfortunate soul. Sword-wielding horsehead. This is not something to be congratulated about. Farmer, is it a male or female? Shikingshan, hope you can last a bit longer. Fun Seeker, Abyss. This code name is stronger than the 10th seat. Fun Seeker, and the 7th seat. Qin Manjiang turned off the screen. The number of individuals drawn into this real-life Strange Tale game exceeded his expectations, and its eeriness was extraordinary. It seemed to possess other functions, but at this moment, Qin Manjiang was entirely unconcerned. He had a thought that needed immediate confirmation. Hailing a taxi, Qin Manjiang quickly instructed the driver to the Tiannan Road precinct. The driver glanced at him surreptitiously and promptly started the vehicle. Perhaps sensing Qin Manjiang's urgency, or due to the light morning traffic, the driver drove swiftly. Upon arriving at the Tiannan Road precinct, only the duty officer was present, as the official working hours had not yet commenced. Thank you. After exiting the car, Qin Manjiang practically sprinted into the police station. The duty officer stopped him, asking, "What is it?" Tiannan Road, the Brink Cinema. Has the identity of the deceased been confirmed? The duty officer scrutinized Qin Manjiang up and down, inquiring, "Are you a reporter?" "No, my friend is missing. He visited the Brink Cinema before disappearing, and I want to know if he is among the deceased." Qin Manjiang's tone was urgent. This made the officer believe him to some extent, as such a level of anxiety was difficult to feign. "This student, please wait a moment. We understand your feelings, but you need to provide us with your friend's basic information. The test results are out, but our database is not comprehensive. Many missing persons have not previously been sampled, and the deceased we found do not match any records. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere, and we have not received any other reports of missing persons." Upon hearing this, Qin Manjiang quickly provided Li Shizhou's basic information. "So, is it him?" The officer shook his head, stating, "This should be good news. None of the deceased we found matched that student named Li Shizhou." Qin Manjiang's heart jolted, asking, "So, he is not among these deceased?" The officer nodded. "We searched the ruins thoroughly. It is impossible for there to be other bodies, since Li Shizhou is not among them. It indicates that he may have left the cinema after going there. Come, fill out a missing person report regarding Li Shizhou. We will continue the investigation." Qin Manjiang was directed to sit down, and a form was handed to him. He cooperatively completed it, yet his heart was a tumult of excitement and doubt. Li Shizhou had already transformed into a vengeful spirit, yet his body had never been found. Although the probability of Li Shizhou still being alive was nearly non-existent. To Qin Manjiang, Li Shizhou seemed to have morphed into that proverbial cat trapped in a box. As long as there remained a glimmer of possibility, there was hope. Exiting the police station, he glanced up at the sky. After all this, it was nearly noon. It was not so much a sigh of relief, but Qin Manjiang's contemplations had yet to unfold when suddenly his phone rang. As Qin Manjiang lowered his head, he was astonished to discover that the caller was none other than the class monitor. His expression shifted dramatically. The class monitor had only acquired his number yesterday, when she was entrusted with looking after his sister, and now she was calling him. Could it be that something had happened to Qin Mani? Without hesitation, Qin Manjiang pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. "Hello, it's me, Qin Manjiang." On the other end, the class monitor's voice was tinged with excitement and an indescribable mix of emotions as she spoke softly. "Qin, you must come to the hospital at once. Your sister has awakened." "I will be there immediately," he replied. However, the class monitor hesitated, saying, "Qin, please prepare yourself mentally." Qin Manjiang's hand, which was about to end the call, froze as he inquired, "What is it?" "Your sister. She has committed murder." Chapter 11. A Journey from Afar. With the onset of summer, the greenery of Fuqing transformed into a lush emerald. Occasionally, a breeze would stir the leaves, revealing patches of cerulean sky. Shi Wudong, walking briskly in the dappled shade, made her way towards the giant wood hospital, the tree-lined path resembling a dark vein. This was her first summer in the south, having traveled 1,000 miles to Fuqing, with responsibilities that extended beyond mere work. Today, she had been assigned an unusual case. At Giant Wood Hospital, Shi Wudong gazed out the window in contemplative silence. The weather was splendid, with sunlight illuminating every corner. Even the darkest recesses seemed to bask in brightness. "Dr. Shi, what is your perspective on the psychological assessment of that girl?" inquired an elderly physician beside her. Shi Wudong shook her head, replying, "It is peculiar, yet such occurrences are not unprecedented." "What about previous cases?" The elder physician fell silent, tacitly acknowledging her inquiry. "We shall discuss it further once her relatives arrive." "The suspect's brother has arrived, Dr. Shi. Please come this way." Shi Wudong nodded, clutching the assessment report as she stepped outside. When Qin Manjiang arrived at Giant Wood Hospital, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun blazed fiercely, and he was drenched in sweat by the time he reached the hospital. Under the guidance of the police, he encountered a capable female doctor with her hair tied back. "My surname is Shi. I am here to gather information regarding your sister, Qin Mani." Qin Manjiang nodded. "I will cooperate." "When did your sister, Qin Mani, first exhibit signs of mental illness?" 2 years ago. "What was the specific date?" "On the day my father passed away." "I need the exact date." "September 3rd. Around 6:30 in the evening, my father walked into the river under my sister's gaze, and by 9 o'clock that night, his body was recovered downstream." Qin Manjiang recounted the events devoid of any emotional inflection. Shi Wudong occasionally glanced into his eyes, sensing something unusual. Qin, what is your relationship with your sister like? Shi Wudong diligently noted down his response, appearing to be deep in thought. After a moment, she stated, we have learned that your sister completely lost consciousness a month ago and has been placed in this giant wood hospital. Last night, the hospital was preparing for a treatment for her, correct? Indeed, Qin Manjiang affirmed with a nod. Shi Wudong set down her pen and gazed intently into Qin Manjiang's eyes, asking, could you specify your home address? Fuqing, Mian Mountain District, Xiangshui Town, Xiaojing Village, number 52 by the river. Mr. Qin, your eyes are blinking rather rapidly. Is something the matter? Is that so? Shi Wudong furrowed her brow slightly and stood up, saying, I apologize. Please wait a moment. Is my sister all right? Qin Manjiang inquired. Shi Wudong nodded. She is in the intensive care unit. Please hold on. She hurriedly exited, and from her demeanor, Qin Manjiang perceived an unsettling expression. The class monitor stood outside the door, anxiously observing Qin Manjiang. Since his arrival at the hospital, she had not managed to speak a word with him. Qin Manjiang quietly leaned against the chair, slightly closing his eyes. Although the injuries sustained in the fire had seemingly vanished, the fatigue, both mental and physical, lingered. He had not even had a proper lunch or rest before hastily making his way to the hospital. She sat down across from Qin Manjiang, her expression grave as she said, Mr. Qin, I must inform you of a critical matter. Your sister, Qin Mani, is suspected of intentional homicide, and the deceased is a villager from your hometown, Xiaojing Village in Mian Mountain District. Her assertions were logical and, in fact, Shi Wudong shared the same belief. However, indeed, your sister possesses an alibi. Most of the medical staff at Giantwood Hospital and your classmates can vouch for her. Nevertheless, there are eyewitness reports indicating that she was the one who committed the act, and furthermore, your sister has confessed to the crime. Shi Wudong's words caused Qin Manjiang's brow to furrow. She confessed? May I see her? Shi Wudong nodded. Certainly, please follow me, but your conversation must occur under my supervision. Thank you, Qin Manjiang replied as he rose. Shi Wudong felt a sense of relief. Thus far, Qin had remained remarkably composed and cooperative, allowing many of her preparations to go unused. This was a positive development, as losing one's temper would only serve to vent emotions, not resolve the issue. The two walked out in tandem. The class monitor quietly trailed behind, whispering, Qin, I will testify on your behalf. Your sister did not commit murder. She has been here all along. Upon hearing this, the class monitor's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively grasped Qin Manjiang's sleeve. Are you considering dropping out? But, Qin, I will explain the situation to the teachers. The school will understand. You need not leave. Qin Manjiang gently freed himself from her grasp, shaking his head slightly. He looked into the class monitor's eyes, his voice low, and although he smiled, his expression bore a hint of regret. With that, he turned and followed Dr. Shi. The class monitor, who had intended to continue her persuasion, stood frozen, the brilliant sunlight streaming through the hospital corridor's windows and illuminating him, yet failing to impart any warmth. Qin Manjiang, though vividly present, seemed to walk in another realm. She instinctively took a step forward, only to halt abruptly, watching as the distance between them widened, until Qin Manjiang's figure vanished from sight. Within the intensive care unit, police personnel were vigilantly stationed. Under Dr. Shi's guidance, Qin Manjiang entered the ward. Upon knocking on the door, he finally beheld the familiar figure of Qin Mani. Her face was round, and her eyes sparkled with joy as she conversed animatedly with a female police officer. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her gaze towards Qin Manjiang and Dr. Shi. Sister Shi, Qin Mani exclaimed cheerfully. Dr. Shi also smiled and nodded, while softly advising Qin Manjiang, prepare yourself mentally. Prepare myself mentally? Qin Manjiang was somewhat perplexed. However, he soon comprehended Dr. Shi's intent. Qin Mani tilted her head, curiously scrutinizing Qin Manjiang, and asked, Who are you? Chapter 12, The Unexpected Her. Qin Manjiang furrowed his brow. He locked eyes with Qin Mani and, after a moment, shook his head, stating, She is not my sister. Qin Manjiang's declaration was so unexpected that it momentarily stunned Shi Wudong. I believe there is no need for me to converse with her any further. With that, Qin Manjiang turned to leave. Dr. Shi hurriedly pursued him. Qin, please wait. Qin Manjiang paused by the corridor window, gazing at the approaching Dr. Shi. She took a moment to catch her breath before saying, We have learned that Qin Mani has lost a significant portion of her memory. She did not intend to upset you. Please do not harbor anger toward her. Your demeanor is crucial for clarifying the entire situation. Dr. Shi urged. Qin Manjiang shook his head, explaining, I am not angry. What I stated earlier is true. That girl is indeed not my sister. Dr. Shi furrowed her brows, intently observing Qin Manjiang as she inquired, Are you truly not speaking in anger? Qin Manjiang nodded affirmatively once more, stating, Qin Mani has never dared to meet my gaze since childhood, and this has not altered even after her mental health issues arose. At this juncture, Qin Manjiang glanced toward the intensive care unit and continued, You witnessed it just now. She stared at me fixedly, but from that gaze, all I perceived was estrangement. She is not my sister. Dr. Shi, somewhat exasperated, remarked, However, this could also indicate a deterioration of her condition, where her current persona has entirely obliterated her former self, resulting in this transformation. Hearing this, Qin Manjiang regarded Dr. Shi with a serious expression, asking, In your opinion, Dr. Shi, what truly defines a person? Qin Manjiang's query lingered in Dr. Shi's mind, and after a period of contemplation, she looked up at him and replied, Mr. Qin, your perspective is peculiar and rather perilous. Humanity is a multifaceted amalgamation, not a singular trait that can delineate an individual. Qin Manjiang smiled slightly. Is that so? He chose not to elaborate further, instead gazing out the window and murmuring, To me, humanity resembles a camera, ceaselessly capturing images of the past day after day, year after year. While each camera may possess varying capabilities, their functions remain identical. Thus, the camera itself bears no intrinsic significance. He turned to face Dr. Shi and added, The diverse images captured from our past are what distinguish us and form the essence of our identities. In essence, there is no fundamental difference between body and soul. Doctor, she found herself perplexed by his discourse and asked, What are you trying to convey? Just as she was about to articulate further thoughts, Qin Manjiang politely interjected, Dr. Shi, please hold on. My responsibilities have been fulfilled, and I request that you refrain from interfering with the ensuing matters. Wait, Dr. Shi pursued him. Their conversation had brought them to the entrance of the giant tree hospital. Mr. Qin, I can candidly inform you that although Miss Qin Mani has personally confessed to her wrongdoing, and there are witnesses corroborating her account, it is an undeniable fact that she remained in this hospital last night. Therefore, Miss Qin Mani will not face prosecution. This matter will be reinvestigated discreetly, Dr. Shi clarified. Qin Manjiang nodded. That is satisfactory. He was somewhat taken aback. Dr. Shi was an attractive woman, and it is common for individuals to underestimate others based on their remarkable appearance. Yet Qin Manjiang was not one to do so. Nevertheless, Dr. Shi's perceptiveness exceeded his expectations. May we converse? She inquired. Qin Manjiang hesitated but ultimately nodded. Here is my number. Let us meet tonight. As he retrieved his phone and prepared to save her number, Dr. Shi's expression suddenly changed dramatically. She seized Qin Manjiang's hand, her previously composed demeanor now replaced by tremors of excitement. She slowly raised the hand holding the phone to his eyes, drawing their bodies closer together, their breaths audible. What is this icon? Where did you download it? What does it signify? Tell me. Qin Manjiang remained silent, never having anticipated that someone in the real world could recognize the icon from the eerie game. What a coincidence that this person was someone he had just met today. Was this woman connected to the game? Judging by her current demeanor, she might not be a player, but she was undoubtedly informed, having encountered the game in some capacity. Dr. Shi, you have garnered attention, Qin Manjiang noted. Indeed, she was a striking woman, and such individuals easily attract attention, especially when entangled in conversation with a man at the hospital entrance, practically pressing against him. Observing her earnest expression, Qin Manjiang nodded, saying, Very well, let us discuss this tonight. I am equally intrigued. Upon receiving Qin Manjiang's affirmative response, Dr. Shi exhaled in relief. Casting a deep gaze at him, Mr. Qin, I shall see you tonight. Qin Manjiang inclined his head slightly before turning to depart. Are you truly unconcerned about Qin Mani? Dr. Shi suddenly queried. Qin Manjiang halted but did not turn around, replying, I care, but that person is not her. Watching Qin Manjiang's retreating figure, She took a deep breath. She had never encountered anyone quite like him. As a consultant for the police, she had been involved in numerous peculiar cases and had met a wide array of individuals. Yet, her encounter with Qin Manjiang today left her questioning her own capabilities. The human body is indeed a curious phenomenon. For instance, breathing is a natural act that requires no conscious effort. However, when one deliberately focuses on their breathing, paying attention to which nostril they inhale through, it seems as though the body suddenly loses its ability to breathe naturally, requiring conscious attention instead. The same applies to blinking. Dr. Shi had specifically remarked that his blinking was unusually rapid. Typically, after such observations, individuals become aware of their blinking frequency, transforming a natural act into a deliberate one. This equilibrium of natural blinking quickly becomes disrupted. Yet this response seemed ineffective on Qin Manjiang. His blinking frequency appeared to be preordained. Even with deliberate attempts to guide his awareness of it, there was no discernible change. Moreover, his phone contained that very icon, the one that haunted Dr. Shi's thoughts and stirred deep resentment within her. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Shi spoke. "Could you assist me in investigating an individual?" August 13th, 8 p.m. Dr. Shi, clad in professional attire and a sleek dress, stood beneath the night lights, conspicuously noticeable. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was 8 o'clock. The agreed time with Qin Manjiang had arrived. Young people were playfully jostling one another nearby. A scene she had grown accustomed to, no longer fazed. "I am here." At that moment, Qin Manjiang's voice emerged. She turned towards the sound, spotting him seated on a bench along the sidewalk, dressed in a white shirt. The area was dim, rendering him invisible under the streetlight. It was evident he had arrived earlier, yet he chose to wait until 8 to greet her. Approaching him, Dr. Shi took a seat beside him on the bench. Before she could speak, Qin Manjiang's first words caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. "Dr. Shi, do you believe in ghosts?" Chapter 13, Mysterious Intrigues. She remained silent for an extended period. Clouds briefly obscured the moonlight, casting a vast shadow over Fuqing. At that moment, she turned to Qin Manjiang and replied, "I do." Indeed, she ought to believe. Her intense reaction to the game's icon was sufficient evidence. Qin Manjiang posed this question not to disclose anything to her, as he himself was still uncertain about the nature of the game. He merely sought to gauge Dr. Shi's sincerity. Reflecting on it, although the software was unusual, it bore many traces of human design, including its interface and so-called tasks. How did it guide individuals into the realm of eerie tales? Did those tales exist in the world beforehand, discovered by the game and then utilized to engage players? Or was it that there were no ghosts or eerie tales at all, and that the game itself fabricated these narratives? Clarifying these 2 points is crucial. Yet, even after having undergone a novice solo mission, he remained at a loss. A game evidently marked by human design bore the uncanny ability to immerse individuals in a world of eerie tales. The impact on the real world is profound. This notion is utterly astonishing. Qin Manjiang believes that everything holds significance, and the creators of this game undoubtedly possess their own intentions. However, at present, Qin Manjiang remains in the dark regarding the motives of the individuals or organizations behind the horror game. The appearance of Dr. Shi is a valuable source of information. "Have you seen this icon on anyone's phone nearby?" Qin Manjiang inquired. Shi Wudong hesitated for a moment, seemingly grappling with something. "Mr. Qin, if you are willing to disclose the meaning of this icon, I shall also share some significant information about you." It appeared she had finally made up her mind. Yet she seemed to feign nonchalance before Qin Manjiang. He was not one to press someone against their will, since Shi Wudong was reluctant to discuss her own affairs. He refrained from probing further. Nevertheless, the prospect of learning something about himself piqued his curiosity. He was merely an exceedingly ordinary university student, and soon, he would no longer even be a student. Could there possibly be any secrets surrounding someone like him? Just as Qin Manjiang hesitated over whether to reveal some secrets of the horror game to Shi Wudong, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. A sharp pain pierced deep within his brain, as though someone had thrust a long needle into the back of his head, shattering his thoughts. It hurt terribly. Qin Manjiang was remarkably resilient. Yet even he could not withstand this agony. His face turned ashen, and beads of sweat began to pour forth. "Mr. Qin?" Shi Wudong expressed surprise. But being a doctor herself, she did not panic and immediately moved to assist him. However, Qin Manjiang raised a hand to stop her, shaking his head with great difficulty. "Please, just leave me, quickly." Although Shi Wudong did not comprehend his intentions, witnessing his pained expression compelled her to comply, and she did not take it upon herself to help him further. Grabbing her handbag, she hurriedly departed from the bench. Once she was gone, Qin Manjiang promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket. This unbearable pain was accompanied by an ominous premonition as he glanced at the screen and pressed the horror game icon. When the screen dimmed and then illuminated once more, a line of blood-red text met Qin Manjiang's gaze. "Warning, players must not disclose the existence of the game. Violators will be obliterated." Thus, this pain served as a warning? Qin Manjiang pondered. Shi Wudong had seen the horror game icon on his phone, and at that time, The game had shown no reaction. Yet now, as he contemplated revealing the details of the game to her, he was met with such a severe admonition. In a mere 10 seconds, his shirt clung to him, entirely soaked with sweat. He did not wish to endure this pain again. It appeared that while it was permissible for others to discover the game on his phone, it was absolutely forbidden to explain it. Mr. Qin, are you feeling better? Shi Wudong inquired politely, even turning her back to avoid looking at him. After composing himself, Qin Manjiang replied, I'm fine now. Please come over. Only then did Shi Wudong turn around, scrutinizing him closely. Upon confirming that his complexion had improved significantly, she approached the bench and said, Mr. Qin, you should schedule a physical examination. If what you experienced was palpitations, I recommend a full-day dynamic electrocardiogram and coronary angiography. Qin Manjiang shook his head in gratitude for her concern. It's all right. I understand the cause of the pain. It's not primarily physiological. Continuing from their earlier conversation, he added, I apologize, Dr. Shi, but I cannot explain the origin of the icon or divulge its meaning. However, since you believe in the supernatural, I trust you can discern some matters on your own. Qin Manjiang tentatively stated, relieved that his phone did not react this time. Shi Wudong seemed to sense something. Recalling Qin Manjiang's expression of agony, his sudden change in demeanor, coupled with her own speculations regarding the horror game icon, the answer was becoming increasingly evident. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I have said nothing, Qin Manjiang remarked. Shi Wudong fell silent, refraining from further comment. Suddenly, she sat up straight, gazing intently at him. Although the lighting was poor, Qin Manjiang could still perceive the complexity in her expression. Mr. Qin, the truth is you are. I am a child adopted by old Qin, correct? Qin Manjiang interrupted Shi Wudong. She was genuinely astonished this time, but Qin Manjiang's expression remained unchanged as he continued. This is not a secret. Old Qin mentioned that my name was given by the old village chief. However, I later learned that the old village chief had passed away 2 years before my birth. While the new village chief is in his 30s, which does not align with old Qin's description. He even chuckled, moreover. It is evident from appearances that Qin Mani and old Qin both have round faces and dimples, yet I increasingly resemble them less and less. I indeed have no blood relation to him, but that makes no difference, Qin Manjiang stated to Shi Wudong. She listened quietly, and, after a moment, she smiled softly, indeed. However, I must share something with you, Mr. Qin. Shi Wudong's demeanor grew serious. You should also be aware that the place where you grew up, Xiajiang Village, has experienced a series of homicides at a rate of 1 per year for the past 2 decades, with the perpetrator of this year's murder being your sister. Yet, all these cases are too bizarre, including your sister's case. None are suitable for public discussion. The deaths of your father, Qin Linghan, and your adoptive mother, Chen Xiuji, are no different. Shi Wudong disclosed a shocking revelation to Qin Manjiang. Your adoptive mother, like your adoptive father. Shi Wudong paused, her voice instinctively lowering. No, the entire Xiajiang village, for the past 20 years, aside from natural deaths, there has been an average of 1 suicide each year. All by the same method, walking into the river and drowning themselves. Shi Wudong exhaled deeply. Although your sister confessed to the crime, she will not be prosecuted. Aside from her having a solid alibi, there is one more point. The deceased also walked into the river, but a witness claimed to have seen another person, your sister, by the riverbank. Chapter 14. The game approaches. After Shi Wudong finished speaking, she said no more and hurriedly departed, leaving behind the words. Ultimately, Qin Manjiang consented to her request, confronted with the knowledge that there exists another side to this world. Qin Manjiang began to question the true reason behind old Qin's suicide, not to mention the fact that, besides old Qin, even his adoptive mother, whom he had long forgotten, had met a similar fate. The only lead remaining was Qin Mani. She was currently the only suspect who had been seen. After searching online for news about Xiajiang Village, Qin Manjiang discovered that his hometown had become a renowned site for supernatural tales in the Fuqing area. Year after year, people committed suicide, and the methods were eerily identical. Although the authorities had never made this information public, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Whispers from within Xiajiang Village quickly turned it into a destination for enthusiasts of the macabre and thrill seekers. However, aside from the unyielding annual suicides, no other strange occurrences had transpired in Xiajiang Village. Paradoxically, becoming a legend of the supernatural had brought unexpected benefits. The influx of visitors to this remote area had steadily increased in recent years, and under various tacit approvals, Xiajiang Village's eerie reputation had grown increasingly louder. Yet Qin Manjiang, who was largely indifferent to everything, remained oblivious to these developments. Upon returning home and opening the door, Qin Manjiang finally found himself with a moment of solitude. This evening, the wind in Fuching was fierce. Dark clouds pressed against the sky, heavy and seemingly poised to fall, suggesting that rain was imminent. The damp breeze slipped through the window, infusing the silent night with an unsettling atmosphere. The mobile phone lay upon the desk as Qin Manjiang sat before it, one hand propping his chin, quietly gazing at the nocturnal landscape of Fuching. Suddenly, he realized that he, akin to the father and son in the cinema, had never been embraced by this vast metropolis. The connections he once had, those who knew him and whom he knew, were being severed. Humans are inherently social beings. It is nearly impossible for anyone to exist apart from others and society. Occasionally, Qin Manjiang pondered, what, in truth, enables a person to exist in this world? If no one were to recognize him, in a certain sense, he would be no different from non-existence. A gust of wind slipped through the window, tousling his gradually lengthening hair. Old Qin had departed, Li Shi had perished, and Qin Mani had lost all memories of the past. Those closest to him had all vanished. Over at the university, he contemplated withdrawing from his studies. He did not deceive the class monitor. From the moment Li Shi had thrust him from the flames, Qin Manjiang had already attained a profound realization. In this game, he could only prevail. There were no rewards, no options for retreat. Failure equated to death. Qin Manjiang instinctively adjusted his glasses, only to discover that his nose bridge was bare. Indeed, that pair of spectacles was lost, much like Li Shi, cast away into the annals of the past. Li Shi, you are truly cunning. The living bore the weight of all that had vanished. Old Qin, his foster mother, and Li Shi. Heavy memories pressing upon Qin Manjiang's heart. He dared not forget, for he understood that once forgotten, they would be truly lost. Exhaling deeply, Qin Manjiang rose to close the window. Fuching remained Fuching. It would not alter for anyone. The connections he once had were now severed, and in this world, there would be no one left to remember him. Qin Manjiang himself no longer wished to experience such sentiments. Henceforth, he would bring an end to this game. Outside, the sky darkened further, clouds thickening ominously. Following a thunderous roar, torrential rain cascaded down. Qin Manjiang had long since closed the window, and now, a sense of leisure washed over him. The raindrops fell densely, striking the pavement and rising in a misty haze. The streetlights cast their glow into circles, adorning the city with an ethereal, dreamlike quality, rendering it almost surreal. Much like that game, the antithesis of the material world had appeared within his life, altering the trajectory of his existence in a mere instant. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up, glancing at the number, Tiannan Road Sub-Bureau. Hello, I am Qin Manjiang. Mr. Qin, your sister is involved in a homicide case. We have assessed her mental state, and the prosecution has decided not to file charges. However, her current condition is unsuitable for social life. We will be sending her to Mianshan Psychiatric Hospital. We hope you can accompany us tomorrow and sign the necessary documents. Must she be sent to a psychiatric hospital? Indeed, at the very least, a professional evaluation is required to ascertain that her mental state is stable before she can be placed under family care. All right, I understand. I will be there. Thank you for your cooperation. The call ended. Outside, the rain poured down incessantly, large droplets pelting against the awning with a sharp sound. The outcome concerning Qin Mani was well within Qin Manjiang's expectations. Although it was stated that her mental state warranted no prosecution, the homicide itself was extraordinarily bizarre, and her solid alibi was undeniable. She had completely forgotten the events of the past, thus sending her to a psychiatric facility truly seemed the most prudent choice. The myriad of doubts surrounding Qin Mani was overwhelming. Qin Manjiang now harbored suspicions that the connection from 2 years prior might have been activated by her. Moreover, the incident in Xiajiang village, old Qin's death, and everything surrounding it seemed intricately linked to her. Qin Manjiang did not relinquish his phone. Instead, his thumb hovered over the icon of the game. He had yet to thoroughly examine all the content of this game. Just as he was about to tap it, a sudden urgency gripped his breath, warmth blossoming in his chest, as if the entire world were being submerged in water. Everything around him began to twist in a peculiarly eerie manner. Was this a harbinger of the game commencing? Qin Manjiang, suppressing a wave of intense discomfort, tapped into the screen of his phone. Game released, players assemble. Welcome to the world of strange tales. Lines of crimson text materialized on the screen, and Qin Manjiang's breaths quickened, his left hand pressing against the desk, his body trembling uncontrollably. Multiplayer mode activated. Strange Tale, The Sick Sheep. Summoning players, Qing Tong. Summoning players, Chiyu. Summoning plays, Dao Bili. Summoning players, Boss Sure. Summoning players, I'm Fed Up. Summoning players, Abyss. Qin Manjiang saw his own name among them. Yet, it was not the conclusion. As the text melded into the black backdrop, a fresh page of sanguine text emerged. Challenge mode activated. Strange Tale, Close Your Eyes. Summoning players, Xing Qiu. Summoning players, Qianli. Summoning players, Lemonade with Ice. Summoning players, Horse with Sword. Summoning players, Fragrant Grass and Slanting Sun. One by one, the crimson names appeared. In the pitch-black night, across different cities, some furrowed their brows at their phones atop the highest floors of skyscrapers. Others sat in luxurious bathtubs, hands clasped in prayer around their devices. Some whistled, clad in raincoats, meandering in circles through the downpour. Others reclined upon park benches, cigarette butts flickering in and out. The chosen felt a jolt of trepidation, their expressions grim, while the unchosen reveled in unbridled joy, their eyes gleaming with a vicious light. The myriad facets of humanity were on full display. However, what none anticipated was that typically, this cursed game would only release 2 modes simultaneously. One multiplayer, one challenge. Yet this time, after the announcement of the challenge mode players, a new interface unexpectedly emerged. Exploration mode activated. Explorer, Yang. Chapter 15, Opening Remarks. Qin Manjiang felt little significance in this, but for others, the impact of this scene was monumental. Not only was it the exploration mode, but also Yang. What did it mean for one individual to embark on a completely unknown exploration mode? Only seasoned players comprehended its gravity. As all 3 games were unveiled, the text faded. Yet Qin Manjiang continued to fixate on his phone screen. Simultaneously, a striking line of crimson text materialized. Strange Tale, The Sick Sheep. Opening phrase, Sprout 2 horns. Strip away the bones. They're flaying my skin. Face a bit thinner. Lift the corners of your mouth and smile. All right, go have a drink. I'm placed in a pitch-black, narrow hole, unable to contain light in my eyes anymore. I'm a god. I do not wish to become a god. The red text appeared on the phones of players engaged in the Sick Sheep tale, and apart from them, others could not perceive this information. For reasons unknown, these few lines sent shivers down Qin Manjiang's arms. Following that, the final words appeared. 7 days later, proceed to Xianying Village in the Taiyan district of Fuqing. Game duration, 1 week. Game failure punishment, obliteration. Latecomers will be deemed as game failures. Those who flee early will be deemed as game failures. Those who perish will be deemed as game failures. Good luck, Strange Tale players. Frankly, the third condition for game failure was entirely unnecessary. Thunder rumbled. Outside, the rain continued to pour, lightning flashing. 7 days hence, to Xianying Village? In this age of information, the first thing Qin Manjiang did was search online for information regarding Xianying Village. However, in stark contrast to his hometown, Xiajiang Village, Xianying Village remains obscure, with scant information available online. Yet, Qin Manjiang is acutely aware that, irrespective of any issues, this game is bound to generate some complications within Xianying Village. Moreover, judging by the opening dialogue of the game, that place does not seem to be one where nothing has transpired. With horns affixed and bones stripped away, they are peeling away my skin. My face becomes thinner still, the corners of my mouth lift, as if compelled to smile. Very well, let's have a drink. I find myself ensconced in a pitch-black, narrow crevice, where no light can penetrate my eyes. I am a god. I do not wish to become a god. Qin Manjiang mutters. He is wholly committed to memory the words that just appeared. Aside from that, there are the other players who will accompany him on this journey. Qing Tong, Qiyu, Daobai Li, and Boss Sure. What a nuisance. Among them, the one who captures Qin Manjiang's attention most is the player with the moniker Nuisance. This individual is the last among the 10 seats in the game of Strange Tales. Although Qin Manjiang is unaware of the current player count, those who grace the leaderboard undoubtedly possess extraordinary qualities, even if merely exceptional luck. Speaking of which, the location for this game turns out to be in the Fuqing area, just as it was for his initial novice level. Does this mean the map of this Strange Tales game is confined to Fuqing? Or is it merely a coincidence? What differentiates multiplayer mode, challenge mode, and exploration mode? Qin Manjiang is virtually oblivious to these circumstances. However, he believes he will soon gain clarity, as he is about to encounter the other players of this game. Following a torrential downpour overnight, the weather has cleared, and the sky over Fuqing shines immaculate. In accordance with the notification from the previous night, Qin Manjiang arrives at Giant Tree Hospital to bid farewell to his sister, Qin Mani, for the last time. Qin Mani remains cheerful, extending her warmth to everyone around her. Save for Qin Manjiang. Who are you? She inquires once more. You're a fraud. Qin Mani retorts, utterly unconvinced. We bear no resemblance whatsoever. There is no blood relation between us, Qin Manjiang explains. Then why are you my brother? Their conversation is abruptly halted, as further dialogue proves futile. Your relationship with your sister has not been particularly good, has it? A police officer interjects. It's fine. We greet each other when we meet. Qin Manjiang contests the officer's assertion. While he does not consider his relationship with Qin Mani to be particularly close, he does not deem it poor either. After signing the family confirmation documents, Qin Manjiang is directed to board a vehicle heading to Mianshan Psychiatric Hospital. Can I opt out of going? He queries. The officer looks at him, somewhat perplexed. In principle, you could, but she currently has no other relatives. Wouldn't it be rather pitiable if you abandoned her? Qin Manjiang glances at Qin Mani, who is smiling and holding on to Dr. Shi. Pitiable? Given her current state, it is hard to discern any semblance of pity. If anything, she appears quite eager to go to the psychiatric hospital. Dr. Shi notices Qin Manjiang's gaze and inquires, Mr. Qin, do you have something to say to Mani? In the span of just a day, they have summoned Mani. Qin Manjiang feels even less compelled to do anything on her behalf. At this moment, Qin Mani suddenly exclaims, I don't want him to escort me. The onlookers are taken aback, as Qin Mani, upon regaining her senses, has entirely shed her previous aggression, becoming bright and talkative. Yet she offers no warmth toward Qin Manjiang. It is hard not to suspect that he may have wronged her in the past. However, Qin Manjiang is more than willing to hear this, hastily disembarking from the vehicle. All right, goodbye, he states, turn to leave. Surprised by the swiftness of his retreat, Qin Mani calls out, come back. I have something to say to you. Qin Manjiang glances at the nearby officer, who nods in assent. Reluctantly, he approaches Qin Mani. She clutches his sleeve, dragging him aside. This unexpected action leaves Qin Manjiang astonished. It does not resemble the behavior one would expect from someone who has lost their memory. She pulls him further away, to the point where the officer struggles to keep up, ready to follow her should she attempt to flee, until she finally halts. Ensuring that no one can overhear their conversation, Qin Mani stares intently at him, leaning in to whisper, do not trust the other players. Qin Manjiang's eyelids flutter. However, before he can inquire further, Qin Mani hastily adds, on September 3rd, the anniversary of our father's death, come to the psychiatric hospital to find me. Remember, Dr. Shi approaches, scrutinizing the complex expression on Qin Manjiang's face, and asks, what did she say? Just some ramblings. Qin Manjiang shakes his head. Chapter 16, Transforming into Sheep. Fuqing is vast. To the south of the urban area lies Mianshan. To the west is Taiyan District, where one can find Maishan County. And at the far west of Maishan County is Xianying Village. Beyond Xianying Village lies the expanse of ancient forests, untouched by modern development. Maishan County is rather unremarkable, but the tales surrounding Xianying Village lend it some intrigue. The village's name originates from a legend that tells of refugees fleeing from the north several centuries ago. After enduring countless hardships, arrived at Maishan County. Yet the fertile lands of Maishan had long been claimed, leaving nothing but barren land that could not sustain the multitude of fleeing souls. As the group found themselves exhausted and starving, on the brink of death, a black sheep suddenly appeared. It made no sound, its elongated pupils fixated on the refugees. As if bewitched, the weary souls began to follow the creature in a daze. By the time they stopped, they had arrived at a picturesque locale. The refugees rejoiced, settling there, and naming their new home Xianying Village after the guiding black sheep. Naturally, the sheep became a revered symbol among the villagers of Xianying. The fortunate chosen ones would don horns and drape themselves in sheep's wool, serving as the sheep deities for 3 days. On August 19th, the villagers of Xianying gather to sing and dance, with each household contributing a dish, laying out a banquet that stretches for hundreds of meters. This indeed is a pristine locale, reminiscent of the peach blossom spring, enveloped by towering mountains on all sides, with access to the village provided only by a winding dirt road, treacherous and uneven, that most drivers would hesitate to traverse. Thus, despite its unique charm, it remains largely unknown. It is difficult to fathom that such feudal practices still persist in the modern age. Yet this is the reality of remote villages, where the village chief's word often holds more sway than the law. However, on that night, a shadowy figure emerged outside the ancestral hall of Xianying Village. The wish that mother made was for him to successfully gain admission to university. Strange occurrences unfolded. Qin Ping, typically unruly and disinterested in academics, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, completing middle school and high school with ease, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university. Yet, shortly after his acceptance, his mother passed away. Qin Ping, possessing the intelligence requisite for university admission, quickly realized that his mother's death was akin to the sacrifices depicted in certain works of art, where a wish made to a malevolent deity must be repaid with a dire cost. He could not recall much about the girl, only that she was somewhat dark-skinned, honest to a fault, and had been taciturn since childhood. Stealing a glance into the ancestral hall, Qin Ping felt a pang of regret. The guards were even more vigilant than usual, the security almost impenetrable. Yet, such heightened vigilance only confirmed his suspicion that the hall concealed secrets. As he pondered how to gain entry, Qin Ping suddenly spotted another shadowy figure. Was that the village chief's son? Why was he not using the front entrance? Qin Ping stealthily followed. Under the cover of night, he watched as the village chief's son parted the grass, lay down on the ground, and slipped into the ancestral hall. "Whoa, there's a dog hole!" Qin Ping exclaimed, his heart soaring with excitement. After the sounds from within the wall faded away, he approached the edge, mimicking the mannerisms of the village chief's son as he brushed aside the grass. He squeezed through a hole and raised his gaze, only to be confronted by the imposing, ancient wooden shrine before him, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unease deep within his heart. The courtyard wall of this shrine was far more expansive than he had anticipated. As he ventured deeper, his trepidation grew. The night was inherently dim, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even a single chirp from the insects. The atmosphere felt decidedly surreal. As the saying goes, the more perceptive one is, the more easily they can frighten themselves. At this moment, Qin Ping found himself ensnared in such a predicament, his mind inundated with various horrifying tales and terrifying imagery, causing his calves to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. "I don't want to be the sheep immortal." The cry startled him to his core. Wait a moment. Was it the voice of Li Rong, the daughter of old Li? Indeed, she had been sent to the shrine a day early for preparations. Just as Qin Ping was regaining his composure, his nose twitched as an odd fragrance wafted through the air. Could it be longevity incense? Was someone lighting incense? The aroma enveloped him, inexplicably providing a measure of comfort, and Li Rong ceased her cries. Bringing someone to such a sinister place in the dead of night. No wonder she is reluctant. Qin Ping muttered to himself. He glanced around and caught sight of the village chief's son, who had slipped into the shrine before him, entering a particular room. He hurriedly followed, perking his ears and treading lightly as he approached the wooden window. As he drew near, a frown creased his brow. A foul stench pervaded the air. Not even a longevity incense could mask the odor, which bore the unmistakable scent of decay. He recalled an incident by the river where he had encountered a dead wild boar, its body long submerged and decomposed, exuding the same repugnant aroma now filling the room. What were they doing? Qin Ping's heart raced as he stealthily inserted his fingers into the crack of the wooden window, cautiously prying it open just enough to peer inside, aided by the night's dim light and flickering flames. To his astonishment, the number of people within far exceeded his expectations. The village chief's family, several elders from prominent clans, and a few middle-aged clan leaders who frequently traveled beyond the village for business were all present. They formed a circle, each holding a stick of longevity incense. The village chief's son, upon receiving a sharp glare, hurriedly retrieved his own stick of incense, obediently joining the throng. Qin Ping strained to observe through the narrow opening, spotting two individuals at the center of the gathering, a girl of 17 or 18, presumably Li Rong, and an elderly man hunched over on a mat, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. It was the village chief. At over 90 years old, he was still engaged in such arduous activity? Just as Qin Ping pondered this, he was horrified to see them remove Li Rong's upper garments. What were these people plotting? Sensing the gravity of the situation, he hesitated, contemplating whether to call for help, but then he saw the village chief produce an archaic brush, saturating it with ink before bringing it down onto Li Rong's bare torso. As the first stroke was made, Li Rong's eyes flew open, her irises aflame with a crimson hue, tears streaming down her cheeks. Qin Ping was seized by a wave of terror, his skin prickling. He had never witnessed the usually reserved Li Rong scream so desperately. Yet, the surrounding elders and clan leaders merely held her shoulders firmly, Their grip appeared unremarkable. Yet Li Rong was rendered immobile. Only her eyes could move, and at that moment, she could only weep, her body trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the elderly village chief, engrossed in his grotesque task of inscribing symbols upon her skin, remained wholly focused, as if engaged in some sacred rite. He worked slowly, as if each stroke demanded immense effort. After what felt like an eternity, a half-hour passed, and finally, Li Rong's body was covered in a bewildering array of symbols. These were not mere characters. As the village chief completed his final stroke, Li Rong's face contorted in an agonizing grimace. The circle of onlookers, previously circling the two, halted their movements. "You desire, I desire, let us be free of burdens," the village chief croaked, his voice hoarse and chant-like. Under the gaze of the incense-holding crowd, he nodded slightly. At this, one of the middle-aged clan leaders produced a black ram's horn, which bore a long iron nail driven into its base. They raised the horn high, and amid the swirling incense, they aimed the iron nail at Li Rong's temple and thrust it forth. Li Rong's eyes bulged, her temples swelling with veins as blood tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, a clear indication that her suffering had reached its zenith. Yet almost instantly, she seemed to feel no more pain. The village chief picked up the brush, saturating it with ink once more, and forcefully pressed it against her brow. A vivid crimson mark was left on her forehead, but in the next moment the skin, inscribed with those bizarre symbols, began to peel away on its own. Chun Ping was horrified, his heart racing as he stifled a gasp with a trembling hand, fearing he might cry out. The scene unfolding before him was too surreal and terrifying. A girl who had just been vibrant and alive moments ago, after a mere touch on her brow, was now shedding her skin, revealing raw, bloody flesh beneath. Yet, remarkably, Li Rong did not utter a single sound. She sat quietly, her eyes vacant, with blood trickling slowly from beneath the ram's horns embedded in her temples. Down the celestial garment, the village chief's voice, frail and chilling, resounded once more. A piece of sheepskin was brought forth into Chun Ping's trembling view. The village chief unfurled it and gently draped it over Li Rong's bloodied, raw form. Astonishingly, the inanimate sheepskin began to writhe. It slithered into Li Rong's body, adhering tightly to her flesh, merging with her in the blink of an eye. "Welcome, O great sheep immortal! Welcome, O great sheep immortal!" The assembly inside the shrine bowed in reverence. Yet to Chun Ping, this scene appeared utterly horrifying. He struggled to contain his breath, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. Is this the fate of the chosen one? Suddenly, thoughts of his own mother flashed through his mind. Could she be subjected to the same fate? A chill ran down his spine, and he shuddered. "No, I must call for help. I have to escape and alert the authorities. This terrifying place must be eradicated." At that moment, the village chief was performing the final step of the ritual. However, just as he placed the ink-soaked brush tip against Li Rong's brow, an unexpected sound broke the quietude of the shrine. A faint click echoed through the stillness like thunder. The village chief's hand trembled, and the brush clattered to the ground. His face turned ghostly pale in an instant as he bellowed, "Quick, pick it up, reapply it, hurry!" A strange night breeze surged through the window, causing the brush to roll a few times across the floor. The village chief anxiously observed for a moment, and upon seeing that Li Rong's eyes remained tightly shut, he finally exhaled in relief. "Find that person from earlier," he commanded. Yes, village chief, in the ancient, unchanging forest, a gust of wind swept through. The shrine that had just been filled with people was now deserted. The girl seated on the mat within the shrine, cloaked in sheepskin, with the ram's horns embedded in her temples, bore a face that had been meticulously arranged into a semblance of a smile, her bloodstains carefully concealed. Yet, the villagers of Xianyang, now slumbering, remained oblivious to the fact that the girl who should not awaken was, at that moment, opening her eyes in the dimness of the shrine. On the morning of August 20th, at 8 a.m., Qin Manjiang had already arrived in Maishan the previous night. Today marks the commencement of the game. To reach the village of Xianyang, there are only 2 buses available throughout the day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Thus he must arrive early to await their arrival. However, what are the others? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a man's voice. "Hey, kid, over here." "Me? Kid?" Qin Manjiang turned to the source of the voice, spotting a middle-aged man with drooping eyelids seated in the driver's seat of an off-road vehicle. He appeared somewhat unkempt, yet his words took Qin Manjiang by surprise. "Hello there, kid. I am Bashir." Chapter 17, The Gathering of Players. Indeed, Boss Sure was an owner. He immediately recognized Qin Manjiang as another unfortunate soul bound for Xinying Village. Come on up, ride with me, or once the 7 days are up, we'll find it exceedingly difficult to escape without a vehicle. After pondering for a moment, Qin Manjiang conceded that this was a reasonable proposition. He scrutinized the man further. At first glance, Boss Sure seemed rather disheveled, yet upon closer inspection, there was a certain scholarly aura about him. Boss Sure leaned over, opening the passenger seat for Qin Manjiang. My name is Shirley Shan. I deal in antiques. And you? Seeing this, Qin Manjiang climbed into the vehicle and replied, I am Qin Manjiang, still a student. Ha, I knew it. You're even younger than my son. Don't take offense at my calling you kid, Boss Sure said cheerfully. The moment I saw your code name, I figured you couldn't be too old. At this, Qin Manjiang felt a tinge of embarrassment. He suddenly found himself curious. Boss Sure's demeanor and emotions were entirely at odds with the impending journey to a village rife with malevolent spirits and curses. It felt more like an ordinary trip. Did he not harbor any fears? Boss Sure seemed to sense his bewilderment and handed him a chilled can of coffee. It's early in the morning. Let us perk ourselves up. Once we enter that village, we'll be stuck there for 7 days, so we might as well relax a little now. Thank you. Qin Manjiang accepted the coffee, but did not open it immediately. Boss Sure, unfazed, continued, You might not be familiar with my line of work. The majority of antique transactions occur privately. There is hardly any profit to be made in open dealings. The saying 3 years without a business when business comes, it lasts for 3 years applies to us. He seemed quite animated. In my youth, I traveled the countryside hunting for treasures, not deceitful, but all hinged on one's discernment and courage. After all, some items even I couldn't ascertain their authenticity. I've been duped by seemingly honest individuals before. One fellow, cradling a bottle like a precious gem, acted as though it was a family heirloom from the Southern Song dynasty, unwilling to part with it. I fell for his drunken confessions, eventually acquiring the bottle. Upon showing it to my master, he exclaimed, Hey, this craftsmanship is quite new, a technique just developed last year. Damn it, what ripoff. It seemed many years had passed since then, yet Boss Sure's recounting flowed effortlessly, as if he were reliving treasured memories. So I tell you, young Qin, poverty, remoteness, ignorance, these traits do not inherently correlate with honesty. In fact, the more impoverished and isolated a village, the more cunning the inhabitants tend to be, and their customs can be quite bizarre. Qin Manjiang nodded. He himself came from a rural background, and some customs in his own village, could indeed be deemed peculiar. What about the others? He glanced around, noticing a distinct lack of unfamiliar faces. 2 have yet to arrive, while another 2 have gone to the town for supplies. We'll wait here. Boss Sure checked his phone. At that moment, an expensive-looking sedan approached. Beep, beep. After 2 honks, the window rolled down, revealing a woman wearing large sunglasses and adorned with exquisite makeup, who glanced at Boss Sure and Qin Manjiang. You are? She inquired, her voice melodious. Boss Sure promptly raised his hand in greeting. I am Boss Sure. My real name is Shirley Shan. Are you Miss Chi Yu or Fancy Lo? Qin Manjiang's heart stirred. It appeared that the 2 individuals who had gone to the town were indeed Qin Tung and Dao Bai Li, while the 2 who had yet to arrive were Chi Yu and Fancy Lo. However, he was somewhat taken aback to realize that Boss Sure seemed unfamiliar with Chi Yu and Fancy Lo. The latter, being a top 10 player, had never teamed up with him before. I am Abyss, you may call me Qin Manjiang. He greeted her, only then realizing how difficult it was to utter the alias he had chosen in real life. Ah, hello, I am Chi Yu. The young woman introduced herself with a gentle voice, revealing her in-game moniker. This is also my pen name. My real name is Lu Jingqing. In stark contrast to the commanding presence of the woman driving the luxury vehicle, Miss Lu spoke softly, yet one could sense her inner trepidation and unease. She nodded, forcing a smile. Yes, that's me. Just as Boss Sure was about to offer further compliments, he noted her pallor and fell silent. Well, that's nice. I didn't expect you to be chosen by this game as well. The atmosphere grew somber. Indeed, the wealth and power of the real world could not shield one from the existence of the metaphysical. Qin Manjiang had tried all sorts of protective charms, crosses, guanine figurines, jade Buddha statues, anything believed to ward off evil spirits, but to no avail. They were left with no option but to adhere to the game's rules. By the way, Miss Lu, your car cannot make it into Xinying Village. You should ride with us, Boss Sure suggested. Lu Jingqing glanced at him and Qin Manjiang before nodding then. I will trouble you. Boss Sure waved his hand dismissively. What trouble? This vehicle is made for rough terrain and can accommodate 7 people. We can bring along extra supplies. At this juncture, Boss Sure suddenly fell silent for a moment. I am unaware of your past experiences. In this game of horror, I hope we can collaborate sincerely and support one another. The only ones who can truly empathize with our predicament are those who share the same plight. Old Sure speaks wisely. A robust male voice resonated from a distance. He approached, sporting a sports backpack, a buzz cut, and a fit physique. Though he appeared to be in his middle age, his vitality was nevertheless commendable. Hello, I am Dao Bai Li, an avid sports enthusiast and history teacher. My real name is He Jian. You may call me Old He. He unceremoniously opened the rear door of the off-road vehicle and tossed his belongings inside. Counting this time, I have collaborated with this fellow for the 2nd time, he remarked, gesturing towards Shi Lianshan while unloading his things. As the disadvantaged party, if we continue to indulge in petty rivalries instead of seeking ways to escape, we are merely courting disaster. Resources, information, and fresh ideas are all meant to be shared. Unraveling or fleeing from this horror should be our utmost priority. Yes, we should help one another, another male voice chimed in, prompting Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing to notice a slight young man trailing behind the robust He Jian. He wore glasses, appeared to be in his 20s, stood somewhat hunched, and spoke with a tremor, exuding an air of uncertainty. I am Qing Teng, currently unemployed. My real name is Chun Ping. After exchanging a few brief words, Qin Manjiang felt a sense of reassurance. At least, thus far, his first experience in a multiplayer mode had not presented any peculiar individuals. Everyone seemed anxious about the forthcoming 7 days. However, Fancy Lu had yet to make an appearance. Everyone shook their heads. This was Qin Manjiang's first time participating in a horror game alongside others. This is bad. We can't afford to wait. Just driving there will take over half a day. What if the 10th player has encountered an incident on the way? Shi Lianshan muttered. I believe we should head out first. If we arrive late, we might die outright, Chun Ping suggested softly. However, this statement stirred something within Qin Manjiang. He turned his head and addressed Shi Lianshan, who was in the driver's seat, saying, I too believe we should set off. The 10th seat ought to have its own thoughts. Shi Lianshan glanced to the rearview mirror, where everyone offered him affirming looks, and he nodded. All right, let us depart. Chapter 18. Conversations in the car. The vehicle entered the mountains. The road was a bumpy dirt path, winding its way through the forest. I wonder if the other 2 groups have commenced their games, Shi Lianshan murmured suddenly while driving. Qin Manjiang appeared somewhat intrigued and inquired, what distinguishes the challenge mode from the exploration mode? He Jian, while organizing the tools he had brought, replied, Who are you asking about that? It's actually quite simple. The so-called challenge mode refers to places that were once assigned for the ghost storytelling game, but where all personnel met with disastrous ends. Such tales, in which no one survived, are deemed exceptionally challenging. However, completing the challenge mode also yields more substantial rewards. Rewards? Qin Manjiang was captivated by this unfamiliar term. Since it is a game, there must surely be rewards. This time, several people turned their gazes towards him. Didn't you receive any rewards in your novice stage? It was merely an icon of a pupil, known as the Spirit Pupil, which appeared on my phone's personal interface. After each game, as long as one survives, one can receive some Spirit Pupil rewards, and the rankings for the 10 seats are also determined by the quantity of Spirit Pupils one possesses. Spirit Pupil? He was certain he had never encountered such a thing. I have never seen it, not even in the novice stage. Could it be that it is part of the game? Shi Lianshan seemed quite trendy, aware of even such terminology. I know of one possibility. Lu Jingqing suddenly spoke softly. Upon noticing the faint look of confusion on Qin Manjiang's face, she continued, there was indeed such an occurrence, but it did not happen in an individual's novice stage. Rather, it was during a multiplayer ghost storytelling game. In that instance, everyone relied on one individual to escape, achieving a complete exodus. Once they left the ghostly realm, that person received all the spirit pupils, while the others received none. Huh? Such a thing exists? Who was it? Lu Jingqing's expression shifted slightly. She lowered her head and murmured, that person was young, the foremost player, undoubtedly the best. Yes, it is he. Shi Lianshan nodded instinctively, no wonder. However, Qin's novice stage would not have involved others, so how could spirit pupils be taken away? Yet, upon hearing Shi Lianshan's words, Qin Manjiang was momentarily taken aback. No, his novice stage did involve others. Not only that, but that individual had made significant contributions, repeatedly helping him evade danger and guiding him with numerous clues. Ultimately, It was that person who had thrown him out of the fiery scene. If Li Xiaojiao still retained his identity as a player and was still alive, then it would explain why he had not received any spirit pupil rewards during the novice stage. However, he had clearly transformed into a malevolent spirit, completely vanishing from the realm of reality. Qin Manjiang furrowed his brow, seemingly oblivious to the fact that someone behind him had been secretly observing him. What purpose do those spirit pupils serve? He asked. Of course they do. Shirley and Shan's interest was piqued upon hearing the question. Spirit pupils can be exchanged for some exceedingly bizarre yet useful disposable items. Although those items still cannot enable us to confront malevolent spirits directly, they significantly enhance our survival rates. Regrettably, a player is permanently limited to 3 purchases. What a pity. He Jian interrupted Shirley and Shan's discourse. Qin, for now, do not listen to his boasting. Even disposable items are not something we can readily acquire. Shirley and Shan lamented. Indeed, for players like me and teacher he, having experienced 3 ghost storytelling games including the novice stage, we have only accumulated around 5 spirit pupils. Yet, the minimum required for a disposable item is 10 spirit pupils. In my opinion, our greatest hope this time rests on that individual in the 10th seat. He is among the top 10. Perhaps he even possesses permanent items. Belmano item? Qin Manjiang was even more astonished. Besides disposable items, such a thing exists? Yes, like disposable items. They cannot confront malevolent spirits directly and can only be used once per game, but they can serve extremely unique functions within ghost storytelling games. For instance, it is rumored that among the top 10, there is a player known as the Doctor, who possesses a cursed scalpel as a permanent item. That scalpel has but one effect. Once it is plunged into a heart, the stabbed individual cannot die for half an hour. However, after that half hour, if they have not escaped the ghostly realm, they will be immediately consumed by the curse of the scalpel, leaving no trace of their existence. As Shirley and Shan spoke of the Doctor's permanent item, an unmistakable envy colored his tone. Half an hour without death. Even if one were turned into a pulp, they would still live. Such a thing is both terrifying and fascinating. With this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Well, let us not dwell on that. It is a unique item requiring a full 100 spirit pupils for purchase, and it generates based on the player's characteristics, so it cannot be replicated. Only those exceptionally talented individuals among the top 10 might have a chance of possessing it. By the way, I haven't yet explained the exploration mode. He Jian, ever the teacher, spoke with clarity and thoroughness, ensuring nothing was overlooked. The multiplayer mode we are engaged in can be understood as a ghost storytelling that has been revealed by the game. For example, this time with the 6 sheep, there is an opening statement indicating that the game has some understanding of the underlying nature of this tale. In most cases, this is the type of game we are required to play. But the exploration mode, in brief, refers to ghost tales and curses that even the game cannot comprehend. If it had an opening statement, I believe it would be filled with blood-red question marks. The terror of that mode surpasses our comprehension. I think this is also why the top player was chosen. Qin Manjiang finally grasped the distinction, yet it only heightened his curiosity. This mode truly seemed as if someone were controlling everything from behind the scenes. Suddenly, Qin Manjiang glanced into the rearview mirror, fixing his gaze on Chen Ping, and asked, "Excuse me, you have been secretly watching me for quite some time. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chen Ping appeared startled, hastily waving his hands in denial. "No. That's not it. I just thought you looked a bit familiar. Is that so?" Qin Manjiang smiled, seemingly acquiescing to the explanation. "Perhaps we have crossed paths somewhere. Can you recall?" Chen Ping shook his head, replying no. "Not in Fuqing." Qin Manjiang grew intrigued. "But I have never left Fuqing." Chen Ping shook his head once more. I just think you resemble someone else. I wouldn't think you are him. How can you be so certain without confirming that I have always been in Fuqing?" Qin Manjiang increasingly sensed that Chen Ping was concealing something from him. Yet, seeing Chen Ping hesitate to speak, Shirley and Shan couldn't help but urge, "Just say it. No one will harm you." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping quietly raised his head to glance at Qin Manjiang again, saying, I attended university in another city. In one of our classrooms, there hangs a photograph of a young professor who looks remarkably like you. It's almost identical. However, he has been deceased for 20 years. Once Chen Ping had shared his thoughts, he felt considerably relieved, so I was just taken aback by the fact that there are 2 completely unrelated people in the world who look so alike. And I couldn't help but steal a few glances. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Qin Manjiang seemed momentarily frozen. He straightened his posture, his mouth immediately closing, his eyelids drooping before reopening. Slowly, He raised his hand to grasp the iced coffee placed before him. The movement of his neck was rather unnatural, and the frequency of his blinking quickened significantly in that instant. He pulled the tab of the coffee canister, mechanically lifting it to his lips, and drank. The sound of swallowing echoed rhythmically, as if set to a predetermined cadence. This bizarre posture startled everyone. The group, already en route to the eerie village, suspected that Qin Manjiang had been possessed by a spirit, prompting Shi Lianshan to slam on the brakes. Hey, something's off with him. Just as Shi Lianshan was about to throw open the car door and flee, Qin Manjiang set down the coffee, his demeanor and actions returning to normal. Even his expression bore a hint of confusion as he turned to the others and inquired, "What's wrong?" Chapter 19. The Gaze of the Sheep's Eye. This Qin Manjiang was decidedly unsettling. Under the wary gazes of his companions, Qin Manjiang himself appeared utterly baffled. What happened? We were just having a pleasant conversation. It seemed he had completely forgotten his earlier behavior. He Jian murmured, "What was I doing just now?" Qin Manjiang, having overheard He Jian's mutterings, gazed at everyone in astonishment. After a brief pause, Shi Lianshan felt the atmosphere had stabilized somewhat, hastily restarting the vehicle and steering towards Xianying village, fearing that if they were delayed, the entire group would perish. "Little Qin, I suggest you find time for a medical checkup," He Jian proposed. "Forget about it. Let's keep moving. I hope that fellow from the 10th seat arrives on time. I recommend you all take a brief nap in the car. Otherwise, in that kind of place, we won't be able to sleep soundly for the next 7 days." This suggestion held merit, and Qin Manjiang readily complied, dozing off for a short while. He possessed a remarkable gift. He never dreamt while sleeping. Since childhood, his sleep quality had been astonishingly good. With a jolt from the brakes, Qin Manjiang awoke from his brief slumber. "Wake up, we've arrived." Shi Lianshan's voice broke the silence. The others had not truly fallen asleep. Who could rest easy in a place rumored to be haunted? Except for Qin Manjiang. They peered through the car windows, observing the surroundings. Since their departure in the morning, dusk had begun to settle. The sun had dipped beyond the mountains, leaving only a vibrant glow painting half the sky. Nestled among the mountains, the scattered houses appeared to blend into one another, and through the dimness, figures could be seen moving about. Strangely, some homes were exquisitely ornate, rivaling villas, while others remained modest, single-story dwellings. With the money to build a small villa, they could have fixed the road leading out of the mountains. "I wonder what they're thinking," He Jian remarked, shaking his head. "If the people here shared our rationality, would this place still be haunted?" Shi Lianshan retorted. "True." The group, laden with luggage, exchanged glances. Inhaling deeply, Shi Lianshan declared, "Everyone, no infighting. If trouble arises, lend a hand if you can. If not, run." They nodded in agreement. "And you, little Qin, this advice is particularly for you. You're new to the game and still unaware. Unlike the ghosts you encountered in the novice level, the malevolent spirits in multiplayer mode possess multiple terrifying abilities. They may be immensely powerful, elusive, or even disguise themselves as you or me. Exercise caution, and if you encounter one, remain calm and seek an opportunity to escape. However, do not fret excessively. Aside from the unknown exploration mode, both multiplayer and challenge modes have their paths to completion. Survival may be deeply concealed or surprisingly simple. Ultimately, your fate rests in your own hands." Shi Lianshan's tone softened as he regarded Qin Manjiang, not only because he was indeed a new player, but also due to the fact that he was the youngest at just 20, still in college. Encountering such events at this age reminded him of his own son. Qin Manjiang nodded earnestly, "I understand." Glancing at the time, they had received the mission at 9 o'clock in the evening, and the game was set to commence around the same time. It was nearly time. Adhering to the principle of spending as little time in the village as possible, the group had deliberately lingered for over 3 hours, waiting until the last moment to enter the village. During this interval, the individual from the 10th seat had yet to arrive. It seemed he had either already entered the village or encountered an accident on the way. Either scenario was beyond their control. "Let us go in." The 5 of them stepped into the village, crossing the threshold marked by a massive stone inscribed with Xianying village, when suddenly a crimson line appeared. In Qin Manjiang's astonished gaze, the blood-red line spread rapidly, enveloping the entire Xianying village. Then the outside world was plunged into darkness, as if the night had fallen into an abyss, with stars and moon entirely vanishing. This marked the moment when this area became separate from reality, though only in their perception. For the villagers, everything appeared normal. So that's how it is. Following the other 4, Qin Manjiang surveyed Xianying village. As night fell, Every household lit their lamps. The village was bustling with activity, and it was undeniable that numerous elements related to sheep permeated the surroundings. Most distinctively, every household raised sheep, not just free range, but kept them within their homes. Moreover, all the sheep encountered thus far were black. Black goats. Let us find a place to stay and inquire at the village chief's house, Shirley Inshan suggested. Do you all feel like we're being watched? He Jian whispered. Not by people, but by sheep, Qin Manjiang corrected. His statement seemed to shatter some unseen barrier in the darkness. Elongated pupils suddenly emerged from the courtyards and windows of each house, a multitude of black sheep staring at them from all directions. Hiss! This eerie tale is called sick sheep. Could it be that one of these sheep has gained sentience? He Jian speculated. The opening line suggested a sheep that developed consciousness was forcibly transformed into a deity, seeking revenge. For some reason, the seemingly ordinary phrase about a sheep gaining awareness left Qin Manjiang in a state of deep contemplation until a gust of wind wafted through, startling him back to reality. Hey, you lot, you're from out of town, aren't you? A middle-aged man's voice called out. It did not seem particularly averse to outsiders. Exchanging glances, Qin Manjiang and his companions followed the man. As they registered their names, an incident occurred. Chen Ping, you share a name with a boy from our village. Just don't get mixed up. The last part was whispered, yet Qin Manjiang caught it, reminiscent of He Jian's earlier mumblings. All right, follow me. There's a place for travelers to stay over there, 300 a night. If you want food, you can explore around or wait for tomorrow's event, the 100-meter feast. The group trailed behind him, their luggage in tow, as the sheep continued to fixate on them with their unsettling, elongated pupils. Shirley Inshan, being seasoned in dealing with people, quickly learned that the middle-aged man was surnamed Chun, one of the prominent families in Xianying village. Thanks, Brother Chun. Let us grab a drink together sometime. Brother Chun merely waved him off and opened the door to the inn. As the door swung open, it revealed a massive mirror. However, at that precise moment, everyone distinctly saw that Brother Chen's face in the mirror had transformed into that of a black sheep. The bizarre, rectangular pupils stared back at them through the glass, sending chills down their spines. They instinctively shifted, about to turn and flee, but Chun turned, looking at them impatiently. What are you up to? It's late. Don't wander around. We can play tomorrow. Yet everyone knew they had not imagined it. A tale of the supernatural. Sick sheep. Was it a sheep transformed into a human, or a human who became a sheep? As they observed Chun, who had collected his payment and turned away with a satisfied demeanor, they understood that it had indeed arrived. Gratitude was extended to the Lord of Bureau. Tomorrow, at the third watch, an additional installment shall be dedicated to the valiant sword-bearer of Bureau. Chapter 20, A Midnight Apparition. That night, although the inn was filled with numerous vacant rooms, the five chose to crowd together in the living room, taking turns to rest. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this arrangement would persist throughout the week. Qin Manjiang was indifferent. While he too felt fear, he found it curious that, despite the panic and trepidation evident on his face, his thoughts remained unaffected by his emotions. Occasionally, he pondered whether he had fallen ill, for even when Li had sacrificed himself in the flames to save him, he maintained an unsettling calmness. Though tears streamed down his face, he was only belatedly aware of his weeping when he touched the moisture on his cheeks. This sensation was peculiar, as if a transparent barrier separated his body from his soul, allowing his spirit to observe as his physical form expressed a range of emotions, only to later receive feedback. It was not his soul that instigated the emotional upheaval, but rather the body that signaled, "You ought to cry now," prompting the soul to realize, yes, I should indeed be crying. The body would declare, "It is time to feel fear," and upon receiving this message, the soul would respond accordingly. Yes, now is the time for fear. He was uncertain if this sequence or condition was accurate. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Did everyone experience this? The first to keep watch was Qin Manjiang, a privilege afforded to him as the youngest and least experienced among the new players. After all, the first half of the night passed swiftly, and none could fall asleep so quickly. An hour soon elapsed, following the earlier unsettling encounter with the sheep-faced mister Chun in the mirror. The atmosphere among the five grew increasingly oppressive. Even the lights in the living room were fully illuminated, for in such a place, darkness wrought a heightened sense of dread. Qin Manjiang gazed out the window. It was nearing 11 o'clock. Each person was to keep watch for an hour and a half, meaning he had about half an hour left before he could take his turn to rest. As time ticked away, the weary travelers gradually succumbed to slumber. Except for the next watchman. The next to keep vigil was Lu Jingqing, the soft-spoken female writer. She merely closed her eyes to rest, not truly asleep. As the shift change approached, Lu Jingqing opened her eyes and addressed Qin Manjiang. "Qin, could you accompany me to the restroom?" She felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, in such a place, venturing to the restroom posed a significant challenge, a dilemma they could not evade. Rising, Qin Manjiang nodded. "All right, let us go." It was only natural. Two individuals venturing together were far safer than one alone. Casting a glance back at the three who had already drifted off, Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing tiptoed out of the living room towards the restroom at the end of the corridor. "Thank you. I am the only girl here, and I find it difficult to voice such things," Lu Jingqing murmured softly as they walked. Qin Manjiang shook his head. "It is no trouble." Soon, they arrived at the restroom, and Lu Jingqing opened the door to enter, but shortly thereafter, she peered out, her face half visible. "Qin, could you stay outside and talk with me? I have a timid disposition, and having a voice outside would make me feel more at ease." Once more, Qin Manjiang nodded, "Of course. Thank you. I truly appreciate it." Lu Jingqing sighed in relief. She closed the restroom door and almost immediately, her voice emerged from within. "Qin, have you pieced together any clues regarding this strange tale?" "Not yet," he thought, glancing up at the corridor's light, suddenly realizing he could see clearly without his glasses. When had he become nearsighted? It felt as if he had grown accustomed to it. People say that the information about the strange tale is hidden within the opening lines of the game, and I believe I have deciphered a fragment. Lu Jingqing's words captured Qin Manjiang's attention. She had discerned something, but chose to share it only with him in this moment. "Can you share it with me?" Qin Manjiang inquired tentatively. "Certainly. Consider my gratitude," Lu Jingqing continued. "With horns sprouting and bones being sheared, they are flaying my skin. My face must grow thinner. The corners of my mouth must lift in a smile. All right, let's have a drink. I am confined in a pitch-black, narrow hole, unable to contain any light in my eyes. I am a god. I do not wish to become a god." Lu Jingqing articulated her deductions with clarity. Suddenly, Qin Manjiang whipped his head toward the window at the end of the corridor. Outside, darkness enveloped the scene. Yet just moments ago, he distinctly sensed something watching him. Knock. Knock, knock. Qin Manjiang rapped on the restroom door. "Lu, you need to hurry. Something feels amiss." Moreover, he had taken note of her statement about being confined in a dark, narrow hole, unable to contain any light. As if ignoring Qin Manjiang's knocks and words, Lu Jingqing continued unabated. The opening lines serve as a guide set by the game. Each phrase holds significance. The first half can be interpreted as the victim's place of death, but what about the latter half? "Lu?" Qin Manjiang furrowed his brow, knocking with increased urgency. "Come out quickly. We must leave." At that moment, the corridor lights flickered violently. Suddenly, the entire corridor was shrouded in darkness. Qin Manjiang's knocking ceased abruptly. Moonlight streamed through the window, and he glanced again toward the right side window. A grotesque sheep's head loomed there, staring intently at him. "It has come. The cursed sheep has arrived." Buzz. The corridor lights flickered back on, and the sinister sheep's head vanished. Yet within the restroom, Lu Jingqing continued speaking to herself. The phrase about being unable to contain light, does it imply the victim went blind or perished? I believe neither. Upon comprehensive interpretation, my hypothesis is that a person was slain by some form of god-making ritual in this village, dying with resentment, transforming into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. The true meaning behind unable to contain light may be. The corridor lights extinguished once more. He could not discern the entirety of the sheep's form. Only its menacing head and elongated, malicious pupils visible in the moonlight. It was drawing closer to the restroom. A profound sense of dread enveloped the corridor, and Qin Manjiang felt the air around him grow chillingly cold. Inside the restroom, Lu Jingqing appeared oblivious to any commotion outside, her voice still resonating. The true meaning of that half-phrase may be, it can only act in the darkness. As Lu Jingqing's words fell, a terrifying black sheep's head abruptly materialized before Qin Manjiang. A chill coursed through his body as he locked eyes with its eerie pupils. Chapter 21. A Narrow Escape from Death. The chilling, emotionless gaze felt akin to confronting a lifeless entity. Unlike the specters encountered in the cinema, where some familiarity lingered, ghosts transformed from human beings, this terrifying black sheep's head rendered him utterly unnerved. This was undeniably a being beyond comprehension. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, as Qin Manjiang sensed the breath of death. The sheep's head loomed ever closer. Its next appearance would herald his demise. What to do? How could he shatter the impending doom before him? Was it truly light that could save him? As Lu Jingqing had remarked, could it be that this pitch-black goat's head could only move when darkness fell? No, the lights have now been extinguished entirely, yet the goat's head remains eerily still, fixated on Qin Manjiang without a hint of movement. This suggests that darkness is not a requisite for its motion. Rather, it must be something else. What could it be? Suddenly, Qin Manjiang felt a twinge of discomfort in his eyes. Just as he was about to blink, a flash of insight struck him. He stifled the urge to blink and focused intently on the goat's head. Is this it? Let me test it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. It remained still. Indeed, the goat's head had ceased its flickering. The root of the phenomenon lay in his gaze meeting its own. Although they were separated by a considerable distance, the moment it appeared by the window, their eyes locked. Realizing this, Qin Manjiang refrained from widening his eyes, knowing that would only exacerbate the discomfort. He continued to stare at the terrifying goat's head, all the while forcefully banging on the door. "Rider Lu, please come out." Qin Manjiang refused to abandon her to flee alone. After all, he had experienced the discomfort of both abandonment and being abandoned. Bang! The impact of a grown man's body gradually yielded results as the bathroom door creaked open. Qin Manjiang could not bear to look at Lu Jingqing's state, but he could hear her softly murmuring even in this dire situation, "Why do they create gods, beseeching them for wishes? Fulfilling desires requires repayment. What wishes have they made?" Lu Jingqing seemed entranced, utterly oblivious to the world around her. As Qin Manjiang kept his eyes on the goat's head, he used his free hand to pull Lu Jingqing from the bathroom. Luckily, she was already dressed. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant inconvenience. Upon leaving the bathroom, Qin Manjiang covered Lu Jingqing's eyes. The moment they stepped out, she seemed to awaken from a dream. "Qin, classmate, is it you?" She struggled to free herself from his grasp. Qin Manjiang, having a slight height advantage, found it easy to control the somewhat frail female rider, though he did not wish to exert force. "It's me, rider. Please don't move. I can release my hand from your eyes, but you must not open them. There's a ghost just 2 meters in front of us." His words were devoid of embellishment, a stark contrast to Lu Jingqing's expectations, yet the content sent a shiver down her spine. A ghost just 2 meters away? She immediately froze. "Please continue to cover my eyes." Lu Jingqing complied without hesitation, with one hand on her shoulder and the other over her eyes. Qin Manjiang guided her in a semicircle toward the living room. His eyes grew increasingly dry. Typically, a person blinks about 15 times per minute, yet Qin Manjiang had refrained from blinking for over 3 minutes. His body instinctively urged his eyelids to close, but reality compelled him to suppress that urge. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The pair slowly retreated toward the living room. Qin Manjiang understood that reaching the living room did not guarantee safety. For the noises he had made, shouting and banging on the door, had not disturbed the 3 slumbering individuals. This defied logic. While one person might sleep soundly, 3 people in such a place sleeping so deeply was absurd. Lu Jingqing was equally tense. Qin Manjiang could feel her trembling, yet she remained obedient, refraining from asking unnecessary questions. At that moment, Qin Manjiang sensed his eyelids could hold out no longer. He attempted to switch on the living room lights, but to no avail. The hallway remained shrouded in darkness. Though the goat's head had not moved, it was still present. "Rider, I'm about to let you go. Please lower your head and slowly open your eyes. Retrieve the powerful flashlight from my backpack and hand it to me, but remember, do not look up." Qin Manjiang spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingqing felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She promptly nodded, "Yes, I understand." "Good. Do not be afraid." Qin Manjiang released his hand from her eyes. The 3 individuals continued to sleep soundly, as if impervious to any sound. Following Qin Manjiang's instructions, she located the backpack he had been carrying and extracted the flashlight. "Qin, classmate, here you go." She dare not look up, instead reaching for his hand to pass the flashlight to him. Upon receiving it securely, Qin Manjiang's eyelids finally succumbed and blinked. The black goat's head vanished instantaneously. Yet, in that very moment, as Qin Manjiang opened his eyes, the flashlight sprang to life. The goat's head appeared momentarily before evaporating into the air before him. Exhaling deeply, Qin Manjiang felt a wave of relief wash over him, hastily blinking several more times. Lu Jingqing, kneeling on the ground, finally dared to raise her gaze toward him. Upon observing his almost unchanged expression, she could not help but inquire, "Qin classmate, are you all right?" From this new companion, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. What touched her most was that throughout the ordeal, Qin Manjiang had never abandoned her to flee alone. Just as she posed her question, the other three were awakened by her voice. "What is happening?" He Jian's eyes shot open, fully alert. And upon seeing the fatigue etched on Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing's faces, his expression turned to one of suspicion. Just now a ghost appeared. Qin Manjiang's succinct statement left the three who had been sleeping in the living room utterly astonished. Chapter 22. It's Revenge. Shi Lianshan and Chun Ping grew tense as well. Qin Manjiang succinctly recounted the preceding events, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lu Jingqing, having shared in the experience, was now learning the complete narrative. The initial bizarre phenomenon was the sudden flickering of lights, which guided their gaze toward the window. Subsequently, they realized that neither they nor Lu Jingqing could hear Qin Manjiang's calls, while the goat's head drew closer in the darkness and vanished when the lights illuminated. Only then did they awaken. Shi Lianshan and He Jian took turns piecing together the events, growing increasingly agitated as they did so. "Xiao Qin, it's remarkable that you could think to keep your eyes open in such a moment," Shi Lianshan remarked, unable to contain himself. Lu Jingqing turned to Qin Manjiang once more. "Thank you, Qin classmate." At that moment, Chun Ping, who had remained reserved and mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. I have a thought." As everyone's attention shifted to him, Chun Ping instinctively shrank back, then continued. "This village is so vast. Why did that goat's spirit appear specifically near the bathroom at this moment? To seek you out? I believe." Seeing that no one refuted him, Chun Ping released a sigh of relief and continued. Could it be that while Xiao Qin was waiting outside the bathroom for Miss Lu and conversing with her, they touched upon a topic that triggered its emergence? Chun Ping's inquiry was indeed pivotal. Had he not brought it up, Qin Manjiang had intended to share his thoughts on the matter as well. "I concur, from the perspective of someone who experienced it. Its appearance at that moment was too coincidental. It was no accident. At the time, I was discussing the interpretation of the opening remarks with writer Lu, and as she finished her interpretation, the lights began to flicker, and it appeared." Lu Jingqing nodded in affirmation. "I too became completely oblivious to the sound from outside the bathroom after that. Just now, Qin classmate mentioned he was incessantly knocking and calling for me, yet I was entirely unaware, utterly absorbed in my own thoughts and articulating my ideas." She appeared to be somewhat apprehensive, and now, as she recounted the circumstances of that time, her words seemed somewhat disjointed. Qin Manjiang regarded her earnestly and remarked, "Writer Lu, your interpretation has hit the nail on the head." "I was saying, hold on." He Jian interrupted Lu Jingqing, shaking his head and stating, "Do not reiterate your previous interpretation. Tomorrow, we shall discuss it in a different location." Lu Jingqing realized her own rashness, startled, and quickly silenced herself. What if she summoned the goat demon again? At that moment, Chun Ping presented a new thought. Just now, little Qin mentioned that it flashes in the blink of an eye whenever the lights go out, and it disappears when the lights come on. I was pondering while the powerful flashlight made it vanish, perhaps. Chun Ping glanced at the dark corridor and whispered, "Could it be that it hasn't left and remains there, merely invisible to us?" This conjecture sent a chill down their spines, not solely due to its frightening nature, but because it held a chilling possibility of being true. Indeed, a faint semblance of fear surfaced on Qin Manjiang's face, contrasting starkly with his inner sentiments, creating a dissonance that left him momentarily taken aback, as if a covert voice were whispering to him, "You ought to be frightened now." Yet he felt no fear. Much like when confronting the death of Li Shizhou, it was as though a voice within him proclaimed, "He is your only friend. You must do everything in your power to save him. He died to save you. You ought to weep. What is happening to me?" This thought surged in his mind. Deep down, he did not truly believe this, yet his body seemed to respond as if programmed, triggering a scenario that evoked corresponding emotional responses. In the face of Li Shizhiu's death, Qin Manjiang could assert that his initial reaction was not tears, but rather a quest for the possibility of his survival, even if it meant entering the cinema once more. However, this was profoundly peculiar. Realizing that he might be grappling with an issue, Qin Manjiang refrained from delving deeper, for the moment was ill-suited for such contemplation. He surveyed the group and summarized, "For now, we can distill 3 points regarding the goat demon. First, it can be summoned through language. Second, it swiftly moves in dark spaces during the fleeting moments of eye contact. Third, it possesses the ability to mute sound. It seems we were entirely unable to hear your banging on the door and your cries. likely because, like Miss Liu, we were silenced by that malevolent goat. No. Qin Manjiang shook his head. The others looked at him in surprise, puzzled by his meaning. He continued, "It is not that you and Writer Liu were silenced. It is I who was muted. All sounds I created were unable to reach the outside world." Qin Manjiang paused before adding, "This vengeful spirit possesses the ability to draw individuals into a realm of silence, which is fatal for those acting alone. It can quietly eliminate anyone. The way I broke through the silence was by forcefully opening the restroom door and making physical contact with Writer Liu. Thus, in the absence of a 10th seat, it will be prudent for us to pair into groups of 2 and 3, avoiding solitary actions." Qin Manjiang's perspective was refreshing. It was not merely about silencing the perceptions of others, but rather the muffling of all noise from the individual chosen by it. His analysis resonated deeply with everyone. Having uncovered so much information on just the first night was commendable. As night deepened, a subtle wave of panic began to permeate the atmosphere. Except for Qin Manjiang, no one could find solace in sleep. They merely closed their eyes, afraid to succumb to slumber. Only a pair of eyes occasionally glanced at the already slumbering Qin Manjiang. The following morning, at the break of dawn, the village chief and several prominent families stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Behind them were their robust youths. "Where are the Wang family members who were on guard last night?" The village chief's aged eyes turned towards a middle-aged man standing nearby. "Chief, everything is arranged. They were still outside keeping watch when we left. They likely sneaked off to drink during the latter half of the night, Yuang family." The old village chief's wrinkled face was a portrait of discontent. "Open the door," he commanded. The grand door of the ancestral hall creaked open, and the group entered. The sun was yet to rise, and the dim light seeped into the hall. As soon as they stepped inside, a sharp, metallic scent of blood assaulted their senses. The sight within the hall left the younger members of the group horrified. The 2 Wang family members who were supposed to be on guard now lay lifeless before the steps of the ancestral plaque, their bodies gruesomely torn into numerous pieces. More horrifying was that their bones had been extracted and sharpened, and their skin flayed away before the bloodied steps. The atmosphere was thick with dread as each witness grappled with the horrific scene. "Celestial goat, go check on my celestial goat." However, the old village chief turned a blind eye, his face contorted in rage as he raged, his cane tapping furiously against the ground. Utterly indifferent to the deceased Wang family members. Gritting his teeth, he stepped over the dismembered corpses and pushed open the inner hall's grand door. A throng of people timidly lifted their gazes, only to find the mat that should have held the celestial goat now empty. Chapter 23. 6 Households. A grave situation has unfolded. The old village chief's complexion resembled that of a corpse. Yet, he refrained from shouting. Instead, he summoned the heads of several prominent families, and they huddled together to discuss. What transpired in the ancestral hall must not be disclosed to anyone, understood? Understood. The head of the Wang family was overjoyed, entirely oblivious to the tragedy that had just befallen his family. "Yes, I will ensure it is handled." "Chief, go on. I am too old for these matters at dawn." Qin Manjiang awoke promptly at 7:30. "You're awake, Qin classmate. Come eat something." The speaker was Lu Jingqing. "Where is everyone?" Qin Manjiang glanced around. Apart from Lu Jingqing, no one else was present. "This is the instant noodles we brought. Please have some." As she spoke, Lu Jingqing placed a bowl of noodles before him, sharing an unsettling tale of a previous horror game that had been triggered by the water source of a building, leading to everyone who drank from it being killed by spirits emerging from their bellies. She set the bowl of noodles in front of Qin Manjiang, saying thus, "Since then, everyone has prepared their own food and water. It's better to be cautious than to consume something dubious." Qin Manjiang looked down at the noodles, picked them up, and asked, "Aren't you coming?" Lu Jingqing slightly shook her head and replied earnestly, "If I go, you will be left alone." Qin Manjiang did not press further and quickly finished his noodles, freshened up, and the two departed from their temporary lodging. However, upon opening the inn door, they collided with a girl. She wore round glasses, had a single braid cascading down her back, and was dressed in a simple, unadorned white shirt paired with faded jeans, exuding an air of cleanliness. Regardless of her attire or her overall demeanor, she appeared remarkably pristine. Upon seeing Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing, she seemed momentarily taken aback. "Hello, is it just the two of you?" Lu Jingqing inquired curiously. "May I ask who you are?" The girl with the round glasses quickly responded, "Oh, you can call me Shaoran. I was sent by Uncle Chen to show you around the village." As she spoke, she glanced back into the inn, asking, "Where are the others?" Uncle Chen mentioned there were 5 people. They've already gone out to explore. We'll be in your care, Sister Xiaoran. Lu Jingqing gauged the girl's age, concluding that she was likely around the same age as Qin Manjiang, making sister an appropriate address. No worries, follow me. This village is quite large, Xiaoran exclaimed with a smile, her ponytail bouncing energetically. Qin Manjiang regarded Xiaoran thoughtfully, but remained silent as he followed her. As one progresses toward the heart of the village, the path becomes increasingly well-maintained, even adorned with smooth tiles. Today, Xianying village is more bustling than it was upon their arrival yesterday. Every household has emerged, donning their finest and cleanest attire, with joyous expressions illuminating their faces. This area belongs to the Wang family, one of the prominent households in the village, and the high-walled abode that resembles a villa serves as the residence of the family's head. Truly a sight to behold. Xiaoran pointed at the opulent mansion beside them and remarked, "That is the Zhang family, another affluent household, and next to them is the Li family, while across from a Sun family lies the Xie family." This road leads directly to the grand estate facing south, which is the home of the village chief, surnamed Chun. Among these 6 families, they are undoubtedly the most illustrious. A hint of concealed envy laced Xiaoran's tone. Qin Manjiang inquired, "What business do they engage in to amass such wealth?" Xiaoran shook her head, but suddenly seemed to recall something, saying, "I believe it must be the blessing of the sheep immortal." The term sheep immortal struck a sensitive chord with Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing, prompting Lu Jingqing to ask, "Xiaoran, how does one articulate the blessing of the sheep immortal?" The Chun, Wang, Zhang, Li, Sun, and Xie families have all made wishes to the sheep immortal, and over the past 20 years, they have only grown richer. It must be the sheep immortal's blessing. Xiaoran reverently clasped her hands together and murmured, "I hope to be chosen this year. I beseech for the opportunity to make a wish as well." Lu Jingqing leaned closer to Qin Manjiang and whispered, "This peculiar tale may very well be the result of someone impersonating the sheep immortal. If that is the case, those 6 families who have made wishes will surely face retribution." Qin Manjiang nodded, and at that moment, Xiaoran suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, there lies the ancestral hall, the sanctuary for the sheep immortal. The village has thrived until now, all thanks to the sheep immortal. This hall was specifically erected in honor of the deity." Following Xiaoran's gesture, Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing gazed toward the ancestral hall, which was encircled by 5-meter-high white walls. The entrance was circular, and when fully opened, it resembled an ominous portal. "I feel as though I am being entombed in a dark, narrow cavern, where light can no longer penetrate," Lu Jingqing murmured. This hall, based on the description, is akin to the dark, narrow cave mentioned in the opening remarks. Nevertheless, it hardly seems dark and cramped, given its vast expanse. Let us proceed to the 100-meter feast. Those who can make wishes to the sheep immortal are chosen during this event. So let us hurry. The 100-meter feast, as described by Xiaoran, entails each household contributing their signature dishes, arrayed in the village square, with tables extending as far as 100 meters, creating a magnificent spectacle. However, the lively crowd that once filled the village suddenly turned tumultuous, with faint cries echoing in the air. Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing instinctively sensed something amiss, pushing past Xiaoran toward the center of the village square where the feast was to take place. Sure enough, even before they arrived, they could hear the frightened whispers of the villagers and the wailing of a woman. "My son, please wake up." Chapter 24, Blood for Retribution, Part 1. Someone has died. Qin Manjiang squeezed through the crowd and approached the scene, discovering the deceased to be a young man he did not recognize. From the murmurs of those around him, he learned that this individual was the son of the Zhang family, and the woman weeping by his side was his mother. Lu Jingqing was unable to push her way in and could only anxiously wait outside. Fortunately, someone had alerted the village chief, but it was not the chief who arrived. Rather, it was Wang Ju, the head of the Wang family. "Make way. Do not crowd together. Step aside." The young men accompanying Wang Ju dispersed the onlookers. But Qin Manjiang remained unmoved, crouching on the ground and staring blankly at the corpse. The deceased was named Zhang Yang. Lu Jingqing seized the opportunity to dash to Qin Manjiang's side. Upon glancing at the fallen body, her complexion turned ashen. The sight of the corpse was horrifying. Zhang Yang's fingernails were embedded with fragments of his own flesh, and much of his facial skin had been gruesomely peeled away, leaving a ghastly mess of blood and tissue. Yet the true cause of death lay in his head. A chopstick had penetrated his left temple and protruded from the right, a wound so severe that it surely caused Zhang Yang to perish instantly. Moreover, despite the dilated pupils of the deceased. One could discern the terror he experienced in his final moments. He must have seen something exceedingly horrifying. Wang Ju, upon witnessing Zhang Yang's body, felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but exclaim, "First, let us remove him. The body must be taken to the ancestral hall." "Wang Ju, what do you intend to do?" the mother of the deceased cried out, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Ju. "No, until I understand how my son died. I will not allow you to take him." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, her resolve unwavering. "Can anyone tell me what transpired just before his death?" Qin Manjiang suddenly interjected. Both Wang Ju and Zhang Yang's mother turned to him, the former furrowing his brow as he asked, "Who are you?" Qin Manjiang replied, "Yesterday, someone mentioned that 5 outsiders had arrived in the village. Are you among them?" Wang Ju scrutinized Qin Manjiang with a threatening tone. "Listen well, university student. Enjoy your time. But these matters do not concern you. Remove the body." Wang Ju ordered without hesitation, rendering Zhang Yang's mother powerless to intervene. "Did he mention 5 people?" Qin Manjiang pondered. Lu Jingqing observed the unfolding scene, feeling helpless. For them, this mountain village was effectively sealed off, leaving them unable to seek assistance from the outside world. "Is this acceptable?" Qin Manjiang suddenly inquired. Wang Ju, who was about to turn away, looked at Qin Manjiang. "What did you say?" Rising to his feet, Qin Manjiang regarded him with an impassive expression. "I said, if you take him away, the next to die will be you." Wang Ju felt a shiver run down his spine under the cold gaze of Qin Manjiang and stammered, "Wait." The individuals handling the corpse, stifling their fear and disgust, halted their actions. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Ju, already feeling guilty, became even more anxious at Qin Manjiang's words. "Is it not evident?" Qin Manjiang pointed to Zhang Yang's face, noting the strips of skin he had clawed away with his own nails. Upon closer inspection, the areas where the skin had been torn away formed a certain character. Wang Ju's heart sank as he immediately glanced at Zhang Yang's face, which bore more than one wound. He had clawed away numerous strips of facial skin, the injuries densely packed. However, as Wang Ju looked closer, he saw 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line forming the character Wang. Wang Ju's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground, a chill running down his back. Unlike the others, he understood precisely what had transpired. In the early hours at the ancestral hall, 2 of the Wang family's younger generation had already perished. He had thought the Wang family was safe, but the current situation suggested otherwise. "Sister-in-law, please tell me what happened just before Zhang Yang died." Wang Yu implored, casting furtive glances around him. Though the morning sun had risen atop the mountain, it offered him no warmth. "It's all my fault." Zhang Yang's mother suddenly broke down. "I said we should eat at the 100-meter feast first for good fortune. If it weren't for me, Xiaoyang would have already left, and none of this would have occurred." And then, Qin Manjiang remained unfazed, continuing to question, did he inflict these injuries upon himself? Zhang Yang's mother collapsed to the ground, gazing at her son's horrific state, and tearfully nodded, yes. He had just reached this spot when he suddenly froze in place. She pointed to a slab of marble nearby. Then, Xiaoyang appeared to have seen something terrifying, flailing his arms in a frantic manner, gesticulating towards me incessantly, as if possessed, his mouth agape, yet silent. He struck his own face with great force, succumbing to tears, but I could hear nothing of his cries. Wailing, Zhang Yang's mother covered her face in despair, choking on her sobs. I watched helplessly as he clawed at his own skin, tearing it apart relentlessly. I attempted to restrain him, but his strength was overwhelming. "Xiaoyang, it's all the mother's fault. All the mother's fault." Qin Manjiang gazed into Zhang Yang's unblinking eyes and inquired. Then he dashed to the banquet table, seized a chopstick, and plunged it into his own temple, correct? Lu Jingqing, unable to bear the sight, tugged at Qin Manjiang's sleeve. "Qin, perhaps it would be better to refrain from questioning her for now." Qin Manjiang turned to glance at Lu Jingqing, confusion flickering in his eyes, yet he nodded. "Yes, that seems sufficient." "Hey, with all your inquiries, have you discerned anything?" Wang Ju had already retreated among the crowd he had brought, seeking solace in numbers for a sense of safety. To the left was the Wang family, and to the right were the Sun, Chun, Zhang, Li, and Xie families. No peculiar reactions emanated from any direction, until he directed his gaze towards the final location, the ancestral hall. A hum resonated in his mind. Qin Manjiang suddenly felt the world plunge into darkness. As a pair of elongated black pupils flickered before him, he abruptly lowered his head. The village square was paved with tiles, yet this particular section, perhaps in disrepair, was replaced with pristine, gleaming marble that reflected blinding light. As he glanced down, the reflection in the marble, which should have been his own visage, morphed into a bizarre black sheep's face. Qin Manjiang instantly shut his eyes, refusing to confront the eyes of that sheep face in the reflection. "Hey, you!" Wang Ju called out from behind, but Qin Manjiang was deaf to his words. Lu Jingqing, feeling empathy, asked, "Isn't the next one him? If we discover anything, wouldn't it be prudent to inform him?" Qin Manjiang shook his head. "It's not him." "What?" But the deceased's face clearly bore the character Wang. Qin Manjiang halted, fixing his gaze upon Lu Jingqing. "I deceived him. The multitude of wounds makes it easy to extract a simple character like Wang. That person harbors secrets within." Lu Jingqing slowly parted her lips, yet before she could respond, Qin Manjiang continued, "Author, have you seen where she went?" "What?" Lu Jingqing struggled to follow Qin Manjiang's train of thought. Qin Manjiang gradually turned his head, scanning every corner, but found not a trace of that figure in the village square. "She, the one leading us, Miss Xiaoran." Chapter 25, Blood for Retribution, Part 2. Xiaoran had vanished. It was only after Qin Manjiang mentioned it that Lu Jingqing realized the significance. "Miss Xiaoran. Perhaps she has gone to prepare for the banquet?" Lu Jingqing suggested, for she had introduced us to the village's key locations. Her task must be complete. "Perhaps," Qin Manjiang conceded. It was evident that deeper thoughts occupied his mind. Nevertheless, he appeared indifferent to Xiaoran's whereabouts, stating to Lu Jingqing, "The information needs updating." "What?" Lu Jingqing's habitual response seemed to be veering towards a more intimate tone. Qin Manjiang led the way, speaking as he walked. "The method of the sheep spirit's killing involves possessing a human body, then self-inflicting harm. There are two ways to accomplish this. When I encountered it last night, it rapidly approached me through instantaneous movement in the darkness, aiming to possess me. That was the first method." Lu Jingqing, perplexed, replied, "But it's daytime. And in the village square, the most populated area, no one saw it. Thus, there exists a second method." Qin Manjiang continued forward, his demeanor indicating that he had long planned to visit that location. "A mirror, or rather, anything that reflects a human face clearly, something that meets one's gaze." Qin Manjiang elucidated. "When I stood upon that slab of marble, my reflection transformed into that of a black sheep." His account was casual, yet it startled Lu Jingqing. "Are you all right? Qin, do you think that sheep spirit might come after you?" Qin Manjiang shook his head, and after approximately 10 minutes of walking, he finally paused, stating, "Even if I have been targeted, it is not my turn yet for." The first sheep face that appeared in the mirror was his. Qin Manjiang lifted his gaze, directing it towards the estate before him. Lu Jingqing followed his line of sight, realizing it was the Chun family. The events of last night were still fresh in her memory, and she finally grasped Qin Manjiang's implication. "Yes, the Chun brother who took us to the inn last night." Qin Manjiang remained silent, merely rapping on the door of the Chun residence. True to its stature, the Chun family's estate boasted 3-meter-high walls and expansive grounds, resembling a quaint villa. Shortly after knocking, a middle-aged woman answered, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s. She looked at the unfamiliar Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing with a puzzled expression, asking, "Who are you? Have you got the wrong place?" The middle-aged woman seemed to realize something, stepping aside to say, "Come in, you can wait in the yard for a bit. He hasn't risen yet. I'll go fetch him." "All right." Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing entered the yard, observing the woman go in search of that Chun brother. At that moment, Qin Manjiang remarked, "Right?" Lu Jingqing, bewildered, replied, "What do you mean by right? This Chun brother hasn't risen yet, but Xiaoran mentioned she was summoned by him to guide us." Qin Manjiang glanced at her. "What type of novels do you write?" Qin Manjiang nodded, understanding now. Unlike those who write mysteries, she likely has a multitude of ulterior motives. "Cover your ears," Qin Manjiang instructed as he shielded his own ears. "What?" Lu Jingqing was a step behind in her reaction. Yet, in that brief moment of delay, she heard a piercing scream that shattered her eardrums. "Ah!" Lu Jingqing shuddered in fright, only to see Qin Manjiang already heading towards the source of the scream. Shortly thereafter, the remaining members of the Chun family rushed out, a cacophony of voices converging toward the location of the scream. Upon arrival, Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing discovered the middle-aged woman collapsed on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. The door stood ajar, and a nauseating stench filled the air. The room resembled a scene from Slaughterhouse. The ceiling, walls, floor, bed, and furniture were all splattered with blood. The congealed blood bore a black hue, exuding an unbearable stench. The source of this repugnant odor was none other than the Chun brother from last night. A fruit knife protruded from each temple, and the skin on his face had been flayed away. Absent the room and his clothing, one would scarcely recognize the deceased as the Chun brother. Lu Jingqing covered her mouth and nose, nearly retching, but thankfully did not vomit. Although both deaths were bizarre, the scene here was infinitely more eerie and horrifying than that of Zhang Yang. The Chun family members stood at the door, a young man displaying a look of terror. "It's the sheep." "Shut up." Another immediately interrupted him. The head of the Chun family soon arrived. "Who are you two?" He inquired of Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing. "All right, this is a family matter for the Chun household. We hope you refrain from speaking of it outside. Please leave." As he spoke, the patriarch signaled to a young man, who approached to usher Qin Manjiang away. "Please wait. I have just one question. I will leave immediately after asking." Qin Manjiang offered no resistance, calmly voicing his request. "What is that thing?" He pointed towards a bottle beside the corpse. The head of the Chun family's brow furrowed as he questioned the middle-aged woman. "Did you give Chun Shishing alcohol again?" The trembling woman, weeping, replied, "He has liver disease. The doctor said he must abstain from alcohol. I haven't allowed him to drink for a long time. Now that he is dead, what is the point of discussing this?" The Chun family erupted into yet another quarrel. Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing were watched intently by several younger members as they prepared to depart from the Chun residence. Yet those very individuals appeared pale and visibly anxious. Standing at the threshold of the Chun household, Qin Manjiang suddenly turned his head and declared, "If you continue to conceal the truth, the next to perish may very well be you. What do you understand?" He urged, "Hurry and leave. Have you not noticed how the wounds on the deceased's face conspicuously resemble the character Qin?" Qin Manjiang lowered his voice intentionally. "I am aware of the incident that has occurred." The faces of the younger members grew even paler, and Qin Manjiang refrained from further persuasion, merely casting a nonchalant remark. "The deities are coming for you. I wish you the best of luck." This statement sent a shiver through the group, and at last they could no longer restrain themselves. The eldest among them shouted, "Wait, do you know something?" Qin Manjiang halted, subtly signaling Lu Jingqing with his eyes. Understanding the cue, Lu Jingqing spoke. "Mr. Qin possesses unique talents. Do you not realize why he has come to your village at this hour? Indeed, one must employ such tactics when deceiving, leaving certain things unsaid, allowing the other party to fill in the blanks themselves." Sure enough, after a moment of hesitation, the younger members of the Chun family made a decision. The oldest stepped forward, gazing at Qin Manjiang with a mix of skepticism and hope, saying, "I can divulge what you wish to know, but you must assist us." Qin Manjiang smiled, raising 3 fingers. "I swear by my reputation within the industry that I shall lend my aid. Now, may I be informed? This is not a suitable place for discussion. Come with me." Qin Manjiang exchanged a glance with Lu Jingqing and followed him to a more secluded spot. Lu Jingqing whispered, "The character Qin has many strokes. Do they truly believe in this? This indicates that the situation is likely far worse than we currently perceive. Only those in despair would blindly cling to any semblance of hope presented before them." A smile, unnoticed even by himself, crept upon his face. They cannot discern whether the straw they grasp is their salvation or merely the final thread that will lead to their demise. Chapter 26, Blood for Reward, Part 3. Early in the morning, He Jian, Shi Lianshan, and Chen Ping departed from the inn. After leaving, the trio made their way directly to the village's ancestral hall. However, they encountered the village head and his companions, who had also risen early, preventing them from entering to uncover the truth. Yet, judging by the expressions of the village head and his entourage as they left, it seemed something quite unpleasant had transpired within. Regrettably, the door to the ancestral hall remained shut, leaving the 4 to speculate about the peculiarities lurking inside. "It must be strange in there," Shi Lianshan muttered. He Jian cast an eye over the structure and its overall layout, remarking, "The surrounding walls appear to have been added later. But this hall likely boasts a history of several centuries. This village is not simple. If it were simple, it wouldn't be haunted," Shi Lianshan retorted, as if recalling something. He added, "Tell me, in a world where ghosts undeniably exist, and they are so formidable that even items of eternal utility cannot confront malevolent spirits, why has the real world not descended into chaos?" I suspect this game may be the embodiment of the world's will," chimed in the usually reticent Chen Ping. Let's not dwell on such matters," He Jian sighed, from the opening speech and the structure of the village, along with the strange movements of the village head and his companions. The secret must lie within the ancestral hall. yet we cannot gain entry. Why don't we break in? You're a physical education teacher. 2 should be no challenge for you. Shi Lianshan clenched his fists, insisting that they could not allow themselves to be stymied by the situation. First of all, I'm a history teacher who merely enjoys sports. I am not particularly strong, He Jian emphasized. Secondly, you're only aware of the 4 individuals outside. What if there are guards within the ancestral hall? I certainly lack the skills for that. Shi Lianshan glanced at He Jian, whose physique could easily obscure Qin Ping, thinking to himself, is that merely being a little strong? Actually, there's a hole. The previously quiet Qin Ping pointed towards a section of the surrounding wall, finally speaking. Really? Shi Lianshan's eyes brightened, and he inquired, Little Chun, how do you know? Feeling somewhat bashful, Qin Ping lowered his head, explaining, while you were all focused on the village head. I was distracted and happened to notice someone stealthily crawling into the grass, who hasn't emerged since. I thought, there might be a hole or something that could allow us entry. He Jian turned to glance at him, nodding in agreement. Regardless of whether we can enter, we should at least investigate. Decisions were made swiftly, and the 3 unanimously agreed to proceed. Sneaking up to the wall, they found clear signs that the grass had been disturbed. Hey, there really is a hole, Shi Lianshan exclaimed with joy, just as he was about to crawl through. He Jian halted him. Little Chun, you're smaller and more agile. You go first and see if it's safe. Qin Ping, seeing He Jian's insistence, nodded without hesitation and crawled inside. Brother Shi, Brother He, I'm through. No problem. This boy does not seem right, Shi Lianshan muttered under his breath. Indeed, something has been amiss since last night. He Jian nodded. He has been leading us to take action. Old Shi, stay alert. Understood. Without further discussion, the 2 followed Qin Ping through the grassy opening and entered the ancestral hall. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, upon entry, they felt the sky grow significantly darker, and the surroundings fell into an unsettling silence. Despite being surrounded by mountains, the absence of any insect or bird calls was disconcerting. This sensation was profoundly uncomfortable, as if advancing further would lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, Qin Ping turned to face the others. The ancestral hall is right there. Let us proceed. Upon glancing at the hall, ominous alarms rang in their minds. Their lips felt parched, and a sense of suffocation washed over them. There must be something within that hall. Should I go first? Qin Ping asked, sensing their hesitation, his voice tinged with a hint of hurt. Stop. You should not proceed. Shi Lianshan interrupted. Can you not feel it? There is utterly no sound, just as Qin Manjiang warned us last night. I suspect the entire ancestral hall has been dragged into that silent realm by the malevolent spirits. He Jian whispered, we cannot go any further. We must retreat. As he stepped back, he turned to find the exit, only to discover that the hole they had entered had inexplicably vanished. Where's the hole? He Jian exclaimed, panic beginning to creep in. We entered through here, did we not? Shi Lianshan also began to feel uneasy, and after searching together, they both saw the terror reflected in each other's eyes. I wonder, if the entire area of the ancestral hall is a silent space created by the vengeful spirits, does that mean from the moment we entered, they were aware of our intrusion? He Jian looked up at the hall, bitterness lacing his words. We have no way out now, do we? Contrarily, Qin Ping seemed the most composed at that moment. Since we have no retreat, let us press onward. If we have indeed intruded, yet they have not killed us, it may be because they are preoccupied with others, or perhaps they wish for us to witness whatever lies within the ancestral hall. Regardless of either scenario, we must act swiftly. We cannot afford any further delays. Upon hearing Qin Ping's words, Shi Lianshan and He Jian exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us enter together. The inner sanctum of the ancestral hall was locked, yet the wooden window was surprisingly ajar, leaving a small gap. Qin Ping pushed the window open, and Shi Lianshan and He Jian quickly climbed inside. Once the 2 landed safely, Qin Ping followed suit, flipping into the room. The space was vast and cold. The dark yellow beams had withstood the test of time, while the chilly floor was strewn with incense ash, revealing faint dark red spots, as if something had dripped there in the past. Despite having been cleaned, the remnants still lingered. What is that? In the center of the room stood a dark golden incense burner, from which 5 unburned and extinguished longevity incense sticks protruded. Opposite the incense burner, on a wooden table, lay 2 wooden trays. It appeared that these incense offerings were meant to honor the items within the trays. Yet, at this moment, the trays were utterly devoid of contents. Are those ram's horns and sheepskin? Qin Ping suddenly inquired. He Jian, who was fixated on the trays, immediately felt a chill run down his spine. What was he saying? Were there any ram's horns and sheepskin? How could he perceive what was in the trays? Before He Jian could respond, Shirley Shan, who had glanced over, also realized that the trays were completely empty and instinctively retorted, "What items are you referring to?" As soon as the words left his lips, Shirley Shan sensed something was amiss. "Is that so? Can only I see them?" Chen Ping murmured, and suddenly blood began to flow from his pupils, while horrifying strangulation marks appeared upon his neck. A chilling atmosphere enveloped them. At this moment, both Shirley Shan and He Jian could distinctly feel an exceedingly terrifying, malevolent gaze fixated on their backs. Was it Chen Ping? Was Chen Ping a ghost? Why? The malice in his eyes was now laid bare. How could they extricate themselves from this predicament? Am I already dead? Chen Ping slowly raised his hand, and ominous patches of corpse-like discoloration began to manifest on his skin. Blood tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes as he grinned eerily. "Tell me your wishes." Chapter 27. The Festival Interrupted. On August 20th, at noon, Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing stood before Man. Upon hearing his tale, Lu Jingqing turned pale, incredulously gazing at him. "You are committing a crime." This man, named Chen Rui, had been chosen by a motley crew to disclose everything to Qin Manjiang and seek assistance. He recounted in full the events of the night of August 19th, detailing how Li Rong was selected, how she was captured in the ancestral hall, how she was restrained, and how ram's horns were affixed to her and sheepskin draped over her. This included the bizarre disappearance of Li Rong, who had successfully transformed into a ram. The horrifying nature of the incident left Lu Jingqing in disbelief that such occurrences could transpire in the present day. I know, but throughout history, people have always done this. I am powerless. We are all powerless." Chen Rui's body trembled at first, but as he spoke, his emotions began to intensify. The village was graced by the favor of the divine ram, yet equally cursed by it. If we do not act thus, we cannot survive. Do you see? This village, these tiles, this food, the population, those houses, all are bestowed upon us by the divine ram. In my childhood, the aroma of meat would waft into our home merely once a month. Poverty is more terrifying than death. Chen Rui's face flushed with fervor. Isn't it simply murder? One person killed every 3 years grants 2 wishes. Doesn't that seem worthwhile? Chen Rui's declarations sent shivers down Lu Jingqing's spine, and she began to grasp the true nature of this place. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers caused her to shudder. As the three of them looked towards the corner of the square, they saw that the village had laid out numerous tables laden with dishes, and the black rams, raised by every household, had been brought forth to feast first at the tables. The rams, heedless of propriety, trampled over the sumptuous dishes, scattering them, even defecating while they ate. Yet the people cheered, delighted whenever a ram approached their table and touched their food, their grins wide. The sounds of firecrackers, the bleating of the rams, the eager cheers and discussions of the villagers, and the speeches of the Wang family patriarch created a scene both lively and eerie in Xining village. If what you say is true, when the time comes to draw lots for the chosen one, who will play the role of the transformed divine ram? Qin Manjiang seemed unfazed by Chen Rui's previous account. Continuing to inquire, Li Rong, who was turned into a divine ram by you all, has gone missing. So who is the divine ram that will appear today? She has not gone missing. She has transformed into a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution. Chen Rui trembled as he spoke. You see, Uncle Chan has died, and our peer Zhang Yang, who is of the same age, died this morning. Moreover, you do not know? Our contemporaries who guarded the ancestral hall have perished as well. All of them are dead. You claimed you had a solution. You must save us. Chen Rui's eyes were bloodshot, and amidst the cacophony of firecrackers, he stepped forward, seizing Qin Manjiang's collar. I care not whether you are a fraud or a genuine exorcist. You stated you had a means. If you feign ignorance, we shall certainly kill you first. Oh, Qin Manjiang, slightly taller than Chen Rui, despite being grasped by the collar, maintained an air of superiority as he stared down at Chen Rui. If you do not release me, I shall divulge the means to evade Li Rong's vengeance to everyone else, but you shall remain uninformed. Alternatively, I could inform your friends that if they kill you, Li Rong will cease her retribution. Qin Manjiang tightened his grip, slowly lowering Chen Rui's hand and straightening his collar. Do you think they will believe you? Chen Rui's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. Qin Manjiang, expressionless, leaned in closer to whisper in his ear, one ought not to seek assistance with such an attitude. He brushed his hair back, glancing at Lu Jingqing. Let us depart. Mr. Qin, Do we not need to question him further? Lu Jingqing inquired. Qin Manjiang cast a puzzled glance her way. Had she not always referred to him as classmate Qin? However, this was of little consequence. He shook his head. He has elucidated the sequence of events sufficiently. The pressing matter now is to ascertain who is the divine ram that will replace Li Rong. His gaze fell upon the divine ram, being carried on a floral platform, slowly approaching, and he too harbored doubts. I actually have a question, Lu Jingqing whispered. Following Qin Manjiang's line of sight towards the floral platform, the sounds of firecrackers, the cheers, and the horrifying rituals conducted behind the scenes in this village felt completely out of sync. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. If the ghost referred to in the tales is indeed Li Rong, then I believe she has no reason to kill us. She turned to Qin Manjiang. All those who have perished were people who once wronged her. It seems last night in the restroom. Qin Manjiang merely uttered 2 words, and Lu Jingqing fell silent. He made no effort to reproach her. Instead, he gazed calmly at the floral platform, stating, what can be established now is that although Li Rong has gone missing, the deceased are indeed individuals who once harmed her. Yet the ghost may not necessarily be Li Rong. Lu Jingqing struggled to comprehend this logic. I am pondering, Qin Manjiang continued softly. Earlier, Chunrei mentioned a murder ritual conducted every 3 years, wherein they could make 2 wishes, one from the individual selected to become the divine ram, and the other from the fortunate individual chosen by the divine ram. However, how could one not harbor resentment after dying to become a divine ram? How could one possibly refrain from seeking vengeance? Miss Shaoran had previously mentioned that the 6 prominent families had developed over the last 20 years. A 3-year cycle would indeed allow each family to make a wish, yet what are the wishes of the 6 individuals who became the divine rams themselves? Qin Manjiang remained silent for a moment, then glanced at Wang Ju, who stood on the high platform, saying they could manipulate circumstances to ensure their family members become the fortunate ones, thus making wishes to the divine ram. But the wishes of the divine ram themselves are beyond their control. Lu Jingqing finally grasped this logic. Yes, it has been 20 years if they sought revenge. The one who became the divine ram would have already wished for it. What 2 wishes? What are they? Lu Jingqing, filled with confusion, was led towards the central square of the village, where the floral platform for the divine ram had now arrived. The air was thick with an unpleasant odor, sweat from the crowd, the scent of the rams, the aroma of food, the acrid smell of gunpowder from the firecrackers, and the excrement of a sheep, all mingling together, causing her to grimace. Yet no one seemed to mind. At that moment, the square was crowded with people, all facing the central high platform, or more accurately, fervently gazing at the floral platform atop it. Was it Wang Ju from the Wang family? This year, why is Wang Ju presiding over the event? Is he to become the village chief? I do not know, but the old village chief is over 90. He must be unable to continue. Whatever the case, look quickly, the drawing is about to begin. With a beaming smile, Wang Ju ascended the platform, microphone in hand, cradling a sealed box. He then opened the outer layer of the box, revealing a glass interior filled with densely written slips of paper. Each slip bore a name, and the individual chosen by the celestial goat would be the fortunate one for the next 3 years, allowed to make a wish. Everyone held their breath, watching as Wang Ju brought the box to the flower card of the celestial goat. He then lifted the curtain of the card. A completely unfamiliar face to Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing appeared within, yet the villagers seemed to recognize him. Isn't that Chen Ping from the Chen family? His mother was once chosen as the celestial goat. Is it his turn now? I heard this year's celestial goat is Li Rong, the daughter of the Li family? Who knows? Chen Ping? This name is identical to the Chen Ping among the players. Brother Chen mentioned him last night. Is it mere coincidence, or is there a deeper connection? In that moment, Qin Manjiang found himself unable to draw a conclusion. The murmurs and speculations of the crowd intertwined in the square, yet all sounds ceased abruptly when the smiling Chen Ping reached into the box. It began. Draw me. I must be chosen. Deep within everyone's hearts, a silent plea arose, their pulses quickening, the atmosphere in the square thick with tension and fervor. At that instant, the overcast sky suddenly stirred with wind, which wailed as if in sorrow. Suddenly, a lifeless body plummeted from the heavens. Thud! The corpse struck the platform, halting Chen Ping's drawing motion, and an eerie silence enveloped the entire square. Wang Ju nearly lost his grip on the microphone, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the body that had crashed onto the platform. That familiar attire, the frail body, the upper half torn and mangled, the temple completely crushed, exposing a crimson skull. The village chief. It's the village chief. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted. The old chief's eyes wide open even in death, blood gushing from the gaping wounds at his temples. His vacant gaze fixed on the crowd below, bubbles of blood forming at his lips as if he wished to speak, yet he could not utter a word. "Stop! Someone come quickly!" Wang Ju shouted, his face ashen as he clutched the microphone. Soon, others arrived to place Chun Ping back into the flower cart, lifting him down once more. Qin Manjiang had been watching intently and immediately turned to Lu Jingqing, saying, "Let us follow him." Chapter 28. Wishes and the Goat. "Mr. Qin, what are your two thoughts exactly?" Unable to contain herself, Lu Jingqing stealthily followed Wang Ju, her mind racing with the implications of Qin Manjiang's earlier statements. Well, Qin Manjiang was rather indifferent, or rather, he had no intention of concealing any of his contemplations regarding their predicament in the ghostly tale. The first thought is that since they can create the celestial goat and prevent it from granting wishes in retaliation, it indicates they possess a means to control the celestial goat. This is my first glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope. Lu Jingqing's eyes sparkled instantly. Qin Manjiang nodded. Indeed, the central figure of this ghostly tale is evidently the artificially created celestial goat. According to Chun Rue's description, a mishap occurred during their ritual, resulting in Li Rong's aberration. It's difficult to ascertain whether it is Li Rong or the celestial goat that is currently enacting this bloody vengeance. Why would the celestial goat seek revenge? Lu Jingqing inquired, perplexed. If it is not Li Rong's consciousness at play, then the reasons for the celestial goat's murderous rampage may stem from two possibilities. 1. An incomplete ritual has induced a peculiar transformation within it. 2. Due to the ritual's unforeseen mishap, Li Rong was not entirely controlled. As the one sacrificed to become the celestial goat, she may have uttered a wish for revenge in her final moments, a wish enacted by the celestial goat. Qin Manjiang elaborated on his thoughts. Thus, I believe the hidden method to control the celestial goat within the village may indeed be one path to salvation. At this point, Qin Manjiang cast a glance at the hurriedly advancing Wang Ju. Look, someone is more anxious than we are. Lu Jingqing wasn't naive. Qin Manjiang's glance immediately led her to realize the location of the hidden means to control the celestial goat. At the village chief's place. Yes, Qin Manjiang affirmed with a nod, though his expression remained grim. However, therein lies the dilemma. Although the village chief possessed a means to control the celestial goat, he is now dead and in full view of everyone, left on the platform for all to see. This emotional handling is unlike the silent, ruthless killings by the celestial goat. Qin Manjiang's brow furrowed. Thus, I ponder if that Chun Ping was hastily concocted as another celestial goat after they discovered Li Rong's disappearance. If two celestial goats are both on a killing spree, the situation becomes exceedingly complex. Lu Jingqing was left speechless, astounded by how Qin Manjiang had managed to unravel so many threads from the fragmented occurrences unfolding before them. Her curiosity about Qin Manjiang's second thought deepened. Qin Manjiang, however, did not withhold his insights, continuing, as for the second thought, it pertains to speculations about wishes. Speculations about wishes? This time, Qin Manjiang refrained from elaborating further. Yet Lu Jingqing sensed something profound. If wishes to the celestial goat are guaranteed to be fulfilled, then given human nature's insatiable greed, it is unlikely that wishes would be limited to merely seeking wealth for one's family. Perhaps, akin to her previous conjectures, wishes do come true, yet one must also repay the favor, incurring a cost. The reason the villagers exclusively wish for wealth might be that through their continuous attempts, they discovered this particular wish's cost is bearable, or perhaps it can be realized more effectively. Before Zhang Yang's death, his mother mentioned his desire to leave the village. Now that he is deceased, if he encountered the goat spirit's wish, then that wish might indeed have been granted, as he would soon be taken out of the village for an autopsy 3 days later. Qin Manjiang suddenly remarked, and there's that deceased brother Chun Shiheng, whose corpse was found beside a bottle of liquor. Qin Manjiang abruptly halted, a sudden realization dawning upon him that this eerie wish may imply a certain balance. Should one recklessly make extravagant wishes, it could lead to dire consequences. One can only hope that no one would act so foolishly. Mr. Qin, he has entered the village chief's house. Qin Manjiang saw it as well. The two exchanged glances, and noticing that nearly all the villagers were gathered in the square, With few people in the village chief's home, they promptly followed inside. Tell me, what are your wishes? Chun Ping's eyes brimmed with blood, fixated intently on Shi Lianshan and He Jian. This Chun Ping is actually a corpse? Why? The two were utterly bewildered. Instinctively, they sought an escape. Yet the inner chamber was tightly locked, with only a window for egress. But at the window stood the very Chun Ping. Do you have no wishes? Chun Ping's voice had taken on an eerie quality. As they contemplated their escape, this voice sent a chill down their spines, their hearts racing, leaving no room for other thoughts. Something must be amiss. If Chun Ping is indeed from this village, why do the villagers not recognize him? If Chun Ping is not from this village, when did he die? When did he become a ghost? He had been present from the very beginning, accompanying them since before boarding the cart. Sweat beads formed on He Jian's forehead. Shi Lianshan also sensed that if they did not comply with this ghost's demands and make a wish immediately, something terribly unfortunate would transpire. I have a wish. I wish to make a wish. As Jian he continued to ruminate deeply, Shi Lianshan ultimately became the first to brave the unknown. Chun Ping's gaze shifted to Shi Lianshan, with his blood-red eyes brimming with malevolence. What wish shall I make? First and foremost, I must ensure that it cannot take my life. Can I wish to leave Xianying village alive in 7 days? A bold idea emerged in Shi Lianshan's mind, as Chun Ping's terrifying gaze intensified, chilling the very air around them. Shi Lianshan could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, I wish to leave Xianying village alive in 7 days. He Jian stared wide-eyed at Shi Lianshan, having entertained a similar wish in his mind, a desire not to perish in this horror game, for all the malevolent spirits to vanish, or even a wish for immortality. Yet, he felt that a spirit, being what it was, would never grant such benevolence, or would cease to be a ghost story. The ancestral hall fell into a chilling silence. Upon hearing the wish, the vengeful spirit Chun Ping remained motionless for a moment. Cold sweat trickled down Shi Lianshan's forehead. Could it be that the wish was granted? He swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The weight was excruciating, akin to 1,000 claws scratching at his heart. Finally, the vengeful spirit Chun Ping spoke. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Shi Lianshan, and it grinned grotesquely, revealing sharp, terrifying teeth. As you wish. In the terrified gaze of Shi Lianshan and He Jian, Chun Ping opened its horrific maw and pinned Shi Lianshan to the ground. Shi Lianshan let out a heart-wrenching scream as He Jian's eyes widened in horror, helplessly witnessing the spirit devour Shi Lianshan's left hand, left leg, and right leg. For 10 agonizing minutes, Shi Lianshan endured unspeakable pain, despairingly watching as his limbs were consumed, yet he could not die. In the end, he was left with only his head and upper body lying on the ground, and strangely, his blood had ceased to flow. He Jian collapsed to the ground, his mind a blank slate. However, the vengeful spirit Chun Ping turned its head, its crimson pupils reflecting the deepest malice. With Shi Lianshan's blood and flesh still clinging to its teeth, it is your turn. Chapter 29. The Death of the Rabbit and the Sorrow of the Fox. Though He Jian had already experienced the game twice, the presence of a vengeful spirit was something no human could ever grow accustomed to, and fear remained ever present. As Chun Ping fixed its gaze upon him, He Jian felt his inner panic teetering on the brink of explosion. It was time for me to make a wish. What should I do? Indeed, Shi Lianshan was not dead, but his condition was scarcely distinguishable from death. Was it possible that his wish had been too greedy? He Jian trembled all over, vaguely sensing something. The spirit was drawing nearer, the chilling aura around him intensifying. At that moment, He Jian suddenly spotted a peculiar doll attached to Chun Ping. It was small, entirely blood-red and pendant-sized, hanging around He Jian's neck like a tiny gore charm. This is a one-time use item. He Jian fixated on the crimson humanoid pendant, his mind compelled to unleash immense potential in the face of life and death. Unfortunately, while his phone contained images of all items and their respective prices in spirit eyes, it lacked specific descriptions of their functions. The knowledge of an item's purpose could be shared freely, unrestrained, yet such trust was not something players with only a couple of games under their belts could possess. Time ticked away, and He Jian could feel the spirit's patience nearing its limit. In the frigid ancestral hall, Shi Lianshan had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, He Jian still dared not make a wish lightly. After witnessing Shi Lianshan's ordeal, he clearly understood that for this vengeful spirit, once a wish was made, anything beyond the wish content was permissible, embodying a flavor of lawlessness. It could exploit too many loopholes. Sure, Lianshan's heart raced. He did not dare to voice a wish that was too excessive. He lacked the clarity to gauge the limits. He even contemplated whether he could wish for the spirit not to approach him for 7 days. But what if the spirit had ways to kill without approaching? Furthermore, what if a wish too outrageous triggered unforeseen complications? He Jian had pondered the same matters as Qin Manjiang and the others. If wishes could indeed be made without restriction, the villagers would not simply seek wealth and prosperity. It was evident that this was the most beneficial wish achievable after much trial and error. Thus, He Jian calculated all his potential wishes against the value of the most precious house in the village. Yet, the irony struck at this juncture. The intent behind making a wish was to preserve his life, but when compared to a house, which was of greater worth, He Jian suddenly found himself uncertain. The surreal nature of reality exceeded his imagination. He had witnessed his students deplete the savings of 2 families and incurred decades of debt merely to establish a modest new home. If wishing for his own unscathed survival held more value than the village's most expensive house, would he dare to test whether his life or a house held greater worth? He did not wish to probe into the question of which was more valuable, his life or a house, given Shi Lianshan's current plight, which had already indicated the answer. Preventing the spirit from killing him was indeed feasible, but it would inflict torment and suffering upon him, leaving the ultimate authority in the hands of the spirit. Must he resign himself to its whims? He Jian sought to continue contemplating, but time was not on his side. The vengeful spirit drew nearer, its blood-red eyes becoming increasingly terrifying. Just as it was about to act, He Jian finally articulated his wish. I want you to remain here, immobile for half. No, 20 minutes. No, 15 minutes. I demand you cease all activities for 15 minutes. His heart raced. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the ancestral hall. After 3 breaths, the spirit's terrifying voice emerged. As you wish. It abruptly ceased all movement, even the blood dripping from its teeth freezing in midair. Success. This was not mere stillness. It was a complete cessation of all activity. The spirit's state resembled a film abruptly paused. He Jian dared not delay, ready to flee. But then he spotted Shi Lianshan on the ground, unconscious yet breathing. Gritting his teeth, he bent down to lift Shi Lianshan. However, as soon as he moved, Shi Lianshan opened his eyes, awakening. He stared at He Jian, seemingly understanding what was happening. Yet, the colors had drained from his pupils. Kill me. Let me die. His mouth oozed blood, his voice weak, yet the pain and determination in his tone caused He Jian's heart to tremble. Stop talking. We have little time. He Jian struggled to help Shi Lianshan to his feet, intending to carry him, but at that moment, Shi Lianshan, having lost his limbs to the spirit's onslaught, presented a horrifying sight, leaving He Jian at a loss as to how to proceed. Forget it. I'll carry him and escape. He Jian, seasoned from years of training, possessed ample strength, and moreover, Shi Lianshan's weight had decreased significantly. However, as he lifted Shi Lianshan into his arms, the latter suddenly sank his teeth into He Jian's forearm. In pain, He Jian instinctively loosened his grip. Shi Lianshan collapsed to the ground, and He Jian glared at him, the frozen spirit beside them seeming poised to spring back to life at any moment. He scolded. Do you want me to die alongside you? The pallor in Shi Lianshan's pupils gradually faded away, revealing profound anguish and despair. Leave me be. Kill me. I implore you in my life. Grant me a modicum of dignity. Please, allow me to die, as a human. Shi Lianshan, who had not wept even when tormented by ghosts, shed tears in this moment. He Jian trembled all over, but this time it was not from fear. He understood that Shi Lianshan had resolved to embrace death, and he no longer wished to offer counsel. Reflecting on the situation, he pondered how he might choose if he were in Shi's shoes. Perhaps he would respond in kind. Almost a minute had elapsed, and he could not afford to linger any longer. With trembling hands, He Jian removed his clothing, soaking up the blood that pooled on the ground. The blood-soaked fabric was gently laid over Shi Lianshan's face. The car keys, in my jacket pocket, beneath the crimson garment. The contours of Shi Lianshan's face were faintly discernible, still contemplating the escape of others from the village. He Jian inhaled deeply, his hands quivering as he extracted the keys to the SUV from his pocket. Shi Lianshan's voice had grown increasingly faint. Survive. You all must. Lao He, thank you. Asphyxiation is a torment for anyone. Yet for him at this moment, it felt like liberation. Unable to contain himself any longer, He Jian bolted. The sentiment of shared sorrow surged within him. Though he had known Shi Lianshan for a brief time, they had faced life and death together. Witnessing someone so vibrant now, reduced to such a pitiful state, wholly devoid of the will to live, yearning only for death. He Jian's animosity towards the malevolent spirits eclipsed his fear for the first time. Why? Why were they permitted to mercilessly slaughter humanity while humans remained utterly defenseless? 2 minutes had already passed, and in 13 minutes, that immobile specter would regain its power. He had to escape the ancestral hall within this time frame, seeking refuge in a place where the vengeful spirit dared not manifest openly. He flung open the window, leaped through, and dashed towards the door. The guard at the entrance was taken aback, and just as he stepped forward to seize He Jian, the latter broke free with desperate fervor. They intended to pursue but halted at the sight of He Jian, his upper body bare and bloodied, clearly not a thief in the ancestral hall. Nevertheless, 2 individuals proceeded inside to investigate, while the other 2 remained at the entrance, hesitant to leave their post. He Jian ran with all his might, aiming for the place with the most people, for only there might the vengeful spirit exhibit some restraint. His heart had grown numb. At that moment, he was consumed by a singular thought: I must survive. Chapter 30, A Helping Hand. It was past noon, yet the sky, which ought to have been at its warmest, was overcast, and a fierce wind swept through the village, creating an eerie cacophony. Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing followed Wang Ju into the old village chief's residence. This was indeed the best located and most lavishly adorned place, with a delicately designed pebble pathway in the courtyard and a garden evidently crafted by a professional. Wang Ju was about 10 meters ahead of Qin and Lu, seemingly too anxious to notice that he was being trailed. The 2 continued to shadow him, watching as he traversed the corridor and turned into a living room. From the living room, he entered the backyard through an entrance on the right. The 2 followed him into the living room, where the furnishings were even more opulent. Sofas, carpets, chandeliers, and expensive calligraphy and paintings were evident. The old village chief's wealth was considerable. They did not linger in the living room and hurried to catch up with Wang Ju. At this moment, Wang Ju was indeed in a state of frantic urgency. How could the village chief be dead? He should not have died. He could not die. It was impossible. As long as that entity was present, it could control the celestial goat. The chief could not meet with misfortune. Was it possible that the ritual had gone awry that night? If so, did that mean all who participated in the ritual would? Now that he thought about it, quite a number of people had already perished in the village. Wang Ju felt his body begin to tremble. No, it was nothing. Such occurrences had happened before. They merely needed to let the celestial goat satiate its hunger, as long as that object remained. As long as I possess it, I will not die, nor will the celestial goat come for me. Wang Ju continually reassured himself as he rushed toward the chief's room. This was not his first visit, but no outsider was ever allowed into the chief's quarters, not even his own family. That object must be hidden within. Without hesitation, Wang Ju kicked the door open, and it swung wide. He stepped inside, propping the door with a stool, ensuring it was not a sealed space, thus affording him a chance to escape if the need arose. His gaze swept the room: vases, scrolls, and various antique trinkets. Where on earth had that old man hidden it? What was he searching for? Outside in the backyard, Lu Jingqing concealed herself behind a pillar and quietly inquired, "Look at this courtyard. The reason every chosen person cannot make a wish likely lies here. They are probably under the village chief's control, and the object that governs them is precisely what Wang Ju is now seeking." "Get ready," Qin Manjiang whispered. "Ready for what?" Lu Jingqing asked, somewhat perplexed. "To seize it from him," Qin Manjiang stated with unburdened audacity. I'll do my best." The 2 watched intently as Wang Ju continued his search within the room. Could it have lost its potency? No, it couldn't be. Surely. The old man always enjoyed concealing it. By the time the celestial goat appeared, it would be too late to retrieve it. It must be so. After sweating profusely, Wang Ju finally settled into a chair to rest, only to realize that opposite him was a full-length mirror. Facing the mirror, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He was no stranger to the outside world and had encountered many horror stories. Mirrors are often regarded as conduits between realms. They can reflect abnormal presences. For instance, if the movements in the mirror fail to synchronize with those outside, or if something appears in the mirror that does not exist in reality. As this thought crossed his mind, his anxiety escalated. After a considerable time of observation, he was relieved to find that everything in the mirror appeared normal, and his reflection mirrored his movements perfectly. He felt a slight easing of his tension. No, he could not afford any further delays. The old man's bedroom was not small, but neither was it so vast as to inspire despair. With swift action, he would surely find where he had hidden the object. Just as this notion crossed his mind, Wang Ju noticed that the mirror seemed to serve a dual purpose. Functioning as a cabinet. If he opened the mirror, could there be something inside? He rose to approach the mirror. Suddenly, he spotted a shadow within the glass. Wang Ju broke into a cold sweat, turning to scrutinize it, only to find it was merely the old village chief's clothing hanging there. What is this? He thought. Lingering any longer could provoke a heart attack. Wang Ju quickened his pace, grasping the handle beside the mirror, and yanked it open. A pallid head lay within the cabinet. Wang Ju's legs weakened, nearly crying out. He fell backward. Yet, he soon realized it was merely a plastic mannequin's head. What peculiar obsession did that old man have? Placing such things in the cabinet? Wang Ju could not help but curse inwardly. However, upon closer inspection, he was both startled and elated. Beneath the plastic mannequin's head lay a wooden box. This was it. Wang Ju once beheld that brush, the one capable of controlling the celestial goat. Nestled within this wooden box. How splendid, the item remains. Without further hesitation, Wang Ju lifted the plastic model's head, wedging it under his armpit, and reached forth to open the wooden box. However, upon unveiling its contents, indeed, it was the box that housed the brush, yet it now lay utterly barren. Wait. Why has this head suddenly grown heavy? He lowered his gaze to the plastic model's head cradled under his arm, only to be struck with horror. A pair of vengeful, blood-red eyes were fixed intently upon him. It was Li Rong. This plastic head had inexplicably transformed into Li Rong's visage. Wang Ju, petrified, felt a dampness beneath him and immediately released his grip. But before he could turn to flee, he witnessed that very head he had dropped, extending a pair of eerie hands from its mouth, gripping his ankle with an ironclad hold. Let go. I beseech you. Release me. I implore you. It's not my doing. I was merely following the old man's instructions. Ugh. He was so terrified he began to retch. Yet the malevolent spirit exhibited no inclination to communicate. It grasped Wang Ju's ankle, gradually widening its mouth to an unfathomable, terrifying extent, its jagged teeth littering every inch of its cavernous maw. Bang! Wang Ju was yanked to the ground, inexorably drawn in, piece by piece, starting from his feet. Help! Save me! Wang Ju cried in despair, his hands clawing desperately at the floor, his nails tearing away without him feeling the pain. Yet he was utterly powerless against the spirit's overwhelming force. His calves, knees, thighs, waist, chest. Wang Ju was nearly entirely enveloped by the head of Li Rong. In his final moments, he caught sight of Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing. His head, trapped within the gaping maw of the spirit, sought out the two. But he could no longer utter a word. Crack! The monstrous mouth clamped shut, a spurt of blood gushing forth, and Wang Ju was utterly consumed. A chill coursed through Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing as an ominous sensation gripped them. Qin Manjiang felt a shudder of foreboding arise within him. Whispering urgently, "We must flee." Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to escape. A miscalculation. They had believed they could follow Wang Ju to discover the means to subdue the celestial goat, which would surely lead to salvation. Yet they did not anticipate that the item had vanished, and the celestial goat lay in wait to ensnare them. However, they were a step too late. Bang! 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 All doors and windows within the grand estate of the village chief began to eerily close of their own accord. And as Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing dashed into the courtyard, they could only watch helplessly as the main gate slammed shut. A grotesque female, ghostly head materialized in the living room, fixating its gaze upon them. It uttered not a word, but merely opened its mouth, two horrifying arms extending forth, revealing a half-broken visage that belonged to Wang Ju within its maw. A palpable threat of death loomed before them. This ghost was undoubtedly Li Rong. Yet its method of killing diverged starkly from that of the celestial goat. What to do? Remain calm. Qin Manjiang scrutinized the ghost head, contemplating possible solutions. Lu Jingqing, however, felt a chill envelop her. Her muscles stiffened, rendering her incapable of any movement. The elongated, twisted arms approached with alarming swiftness. With no other recourse, Qin Manjiang could only brace himself for the worst. I must. Before he could utter the words, a sudden, clear tinkling sound echoed from outside, beyond a door. Dingling. In an instant, Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing blinked, and when their vision cleared, they found themselves no longer within the village chief's estate. What lay before them now? A white shirt, faded jeans. The round glasses she had once worn were nowhere to be found, and her hair, previously braided, cascaded in waves down her back. In her hand, she held a long, ceremonial bell commonly used by Taoists. Upon noticing their gaze, she winked at Lu Jingqing and flashed a charismatic smile. "Greetings, I am Zhong Xiuran. You might be more familiar with another name that has become quite bothersome." Chapter 31. The Sequence of Events. Zhong Xiuran was not Xiao Ran, but rather Xiao Wan. Lu Jingqing stared in astonishment at the three-clear bell in Zhong Xiuran's hand, stammering, "Did you help us?" Zhong Xiuran nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I sent you to scout ahead. I bear some responsibility for you." She nonchalantly displayed her three-clear bell, exclaiming, "This is my unique permanent tool, the three-clear bell. Usable once per game, capable of instantaneously transporting up to 3 individuals within the confines of the game. Impressive, isn't it?" Zhong Xiuran's face radiated pride. Yet Qin Manjiang suddenly interjected, "You entered here a week ahead of us?" "To clarify, it was 6 days," Zhong Xiuran replied as she stowed the three-clear bell, signaling to the two, "In any case, thanks to you, this week-long game can conclude today. Follow me." With a snap of her fingers, she appeared quite pleased. Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing trailed behind her as she recounted the events that had transpired. After receiving the summons for the game, I entered Celestial Goat Village the very next day, easily accepted under the guise of an out-of-town student seeking work in exchange for food and shelter. Zhong Xiuran narrated as they walked. The village's eerie tales indeed stem from the legend of a black goat that aids refugees in finding a place to rest and recuperate. She gestured towards several affluent households in the village. "Look, these fortunes were all granted through wishes. Nothing in this world comes without effort. Since they acquired wealth, they must also pay a price." Her tone turned somber, yet the price has been shifted onto the victims who serve as vessels for the consciousness of the celestial goat. Every 3 years, including this year, at least 7 lives have been lost in this ritual. Suddenly, Zhong Xiuran seemed to recall something and turned to ask, "By the way, what are your code names?" "I am Qiyu," Lu Jingqing introduced hastily. "Deep." Qin Manjiang paused momentarily, regretting his choice of name. "Why such a name?" Zhong Xiuran inquired, seemingly hard of hearing. "Deep Abyss." "Oh, huh." Zhong Xiuran chuckled, patting Qin Manjiang's shoulder. "You're still young. There's no need to feel shy about a name like that." "Miss Zhong, is it permissible for us to use your tool?" Lu Jingqing asked somewhat bashfully. Zhong Xiuran waved her hand dismissively, reaching in her chest and pulling out. "What do you think this is?" The two leaned in to see what she held. It was a brush? "So it was taken by you." Qin Manjiang recalled Wang Ju's frantic search for it earlier. "Yes, this is the key to controlling the celestial goat. As long as it is in my possession, all its abnormal abilities cannot affect me, and moreover, I can control it." Zhong Xiuran beamed at the brush, thus, "We shall swiftly conclude this game. As for earlier, you need not concern yourselves. Had I not acted, my own escape would have been perilous." She led them towards the village square, continuing, "In fact, I have been searching for where this brush was hidden for the past several days. The Chun Wang, Zhongli, Sun, and CF families could all potentially harbor it. On my own, it would be somewhat challenging to locate it among those 6 families. So you conveyed the information to us, guiding us to investigate the circumstances of those 6 families, fortuitously encountering the vengeful ghost. Their attention was focused on us outsiders and the ghost, allowing you to seize the brush stored in the village chief's residence." Qin Manjiang concluded. "Precisely. They were fully aware of the ghost's presence and the nature of their dealings, yet they remained unperturbed, undoubtedly relying on something. Under normal circumstances, it would be quite difficult for me to infiltrate the village chief's home, but given the unexpected turn of their ritual, it became feasible." Zhong Xiuran twirled the brush skillfully between her fingers, affirming Qin Manjiang's deductions. At this moment, Lu Jingqing seemed to have an epiphany. She turned to Zhong Xiuran, covering her mouth in astonishment. "So, the old village chief's demise is linked to your theft of his brush?" Qin Manjiang and Zhong Xiuran simultaneously directed their gaze towards her. Perplexed and queried, "Wasn't he supposed to die?" Their synchronized utterance momentarily stunned them both. After exchanging a glance, Zhong Xiuran broke into a bright smile and reassured Lu Jingqing. "I'm certainly not the murderer. They are." Qin Manjiang nodded in agreement. Lu Jingqing appeared to be grappling with disbelief, yet she refrained from pressing further. It is entirely natural for individuals to hold divergent perspectives. Varying experiences, thoughts, outlooks, and personalities often render mutual understanding unnecessary. In many instances, it suffices to uphold the most fundamental respect for one another. At this juncture, Qin Manjiang suddenly sensed something amiss. He along with Zhong Xiuran, halted in their tracks. They surveyed their surroundings. The streets of the entire village lay deserted, steeped in an unsettling silence. It seemed as though only the three of them remained in the entirety of Xianyang village. No one could provide an answer to this enigma. In the past few days, have you encountered the Xianyang? Qin Manjiang inquired abruptly. He glanced at Zhong Xiuran, whose eyes sparkled with contemplation. Upon hearing the question, she shook her head. No, although I entered the village earlier, until last night, everything was normal, albeit with a rather eerie atmosphere. Qin Manjiang fell silent. Thus, it appeared that all the oddities had indeed commenced following the disruptions of the Xianyang creation ritual the previous night. A troubling hypothesis began to take shape in Qin Manjiang's mind. He had witnessed the Xianyang firsthand, its shadowy form distinct, with only its black sheep's head clearly discernible. However, the malevolent spirit he had encountered in the village chief's chamber bore no resemblance to the Xianyang. Could there be two specters? One being the source of all the anomalies, the Xianyang, and the other a victim of the creation ritual, Li Rong. He cast a glance at the brush in Zhong Xiuran's hand, his trepidation intensifying. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man, bare-chested and drenched in blood, emerged from the corner, his eyes vacant. Mr. He Jian? Lu Jingqing exclaimed in shock. Her voice roused He Jian, whose eyes suddenly brightened. Upon spotting the trio of Qin Manjiang, Lu Jingqing, and Zhong Xiuran, he shouted urgently, "Run! To the central square of the village. Chunping is a ghost. It's pursuing us." This revelation caused a sudden change in the expressions of Qin Manjiang, Lu Jingqing, and Zhong Xiuran, with Lu Jingqing and Qin Manjiang astonished by the revelation of Chunping's true nature, while Zhong Xiuran was taken aback by the very name. "You mean to say that one of the players in our group is named Chunping?" she inquired. Chapter 32. Close your eyes. On August 20th, in the northern part of Fuqing, within an abandoned murder mystery establishment, 5 individuals encircled a round table, seated upon 5 wooden chairs, engulfed by darkness. Strange tales. Close your eyes. The 5 summoned players were Xing Qiu, Qian Li, Lemonade with Ice, Ma Tu Dai Jian, and Fong Chao Xieyang. Upon convening in the northern part of the city and locating the designated establishment as per the Game S instructions, they lost consciousness the moment they crossed the threshold. Ma Tu Dai Jian was the first to awaken. His life had been riddled with misfortune until he was selected for this game, which had gradually turned his luck around. Thus far, he had survived 3 games. This was a challenge mode, and all 5 were acutely aware that the strange tale, titled Close Your Eyes, had previously resulted in the annihilation of players. This was a genuine horror game. Surveying the area, Ma Tu Dai Jian noticed that the fates of the others mirrored his own. They too were bound to wooden chairs, spaced 2 meters apart, encircling a modest black round table. The setting was indeed that of an abandoned murder mystery venue, possibly closed due to poor management. The floor was laid with black and white tiles, and the artwork and decor on the walls exuded an imaginative quirkiness, a style no ordinary household would dare choose. Close your eyes, the game begins. With the utterance of this phrase, 5 additional figures materialized within the gaps between the 5 players, separating them into pairs. The rules of the game are as follows. The seating arrangement is numbered 1 through 10. Among the 10 individuals present, there exists a malevolent spirit. Each round, players will take turns speaking, sharing one piece of true information about themselves without deceit. From the statements made by the 10, players must deduce who the evil spirit is and vote for one individual. The one receiving the most votes will be deemed the spirit. If the spirit is correctly identified, the game concludes and the players emerge victorious. If incorrectly identified, the individual with the most votes perishes, and the spirit will additionally execute another player. The rules were straightforward, easy to comprehend. Yet the true experience of a round left everyone's minds in a state of bewilderment. The oppressive atmosphere was unbearable for any human to endure, stifling communication of thoughts and discoveries. Each individual was left to speculate, not only on the identity of the spirit, but also on which player their fellow participants might choose to vote for. Furthermore, among those present, only the 5 of them were players from the outside world. Strictly speaking, the 5 sudden apparitions separating them were all spirits. Among the 5, the most composed were Qian Li and Fong Chao Xieyang. As seasoned players, they had both exchanged for disposable protective items in preparation for this challenging task. Fong Chao Xieyang scanned the unfamiliar faces of the newly appeared figures, their features indistinguishable, as if their identities were inconsequential, mere fillers in the scenario. Could it be that the true malevolent spirit lurked among the original 5 genuine players? If that were the case, could they first ascertain who they recognized? This thought crossed each player's mind. Feng Chao Xieyang and Qian Li had previously collaborated, a fact attributed to their status as veteran players. When Feng Chao Xieyang glanced over at Qian Li, she found him already looking back at her. With a barely perceptible nod, they confirmed their alliance. Yes, this game required camaraderie. Despite the prohibition against verbal communication, they could communicate through subtle glances and gestures. Focusing their votes was paramount to ensure they would not be eliminated. Meanwhile, Ma Tudai, Jian, and Xingqiu were also acquainted, having experienced a previous Strange Tale game together, albeit with minimal interaction. The atmosphere around the table grew increasingly eerie. The gazes of Feng Chao Xieyang, Qian Li, Ma Tudai, Jian, and Xingqiu converged on the one player everyone was unfamiliar with, Lemonade with Ice. Was this individual truly a player? Lemonade with Ice herself was taken aback by the situation. Having participated in 3 previous Strange Tale games, she found herself in the 4th, unexpectedly encountering a challenge mode that filled her with dread. Moreover, all the players were strangers to her. Coupled with the bizarre nature of the scenario, she immediately sensed something was amiss. She shook her head vigorously, on the verge of tears, yet everyone remained unmoved. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that everyone was acquainted with one another, save for Lemonade with Ice, who was unknown to all. However, her name had indeed been seen during the game's assembly, at the very least. The name was genuine, but whether she was truly herself remained uncertain. The first round of introductions commenced. My name is Ma Juanja, Ma Tudai, Jian stated. One by one, each player revealed their true identities. I am Su Qinxing, Qianli followed. I am Du Bian, Xingqiu continued. I am Su Tingfang, Feng Chao Xieyang added, joining in the introductions with the others. The Lemonade with Ice seemed to have come to a grim realization of its fate. With a quavering voice and a slight shake of her head, she uttered, my name is Yang Yi. The sight of her in such a state evoked a sense of compassion among the onlookers. Yang Yi appeared to be merely a university student. Her demeanor and speech held no peculiarities. Yet, she undeniably stood as the most suspicious among them all. Should they cast their votes for the 5 individuals who had been thrust into this game, they would inevitably face the risk of scattered votes, as these 5 system players were indistinguishable, leaving them uncertain about whom to choose. After the first round concluded, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed, "Please determine the voting order." Grasping the card and marker before her, Yang Yi announced, "The seat number for Lemonade with Ice is 9. Apologies escaped her lips as 4 individuals simultaneously wrote down the number 9. The vengeful spirits confirm. Close your eyes. This voice was particularly chilling, sending shivers down their spines. A frigid breeze flowed behind them, as if something sinister was approaching. They dared not linger and hastily shut their eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Until the 10th second, Ma Juanja suddenly heard a sound, reminiscent of something crashing to the ground, followed by a torrent of warm liquid splattering across his face. The scent was unmistakable. Blood? Verification complete. Voting has failed. The game continues. The room was abruptly illuminated, and Ma Juanja's gaze fixated on the opposite side, where the head of a young girl lay before seat number 9. Yang Yi's headless corpse remained upright in her chair, blood gushing from the severed neck. Beside her, another system player had perished, leaving no trace but vanishing into thin air. Ma Juanja, Su Xiangqian, Du Bian, and Su Tingfang were engulfed in a shroud of dread. It wasn't her. It wasn't Yang Yi. The true malevolent spirit still lurked among them. The game persisted. In Xianying village, He Jian and Qin Manjiang converged with the others, sprinting towards the village square. A red humanoid pendant? Zhong Xueran grasped the essence of He Jian's description almost instantaneously. It was only within the ancestral hall that she came to the stark realization of her own demise. So it was. A dawning comprehension swept over the group. Yet, they heard Qin Manjiang murmur, "There are 3 now." Chapter 33. The 3 Ghosts Arrive. Qin Manjiang's remark alerted everyone. In addition to the specters of Xianying and Li Rong, another presence, Chun Ping, had emerged. Each ghost employed a distinct method of murder. Li Rong was left with merely a head, and the reasons behind her killings remained a mystery. Chun Ping required a wish, but based on your description, making a wish to Chun Ping was exceedingly perilous. It adhered to its agreement, remaining stationary for 15 minutes. How much time had elapsed now? Zhong Xueran inquired. Zhong Xueran nodded. At least it follows the rules. Not necessarily. Qin Manjiang countered, casting a glance at He Jian. Brother Shi's wish was for him to leave Xianying village alive in 7 days. However, you killed him before departing. In a sense, Brother Shi's wish remains unfulfilled. Are you suggesting that if Chun Ping truly adheres strictly to the wish-making rules, it would intervene to prevent me from assisting old Shi in his suicide? He Jian questioned. It's hard to say. Qin Manjiang was at a loss for words. The four continued onward when suddenly, that ominous sensation returned, the same feeling they had upon entering the village, as though they were being watched from all directions. Yet now, not a soul inhabited the village. Who could possibly be observing them? Turning around, they found, indeed, that black goats had emerged from every window and door. The longer one gazed at these creatures, the more sinister they appeared. Their pupils were unlike those of ordinary animals, elongated and eerie compared to the typical round or slit pupils. As Qin Manjiang beheld these goats, a thought struck him. Given that the celestial goat possessed the ability to ensnare individuals into a realm of silence, could it not be inferred that the four of them had become ensnared within a vast, tranquil void constructed by the celestial goat? After all, aside from these black goats, not a single living person remained. The silence was profoundly unsettling. He abruptly halted and turned to Zhong Xiuran. Do not stop. We must hurry to the central square. He Jian urged, urgency palpable in his tone. A countdown ticked within him, despite his humble wish seemingly being honored by the vengeful spirit. He sensed that matters were far more complex than they appeared. He longed to reach a place bustling with life as swiftly as possible. What purpose lies in going there? Qin Manjiang suddenly queried. Of course. He Jian began, only to realize that it seemed they were the last 4 living beings in the village. Why did Miss Zhong guide us to the village square from the outset? He asked her, perplexed. Zhong Xiuran paused. Indeed, why? We are already ensnared in the celestial goat's domain of silence. Qin Manjiang postulated, contemplating that the central square was perhaps a suggestion from it. We have no compelling reason to head there, he continued, his gaze shifting back to Zhong Xiuran, then to He Jian and Lu Jingqing. Please gather close. I have an idea. There is no time to waste. Soon, Chun Ping would be able to act. Qin Manjiang's words surprised everyone. How could he possess an idea at such a critical juncture? A new player? Those 3 ghosts, we can. Qin Manjiang began to articulate, while Lu Jingqing occasionally nodded in acknowledgement. In a fleeting moment, she noticed something peculiar about the houses behind Qin Manjiang. Was it merely an illusion? She felt as though the goats from that house had crept a tad closer to him than before. Surely, it was just her imagination. The goat remained stationary, unless the entire structure had somehow moved nearer to Qin Manjiang. But how could that be possible? Yet, she could not resist the urge to observe the homes behind Qin Manjiang. This time, she was taken aback to discover a grotesque female head had appeared on the neck of one of those black goats, where there should have been a goat's head. Now rested that of a woman. Upon realizing Lu Jingqing's attention, the woman's head on the goat grotesquely widened its mouth, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth. Lu Jingqing's face turned ashen. It's coming. The moment she uttered those words, Zhong Xiuran seized her arm, pulling her forward in haste. Almost simultaneously, Qin Manjiang and He Jian turned and fled. Behind them, the sound of countless hooves echoed. He Jian glanced back, and a chill ran down his spine. Right behind the 4 of them, all the black goats had emerged. Their heads had transformed into Li Rong's vengeful visage, each pair of eyes fixated on the 4. Particularly on Zhong Xiuran, whose blood-red eyes and chilling shrieks seemed intent on dragging her into the abyss. So many, far too many. There were simply too many of these black goats. What was even more terrifying was that He Jian's sense's wish's duration had just concluded. The 15 minutes were up. Chun Ping was emerging, his face as pale as a ghost. He uttered, "Where? Do we escape to?" The moment he finished speaking, Lu Jingqing, breathless, exclaimed, "I can't run anymore." Miss Zhong, she gasped for air, having reached her limit. As someone accustomed to long hours at a computer, her stamina paled in comparison to that of an average girl, and after such frantic running, she found herself utterly exhausted. Qin Manjiang's stamina was merely average, aligning with that of a typical male. He was distinctly ordinary. Conversely, Zhong Xiuran and He Jian, though equally pale, appeared capable of continuing their flight for quite some time. Don't speak. The more you talk, the more agitated you'll become, and the more fatigued you will feel. Zhong Xiuran did not relinquish her grip on Lu Jingqing's arm. Instead, she slightly reduced her pace to accommodate her. Lu Jingqing was desperately persevering. Yet both she and the others were acutely aware that continuing to run was not a viable solution. The relentless black sheep, adorned with the heads of female ghosts, showed no signs of fatigue. Without a clever stratagem, it was only a matter of time before they would be overtaken, destined to meet the same fate as Wang Ju. Regarding what I was unable to finish speaking earlier, you all, Qin Manjiang suddenly resumed his previous train of thought. At such a moment, what more could you possibly say? He Jian could not help but interject, urging them not to waste their energy and to flee. After a moment of silence, Qin Manjiang spoke again, his tone now resolute. If you wish to survive, you must all comply with my directives. The group was taken aback by Qin Manjiang's commanding demeanor. Yet they quickly realized that he indeed possessed a plan. He Jian, Zhong Xiuran, how much longer can you maintain this pace? He Jian nodded in agreement. I can last about 30 minutes. Very well, we will resolve everything within half an hour. Qin Manjiang's eyes were chillingly devoid of emotion, resembling a precise machine. He Jian, you are entangled with the malevolent spirit Chen Ping. 15 minutes have elapsed, and it will seek you out. You cannot run with us. Divert its attention and endure for half an hour. Zhong Xiuran, the black sheep is fixated on you. Relinquish the brush to Lu Jingqing and lead the black sheep away. Lu Jingqing, you shall wield the brush and seek a means to unravel this silent domain. Qin Manjiang assigned each person a task, yet he remained silent regarding his own. In moments such as this, if they could not cultivate mutual trust, their chances of survival would be effectively nullified. Whether it was He Jian, Zhong Xiuran, or Lu Jingqing, they could not help but steal glances at Qin Manjiang's retreating figure. If you trust me, then follow my instructions. This time, I refuse to harbor regrets. Chapter 34. The Mark of the Celestial Sheep. No one contested Qin Manjiang's arrangements. He Jian veered left, while Zhong Xiuran took to the right, running in silence. The village was expansive. As long as their stamina held, they could evade their pursuers. Indeed, all the black sheep, led by Li Rong, pursued Zhong Xiuran. Your analytical prowess regarding the written word is remarkable. I have faith in you, Qin Manjiang affirmed, offering no further words before parting ways with Lu Jingqing at the next intersection. Lu Jingqing cast a glance at Qin Manjiang's departing figure, entirely unaware of his destination or the reasoning behind his entrusting her with such a formidable task. No, perhaps she did understand. Li Rong's target was evidently Zhong Xiuran, while He Jian was pursued by another spirit. Qin Manjiang had his own objectives, and it seemed that she was the only one with the time to unravel this silent domain. But how? Even if she was the sole one with the opportunity to act, she was devoid of any leads on how to proceed. Mr. Qin asserted that everything must be resolved within 30 minutes. Why would he place his trust in someone like her? Lu Jingqing anxiously contemplated as she walked, feeling the weight of immense pressure. Now, the four of them were ensnared in this desolate, silent domain. It was certain that this was not the result of the vengeful spirits Li Rong and Chen Ping. It was the doing of the celestial sheep. She recalled a moment when she and Qin Manjiang had stood before the restroom corridor. Calm, remain calm. Lu Jingqing repeatedly admonished herself. She was not inherently audacious. Rather, she was quite timid. The emotion of fear severely impaired one's cognitive abilities, and Lu Jingqing was no exception. Despite having survived 2 encounters with bizarre tales, she had merely been fortunate enough to escape. Once, she had encountered the lead player, Yang. Under Yang's guidance, they had all successfully cleared that round. As for the second time, just as she was about to be dragged beneath the bed by a vengeful spirit, a player known as Roast Duck discovered the spirit's weakness and vanquished it using the rules. Both instances had been perilously close to death. Lu Jingqing never regarded herself as possessing any exceptional traits. She was merely an author, one who penned sweet, heartwarming, slice-of-life novels devoid of intricate schemes or tragic farewells. Her upbringing had been harmonious and loving, her family, friends, and fellow readers all kind to her. Prior to being ensnared in this game of bizarre tales, Lu Jingqing had always felt her life was simple and beautiful. Even after entering the world of strange narratives, she considered herself fortunate, as there always seemed to be someone to lend her a hand at crucial moments. Except this time, tears welled in her eyes as she huddled in a corner of a dwelling. For now, there were no spirits pursuing her. Chen Ping had gone after He Jian, and Li Rong was in pursuit of Zhong Xiuran. Why was I chosen? Lu Jingqing clenched the brush tightly, utterly perplexed as to why Qin Manjiang had entrusted her with such a challenging and critical task. This responsibility should have rightfully fallen to the 10th seat, the esteemed Miss Zhong Xiuran. who possessed a permanent item. She hugged her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. Although she understood that Li Rong's primary target was Zhong Xiuran, perhaps because Zhong had stolen the brush in front of it, Zhong had no time to undertake this task. Nor did he Jian. Yet I truly cannot do it. An overwhelming pressure weighed heavily on her heart. A different kind of fear beyond that of the vengeful spirits. She feared that her shortcomings might lead to the demise of the other three. However, if she could not break the silence, it would mean their deaths would be her fault. What am I to do? Lu Jingqing found herself engulfed in immense pressure and self-doubt. What should I do? How can I utilize this brush? I am incapable. Why must I be entrusted with such an important task? Trembling, tears continued to fall from her eyes. Yet, after less than 10 seconds of weeping, she firmly grasped the brush once more, closed her eyes, and endeavored to take deep breaths. Remain calm. I must remain calm. Mr. Qin is an extraordinary individual. Even if I do not believe in myself, I must trust his judgment. He entrusted this task to me, which signifies that I am the most suitable candidate. I can do this. I must be able to. First, this is the silent domain constructed by the celestial sheep. To dissolve this domain, the brush, which possesses limitations over the celestial sheep, must be employed. But how should it be used? I have no idea where the celestial sheep is. How can I use it? Anxiously, Lu Jingqing felt a sense of urgency rising within her, as if she could envision Qin Manjiang and the others being slaughtered by the spirits. If she thought carefully, surely she would find a solution. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Yes, mister. Qin had mentioned that this brush was used by the villagers to control the vessel of the celestial sheep, which means its method of use could be discerned from those who had already been transformed into celestial sheep. Those who had already been transformed into celestial sheep. Only their heads remained. Wait. Lu Jingqing's eyes flew open. She recalled the head of Li Rong. On the forehead of Li Rong's head, there was a most dissonant mark. Hurriedly, she looked down at the brush in her hand. This was pressing the tip of the brush against it, right on the spot left on the forehead. That's it. This is it. Lu Jingqing was overjoyed, but soon she composed herself again. No. Even if she knew how to use the brush, how could she possibly succeed in pressing the brush's tip to the celestial sheep's forehead? It is not an inanimate object. Am I mistaken? Lu Jingqing once again fell into self-doubt. 10 minutes had already passed, and she was entirely unaware of the other's conditions. Desperation gripped her as she tugged at her hair. Finally, she could no longer contain herself and took out her phone. Generally, they would refrain from using their phones for communication, as vengeful spirits might impersonate others, providing misleading information or even luring them into traps to kill them. But she could wait no longer. The only person capable of answering the phone was Qin Manjiang. She dialed the number and connected the call. What is it? Qin Manjiang answered promptly, her voice laced with concern. I know how to use it, but I can't locate the celestial goat. Nor do I know how to press the brush against its forehead. Lu Jingqing succinctly articulated her predicament, acutely aware of the urgency of the moment. The brush. Pressed against the forehead, Qin Manjiang murmured. If the target is a ghost, it wouldn't remain still for you to approach with the brush. The tool would be rendered utterly meaningless unless, like He Jian, you could make a wish to immobilize it, seizing that fleeting moment to press the brush upon it. Wait, the celestial goat might not move. Its exterior could be an inanimate object. Suddenly struck by a revelation, Qin Manjiang spoke rapidly. That opening line states, beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Lu Jingqing felt a shiver run through her. What had transpired with Mr. Qin? No, she couldn't dwell on that now. She needed to unravel the answer to assist everyone. Lu Jingqing squeezed her eyes shut once more, covering her ears, huddling in the corner. Mr. Qin had just mentioned the opening line. I recall the opening line. Attach the double horns, strip away the bones. They are peeling my skin. My face thins further. The corners of my mouth lift into a smile. All right, let's go have a drink. I am placed in a pitch-black, narrow hole, unable to hold any light in my eyes. I am a god. I do not wish to become a god. The most peculiar line within is, I am placed in a pitch-black, narrow hole, unable to hold any light in my eyes. According to He Jian, the ancestral hall is not narrow. Rather, the entrance is circular, and when fully opened, it resembles. Lu Jingqing suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed away. She had found it. The essence of the celestial goat, the location of the forehead, was indeed there. Just as Lu Jingqing raced toward the ancestral hall, Qin Manjiang encountered a dilemma. This was the very reason he had abruptly hung up the phone. Chun Ping appeared before him, his crimson pupils reflecting the image of Qin Manjiang. He grinned. a terrifying voice seemingly emanating from the depths of his being. Tell me your wish. Chapter 35. The Moment of Conclusion. When Qin Manjiang confronted Chun Ping, Zhong Xiuran had just barely evaded the relentless pursuit of the black goat, momentarily seeking refuge. Her physical stamina, honed through rigorous training, was commendable, yet she could not continue running indefinitely as previously agreed. Placing her hope entirely in others was not her principle. Zhong Xiuran retrieved the Sanqing bell from her bosom, untroubled by the prospect of the bell's sound alerting the spirits. This item could only be used once per game, and it was only then that it could be wrong. The ferocity of this sick goat's tail had far exceeded Zhong Xiuran's expectations. She found it odd, for typically, the top 10 players would be assigned a challenge mode. Multiplayer mode felt like a holiday for those in the top 10. From what she knew, including herself, each player in the top 10 possessed their own exclusive permanent item. And the instant teleportation of the Sanqing bell, compared to the bizarre abilities of those entities, was not too outrageous. Their survival capabilities in multiplayer mode far surpassed those of most players. However, this time, not only was there a newly initiated player who had just passed the tutorial level, but 3 vengeful spirits had also materialized right from the start. Even the rules of wishing were intricately concealed, making it difficult for them to discern the heightened difficulty. Yet, it was merely their oversight. Zhong Xiuran pulled a rubber band from her pocket, tying her scattered hair back, silently beginning to calculate the time. Neither He Jian, with his exceptional stamina, nor Lu Jingqing, with her remarkable analytical skills, nor even the seemingly seasoned Qin Manjiang had noticed one crucial detail. The celestial goat was the root of it all, while the other 2 spirits, Chun Ping and Li Rong, were mere offshoots resulting from the discrepancies in the celestial goat ritual. This indicated that, according to the village's usual course of events, Chun Ping and Li Rong would have perished without becoming ghosts. Observing the current behavioral patterns of the 3 spirits, it was evident that Li Rong killed at will, never inquiring about wishes, while Chun Ping would actively ask humans what their wishes were. As for the elusive celestial goat, it had attacked Qin Manjiang and Lu Jingqing without demonstrating any inclination to inquire about wishes. Hence, it could be inferred with relative ease that the power to grant wishes had been conferred upon Chun Ping, which explained his incessant questioning about wishes. So, what abilities had Li Rong and the essence of the celestial goat inherited? The answer was not complex. At that moment, the sound of the black goat's hooves echoed outside the courtyard where Zhong Xiuran was hiding. She had never anticipated she could remain hidden indefinitely. She touched the Sanqing bell, whispering, "I apologize for the inconvenience." She hurled the Sanqing bell with all her strength in the opposite direction. The exclusive permanent item could almost be considered a player's doppelganger, capable of briefly confusing vengeful spirits after being used. Thus, she seized the opportunity to utilize the once-per-game instant teleportation ability, tossing it away without regret. As the sound of the goat's hooves receded, Zhong Xiuran wasted no time in fleeing the scene. Just moments ago, she had been unaware of Qin Manjiang's intentions, yet his arrangement aligned perfectly with her own. Based on Li Rong's behavioral patterns, it could be inferred that what she had inherited was the ability to collect a price. Those who made wishes in front of Qin Ping would find Li Rong there to exact that price. The price was simply a death. However, they mistakenly believed that all 3 spirits could grant wishes. At the very least, Li Rong would not listen. Furthermore, they had all forgotten one essential fact. Even if the ritual had not gone awry, the only individuals capable of granting wishes were 2. 1. The person who becomes the celestial goat, and the other, the individual chosen by the celestial goat. Those who attempted to wish without fulfilling either condition. Zhong Xiuran ceased her thoughts. Half an hour should suffice for action. Good luck to you all. The more spiritual eyes, the better. He Jian continued to flee. The village remained eerily quiet. Can I survive? He Jian harbored no certainty deep within. He understood he was not an exceptionally gifted individual. His ascension to the role of history teacher was not due to brilliance, but rather diligence. While others could memorize in an hour, he would invest 2 hours. While others could think on their feet, he would preemptively consider potential scenarios and prepare contingency plans in advance. The same applied to his venture into Celestial Goat Village. He had purchased an array of items he might need. However, most of them proved to be of little use. Gasping for breath, He Jian pressed on. Even though Chun Ping had yet to reveal himself, he dared not halt, as if pausing would cause him to fall behind. In this tale of horror, he was acquainted only with Shi Lianshan, a companion from a previous game. They had met in reality, shared drinks, and discussed life, work, and the damn game. even pondering how long they could endure before meeting their demise. Shirley and Sean had a rather pragmatic outlook, recounting how he had nearly perished during the tutorial level. The ghost had taken on the visage of his deceased father. He recognized it as a ghost, yet hesitated to obliterate it completely. Having barely survived the tutorial, Shirley and Sean had come to accept that he would eventually meet his end. "If I ask you to kill me, you must help me," he had said drunkenly. "Understood," Jian had replied, choosing not to pry further, instead asking, "Why do you think ordinary people like us are chosen for such games? We are already middle-aged, on the brink of our twilight years. Regardless of physical or mental fortitude, we are no match for the vigor of youth. Do we possess the value of being chosen? Life is not a novel, with only one protagonist." In a state of inebriation, Shirley and Sean rested his head upon the table. "Do you know, Lauhi? The moment I realized I had become the protagonist of my life was when my father passed away. At that juncture, I was 30 years old, and my child had just been born. We never shared much dialogue. Yet in the moment of his impending death, fear gripped me. My father perceived it. He instructed my wife, mother, and child to leave the room, for he had something to impart to me. He said, 'You can no longer shelter beneath the eaves. It is time for you to become the eaves of this family.' Indeed, the vast majority of people in this world are ordinary. Yet the ordinary are under no obligation to become anyone's vassal. I wish to survive. I must survive for the sake of my family, my life." Jian exerted every ounce of his strength to run, placing his trust in Qin Manjiang. However, at that moment, a text message abruptly halted his progress. "The ghost is with me. You should go to the Chun family." The sender was Qin Manjiang. Rather than making a call, Qin chose to send a text. If the malevolent spirit were indeed close, there would be no opportunity to compose a message or make a call on the spot. Receiving this text could only imply two possibilities. Either Qin Manjiang anticipated an unforeseen circumstance and prepared the message in advance, or the message was sent by the ghost itself, with the sole intention of luring him to the Chun family. But why the Chun family? Jian paused, contemplating. Chun Ping had long since lifted the time constraint for action. 15 minutes had elapsed, yet Qin Ping had not made an appearance. Could it be that Qin Ping was truly with Qin Manjiang? Yet why did Qin not wish for Qin Ping to cease his actions for 15 minutes? If he was indeed confident he could conclude this game within half an hour, he ought to have made such a wish. Jian stared at the message on his phone, hesitating. Unable to ascertain the veracity of the message, he knew that a misjudgment could only lead to death. What could possibly await me at the Chun family? Jian gripped his phone tightly. The last words echoing in his mind were those spoken by Qin Manjiang upon his departure. "If you trust me, do as I say." Trust. Such a commodity is exceedingly precious in the reality we inhabit, let alone in the perilous world of ghostly tales where life and death hang in the balance. Should I trust him? Lu Jingqing clutched her brush tightly, sprinting towards the ancestral hall with all her might. If she could arrive even a second earlier, she might unlock this realm of silence, allowing those hidden, malevolent spirits to at least temper their ferocity. This was all she could do. Never before had she run so swiftly. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. During her student days, a mere 800 meters would leave her breathless, and years spent seated at a computer had significantly diminished her stamina. Yet now she dared not pause, her throat aflame, ears ringing, her legs moving mechanically, stripped of the elegance she had possessed when arriving in her luxury car. Finally, the ancestral hall came into view. Just like the rest of the village, it was deserted. Lu Jingqing felt her heart racing, yet she pressed on, breathless as she reached the entrance, pushing with all her strength. This is the place. The hints in the prologue pointed here. I was placed in a dark, narrow hole where no light could penetrate my eyes. The hall was not small, yet such a description could only suggest one thing. The true form of the celestial goat was far larger than they imagined. With this thought, she considered that the ancestral hall dedicated to the celestial goat, when viewed from above, resembled a prostrate sheep. The head of the sheep aligned with the entrance, and the spot between the brows was right here. With a creak, the door finally yielded to Lu Jingqing's push. Her gaze fell upon the threshold, her grip on the brush tightening as she extended her finger and bit it, drawing blood. There was no time to seek other liquids. After saturating the brush tip with her blood, Lu Jingqing took a deep breath, her heart pounding. She vaguely sensed an unsettling gaze upon her. The terrifying pressure was more overwhelming than anything she had encountered in all her ghostly games. Her body trembled, teeth chattering involuntarily as she clutched the brush, fear urging her to flee. Yet, Lu Jingqing pressed the brush tip down onto the threshold, A resonant hum echoed in her mind. Then, the sounds of insects chirping and birds calling erupted all at once. They had returned. The realm of silence was broken. However, before she could revel in her triumph, her eyes fell upon the steps before the door, where a river of blood flowed. Two headless corpses of young individuals lay in a gruesome tableau. Trembling, Lu Jingqing peered into the hall, where dismembered bodies were strewn about, drenched in blood, the stench nauseating. At that moment, a tremor coursed through the brush. Lu Jingqing froze, images flashing in her mind. Goat horns, goat skin, the brush, transforming a goat. Was that Li Rong? This was how she met her end. Wait, if that were true. Lu Jingqing's eyes widened as she glanced down at the brush in her hand, then at the hall, now devoid of life, littered only with mangled remains. Rising to her feet, she stood there, lost in thought for a moment. Then, step by step, she ventured inside. Chapter 36. 3 People, 3 Wishes. Tell me, what is your wish? The moment Qin Ping appeared, Qin Manjiang pressed send on his message. He did not know if He Jian would believe him, but for now, this was all he could do. Tell me, what is your wish? Qin Ping repeated. The signal fraught with danger. Ghosts are not known for their patience. Yet, Qin Manjiang remained silent. He was resistant to making a wish. This was not due to a lack of desires, but rather because he believed that even if a wish were granted in such a manner, it would ultimately exact a different kind of toll. Furthermore, Qin Manjiang had always noted a crucial detail. According to village tradition, not everyone possessed the right to make a wish. Now, 3 spirits had emerged. The celestial goat, Chun Ping, and Li Rong. Only Chun Ping demanded a human's wish. Yet only the one chosen to become the celestial goat, or the fortunate individual selected by the would-be celestial goat, could make a wish. The discord lay here. If a wish were coerced from Chun Ping, regardless of its nature, it would not fulfill the ritual's requirements. This was not how the process was meant to unfold. Thus, when he was in the village chief's courtyard, it was only at the last moment, when Li Rong attacked, that he contemplated using a wish to temporarily escape the crisis. This was also one of the reasons Qin Manjiang intended to resolve everything within 30 minutes. Shi Lianshan was already dead. He Jian had made a wish, requesting the malevolent spirits to pause all actions for 15 minutes. Thus, his life was very likely to end within the subsequent 15 minutes, for that was not a wish, but a curse. To save him, there remained only the final 15 minutes. He hoped that He Jian could reach the Chun family in that time. Now, it was Qin Manjiang's turn to confront this curse. He fixed his gaze upon the malevolent spirit, Chun Ping. Pretending to be oblivious was futile. He needed to find a way to avoid making a wish while also evading the spirit's wrath. Strictly speaking, only 2 individuals possessed the right to wish. One, the chosen to become the celestial goat, and the other, the one selected by that individual. But Qin Manjiang gazed at Qin Ping and suddenly remarked, "Is it possible that a phrase you uttered before you even realized your own demise was triggered by my conversation with Miss Lu? This statement bears considerable weight, perhaps. With a malevolent pendant in your possession, you were privy to information far beyond our comprehension, which you expressed without awareness of your own death. It was also due to you that I was reminded of an additional method, apart from the 2 already known, that could grant one the privilege of making wishes." Chun Ping, now an apparition, possessed eyes filled with a ghastly crimson hue. Yet, at that moment, it seemed a flicker of clarity and bewilderment passed through him, only to be swiftly engulfed by a tide of resentment, and he lunged forward with a roar. "Rest in peace, Qin Tong." Qin Manjiang uttered his gaming codename instead of Chun Ping, for that name was not even his true identity. Just as the specter was about to close in, Qin Manjiang quickly recited all the words spoken by Lu Jingqing before the appearance of the celestial goat the previous night, uncertain which keyword had activated it. At that instant, the oppressive gaze reemerged. Chun Ping's figure abruptly halted, casting a strange glance at Qin Manjiang before vanishing into thin air. Qin Manjiang picked up his phone, and the reflection in the screen revealed his visage, now transformed into that of a black goat. At the Chun residence, Zhong Xiuran had just arrived outside the gates when the sound of intense quarrels and commotion reached her ears. Had Lu Jingqing succeeded? Was the realm of silence shattered? She turned her gaze to see shadows re-emerging on the village path, and unexpectedly, a familiar figure was sprinting toward the Chun residence. "Mr. He Jian?" Zhong Xiuran exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" He Jian, panting and clutching his phone, replied, I don't know. Xiao Qin sent me here. Chun Ping isn't with me. He is with him. A smile crept onto Zhong Xiuran's lips. Oh, has he taken notice of that? He Jian looked at her in confusion. Noticed what? Just as Zhong Xiuran was about to explain, an ominous premonition surged within her, prompting her to turn around. A black goat, alongside Chen Ping, appeared simultaneously at the corner of the path behind them. It seemed Chen Ping was indeed on his way. The smile faded from Zhong Xiuran's face. "Mr. He Jian, we must fight with all our might. Follow me." She kicked open the door of the Chen residence. "What are you doing?" The Chen family members attempted to intervene, but were seized by her without hesitation. "Wang Ju brought the celestial goat to your Chen residence before leaving the central square." "Where is it?" Zhong Xiuran demanded. "Wang Ju, the celestial goat?" He Jian was baffled. "Let me go." "Who are you?" protested a Chen family woman, struggling against her grip. He Jian hurriedly closed the door, peering through the crack to see the two specters advancing toward them. Zhong Xiuran reached in her jeans pocket, drew out a small knife, and swiftly slashed it across the woman's neck, causing blood to gush forth. In the backyard. "The second room? Please don't kill me." The woman collapsed to the ground in desperation, completely unaware that Zhong Xiuran and He Jian had already departed. The two hastily ran toward the backyard, and as they sprinted, Zhong Xiuran explained, "Qin Manjiang realized that only the two chosen ones could make wishes, which is why he sent you here. I have prepared a slip of paper bearing my name. Later, let the true Changping draw lots. You help me keep watch, and should the specters arrive, it's best if you can delay them for a moment. Once I confirm that I am chosen as the lucky one, I will immediately wish to erase this curse." She spoke rapidly, leaving many points unclear, but He Jian finally grasped her intent. "All right," he responded affirmatively. They dashed into the backyard, where most of the Chen family had rushed to the central square of the village, leaving behind only the elderly, women, and children who could not impede their progress. Pushing open the door, a chilling aura enveloped them. Eyes closed, lips curled, a stranger's face. Chen Ping, this is the true Changping of Celestial Goat Village. He was indeed present. Just as Zhong Xiuran pulled out the slip of paper bearing her name and extended it toward Chen Ping, suddenly, He Jian noticed two ghostly white faces at the entrance of the backyard. A human head with the body of a goat. Li Rong, the death player. Chen Ping. He Jian's legs trembled, yet he resolutely stood in the doorway, for he had promised to act as such. "Quick!" he shouted to Zhong Xiuran. At that moment, the Chen Ping inside the room opened his eyes, glanced at the crumpled paper in Zhong Xiuran's hand, the only slip of paper, and uttered, "The drawing begins." He reached for the paper, opened it, and called out, "Zhong Xiuran." Joy surged through Zhong Xiuran. Despite the ritual being rather mundane, it was essential. "State your wish." The celestial goat Chen Ping intoned. No wonder the power of wishing resided within him. After the mishap of Li Rong's deification ritual, he had become the latest celestial goat. Furthermore, due to the intertwining of the souls of the deceased player Qing Tong and Chen Ping within one body, both were inextricably linked, allowing Qing Tong to possess the subconscious ability to grant wishes to humans. Before Zhong Xiuran could finish her sentence, she suddenly heard a sickening sound. Turning her head, a contorted, pallid arm pierced through He Jian's chest, seizing a bright red heart. Blood gushed forth, and He Jian's body slackened, the light in his eyes dimming rapidly. Beneath his feet, Li Rong's head extended two arms, swiftly reaching toward Zhong Xiuran. Zhong Xiuran cast a glance at He Jian, her gaze steely and resolute, declaring, "I wish for." In the ancestral hall, Lu Jingqing beheld Shi Lianshan sprawled in a pool of blood, his face covered by a garment, his limbs severed, tears instantly streaming down her face as she clamped a hand over her mouth. Mr. Shi had perished, and with him, Mr. He Jian might have made a wish, ensuring his demise. It was inevitable. No, not everyone can wish unless... Her gaze fell upon the empty tray before the incense burner. Though the tray was devoid of offerings, that Chen Ping could see the horns and hide within it. No more lives should be claimed. "Mr. Qin, Mr. He Jian, Miss Zhong Xiuran, please do not make any more wishes." Lu Jingqing slowly raised her brush, the crimson tip aimed at her forehead, pressing down. Cold, hot, excruciating pain, a pair of black goat horns, a black hide. Trembling, she extended her hands, first retrieving the hide and draping it over herself. The hide seemed alive, seeping through her clothing, adhering to her skin. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. The pain brought her to the brink of unconsciousness. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, shakily reaching for the black horns. At the tips of the horns, two sharp iron nails glimmered ominously, a terrifying sight. Lu Jingqing was filled with dread, yet time trickled away. Throughout her life, She had been under the care of others in the past tales of horror. Whether it was Yang or the current one involving Mr. Qin and Miss Zhong, none had abandoned her. Now, the opportunity to turn the tide, even to conclude the game, lay before her. It was time for her to contribute something for everyone. Though fear gripped her, making her tremble violently, she nonetheless grasped the horns, slowly aligning them with her temples. You desire. I am willing. Tears slipped down her cheeks involuntarily as Lu Jingqing fearfully closed her eyes. Wish, wish. As the final word fell, she suddenly exerted force, driving the nails of the horns into her temples. An intense pain surged through every corner of her being, even reaching her soul. An alien consciousness, vast enough to make her tremble, abruptly descended upon her body, and Lu Jingqing felt as though she were on the verge of death. Her consciousness grew increasingly hazy, on the brink of being utterly crushed by that colossal awareness. Yet, in the end, she grit her teeth with determination, opened her eyes, and weakly uttered, I hope. Chapter 37. A Single Hair. Humanity is an extraordinarily intricate species, and in desperate circumstances, each individual's choices become profoundly intriguing. Zhong Xueran discovered the true Qin Ping, for he was the last to be transformed into the immortal goat. Only by being chosen by Qin Ping could one attain the privilege of wishing. Lu Jingqing uncovered the secrets of the ancestral hall and the brush, learning the method and process of shaping the immortal goat. Torn between fear and benevolence, she chose the latter, plunging the goat's horn into her own temple, aspiring to become the next immortal goat herself, thus granting her the right to wish. As for Qin Manjiang, he contemplated the legendary tale. In their darkest hour, the refugees encountered a black goat that heard their innermost thoughts, guiding them to a land of peach blossoms. Therefore, he resolved to confront the essence of the immortal goat directly. Could wishes truly be fulfilled, even with the privilege to wish? The apparent upper limit of the immortal goat's wish lay merely in the capacity to enrich one's family. If resurrecting the dead or attaining immortality were possible, the villagers would have done so long ago, with only a single opportunity to wish. It must not be overly extravagant and should ensure the smooth completion of this eerie game within the confines of its limitations. So, how should one articulate this wish? Zhong Xueran was the first to determine her course of action. Before deciding to wish, she had pondered extensively on how to navigate the necessity of wishing if faced with such a situation. Primarily, one must consider the restrictions of the wish, then ascertain the hidden mechanisms at play. For instance, she realized that when wishing to the immortal goat, one should refrain from wishing to alter events that had already transpired, as reversing a foregone conclusion is invariably more challenging than influencing an unmanifested future. The difficulty of realization also, to a certain extent, reflects the wish's intrinsic value. Thus, the wish must pertain to something yet to occur. Moreover, based on the circumstances of Shi Lianshan and He Jian's wishes, the more specific the wish's description, the lesser the chance for malevolent spirits to exploit loopholes. A vague desire for mere survival would grant far too much leeway to those spirits. The easier a wish is to fulfill, the lesser its value, making it more likely to be perfectly realized. Yet this wish must also ensure the safety of her party. He Jian's heart had been ripped from his chest, lying lifeless on the ground, as two malevolent spirits charged toward her. After careful consideration, Zhong Xueran turned to Qin Ping and articulated her wish. I wish that from this moment forth, all entities within Immortal Goat Village cannot inflict any form of harm upon outsiders. As you wish, Qin Ping replied, his lips still contorted in a rigid smile. However, as his words concluded, his hands began to tremble violently. At that moment, Qin Ping's visage became utterly horrific. His muscles twisted and bulged grotesquely, his skin flushed crimson, veins and arteries protruding alarmingly, presenting a terrifying sight. The two malevolent spirits at the doorway abruptly halted, seemingly blind to Zhong Xueran, discarding He Jian's already lifeless body and eerily retreating into the yard. Success. Zhong Xueran sighed with relief. However, in the next instant, to her astonishment, Qin Ping's transformation continued. You desire, I desire, wishes are mutually fulfilled. A terrifying voice emerged from Qin Ping's throat as dense black wool sprouted across his skin, his eyes rapidly spinning in a bizarre manner, his once round pupils elongating into slits. Something was amiss. The wish had indeed been established. Even if I were to pay the price for its success, it shouldn't harm me. Yet the reality remained that Qin Ping had entirely transformed into a horrifying, grotesque black goat, his teeth interlocked, fixating on her with a menacing glare. Zhang Xueran's heart froze in terror. If the severity of the price equated to the value of the wish, then the cost of her previous desire must certainly involve life and safety. Yet she had wished for immunity from any form of harm. Why then did Qin Ping still appear in this monstrous guise, seemingly intent on claiming her life? Wait. Qin Ping's monstrous black goat form loomed ever larger, nearly breaking through the roof. At that moment, Zhang Xueran realized a crucial fact. The existence of all entities within Immortal Goat Village could not inflict any form of harm upon outsiders. Perhaps the legendary Immortal Goat itself did not truly belong to Immortal Goat Village? It was only at this moment that an overwhelming tide of fear engulfed her. She had not felt such dread in a long time. She watched, paralyzed, as a terrifying goat face neared her, its maw opening wider than her own head, slowly approaching. The root was Li Rong. Lu Jingqing felt the terrifying power within her, so overwhelming it made her tremble, yet she steadfastly clung to her convictions. Every description in the opening narrative was from Li Rong's perspective, and the underlying cause of this series of events stemmed from Li Rong's murder. A mishap during the transformation ritual into the immortal goat had led to this chaos. Thus, Lu Jingqing did not, as Zhang Xueran had, contemplate whether her wish would manifest or if the cost would be too great. She did not even consider wishing from her own party's standpoint. No rule dictated that wishes must be made for oneself. Qin Ping's mother could wish for her son. In such a life-or-death scenario, it was only natural for individuals to prioritize their own survival. Reflecting on the opening lines and the words Qin Manjiang had once spoken, "Your analysis of the text is remarkable. I believe in you. I am a god. I do not wish to become a god." Lu Jingqing's consciousness began to blur, the colossal terror, beyond description, crushing her will to a pulp. She felt as if her body would burst from the sudden influx of that presence. This is unbearable. Am I about to die? She collapsed to the ground, straining to open her eyes, but her body grew increasingly weary. No, I cannot fall asleep. At the very least, with great effort, she managed to open her eyes and, with all her strength, slowly articulated her final wish. I hope Li Rong can have her wish. Lu Jingqing completely lost consciousness, collapsing in a pool of blood. At the very moment she uttered her wish, a piercing scream erupted from Li Rong, who was in the backyard of the Qin residence. The horrific black giant goat, which was the true form of Qin Ping, also let out a mournful wail at that instant. Similarly, the player Qing Tong, just when Zhang Xueran had thought her demise was inevitable, she dashed out of the backyard without hesitation, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before her. Who was it? Had someone wished for the complete disappearance of the spirits? Such a wish seemed impossible to realize and would certainly incur a terrifying price. Who was it? How did they manage it? She turned to glance back, seeing only the head of Li Rong, tears streaming down her face as she frantically clawed at her own visage. Arms sprouted from beneath her head and reached out toward Qin Ping and Qing Tong. The malevolent spirit Li Rong was attacking fellow malevolent spirits Qin Ping and Qing Tong. Why? She was the 10th seat, but perhaps precisely because she held that title, she had long since adapted to absolute rationality like those in the top 10. No one would concern themselves with the feelings of a ghost, let alone regard a ghost's wish. She wouldn't tea, Yang wouldn't tea, nor would Qin Manjiang. Perhaps in the entire eerie game, only Lu Jingqing, a writer fond of heartwarming narratives and sweet storylines, would be willing to see the world in a beautiful light, even when ensconced in darkness. And remember the final line of the opening narrative. That was Li Rong's final plea for help, as well as her ultimate wish. Lu Jingqing did not reserve this wish for herself, nor did she exert herself to contemplate how to maximize the benefits of the wish while minimizing the costs. She simply thought that if Li Rong still possessed consciousness, she would undoubtedly yearn for someone to extend a hand to her. Thus, she made such a wish. The ground split open, revealing a chasm as dark as the abyss itself. Li Rong wailed and howled, her voice filled with anguish and malice, sending chills down the spine. She had long since transformed into a vengeful spirit, her head sprouting a multitude of arms. Yet, she wept, her expression devoid of its previous ferocity and venom. Her arms clung desperately to Qin Ping and Qing Tong, enveloping the two specters tightly. She cried out, struggling, wrapping them with her own form as they all plummeted into the fissure in the ground. 3 spirits vanished with a piercing wail. Zhang Xueran stared blankly at the ground as it closed once more, momentarily lost in thought. She had long grown accustomed to being the protagonist of this game, a role she believed was rightfully hers due to her ranking among the top 10 and her possession of permanent items, leading her to assume that resolving everything was simply a given. Yet in this moment, she suddenly realized that this was not a game. It was their lives, each individual unique, each harboring their own thoughts and perspectives, all striving desperately to survive. At that moment, Lu Jingxing, lying on the brink of death within the ancestral hall, heard a barely discernible and profoundly unfamiliar female voice. "Thank you. Is it over?" Chun Ping, Qin Teng, and Li Rong had all vanished. However, what appeared on Qin Manjiang's phone screen was a figure strikingly similar to himself, save for the fact that its head was that of a black sheep. This entity's second manifestation indeed came in the form of a mirror. Qin Manjiang listened to the commotion of the villagers behind him, as the recent wails of the vengeful spirit had frightened them. But soon, the ground beneath the village began to tremble. The panicking villagers struggled to maintain their footing. Qin Manjiang gazed at the malevolent black sheep on his phone screen, unable to suppress a whisper. "What exactly are you?" The villagers believed they had encountered a savior. In reality, it was merely an ancient evil entity. Legend had it that the black sheep had led them to this place, coalescing into a village. But before long, its shrine was erected, requiring offerings every 3 years. Viewed from another perspective, it had been collecting the price for fulfilling the refugees' need for a place to settle all those years ago. It demanded the lives of the living. Is it over? This game? Strictly speaking, it could indeed conclude. However, little Qin, these words are for you. You have just entered the game and are still unaware. Its terrifying abilities are manifold. It may possess immense strength and be elusive. You must exercise caution if you encounter it. Remain calm and seek an opportunity to escape. The voice of Shi Lianshan echoed in his mind before entering the village. Someone had perished. How could it simply end like this? Even if they were ghosts, a price must be paid. For the next wish, I am willing to pay any price. Can you fulfill it? Qin Manjiang stared at the black sheep's head on the phone and inquired. The reflection on the screen should have been himself, yet at that moment, the black sheep's head grinned unnaturally, "As you wish." For eerie black characters materialized on the screen. Qin Manjiang also smiled. "My wishes." He focused on the phone screen, and as he spoke, a strange and terrifying gaze fixated upon him from an unseen realm. An ancient and malevolent presence set its sights on him. Qin Manjiang slowly extended his hand, brushing his fingers through the fine strands of hair on his forehead, and pinched one of them. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. In the next second, "This hair shall not break." Upon finishing his words, he exerted a gentle pull, and the hair was effortlessly severed. Time seemed to freeze, and the black sheep's head reflected on the screen appeared utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. "I made a wish, a very simple one, but you failed to fulfill it." Qin Manjiang gazed at the screen, a hint of mockery apparent in his demeanor. "Pay the price, O master of the celestial sheep." No sooner had he spoken than, amidst the trembling and pleading cries of the villagers of Celestial Sheep Village, a colossal shadow of the black sheep surged upwards. It roared furiously, thrashing about, its howls resonating with resentment and bitterness. Yet, a strange eye, adorned with spiral patterns, appeared in the sky, manifesting swiftly and vanishing just as quickly. Had Qin Manjiang not been vigilant, he would have scarcely noticed its fleeting presence. That was the eye from the horror game on his phone. It merely cast a glance at the massive black sheep, and the ancient, evil body trembled violently before collapsing immediately. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Qin Manjiang looked down. Horror story, 6 sheep. Cleared. He did not continue reading but closed the phone, whispering softly, "May you rest in peace." Chapter 38, A New Beginning. Horror story, 6 sheep. Cleared. Player, frustrated. Gain spirit I reward 2. Player, fish in a pond. Gain spirit I reward 5. Player, abyss. Gain spirit I reward 5. They eventually discovered the barely conscious Lu Jingxing within the ancestral hall. Zhang Xueran did not call for an ambulance, but instead drove Shi Lianshan's car, taking her and Qin Manjiang to Fuqing. "Why not go to the hospital?" Qin Manjiang inquired. "I will inform you of Miss Lu's condition." As the car departed, Zhang Xueran's voice echoed distantly. At this moment, gazing at the unfamiliar summary screen, Qin Manjiang let out a slight sigh of relief. At least this indicated that Lu Jingxing was still alive. He opened his personal page, and beneath his true name and alias, 5 peculiar eyeballs appeared, distinctly unsettling. Simultaneously, a new notification emerged. Item system has been activated. You may only view items requiring a maximum of 10 spirit eyes beyond what you currently possess. One-time items require a minimum of 10 spirit eyes. He currently had 5, meaning he could see items that required up to 15 spirit eyes for redemption. Qin Manjiang regarded the unfamiliar item button and clicked it. A brand new page materialized before him. However, only 3 items were illuminated, while the others remained as black silhouettes, devoid of names, rendering their nature inscrutable. Evil Descendant Pendant. Spirit Eye Requirement, 10. Heartlock. Spirit Eye Requirement, 13. No Musk. Spirit Eye Requirement, 15. This must be what Qing Tong exchanged, the Evil Descendant Pendant, which allows one to possess significant characters in advance of the game to gather intelligence. Yet, his luck was quite poor. The character was indeed significant, but was destined to perish at the outset. As for the Heartlock and Nua Mask, the former offered some hint of functionality through its name, while the latter remained entirely enigmatic. Furthermore, Qin Manjiang's gaze fell upon the final item. Permanently exclusive item, unique. Spirit Eye Requirement, 100. Undoubtedly, that was the item with the highest yield. However, from this game, he had only acquired 5 spirit eyes. At this rate, he would need to partake in at least 20 games to accumulate 100 spirit eyes. Even for redeeming one-time items, he must ensure that the final yield surpasses the cost of redemption, for each person could only exchange for one-time items 3 times. Prematurely utilizing this opportunity would be a grave waste. Qin Manjiang exited the horror game interface, suddenly recalling that he had not received a reward for his novice level, starting with significantly fewer spirit eyes than others. At that moment, the recently extinguished screen flickered to life, revealing the name Zhong Shuoran. Hello. Qin Manjiang pressed the answer button. The surgery was successful. Zhong Shuoran's tone had lightened considerably, and, just as she was about to continue speaking, a man's voice came from the other end of the line. Who is this? Zhong Shuoran chuckled, a family member of the patient. It was clearly a jest, but the doctor on the line seemed to take it seriously. He took the phone and addressed Qin Manjiang. The injury site is quite unique. The iron nail has penetrated deep into the brain, where the nerves and blood vessels are exceedingly abundant. The injury is located near the ophthalmic artery and internal carotid artery. Fortunately, the artery has not been breached, preventing significant hemorrhage. Qin Manjiang was taken aback. Did the doctor truly believe he was a family member? Before he could respond, the doctor continued. The left side iron nail has displaced the ophthalmic artery, and the sharp end of the nail is less than 2 millimeters from the internal carotid artery. However, there has been no major bleeding, and the procedure was not overly complicated. There was no hematoma in the surgical area, so the operation was a success. After processing this information, Qin Manjiang fell silent for a moment before expressing his gratitude. Thank you, doctor. You're welcome, came the reply as the phone was handed back to Zhong Shuoran. Aha, don't be upset. This fellow is a bit of a perfectionist and quite old-fashioned. You will meet him soon enough, Zhong Shuoran said cheerfully. He is indeed? Qin Manjiang asked. Of course, I mentioned it earlier. He's a doctor. Zhong Shuoran's affirmation confirmed the man's identity for Qin Manjiang. It was evident that a true medical professional would not adopt such an absurd alias as doctor when selecting a codename. It seemed that the first 10 had established a rapport in private. He was indeed the possessor of the cursed scalpel. In reality, he was also an exceptionally skilled physician. You two are truly impressive. I just saw that both you and Miss Liu have obtained 5 spirit eyes. As a new player, you've already accomplished something remarkable, Zhong Shuoran expressed with a hint of nostalgia. During my first multiplayer mode, I was utterly lost and didn't manage to acquire a single spirit eye. Is it true that even those who survive may not receive spirit eyes? Qin Manjiang inquired, astonished. Indeed, perhaps there exists a pair of eyes observing our every action, assessing whether our behaviors contribute to the advancement of the game. Attempting to coast along without effort simply will not suffice. How many spirit eyes are typically distributed in a supernatural game? Qin Manjiang pressed on. In multiplayer mode, the total number of spirit eyes distributed is equal to the number of players multiplied by 2. For instance, in the case of the 6 sheep, a total of 12 spirit eyes were released, and we have received them all. If, at the last moment, someone were to eliminate all players and thus contribute, could they claim all the spirit eyes? Qin Manjiang asked with curiosity. No, simply put, these are allocated based on effort. It is not the case that the last remaining person claims everything. Otherwise, this game would lack cooperation and devolve into mutual sabotage, Zhong Shuoran elucidated. Ah, I see. Though it was somewhat different from his expectations, it was not entirely unsatisfactory. However, the algorithm for Spirit Eyes in challenge mode is quite different. Each time players are wiped out, the number of Spirit Eyes accumulates and is then multiplied by 2. Currently, the most terrifying challenge mode has amassed 4 rounds of Spirit Eyes. If each round consists of 6 players, that amounts to 48 Spirit Eyes. And the final total must be multiplied by 2, resulting in 96 Spirit Eyes. If one could succeed, they would almost instantly obtain permanent items. Zhong Xuran revealed a staggering figure, but she quickly shook her head. However, that challenge mode is something even Yang is reluctant to engage. Why is that? Qin Manjiang asked. It presents a great opportunity to acquire Spirit Eyes. Moreover, Yang is the chief. With his extensive experience, he should possess formidable survival skills, correct? I'm not certain. Perhaps it has to do with his notorious reputation. Yang has been selected before, but he went so far as to exchange for an exceedingly expensive disposable item to forcibly skip that round of the game. On the other end of the line, Zhong Xuran clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer. Please don't select me. I cannot afford such an exorbitant disposable item. Qin Manjiang, as curiosity intensified. What exactly is that challenge? It had not only wiped out players 4 times, but had also compelled the chief player to incur a significant cost to bypass it. Do you have any idea what sort of supernatural entity that might be? Qin Manjiang inquired. Although Qin Manjiang could not see her, Zhong Xuran instinctively shook her head. I do not know. Those who are aware have all perished. Unless someone contravenes the game's regulations and transmits information before dying. Like the ghost that lingered in the building's water, which was exposed when a player named Egg-Filled Pancake passed information to us outsiders just before his demise. That challenge was similarly unraveled. Nevertheless, we know the name. It is one that everyone has seen 4 times. Zhong Xuran's voice took on a tone of trepidation. What is it? After a moment of silence, seemingly reluctant to utter the name, Zhong Xuran whispered, Ping and Hospital. The supernatural tale, Ping and Hospital. In any case, you must remember, dear Qin, the more Spirit Eyes, the better. Even if you have enough to exchange for permanent items, you must continue to acquire more Spirit Eyes. Zhong Xuran swiftly brushed past the topic. We will have an opportunity to collaborate again. Since you've obtained so many Spirit Eyes this time, I shall exert my full strength next time. After this, it will be a new beginning for you, dear Qin. Goodbye. The call ended. Qin Manjiang stared blankly at his phone, and after his stomach growled a few times, he suddenly realized he was hungry. However, he had very little money left. He glanced around the room and suddenly felt it was a shame to leave the extra room in the mental hospital vacant. Well, I shall proceed with this plan. Chapter 39. The Mystery Unveiled. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Matu Dai Jian knew that a player had successfully completed the game. How wonderful whether it is Yang or the 6 who entered the 6 Sheep's supernatural tale, it matters not. As long as they survived and completed the game, is a good thing. This was not necessarily a moment of joy for them, but rather a reassurance, a potent reminder that this was not an unsolvable game. It harbored hidden answers, and not just one. Yang Yi had perished. Her pallid cheeks and wide-open eyes, though devoid of vitality, still seemed to stare at them. Yes, we're the ones who caused her demise. Everyone had banded together, believing in the individuals they knew, and had voted her out. If she were to become a ghost, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards the others at this game table. Matu Dai Jian took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. The second round of the game was about to commence. This was a matter of life and death. Who would place complete trust in others? What if following someone's vote ultimately led to their own demise? Moreover, there were indeed ghosts among them, speaking of which. What was the purpose of the 4 that had joined? Matu Dai Jian pondered. They were neither human nor ghost. If they existed merely to advance the game as progression, was it truly necessary to employ them in such a manner? In truth, as soon as those shadowy figures appeared, everyone came to a consensus. The ghosts were not among them. Rather than serving as mere distractions for the players, these entities seemed to increase the margin for error. 5 of them. In each round, as long as one was chosen for voting, it could ensure that none of their own were selected. However, how could they ensure that all votes were concentrated on a single individual when these 5 were identical? Moreover, if it could be definitively established that they were merely that, then each round, even if they voted for them, it would invariably be a miscast vote. This implied that during the period of closed eyes, another player would inevitably be killed. The sheer terror of potentially facing death at any moment was simply beyond what a normal person could endure. Yet therein lay the dilemma. Was the player selected for execution at random, or was there a hidden rule determining such an outcome? This was of utmost importance. Just then the second round of the game commenced. Ma Juinja had yet to conceive a solution to the impasse when he suddenly heard the enigmatic voice. The second round begins. The first light illuminated the figure of Fang Xiaoxiong, whose true name was Su Tingfang, a seasoned player. In preparation for this challenge mode, she had exchanged for a single-use item. However, this item proved utterly ineffective. She clutched the disposable item tightly in her hand. It was an eerily realistic prop eye. Maoliang Si. Spirit Eye requirement, 21 shards. For 1/3 of the game duration, gain sporadic vision of the vengeful spirit and perceive its next target. This was an exceptionally powerful auxiliary item. If the duration of a ghost story game lasted 7 days, it could be utilized for nearly 2 full days. If the time limit was a single day, it could still be employed for the majority of that day. Although the vision of the vengeful spirit was not all-encompassing, even a fragment of it was invaluable. More crucially, it allowed one to sense the next victim of the vengeful spirit. Yet in this game, all such capabilities had lost their efficacy. She had already activated Mao Liang Si, but the feedback she received was chaotic. The vision of the vengeful spirit was in utter disarray, with perspectives flickering across the table, making it impossible to pinpoint any individual. This was supposedly the most advantageous ability for this ghostly challenge, and after much deliberation, she had resolved to exchange for this item. Yet now, her mind was utterly befuddled. Not only was the vengeful spirit's vision fluctuating wildly, but the perceived next target was also erratically shifting. One moment it was Ma Juinja, the next Su Qianxing, then Duke Bianan, and even herself, and those 4 others. It was all exceedingly bizarre. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the second round had commenced, and she had to speak. I am 32 years old. Another completely truthful, yet utterly useless piece of information. Following her, it was Ma Juinja's turn to speak. He pondered for a considerable time before deciding to observe another round, then stated, I am 23 years old. Next was the player codenamed Qianli, whose true name was Su Qianxing. He deliberated for quite some time, realizing that if this continued, with 2 players dying each round, they would soon face total annihilation. This was untenable. Qianli was also an experienced player and had exchanged for a disposable item for self-defense, yet his item was even less useful than Su Tingfang's. Single clear bell. Spirit Eye requirement, 17 shards. Can teleport to any location within the game area, once per game. This was essentially a single-use version of the 3 clear bells. While it was effective for self-preservation, in this game of closed eyes, it was entirely futile, as one could not leave the game table. Nevertheless, even without a self-preservation item, he had his own strategy. Unable to speak falsehoods, yet needing to convey effective information. There was only one course of action. I'm not a ghost. Su Qianxing declared the thought he had pondered for so long. Yes, he was not a ghost. If no one could utter lies, then only someone truly innocent of being a ghost would dare to say such a thing. The eyes of the other 3 players lit up simultaneously. This was it. If they all followed his lead and proclaimed this statement, they would swiftly uncover the ghost hidden among them. Excitement surged through the group. Was this the way to unravel the mystery? Just as it was about to be Du Bianan's turn to speak, there was a sudden, terrifying bang. Su Qianxing's head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered, and the headless corpse of Su Qianxing sat lifelessly in the chair, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. The eerie voice echoed once more. Ugh! Mak Tu Dai Jian retched, a large splash of Su Qianxing's brain matter and blood staining his face, yet he could not wipe it away. What terrified him even more was the fate that had befallen Su Qianxing. Why? Why was Su Qianxing's declaration of innocence deemed a violation? Please confirm voting order. Ma Juinja had no time for further contemplation. He needed to write down his choice. Who? His hands trembled slightly, utterly devoid of ideas. It was all so perplexing. Temporarily, he decided to vote for someone. He scribbled down a number. Verification complete. Vote failed. The game continues. The 3 surviving players appeared ashen-faced. No wonder the previous players had met their demise in this ghostly game. What was the answer? The lights flickered ominously, and the eerie voice dictated the flow of the game. The true ghost remained among them. The game continued. Chapter 40, A Desperate Gamble. The Ghost Story. Close your eyes. The game persists. Remaining players, 3. Remaining count, 3. Ma Juinja's mind was a blank slate. He was uncertain of what to say in the ensuing rounds. The current situation was too strange. Thus far, with every player who perished, another had vanished. Was there a connection between the 2? Ma Juinja racked his brain, contemplating the answer before the impending 3rd round began. This was a challenge mode, which meant that prior players had undergone a similar game process. If the players from the previous round had also faced this, then his group must diverge from the actions of the last players to have any chance of survival. But what exactly had the previous players done? Or was it that, until now, unbeknownst to each other, their choices were largely similar? If that were the case, then the last round's players might have similarly lost one living person each round, continuing until only a one-on-one situation remained, with one living and one. Wait, a thought flashed through Ma Juanji's mind. It was the one without voting rights. If this pattern of death persisted, ultimately, there would be one living player and one ghost, meaning the final living player would have no choice but to vote for the other, which would indicate the ghost. Yet the previous players had been completely wiped out. If they had truly reached the final round with only two remaining, the sole surviving living player would have had no options left. If it was just oneself and a ghost, logically, the other would certainly be the ghost. He would have no other choice, and it was likely that in the end, he cast his vote for the other player, leading to the game as failure. The multiplayer mode had transformed into challenge mode, resulting in total annihilation. This implied that if the situation progressed to a final one-on-one scenario, one could not vote for another player. The only options would be to vote for oneself or for another person. Could it be the voice guiding the game's progression? It was indeed suspicious, yet it bore no number, suggesting it was not encompassed among the players. Thus, there was only one answer left: oneself. Upon reaching this conclusion, Ma Juanji's thoughts became coherent. Yes, it was the players themselves. That was why Su Qianqing's declaration of innocence was deemed a violation. The ghost was the player. However, how should one vote? Should everyone vote for themselves? Ma Juanji found himself in a quandary. Meanwhile, Su Tingfang, the seasoned player among the remaining contestants, had also grasped this notion. As an experienced player, coupled with her possession of more item information than the others, if she could not deduce this, it would be a disservice to her survival thus far. At first glance, this might seem devoid of an answer, yet in reality, it was the correct answer. The chaotic vision of the vengeful spirit stemmed from the fact that each individual was indeed a vengeful spirit. The murderous intent radiating towards everyone was legitimate, as every individual could indeed perish. Moreover, Su Qianqing's demise upon declaring himself innocent only solidified Su Tingfang's suspicions. We should cast our votes for ourselves, indeed. As long as each individual casts their vote for themselves, a situation of tied votes can arise. However, how would the game proceed in such a scenario? The rules of the game are silent on this matter, which could be seen as a blessing for the players, for it implies that no violations have occurred. The objectives of the game are fulfilled, and no player is eliminated. Yet could this lead to an impasse? Or is it possible that when everyone votes for themselves, the game reaches a successful conclusion? Contemplating this possibility sent a shiver down Su Tingfang's spine. This game possesses a profound insight into human nature. Firstly, the player with the most votes will be eliminated, and elimination equates to death, even if one deduces that voting for oneself is the path to survival. What about the others? Communication is utterly absent among the players. While one may discover a potential escape route, the other players remain oblivious. The disparity in information can lead to unpredictable judgments regarding the game, and should one vote for themselves, if even a single other player also votes for themselves, it spelled doom. So what should be done? As Ma Juanji and Su Tingfang ponder deeply, Xingqiu Du Bian also ruminates fervently, more urgently than anyone else. For it is his turn to speak in the next round. He is not foolish. He too has grasped the dilemmas that Ma Juanji and Su Tingfang have identified. Yet, he dares not take a gamble. What if he votes for himself, and another player fails to comprehend this information and votes for him as well? Wouldn't he that seal his fate? The only recourse now is to convey the information he possesses through his forthcoming speech, guiding the other players on what actions to take. Wait a moment. Du Bian conceived a rule. Each round, players take turns speaking, revealing a truth about themselves, without deceit. Could this rule be harnessed to gain the trust of others? If I speak the unvarnished truth, I could simply declare, in the next round, I shall cast my vote for myself. Du Bian thought he had devised an excellent strategy. However, he quickly dismissed it. No. What if another player fails to grasp the implication that they themselves could be the specter? Do they truly understand? Upon hearing my intention to vote for myself, will they follow suit? Doubt, speculation, and uncertainty swirled around him, and it seemed that discerning the minds of his companions was even more challenging than identifying the malevolent spirit. At that moment, time was called. The third round begins. The spotlight illuminated Du Bian, his heart pounding like a drum. As he grappled with whether to trust the other players, whether to place faith in those two, Time was of the essence. There could be no further delay. He took a deep breath and proclaimed, "In this round, I shall vote for myself." Upon hearing this, Ma Junjia and Su Tingfang nearly erupted into applause for Du Bian. Their hearts raced with excitement. He understood. If each player votes for themselves, the game would conclude. The next light illuminated Su Tingfang, who confidently asserted, "In this round, I shall vote for myself." Du Bian clenched his fists tightly, his racing heart suddenly easing. He cast a jubilant glance at Su Tingfang. They all comprehended. Remarkable. After expressing such sentiments, he had completely committed himself, and to his astonishment, his fellow players were indeed trustworthy. It was now Ma Junjia's turn, and he too breathed a sigh of relief, echoing the sentiments of the previous two. "In this round, I shall vote for myself." The trio's expressions finally relaxed completely. It was time. "Let be. Please confirm the order of voting." Picking up the marker and name tags before them, the three inscribed their names as previously stated. "Spectre players, close your eyes." The ominous voice resounded once more, though this time it seemed to carry a slight alteration. A chilling breeze swirled behind them, and they distinctly sensed something lurking nearby. The game is titled, "Close Your Eyes." What would happen if one were to open their eyes now? Ma Junjia's imagination sparked, but he quickly dispelled the thought. For the next moment, the voice echoed again. "Verification complete, voting failure. Tied votes have occurred. One Spectre player is eliminated. When a number of Spectre players reaches 0, a Real player will be randomly eliminated." The game continues. The room suddenly brightened, with all three remaining unscathed. Yet, disbelief clouded their minds. Why? Why had the game not concluded? A glance at the table confirmed that one was indeed missing. They referred to them as Spectre players. It turned out that they truly represented the margin for error for real players. The trio felt on the verge of despair. Why had this attempt also failed? The outside world was already bathed in light, and the game persisted. Chapter 41. The Curious Individual. At 7:30 in the morning, Qin Manjiang woke up punctually. He drew back the curtains, revealing a bright day in Fuqing. Last night, seizing the moment, he had posted rental information online, uncertain if anyone would respond today. His current dilemma, aside from a bizarre game on his phone that could pop up at any moment, was the very tangible issue of survival. He was out of money. In addition to renting out the vacant room, he also intended to seek employment. However, before that, he needed to handle the formalities for his withdrawal from school. Moreover, there was another matter that intrigued him. The player named Qing Teng had mentioned that his university professor bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Although Qin Manjiang held no interest in his own heritage and wished to avoid any ancestral theatrics, he could not deny the innate allure of that individual who resembled him so closely. Regrettably, Qing Teng was deceased, and he had not disclosed his city or university. While investigating this matter would pose significant challenges, and he believed Zhong Xueran could assist, it was neither urgent nor necessary. After preparing a bowl of clear water noodles and finishing his meal, Qin Manjiang tidied himself and stepped outside. Fuqing University is a commendable institution, boasting a commendable academic atmosphere. In his recollection, had it not been for the severe upheaval in his family, he would have undoubtedly been a diligent student. This year, the start of the semester was delayed by 2 months, consequently extending the vacation period for Fuqing University by the same duration, forcing students who should have been on summer break to continue attending classes. However, this bore no relevance to Qin Manjiang, for he was skipping classes. Under the glaring sun at the university entrance, for gilded characters shimmered brilliantly, while an elderly man in a short-sleeved shirt, a sweat towel draped around his neck, diligently cleaned the pavement. Students flowed in and out of the entrance, and Qin Manjiang, maintaining his composure, strode in without calling the class monitor. For reasons unknown, he felt somewhat unlucky. He believed that proximity to him might draw others into unpleasant circumstances. The class monitor was a good person, and life was still long ahead. There was no need to entangle oneself with someone who had already veered off the normal trajectory of life. Yet certain matters, no matter how hard one tries to evade them, will inevitably circle back around. For instance, at this moment, the class monitor was approaching, books in hand and several buns in tow, making her way toward the teaching building. Perhaps inadvertently, just as she fleetingly glanced up, she spotted Qin Manjiang beneath the shaded path. He walked under the trees, his demeanor calm, seeming to blend in with the surrounding students, yet appearing distinctly out of place. "Qin," the class monitor exclaimed in surprise, suddenly recollecting something. She hurried over, saying, I took the liberty of discussing your situation with the counselor. You need not withdraw. The counselor mentioned you could apply for a temporary leave of absence. Please, don't act impulsively. Qin Manjiang shook his head, perplexed. For some reason, his gaze towards her always seemed to linger in a state of detachment. She was an exceptionally kind person, treating everyone she knew with warmth and compassion. Perhaps, for such pure-hearted individuals, there exists an innate yearning deep within each person. Thank you, class monitor, Qin Manjiang said softly as he regarded her. Under his unwavering stare, the class monitor felt somewhat uneasy, gradually lowering her head to evade his gaze. Did you lose your glasses? She inquired. Yes. Isn't that quite inconvenient? I could accompany you to get a new pair. No, it's unnecessary, Qin Manjiang declined. The class monitor tightened her grip on her books, momentarily at a loss for words. Class monitor, you should go to class, Qin Manjiang urged. All right, she replied, her hands relaxing then tightening again, her shoulders slumping slightly. She raised her head, earnestly meeting Qin Manjiang's eyes. Qin, are you leaving Fucheng? Qin Manjiang looked at her in surprise. Not for the time being. Why do you ask? A flicker of confusion flashed in her eyes. I don't know. I just feel as if you were destined for a faraway place. At this moment, the class monitor's eyes sparkled with realization. Oh, Qin, their essay package for you at school. It arrived after you moved out of the dorm, and you haven't been back since. Let me take you to collect it. My package? Qin Manjiang pondered. Who else would send him a package? And why was it a month old? Could it be from Li Shizhou? No. If it were from him, he would have mentioned it long ago. Who else could it possibly be? Intrigued, Qin Manjiang followed the class monitor to the boys' dormitory. I want to go inside. Your package is at the guard's office. It's been there for a month, the class monitor said. Qin Manjiang nodded, proceeding to the guard's office, where he retrieved his package under the stern gaze of the elderly guard. The object he cradled was about the size of a rice cooker, tightly wrapped. What could this possibly be? There was no courier service, nor did he know who had sent it, and yet it had inexplicably appeared at his school. The class monitor seemed equally curious, but refrained from asking further out of politeness. She appeared to want to say more, but realized that the conversation had reached an impasse. Qin Manjiang nodded in gratitude, once more, and headed towards the academic affairs office with his package. The class monitor watched him, her eyes slightly vacant. Yet she did not follow. Perhaps there truly is a notion of fate between individuals. Those destined to miss each other may yet meet again, while those without destiny may encounter each other only to part ways. She sighed, clutching her books as she slowly made her way towards the teaching building, embarking on a different path in life. The application for withdrawal was promptly approved by the Academic Affairs Office, as it was a strong request from the individual concerned, one that could not be dissuaded. Furthermore, Qin Manjiang would also receive a refund of his tuition fees, which would alleviate his immediate financial concerns. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, he had yet to insert his key into the door when he noticed someone standing at the entrance, poised to knock, silently assessing the figure before him. The individual turned around, equally silent, and regarded him. On this sweltering summer day, the stranger was clad in a white turtleneck sweater, obscuring his chin and part of his mouth. His hair, while not as long as Qin Manjiang's, was still of considerable length for a man, with bangs cascading down to cover most of his eyes. Are you here to rent a room? Qin Manjiang inquired. The stranger revealed only his nose in response. It felt as though Qin Manjiang were conversing with a nose. The peculiar individual raised his phone, displaying it to Qin Manjiang. This. Upon seeing it, Qin Manjiang confirmed that it was indeed the rental information he had posted the previous night. 800, the stranger said, gripping his phone tightly, his eyes fixed on Qin Manjiang, as if fearful of a price increase. It was then that Qin Manjiang noticed the stranger's eyes. One was a deep black, while the other was a lighter shade of brown. They were a rare example of heterochromia, though not starkly contrasting. No wonder he hid one of his eyes behind his bangs. At first glance, it appeared as though one eye was artificial. Qin Manjiang scrutinized him and asked, "Are you an adult?" The stranger nodded, finally pulling down his turtleneck to reveal a finely sculpted chin and mouth. His skin was remarkably fair, and his overall appearance and demeanor far surpassed that of any meticulously groomed celebrity on television. However, this did not guarantee his adulthood. This boy appeared somewhat naive and inexperienced. "Come inside," Qin Manjiang said, opening the door and entering the house, package in hand. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as he recalled the earlier display of the phone. "Wait, show me the phone again," he instructed, blocking the stranger's entrance. Without a word, the stranger turned on his phone again, presenting the rental page to Qin Manjiang. Qin Manjiang scrutinized it closely and remarked, "This is not the original page. This is a screenshot. Doctor, you go here." "Doctor," Screenshot. Received. Observing the chat history on his phone, Qin Manjiang felt an inexplicable acceleration of his heartbeat. Did that doctor send you the screenshot of my rental listing, instructing you to come here? Qin Manjiang asked. The stranger nodded, his mismatched eyes fixed on Qin Manjiang. Remaining silent. Chapter 42. The Inheritance of My Father. Do you have his contact information? Qin Manjiang inquired. The stranger regarded him, seemingly in contemplation, before nodding. Qin Manjiang had only asked casually, never expecting this peculiar young man to actually provide him with the doctor's contact. After entering a series of numbers, Qin Manjiang gazed at the phone screen. The number appeared strange, consisting of 20 digits without any telecommunications provider's logo. Soon, the call connected. Hello, a voice responded, unmistakably belonging to a man not in his youth. The voice on the line echoed hollowly, as if coming from an underground chamber. Moreover, the tone of the man's greeting carried no hint of confusion, as if he were fully aware of who had called. You must be Qin Manjiang, the man stated, directly uttering Qin Manjiang's name. Have you received the package? You should have called by now. Package? Qin Manjiang glanced down, wondering if he was referring to this. Did you send this? In that brief moment, he mentally scanned through everyone he knew, certain that the voice on the line did not belong to anyone familiar. Yes and no. The item was sent by me, but it was not intended for you. It is from your father, the man clarified. Qin Manjiang furrowed his brow, fully aware that the man referred to as your father could not possibly be old Qin. Do you know that person? A colleague, also a friend. I know you are his son, the man replied. Who is my biological father? What is his name? Qin Manjiang pressed. He was momentarily puzzled by the man's intentions. Why would he send this boy to him? You can send him away, but be cautious, the man seemed to patiently explain. Qin Manjiang was perplexed. Why? After a moment of silence, he asserted, I do not require protection. Yes, the man paused. That was true in the past. However now, possessing something precious brings its own perils. The man's words prompted Qin Manjiang to glance down at the package he held. As if aware that Qin Manjiang was now observing the package, the voice from the phone urged, open it. Qin Manjiang stepped inside, and Lin quietly followed him into the room. He fetched a pair of scissors to open the package. Layer after layer was peeled away, revealing a pure, white metal box before him. The box felt icy to the touch, emanating an eerie chill that was palpable only upon contact. The air surrounding it offered no sense of cold. Qin Manjiang did not even notice the gap in the box, yet as soon as his hand made contact, the box opened of its own accord. The first thing that caught his eye was a letter. The envelope bore no name, but peculiarly, upon gazing at it, Qin Manjiang felt an inexplicable familiarity. As he unsealed the envelope and withdrew the white letter, he noted its chilling texture, suggesting it was specially crafted. Scrawled across the page were a few lines. Hello, my son. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to intrude upon your life. Your destiny causes me great concern. Henceforth, please ensure that no one else reads this. Qin Manjiang glanced sideways. The boy named Lin had been sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed since entering the room. Completely oblivious to him, he continued to read. That game will undoubtedly find you. Merely this one sentence caused Qin Manjiang's pupils to constrict. How could this father, whom he had never met, be aware of his current predicament? Because I, too, am a player. The contents of the letter quickened Qin Manjiang's heartbeat. I do not believe this game originates from a more advanced civilization or from the malevolent whims of spirits. Its creator must be a human like us. Someone who possesses knowledge beyond our understanding and has utilized some mysterious force to construct this platform, compelling all players to serve him. While I engaged in the game, I conducted a secret investigation until I uncovered their secrets and I obtained it. Do not open it until you acquire the permanent item. I have found that door, but I cannot locate the key. The world beyond the door is now entrusted to you. The letter concluded here, resembling more a task assigned by a superior to an employee than a correspondence from a father to his future son. Qin Manjiang crumpled the letter into a ball and discarded it into the trash bin. Perhaps hearing the commotion, the doctor inquired, did you see? In summary, your father possessed a treasure that attracted unwanted attention, leading to his demise. You were entrusted to another for your protection, given a new identity to barely survive. Now, I return to you the item your father entrusted to me, and naturally, someone will seek to trouble you, the doctor explained. Why hasn't anyone come to trouble you? Because I haven't opened the box, the doctor replied matter-of-factly. If you open the box and emit a signal, it will certainly be detected. However, there is no need for excessive concern, as it will likely only confirm your presence in the Fu City region. Qin Manjiang fell silent for a moment, then declared, I am not interested. I will hand the item to Lin for him to return to you. I have no connection to you. But that was your father's final request. My father's name is Qin Linghan. That item is worth a fortune. He snapped the box shut and tossed it to the peculiar boy Lin. Lin caught the box effortlessly, gazing at Qin Manjiang with a puzzled expression. I will no longer rent this house. Please leave. Qin Manjiang placed a hand on Lin's shoulder, preparing to usher him out. Wait. The doctor's voice on the phone became urgent. Don't pass this trouble on to me. That is a legacy left by your father. I know you resent your parents for abandoning you, but they had no choice. Had they not sent you away, you would have perished. Qin Manjiang remained unmoved. Do you not wish to avenge them? To slay the ones who killed your biological parents? And your adoptive ones? Qin Manjiang's actions abruptly halted. What do you mean? Hearing the tremor in Qin Manjiang's voice, the doctor sighed with relief and quickly responded. I mean it literally. Your adoptive parents are ordinary folks from Xiajiang village. Are you not curious why, after you were sent to Xiajiang village, rumors of strange happenings began to circulate? Qin Manjiang certainly wanted to know. Although he had recently learned online that Xiajiang village was rumored to be a place of strange tales, he did not believe this matter pertained to him. Yet, upon hearing the enigmatic Dr.'s words, a vague sense of connection began to form. He was 20 years old, having been sent there 2 decades prior, and the mysterious cases, eerie tales from Xiajiang village had persisted since that time. To claim there was no connection would be self-deception. Moreover, his sister, Qin Mani, insisted that he visit Mianshan Psychiatric Hospital on September 4th, the anniversary of their father's death. Qin Manjiang's thoughts drifted far, yet he heard the doctor say, the item your father left you may bring a definitive end to all of this. Qin Manjiang fell silent for a moment. Indeed, this doctor, like Shi Wudong, was also privy to the truth. He turned his gaze toward the box, retrieving it once more from Lin's puzzled grasp and opening it. Inside lay a mobile phone, a device unremarkable in appearance, devoid of distinctive features. As he picked up the phone, Qin Manjiang's gaze flickered. There was something else. It was a small, exquisite longevity lock. Affixed to the longevity lock was a tiny note, crafted from the same chilling material as the letter. The message was brief and easily read. Child, grow up well and live safely. Love, Mother. Qin Manjiang's expression remained impassive. He had intended to crumple the note like the letter, but halted his hand. I understand now. Chapter 43. The game continues. In Fu City, in the northern part of the city, an abandoned script-killing establishment. Ma Junjia, Su Tingfang, and Du Bian were nearing despair. It was futile. Even casting votes for themselves to force a tie was ineffective. What was the underlying issue? Thus far, the game had progressed through 3 rounds. After the 3rd round resulted in a tie, 1 spirit player was annihilated. This further confirmed that spirit players could not possibly be ghosts. Their existence provided a margin for error for living players. Otherwise, this game would be nearly unsolvable. Now, only 2 spirit players remained. Even if another tie was achieved, it would merely prolong the inevitable. The 4th round commenced. The 3 had not devised any solutions. Aside from voting for themselves, spirit players, or other players, what other options existed? None. There were absolutely no alternatives. With no other recourse, the 3 opted for another tie in the 4th round. They needed time to calm down and, more importantly, to think. Playing games at the same table as ghosts, while watching the number of people around them dwindle, was more than just a source of fear. It was a profound mental torment. Du Bian sat motionless in his chair, feeling as though his body had turned to stone. Judging by the previous votes, everyone had indeed voted for themselves, which seemed to further prove that the players still alive were genuine humans, not ghosts. Yet therein lay the problem. Su Qianxing, who declared he was not a ghost, was deemed to have violated the rules and had his head exploded on the spot. Was he to perish in such an inexplicable manner? This, while instilling a deep fear in everyone, also provided an extremely crucial piece of information. They were indeed living beings, yet that did not necessarily mean they were not ghosts. Could it be? Du Bian's gaze shifted to the 2 remaining players, Ma Junjia and Su Dingfang. Could one of them be a genuine ghost, unbeknownst to themselves? No, that doesn't add up. If that were the case, how could it relate to Su Qianxing? Unless, what if each of us was a ghost, merely unaware of it? Du Bian was startled by his own speculation, yet soon found that the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Apart from him, Ma Junjia was also desperately ruminating on an escape during the 4th round. The moment everyone had cast votes for themselves, yet the game continued, he nearly suffocated. If this was not a path to survival, then where lay their salvation? Aside from voting for themselves and other players, they had yet to attempt voting for spirit players. Could it truly be spirit players? Wait a minute. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Ma Jiunjia. Spirit players. Why are they depicted as indistinct silhouettes? Why are we not permitted to see their faces? Is this mere coincidence? Or is it intentional? Ma Jiunjia felt a parching thirst, a sensation of impending revelation enveloping him. Was it conceivable that the so-called spirit players were, in fact, manifestations of our own spectral selves? After all, why were there precisely 5 spirit players? Why did Su Qianqing assert he was not a ghost? It was deemed to have violated the rules and perished? Could it be that upon entering this game, each participant was bound inextricably to their corresponding spirit player? Thus, with each mortal player's demise, a spirit player would vanish as well. This was not merely a provision for error, but rather the true rule governing the simultaneous extinction of both body and spirit. However, if all 5 spirit players were indeed specters, would that not render the game excessively simplistic? No, it was anything but simple. Ma Jiunjia had finally unraveled the truth. Given the one-to-one binding relationship, to successfully cast a vote, one must simultaneously expel both the player and their spirit. With 5 individuals, 5 votes were required. 2 must vote for the same spirit player while the other 2 vote for that spirit player as corporeal form. Moreover, discerning the true identity of a spirit player posed a significant challenge, as they existed between 2 players, making it impossible to ascertain whether they belonged to the individual on the left or the right. Ma Jiunjia felt dizzy from the overwhelming complexity. Under the intense pressure of life and death, his mind raced to its limits. How to ascertain whose spirit belonged to whom? The answer lay in the order of speaking. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Ma Jiunjia's eyes. Yes, there was a sequence to the discourse. The spirit player would align with the order of speech designated to its respective player. Indeed, it had to be so. Furthermore, whether it was lemonade with ice or Su Qianqing, the spirit players beside them perished alongside them. In the 3rd round, it was Du Bian's spirit player that succumbed. In the 4th round, Su Tingfang's spirit player met the same fate. Wait, in light of the current circumstances, could it not be rather straightforward? With only 1 spirit player remaining, that spirit was the last ghostly entity, and it corresponded to me. Ma Jiunjia's heart raced with a mix of shock and elation. He believed he might be correct, yet since there were still aspects he had overlooked. However, there was no time for further contemplation. To ensure that he and his spirit player were both voted out in this round, how should he articulate his thoughts? No, it was impossible. Ma Jiunjia jolted awake, realizing that the simultaneous expulsion of 2 individuals was unattainable. Could it be that he was mistaken? Or was it that voting it out would conclude the game, as it was indeed not a living being? The 5th round description begins. The lights illuminated Ma Jiunjia's head once more. There was no time to delay. He took a deep breath and declared, "In this round, I shall cast my vote for the spirit player." Upon hearing Ma Jiunjia's declaration, the other 2 felt a tremor in their hearts. Had Ma Jiunjia uncovered something? They were uncertain, but as the first speaker pointed toward the direction, they could only follow, lest their votes be scattered. "I will vote for the spirit player. I will vote for the spirit player." The 2 took turns speaking. "Please confirm the voting order." As expected, the 3 recorded the seat numbers of the spirit players. "Ghost confirmed, close your eyes." A terrifying voice echoed once again. At that moment, Ma Jiunjia's heart quivered. Wait, ghost confirmed? Close your eyes? Did this mean we were to close our eyes and await the ghost confirmation of the results? Or did it imply that the ghost selected through the vote was currently being asked to confirm their identity as? The seat numbers range from 1 to 10. Among the 10 present, there exists a malevolent spirit. Each round, players take turns speaking, revealing one truth about themselves, with no deceit allowed. From the statements of the 10, determine who the malevolent spirit is, and each select one individual to vote for. The one with the most votes shall be deemed the ghost. If the ghost is correctly identified, the game concludes and the players triumph. If incorrectly identified, the one with the most votes shall perish, and the ghost shall additionally execute another. Understand, the moment this thought crossed Ma Jiunjia's mind, he suddenly beheld a familiar headless corpse seated at a chair. Blood gushed from the neck, and lo and behold, his consciousness abruptly faded, his eyes wide open, devoid of any sign of life. Verification complete, voting unsuccessful. The game continues. Chapter 44, Opening Eyes. Ma Jiunjia was dead. Du Bian's emotions shattered utterly. He glanced around, yearning to rise, to escape this terrifying chamber, this chilling game of death. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. The feeling of being grasped by the throat, of suffocation and helplessness, plunged him into despair, as if he perceived a pair of hands drawing ever closer, ready to drag him into the abyss of hell. There was no escape. Du Bian's mind was incapable of considering any further questions. He had already resigned himself to the fate that awaited him. Although every individual would eventually meet their end, the cruelty of dying while still young and full of life as potential was unbearable. Du Bian had pondered numerous times why this game had chosen him, attempting to inquire about shared traits among the other players, in hopes of discovering the criteria behind this enigmatic game of folklore. Yet he had failed. To this day, he could distinctly sense the approach of his own death. All means had been exhausted, yet no path to survival was found. The only course left was singular. Du Bian toute resoluté. The name of this folklore was Close Your Eyes. He had contemplated why it insisted we close our eyes. Was it because keeping them open would expose us to sights best left unseen? Moreover, witnessing one as companions executed by a malevolent spirit was far more terrifying. Given the game's consistent nature, why did it exhibit a semblance of mercy in this instance? Why not allow players to witness the execution? Therefore, he resolved to see. Du Bian was determined to make one final stand. Even in death, he would not acquiesce. Meanwhile, Su Tingfang was experiencing something quite different. She had begun to sense an elusive truth, yet remained frustratingly out of reach. Possessing the most information, the tools had granted her the perspective of the malevolent spirit, along with its malevolence. However, none of this explicitly indicated its location, suggesting that the ghost was elusive, not confined to a particular individual, but rather transforming into a ghost at a specific moment. Wait, could it be that the ghost was not even humanoid? Her gaze swept across the table, markers, white writing cards, the chairs around the table. Also, the heads of Ma Juanja and Lemonade with Ice were placed upon the table, the lifeless heads of two players, while their bodies remained seated in the chairs. This horrific tableau undoubtedly further disturbed the minds of the surviving players. No, the rules of the game stated, among the 10 present, there exists a malevolent spirit. This was a rule. The game's regulations had always imposed restrictions on both parties. Not only the players, but also the malevolent spirit. Su Tingfang's heart jolted. The malevolent spirit must adhere to the game's rules. Therefore, which of the game's rules must the spirit comply with? Or rather, which rule could be leveraged to counter the malevolent spirit? Fortunately, as seasoned players, nearly everyone had developed a compulsive habit of reading the rules, rendering them highly sensitive to relevant content. Even if they could not flawlessly record the rules with the tools at hand, they would forcefully commit them to memory with remarkable accuracy. The foundational rules of the game were, among the 10 individuals present, there exists a malevolent spirit. In each round, players take turns to speak, revealing a piece of information about themselves, and deception is forbidden. From the statements made by the 10 players, one must deduce the identity of the vengeful spirit and cast votes for one among them. The individual receiving the most votes shall be deemed the spirit. Should the identification be correct, the game concludes, resulting in the player's victory. Conversely, if the vote is misguided, the individual with the highest votes perishes, and the spirit will additionally execute another. Su Tingfang recalled all the rules, confident that there were no oversights. Which of these stipulations could counteract the spirit? There are merely 2 rules centering on the spirit's actions. Firstly, the spirit conducts the verification. If identified correctly, the game concludes immediately. Secondly, upon failure, the spirit will claim another life. A moment of incredulity struck Su Tingfang. What if there were no spirit at all? The rule stating that the individual with the most votes is declared the spirit resonated in her mind, provoking a profound sense of absurdity. Indeed, that was it. Su Tingfang gazed at the 3 deceased players, feeling a deep sense of injustice for them. She had come to a complete understanding. Su Qinxing's assertion of not being the spirit was fundamentally flawed, as each one of them could potentially be the spirit. The spirit's identity would only be confirmed at the moment the votes were cast. In essence, the player selected would be the spirit, and as the spirit, they would be required to partake in the subsequent verification process. At that moment, the instruction everyone would hear was, "The vengeful spirit confirms, close your eyes." The player who had been unanimously voted out would certainly comply, closing their eyes in fear. However, what was truly required was for the chosen player to open their eyes. They needed to confirm their identity as the spirit. This damn game had been toying with everyone from the very start. Su Tingfang turned towards the only other survivor besides herself, desperately seeking a way to convey this revelation to Du Bian. Yet, the complexity of this information left her at a loss, unsure how to utilize her singular opportunity to communicate her meaning to him. What to do? Du Bian's eyes were devoid of spirit, his body trembling, not from fear, but from madness. Su Tingfang had witnessed such scenarios numerous times before. It was the player's final release of fury, resentment, and bitterness against this bizarre game. But it was not yet that moment. I have found a way to survive. Su Tingfang pondered deeply. Now, only the two of them remained, while Du Bian had succumbed to his madness. If the final vote resulted in a tie, it would randomly claim the life of a genuine player, putting her own survival at a 50% risk. She was unwilling to gamble. In his frenzied state, whom would Du Bian vote for? What actions would he take? Su Tingfang clenched her fists tightly. She was not merely saving Du Bian, but also herself. If I were Du Bian in a state of emotional collapse, knowing that I was to die in the next round, what would I do? I would definitely look at that spirit. Yes, the spirit had never truly revealed itself. Who was it that had killed everyone? I must see clearly. The name of the game is Close Your Eyes. Yet at such a moment, everyone yearns to open their eyes and behold the murderer. The 6th round description begins. Here it comes. Su Tingfang's breath hitched as the light shone upon her. I have been in this bizarre game for half a year, she declared. It was his turn now. He stood there, transfixed, using the scant light to gaze upon Su Tingfang. In this atmosphere, she alone could hear his final words. I have been unfilial. I am sorry to my family. Su Tingfang's heart twisted painfully. She attempted to subtly shake her head at Du Bian, but found herself unable to move. Please confirm the voting order. Du Bian wrote down his name once more. The vengeful spirit confirms. Close your eyes. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and Su Tingfang shut her eyes. Yet at that moment, Du Bian defiantly opened his eyes in anger. He needed to see clearly what the malevolent spirit that had caused their demise truly looked like. However, his vision was engulfed in a sea of crimson. Du Bian felt a torrent of malevolence surging towards him. A cold, unfamiliar, and eerie aura crept up his back. Suddenly, he froze, astonished to find a line of text appearing on the white voting card before him. Please confirm whether the verification was successful. Du Bian's face turned pale, then flushed with excitement as he shakily grasped the marker, sweat cascading down his forehead. He inscribed 2 words, successful. The instant those words were penned, the room's lights blazed to life. Verification complete. Voting successful. Game over. The eerie voice swiftly receded, and the lights vanished. Outside the forsaken script murder shop, shrouded in terror and darkness, sunlight streamed in. Dust particles danced in the air. Spiderwebs clung to the furniture, and dust blanketed the tables. Du Bian stared blankly at Su Tingfang seated across from him, then glanced around at the other tables and chairs. His fellow players had vanished. Not even their corpses remained. Su Tingfang covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering with tears. He stood and walked towards her, and the two embraced gently in the dilapidated script murder shop, trembling uncontrollably. We have survived. Chapter 45. The Mystery of Life and Death. Who are they? The doctor remained silent. In a brief conversation with the doctor, Qin Manjiang noted that although the voice was no longer youthful, the overall demeanor was not that of a stern persona. I don't know, the doctor replied. You keep the items. What happens next is no concern of mine. Farewell. Oh no, not farewell. The doctor was about to hang up the phone. Qin Manjiang stole a glance at the peculiar boy. Or was it a youth? Upon hearing this, Qin Manjiang handed the phone to Lin, who received it silently and listened intently. All right, that's enough. I wish you good luck. Oh, by the way, I have heard that the most terrifying aspect of a game lies in the inability to distinguish reality from the game once one becomes engrossed in it. Ha ha. The call ended. Qin Manjiang glanced at his phone and decisively deleted the strange doctor's number. He cared little whether these items were remnants left by his biological parents, nor did he wish to uncover what transpired 20 years ago. His willingness to accept them stemmed solely from the death of his adoptive parents and the belief that the bizarre events throughout his upbringing might be connected. As for his biological parents, Qin Manjiang remained skeptical. If that father, whom he had never met, truly sent him to the countryside under a new name to ensure his survival, then he should not have sent items back to his son 20 years later. Clearly, that would only bring disaster upon his child once more. Yet, the reality was that he had done precisely that, and even urged Qin Manjiang to conduct an investigation based on his phone. Utterly absurd. Why would he? Qin Manjiang held no fondness for that individual. To him, it was evident that the man acted purely out of self-interest, wanting his discoveries to continue being explored, sending away his biological son while leaving behind these items for him. Such a self-centered person could be inferred from the letter he had sent. The contents were sparse, yet the narrative revolved almost entirely around himself, what he had experienced, what he was doing, and what Qin Manjiang was expected to do. What a laughable individual. However, the mysterious death of his adoptive parents weighed heavily on Qin Manjiang's mind. If their demise were indeed linked to his biological parents' deaths, it could not be ignored. The individuals seeking to rent the property harbor ulterior motives. Having been dismissed, it appears that the boy named Lin is likely one of the gamers, as he expressed with such certainty that they would soon meet again. But what now? Perhaps it would be prudent to terminate the lease and seek a more affordable option? While this notion is feasible, the execution presents significant challenges, as the lease stipulates that early termination forfeits the security deposit, a condition that is rather untenable for Qin Manjiang, who is already financially constrained. Thus, the alternative is to continue seeking tenants and, subsequently, to find work. Time swiftly passed to September 1st. The multiplayer mode had a 7-day limit, yet it was completed in just 1 day. Upon inquiry, the players learned from Zhong Xueran that the new player, Abyss, in collaboration with the writer Chi Yu, had resolved the recent eerie incident, with her merely playing a minor role as the last participant. This revelation piqued the curiosity of the majority. Abyss, a new player? After navigating the initial levels, they indeed encountered this individual, but the code name evoked a sense of unreliability. In their collective imagination, they envisioned a naive child, lacking in experience. To their astonishment, this player excelled in their inaugural multiplayer encounter. They were all too familiar with their own initial experiences in multiplayer modes, and, hence, their intrigue towards this newcomer, Abyss, was palpable. They resolved to cultivate a rapport, recognizing that a clever individual, provided they do not suffer from abysmal luck, is bound to flourish. In future team formations, should their relationship prove amicable, their own survival rates would likely increase significantly. As the days unfolded, inquiries regarding Qin Manjiang began to multiply. Zhong Xueran was the sole source of information, and after relaying the Group S sentiments to Qin Manjiang, he declined any invitations from the real world. The reason was simple. He was preoccupied, engrossed in earning money. On this particular day, Zhong Xueran gazed in astonishment at Qin Manjiang, who donned a helmet, carried a large box, and arrived on a small electric scooter. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Working," he replied. "Transporting confidential documents? Delivering takeout." Understanding dawned upon Zhong Xueran as she murmured, "So when you mentioned being busy on the phone, it was this." Qin Manjiang nodded. "Yes, if you have something to say, please be quick. I'm on a schedule." He was puzzled as to why Zhong Xueran had insisted on meeting him, given his expressed busyness. There were plenty of affluent individuals chosen by the game, and with his evident potential, maintaining amicable relations in reality would surely ensure he would not lack for funds. "Do you know Yang?" she asked. Qin Manjiang pondered briefly and nodded. "Yes, the chief. He has gone into exploration mode." "What is wrong? Did he die?" No. Zhong Xueran shot him a glare. "Do not speak such things. Yang is a good person. He has helped countless individuals in the game. If others hear you say that, you will not be forgiven." Qin Manjiang quickly apologized, but his swift admission left Zhong Xueran little time to be angry. However, he remained perplexed about the relevance of Yangdam. After a moment of silence, Zhong Xueran, observing Qin Manjiang on a scooter, declared, "We are planning to go to the location of the eerie incident to find Yang." Qin Manjiang remained silent, his expression clearly questioning the connection to himself. Zhong Xueran, ignoring his unspoken inquiry, continued, "Yang's friends received 2 messages sent during the game. Help me verify if the player Abyss's true name is Qin Manjiang." She fixed her gaze on him. "This is the first message sent by Yang." Finally, Qin Manjiang comprehended why this matter concerned him. "Me? Why would Yang mention me?" he wondered. "A ghost," she replied, continually repeating 2 names, Abyss. Qin Manjiang. Zhong Xueran's expression grew peculiar. "This is the second message sent by Yang." Qin Manjiang's demeanor shifted abruptly. Could it be Li Shijiu? Chapter 46, Guanyin Pinggu. A ghost, incessantly uttering 2 names, Abyss. Qin Manjiang. Aside from Li Shijiu, he could think of no other possibility. "Where is Yang's eerie incident located?" he inquired. Zhong Xueran took a deep breath and answered, "Guanyin Lake." Guanyin Lake? The name resonated with him. Indeed, anyone raised in the Fuqing area would recall it. Once known as Guanyin Village, it had been submerged 20 years prior due to the construction of a reservoir, necessitating the collective relocation of the small village nestled in a valley. Though leaving their homeland was difficult, The villagers ultimately recognized the long-term benefits of departing from the remote area. Most residents consented, while a few dissenters were eventually persuaded. Yet, just as the relocation was progressing smoothly, one fateful night, an unforeseen incident occurred. The upstream sluice gate was opened, unleashing a torrent of floodwaters that obliterated Guanyin village. The following day, as dawn broke, all that remained of the village was a placid lake, with no trace of its former existence. It was a catastrophic event. Not a single soul from Guanyin village survived. Divers sent to investigate the lake found no signs of life, and those tasked with the inquiry either perished or succumbed to madness. The circumstances surrounding the incident were shrouded in mystery. Over time, the reputation of Guanyin village grew increasingly ominous, and few dared to delve into the past, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Little did they know, 2 decades later, the name Guanyin village would resurface. Yang's eerie game led into that long-submerged old village, a revelation that was truly unexpected. This event evidently implicated Qin Manjiang, leaving him without justification to abstain from involvement. Ever since he learned of the rewards associated with completing the novice level, he had harbored a suspicion that Li Shijiu might not have completely perished. Similar to Lu Jingqing, as long as one remains alive, they can still receive rewards. What state is Li Shijiu in now? Upon boarding Zhong Xueran's vehicle, Qin Manjiang accompanied her to a CAF in the city center. He noticed a man and a woman, both of whom had been observing him since he disembarked. As anticipated, Zhong Xueran greeted them. "We arrived. Let us set off." Before she could introduce them, the man stood and extended his right hand. "Hello, I am Qin Ziyuan." Qin Manjiang glanced at the offered hand and shook it. "I am Qin Manjiang. So this is the 5th seat. Qin Ziyuan? Is his true name also Qin Ziyuan?" Qin Ziyuan, wearing black-rimmed glasses, presented a meticulously groomed appearance. Exuding a scolari aura. From their brief handshake and the tone of his voice, it became evident that he was not an aggressive individual. Rather, he appeared gentle and earnest. "This hasty gathering is due to Yang mentioning your name in a message. I apologize," Qin Ziyuan stated, his demeanor exuding cleanliness and warmth, easily garnering favorable impressions. Qin Manjiang shook his head. "Not at all. I have my own reasons for being here." He then turned to the woman seated beside him. "Xi and Danshun," she introduced succinctly. Qin Manjiang. After a brief exchange among the four, Qin Yuan continued. "Although we are heading to Guanyin village, it is currently enveloped by the game realm, preventing our entry. However, ordinary individuals who are not players can access it. Hence, this Miss Xi and Danshun is the person I invited to investigate the situation." "Miss Xin, are you aware of the game?" Qin Manjiang inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Time is of the essence. Let us depart swiftly." Qin Ziyuan continued. "Yang has never sent such a message before. The difficulties he faces must be greater than we can imagine." "Difficulties?" Qin Manjiang felt that this was no longer a matter of mere challenges. A village submerged in water. Attempting to navigate a horror-themed game in such a place was utterly unthinkable. The most critical point was that humans are incapable of breathing underwater. So many days have passed. Where could Yang possibly be? Everything remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, the most pressing matter was that ghost. "Mr. Qin, do you have any leads regarding that ghost?" Indeed, Qin Ziyuan could not help but pose this question. As he drove, he carefully observed Qin Manjiang's expression. "Impossible." Both Qin Ziyuan and Zhong Xueran exclaimed in unison. Zhong Xueran gazed out of the car window and said, "A ghost is a ghost. Do not harbor any excessive emotions towards it. Even if it was once your closest companion, upon transforming into a ghost, it will only be engulfed by boundless malice, becoming an existence forever beyond our comprehension." Qin Ziyuan nodded in agreement. "Miss Zhong is correct. The moment it became a ghost, it was no longer the person you once knew. Mr. Qin, one must not entertain any notions of luck." "Is that so?" Qin Manjiang remained silent for a protracted period. "That ghost might be my friend," he finally revealed. "Your friend?" Qin Ziyuan expressed increasing disbelief. Even if Mr. Qin's friend had become a ghost, how could they possibly end up in Guanyin village? "I apologize." Realizing that Qin Manjiang could not possibly know the answer, Qin Ziyuan offered his apologies. "May I ask a question?" Qin Manjiang suddenly interjected. "Of course, involving Mr. Qin in matters unrelated to him is indeed my impertinence." Qin Ziyuan replied earnestly, "Please go ahead. Why has the horror game consistently taken place in Fuqing?" Qin Manjiang finally could no longer suppress this inquiry. From his initial novice level at Xianyang village to the subsequent uncovering of the script-killing store where the two survived, and now Yang's exploration mode, All locations were within Fuqing. This could not merely be a coincidence. In Qin Manjiang's view, this question should have been noted by seasoned players long ago and quickly answered. However, both Chen Ziyuan and Zhong Xiuran fell silent. After a long pause, Chen Ziyuan said, "I'm sorry, but I do not know the answer to that question either." Zhong Xiuran looked up at the dark clouds gathering ominously overhead, anticipating another downpour, and then remarked, "On that note, it only makes things more interesting. Monotonous lives can be utterly tiresome, don't you think?" Chapter 47. Escape from the Lakeside. She smiled. Yet Qin Manjiang discerned an undercurrent of emotion beneath her words. The 10th seat, whom he initially perceived differently, revealed subtle hints of her true nature during their time in Xianying village. For Zhong Xiuran, horror seemed not to be a source of particular fear. She exhibited little trepidation toward death or spirits. Until today, Qin Manjiang vaguely understood where her demeanor stemmed from. It was not merely her bravery and sunny disposition. Rather, this seemingly cheerful 10th seat appeared to harbor a tendency towards self-destruction. Perhaps it was not solely her. Qin Manjiang glanced at the amiable and gentle Chen Ziyuan driving the car. What psychological struggles might this seemingly kind gentleman be grappling with? Constantly oscillating between life and death, traversing the realms of reality and gaming, they were all human. How could they not face issues? Strangely, the most stable individual in the vehicle seemed to be Miss Xin. Guanyin Lake, located in the eastern part of Fuqing, lay within a remote mountainous region. After more than 3 hours of travel, the quartet finally arrived. Even before approaching the reservoir, Qin Manjiang's heartbeat quickened. The sky hung low and dark, threatening a heavy downpour. The murky lake water, perhaps reflecting the heavens, appeared bottomless. A chill breeze swept through the gaps between branches and leaves, brushing against their faces like a cold hand, causing involuntary shivers. Upon disembarking, the surroundings felt eerily silent. To the eyes of Qin Manjiang and the others, a conspicuous crimson line encircled the entire lake, while Xin Danshan perceived nothing. Her emotions remained remarkably stable. Even knowing she was about to enter another bizarre realm did not unsettle her. "Miss Xin, I asked for your assistance," Chen Ziyuan said as he retrieved an inflatable rubber boat from the trunk. Xin Danshan nodded slightly. She had come for this very reason. Her brother's death had been shrouded in mystery. Until she unraveled the truth, her heart would never find peace. However, just as they prepared everything to send Xin Danshan onto the surface of Guanyin Lake, an unforeseen incident transpired. Qin Manjiang, Zhong Xiuran, and Chen Duan simultaneously experienced a suffocating sensation akin to drowning. The three immediately realized what was happening and quickly reached for their phones to check the screens. Game over. Exploration level, 1/10. In the next instant, the crimson light vanished abruptly, and at that moment, a silhouette emerged upon the dark lake's surface. Young, Chang'an recognized the figure. Without the hindrance of the red line, he dashed towards the lakeside. Yet, the next moment, a spine-chilling spectacle unfolded. Yang was desperately swimming towards the shore. Upon hearing Chengduan's voice, he shouted, "Go! Hurry!" Just as he cried out, Qin Manjiang and the others witnessed a horrifying sight. Countless pale arms reached out from the lake's depths, grasping toward Yang. The terrifying scene left Xin Danshan stunned, while Zhong Xiuran pulled her away to retreat hastily. Qin Manjiang also began to back away, but Chen Ziyuan pushed the rubber boat into the water, leaping onto it and paddling toward Yang's direction. Yet, despite his relentless efforts to paddle, the boat remained completely still. This was utterly bizarre. Observing the situation, Chen Ziyuan unhesitatingly plunged into the water, swimming towards Yang. However, as soon as he entered the water, he comprehended the sheer burden Yang was enduring. So many souls, countless vengeful spirits. Chen Ziyuan glanced down and saw the faces of the deceased, all starkly pale. As the 5th seat, he had encountered numerous horror-themed games and witnessed plenty of terrifying phenomena. However, nothing had ever instilled such fear in him as what he saw now. The bodies beneath the water silently stared at him, causing Chen Ziyuan to feel as though his very soul was freezing. "Chen Ziyuan," Yang called desperately while striving to swim toward the shore. "Get to the shore. It's pointless for you to come down." His voice was nearly hoarse. The bond he shared with Chen Ziyuan had been forged through countless life and death situations, where they had repeatedly rescued one another from the brink of death, rendering any notion of debt between them irrelevant. "All right," Qin Manjiang nodded, moving to take the rescue rope, which was designed for towing stranded vehicles and was exceptionally resilient, making it unlikely to snap. Holding the rope, He approached the shore and glanced at Yang, whose situation appeared far more urgent than that of Chen Ziyuan, who was closer to the shore. One end of the rope was weighted for easier throwing. Grab the rope, Qin Manjiang shouted from a bank. Throw it. At Qin Manjiang's command, a rescue rope sailed across the lake, landing 2 to 3 meters in front of Yang. With all his strength, Yang kicked off, narrowly fending off a ghostly white hand, grasping the rope just in time. Pull! Qin Manjiang turned and shouted to Zhong Xiuran. She immediately started the vehicle, the powerful engine of the off-road car, pulling Yang swiftly towards the shore. Finally, Qin Manjiang grasped Yang and dragged him onto the bank. Without time to catch their breath, he hastily threw the rescue rope towards Chen Ziyuan. The three of them spoke not a word, turning to sprint toward the off-road vehicle. Bang! The car door slammed shut, and Yang immediately urged, drive fast. Zhong Xiuran immediately pressed the accelerator, and the group swiftly departed from the shore of Guanyin Lake. Beneath the low, oppressive sky, a silvery chain emerged. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Suddenly, torrential rain began to pour down. Yang, sitting by the window in the back seat, raised his arm to shield his eyes, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Though his physique was strong and sculpted, his entire body was drenched, clearly reaching its limits. The car was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their labored breathing, no one daring to utter a word. My brother, and you all. Are you merely toying with those things? Zhong Xiuran glanced at the rearview mirror. It's more than that, Miss Xian. Though you are privy to the knowledge, I would advise you to keep your distance from us. We are all marked by misfortune. Xian Danshan fell silent. The deluge seemed to herald something ominous. Qin Manjiang occasionally glanced at Yang, then at Chen Ziyuan. Yang appeared younger than he had anticipated. He had assumed the man was in his 30s, nearing 40, only to discover upon their meeting that Yang was merely in his 20s. After a long pause, Yang lowered his arm. His eyes, though weary, remained clear. Thank you. Qin Manjiang. Qin Manjiang shook his head in response, remaining silent. Chen Ziyuan finally recovered, saying, I cannot fathom how you have endured these days. Yang shook his head, pondering for a moment before replying, it's that ghost. It's different. He turned his gaze back to Qin Manjiang. I feel it has something to convey to you. Chapter 48, Beneath the Deluge. Is this yours? Yang inquired, extending a pair of glasses from his bosom. Qin Manjiang's pupils constricted as he stared at the spectacles, his mind momentarily blank. This was his own pair of glasses. Accepting them from Yang's hand, Qin Manjiang gazed at them in a daze. It was left by that ghost, Yang remarked. Qin Manjiang remained silent for a considerable time before asking, have you encountered a codename? The attention of the three shifted entirely to Qin Manjiang. He lifted the half-rimmed glasses and perched them on his nose, a hint of a smile breaking through his previously expressionless face. It's called Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. The trio shook their heads at the somewhat playful codename. Never heard of it. Indeed, Qin Manjiang nodded, falling silent as he turned his gaze to the torrential rain outside. In truth, he could see the world clearly without the glasses, but with them, he could better discern himself. Along the way, Zhong Xiuran inquired about Guanyin Village. But this time Yang chose not to speak. He had never been one to withhold information, yet the only certainty was that the uncharted territory had imposed restrictions on him, preventing him from revealing what had transpired in recent days. Upon returning to Fuqing, it was already 7 in the evening. After exchanging contact information with the others in the car, he disembarked. Yang pressed the car window down, saying, Mr. Qin, thank you for your assistance. I am confident we can collaborate exceptionally well. Qin Manjiang nodded, neither affirming nor denying. As the car drove away, he watched it carry 4 figures until they vanished from sight. The rain ceased, and the ground exhaled the warmth of the day. He had never been fond of mirrors. It had always been so. Just as Li Shizhou remarked, he possessed the face of a refined villain, speaking little to those unfamiliar with him, exuding an air of aloofness. Qin Manjiang had believed his aversion to mirrors stemmed from self-dislike, only to realize today that the true reason lay in the faint strangeness that lingered in his reflection. Regardless of how he perceived it, the emotions within him and the expression on his face seemed discordant, split, as if between 2 separate beings. He was not devoid of feelings. The uncertainty surrounding Li Shizhou's fate ignited both anger and guilt within him. Yet, just as his emotions threatened to erupt, that barrier between flesh and spirit reappeared, as if admonishing him, you must not be so agitated. Such intense emotions are unwarranted. What constitutes warranted? What is unwarranted? Why does such a standardized entity dwell within my being? Li Shizhou had once remarked, Qin Ge, you are like a human model, absurdly standard. Standard? various standards, which I cannot even articulate. At that time, he had dismissed Li Shizhou's words as nonsensical banter, but now he reflected that indeed, he had been excessively standardized throughout his life. Emotions never surged beyond control, strides always measured at 70 centimeters, resting heart rate eternally at 70 beats, blink frequency unwaveringly at 15 times per minute, never dreaming, and always awakening punctually at 7:30 in the morning. Over the past 20 years, he had not felt this so acutely. Yet since entering the realm of bizarre narratives, the sensation of being propelled forward by some unseen force had grown increasingly vivid. The eerie demise of his foster father, a sister who, appearing mad, had in truth become a player in the bizarre narrative. A dear friend trapped in the world of strange tales, his fate uncertain. The sudden appearance of his deceased biological parents, both players themselves. A doctor bearing relics from his father. And that unremarkable mobile phone. His life felt as though it had been wound up, accelerating suddenly within a brief span of time. The torrent of genuine emotions within him was obstructed by that invisible glass. Yet Qin Manjiang's will remained unyielded. He could disregard the abandonment of his biological father, could overlook the perilous game ahead, but he yearned to do something for those he cared about. If his foster father had died under mysterious circumstances, he would seek the truth. If his sister had succumbed to madness, he would cure her affliction. If Li Shizhou was ensnared in another world, he would find him. Lowering his head, Qin Manjiang opened his eyes just as a white streak crossed the sky above Fuqing. The blinding light reflected off his stern visage as thunder cracked. He grasped his phone, adjusted his glasses, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward into the impending storm. Perhaps, just as Li Shizhou had said, I am better suited to be a villain. Whoever schemes against me must be prepared for the consequences. Even in the realm of bizarre narratives, the same holds true. Upon exiting the elevator and retrieving his keys, Qin Manjiang noticed a figure leaning against the door. It was a girl. She was petite, her face obscured, her hands clasped around her knees, resting her face upon them, seemingly asleep. Her suitcase appeared larger than her curled form. Approaching her silently, Qin Manjiang observed the girl for a moment. Woof, woof. The barking of a dog startled her awake. She looked up, realizing that a dangerously attractive man in glasses was staring at her. Xiaobai, stop barking. She gently tugged at the leash. Only then did Qin Manjiang notice a leash tied around her wrist, the other end attached to a small yellow dog. A wanderer? Is it the person leading the dog? Or the dog leading the person? Why is the yellow dog named Xiaobai? These questions remained unvoiced as he regarded her, saying, Please step aside. He flashed the key in his hand. The girl's eyes brightened, and she quickly stood up to adjust her clothing. Are you the landlord? Hello, I saw your rental notice. Is this 800? Qin Manjiang raised an eyebrow in realization. So that was it. With the torrential rain outside, it was no wonder she had been waiting at the door, though he wondered how long she had been there. Nodding, he opened the door. Come in. She hesitated for a moment, gripping the dog leash tightly, but eventually followed Qin Manjiang into the room, cradling the small yellow dog. The dog sniffed the air, showing no resistance in her arms. Qin Manjiang turned on the light, glanced at her, and said, It's fine, you can put it down. She quickly nodded, placing the little yellow dog on the ground. The pup, displaying remarkable understanding, did not run about or bark, but obediently lay by her feet, occasionally glancing up at Qin Manjiang. Qin Manjiang poured her a glass of water and remarked, The rental information is quite clear. I will also be residing here, and given that you are a female, it may pose some inconvenience. He fell silent on the matter. I would like to ask if it's possible to pay half the rent up front, she suddenly inquired. Qin Manjiang scrutinized her for a moment. This girl did not appear to be a runaway from a wealthy family. She was clad in ordinary attire, devoid of any adornments, and had not even applied makeup. Are you facing difficulties? He asked. She shyly nodded, her head lowered. I just arrived in Fuqing, and I lost my phone and wallet, leaving me with only a bit of cash. Summoning her courage, she pleaded, Please allow me to stay for now. After I report my bank card lost, I will find a way to withdraw the money. So, you only have 400? Qin Manjiang queried. Her eyes dimmed as she bowed her head. He took a sip of water and declared that one tea do. Outside, the thunder rumbled, and the torrential rain lashed against the awning. A hint of urgency flickered in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Manjiang interjected, Stay for now. Hand over the 400. What will you eat? She abruptly lifted her head to meet his gaze. Yet before she could respond, she noticed the serious expression on his face. However, I have a condition. She promptly nodded, her long hair swirling in the motion. From now on, keep an eye on it. Don't let it lick me incessantly. Qin Manjiang pointed at the little yellow dog, which was happily wagging its tail and licking his ankle. Chapter 49, Reassembly. On September 3rd, at noon, the sky was overcast. Qin Manjiang did not work today. Instead, he was gathering rumors about Xiajiang village. Tomorrow marked the anniversary of old Qin's death, which was also the day he had arranged to visit the Mianshan Psychiatric Hospital with Qin Mani. She certainly knew something. Therefore, Qin Manjiang intended to prepare in advance. Mr. Qin, it's time for lunch. Woof. The girl's voice rang out first, followed by the little yellow dog's bark. She had arrived the night before last, and after a busy day yesterday, she was now fully settled. Perhaps to express her gratitude for Qin Manjiang's temporary waiver of rent, she voluntarily took charge of the meals for the past 2 days, though they were nothing extravagant, just some delightful home-cooked dishes. I'm coming, Qin Manjiang replied. He put away his phone and went to the living room, observing the girl in an apron bustling about. For a moment, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Her name was Mi Qiao, and she was not a local of Fuqing. According to her, she had come to Fuqing due to a sudden work assignment. She seemed somewhat insincere. However, everyone harbored their own secrets, and Qin Manjiang had no interest in others' mysteries. Their conversation was sparse, yet eating together did not feel awkward, although Mi Qiao appeared to be preoccupied with her thoughts. What is your occupation? Qin Manjiang casually asked. Oh, Qin Manjiang nodded. Perhaps the accountant had been sent on a business trip to reconcile accounts with a partner company. He fell silent, and the two continued their meal in quietude. Suddenly, Qin Manjiang furrowed his brow. He stood up and said, Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. He quickened his pace toward the bathroom. Mi Qiao watched his retreating figure without moving. The world felt as if it were submerged in water, everything around him twisting in an eerie manner. A suffocating sensation, a drowning-like suffocation, returned. The game was about to commence again. Enduring intense discomfort, Qin Manjiang opened the restroom door, retrieved his phone, and immediately accessed the interface of the Haunted Tales game. Game launch, player assembly. Welcome to the haunted world. Lines of crimson text appeared on the screen, and beads of sweat trickled down Qin Manjiang's forehead. Even with his robust constitution, he could not suppress his gasps for breath, his body feeling utterly fatigued. He leaned against the wall with one hand while holding the phone with the other, gazing at the screen. At this moment, many shared his sentiments. The company's boss's expression shifted, hastily terminating the impromptu midday meeting. An employee, engaged in conversation with friends, turned pale and, under their concerned inquiries, quickly made an excuse to slip away. A teacher, exhausted after finishing work at the start of the school year and preparing to rest momentarily, was compelled to muster energy to avoid colleagues. Multiplayer mode activated. A line of bloody text emerged. All players stared anxiously at the screen, silently praying not to be chosen. Aunted dale, Jingme. Summoning player, Yizi. Summoning player, Shengu Huang Chan. Summoning player, Sanyu. Summoning player, Xiao Tian. Summoning player, Guan Tang Bao. Summoning player, player. Qin Manjiang glanced at the names. This time, he was not among them. However, he noted a code belonging to the top 10 players, third seat. The other players selected in multiplayer mode, initially despondent, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the last code appear. With 10 seats available, the survival rate would significantly increase. Yet, what manner of person was that player? Why, despite being in such a prominent position, had no one ever spoken of him? It was as if he were entirely unknown. As before, everything had not concluded. Once the multiplayer mode players were determined, the sanguine text merged into the black background. It felt as though new crimson text had emerged from an unfathomable abyss. Challenge mode activated. Every player felt their heart skip a beat upon seeing those words. Challenge mode had appeared for the second consecutive time. Was it possible that misfortune was looming over the Haunted Tales game? Challenge mode was not frequently encountered, as its existence was tied to previous player wipeouts in multiplayer mode, which were quite rare. Thus, 2 multiplayer modes were often conducted simultaneously. Situations akin to the previous round, where multiplayer mode, challenge mode, and even exploration mode all appeared together, were typically seen only once a year. Yet again, challenge mode had emerged. Haunted Tale, Butterfly Island. Summoning player, Wang Million. Summoning player, Yu Yu. Summoning player, Coffee Machine. Summoning player, Wool Master. Summoning player, Abyss. Summoning player, Doctor. One by one, the bloody names appeared. When Abyss emerged, Qin Manjiang's brow furrowed. Challenge mode? He had no objections to being consecutively selected. However, being thrust directly into challenge mode felt rather premature. The other players who would accompany Qin Manjiang were equally grim-faced. Unlike him, the seasoned players, though not thoroughly familiar with Butterfly Island, had previously participated in it, making them acutely aware of the dread it invoked. It was precisely because many had perished on Butterfly Island that they now felt such trepidation. The text slowly faded. The summoning concluded, and this time, no third game had appeared. An eye-catching line of crimson text popped up. This was exclusive information visible only to those about to enter the Haunted Tales game. Haunted Tale, Butterfly Island. Opening phrase. Like a bubble, it shatters upon touch. Flowers, loved when they bloom. Snow, cherished before it lands. I must remember these appearances. Every single one. The crimson words were indelibly imprinted in Qin Manjiang's mind. Strangely, compared to the opening phrases of Xianyang Village, the opening phrase of Butterfly Island seemed particularly succinct. Moreover, the eeriness of the text was not as pronounced as that of Xianyang Village. Yet, it was precisely these words that conjured a vague scene in Qin Manjiang's mind, a solitary island and a fleeting, enigmatic pair of pupils. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and Qin Manjiang instinctively raised his head, gazing in a certain direction. How could this be? He had not even reached the vicinity of Butterfly Island. Yet he felt the sensation of being watched. This was simply, he inhaled deeply, continuing to focus on the screen of his phone. As the opening remarks concluded, the text gradually faded away. Immediately thereafter, the final message appeared. Tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. Arrive punctually at Bailu Bay and proceed to Butterfly Island. No time limit for the game. Failure to resolve the Butterfly Island's mystery shall result in being unable to leave the island. Latecomers shall be deemed as having failed the game. Those who leave the island shall be considered as having failed the game. Those who perish shall be regarded as having failed the game. Game failure results in obliteration. Good luck, players of the mystery. Qin Manjiang splashed his face with cold water and was just about to step outside when he heard a knock at the door. Tap, tap, tap. Mi Qiao's gentle voice called from outside. Mr. Qin, are you all right? Chapter 50, The Foggy Fairy. I'm fine. Qin Manjiang opened the door with a smile. Let's eat. As night descended, he received a phone call. Hello, Qin Manjiang, you've been selected again. It was the voice of Zhong Xiuran. How wonderful. I wish I could go along with you. I'm so bored, utterly vexed, and terribly dull. Let me tell you, Butterfly Island is extraordinary. Significant figures have perished there. Listening to her incessant chatter, Qin Manjiang inquired, if you are so eager for the game, why are you afraid of being chosen by the Omping Hospital? I simply want to add some excitement to life. I'm not seeking death. Although he could not see her expression, he could easily imagine her rolling her eyes at that moment. In any case, you must be cautious. You're the only new player this time, and they all possess items. I don't really know the others. Stick close to the doctor. Although his mind is a bit muddled, overall, he poses no significant problems. Does the doctor know you said that? Qin Manjiang silently mused. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Qin Manjiang replied. Thank you for what? We're friends. Zhong Xiuran's loud voice came through. Qin Manjiang was momentarily taken aback, his heartbeat quickening, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Yes, friends. All right, prepare well, sleep soundly tonight, or you'll find it hard to rest once the game begins. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. Before Qin Manjiang could finish, she hastily hung up. Truly, that was Zhong Xiuran, a woman capable of igniting even the snow. However, Qin Manjiang was not overly concerned about the issue of sleep. No matter how late he went to bed, he always rose punctually at 7:30, and thus, he had no trouble with his rest. Glancing at his phone, Qin Manjiang hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to call Qin Mani. They had initially agreed that he would visit her at Mianshan Psychiatric Hospital the following day, but it seemed now that the timing must be postponed. After some consideration, Qin Manjiang decided to dial Qin Mani's number. Hello, may I ask who this is? A strange woman's voice responded. I am Qin Manjiang, Qin Mani's brother. I wish to speak with her. Oh, please hold on. After a brief wait, Qin Mani's voice came through. I know. Qin Manjiang was taken aback. Before he could continue speaking, he heard Qin Mani say, within a month, come to Mianshan Hospital to see me. If you need anything, please let me know, Qin Manjiang said. Qin Mani fell silent for a while before softly responding. I only need you to come, brother. Qin Manjiang tightened his grip on the phone. Be careful. Beep, beep, beep. The last four words were so faint that Qin Manjiang nearly doubted whether he had misheard. Yes, I understand, he murmured, gazing at the recently disconnected phone. Fuqing had no sea, and islands seemed to have no place in its existence. However, heading eastward out of the city. A 5-hour drive would lead to a place called Bailu Bay. There lay a substantial expanse of water. Initially, someone had intended to develop it for tourism, but ultimately, due to the area's heavy dew and dense fog, which made it difficult to distinguish between humans and animals beyond 5 meters, the plan was abandoned. On September 4th, at 5 in the afternoon, beneath Bailu Bay, wild grass spread across the landscape, shrouded in mist. A massive, indistinct silhouette could be faintly discerned from the distant foggy waters. That was the only land within the Bailu Bay waters, Butterfly Island. The mist enveloped everything, and the wooden pier was damp. At precisely 5 o'clock, a shadow appeared on the water surface. It was a light, buoyant wooden boat. The ferryman, a young man, patted the dew off his clothes and inquired, "Are there any other docks besides this one?" The young man wore a black shirt, his hair slightly long, complemented by silver half-frame glasses resting on his nose. His eyes were more elongated than usual. Although he smiled while speaking, it failed to convey warmth, instead evoking a sense of calculation. "No, this is the only dock at Bailu Bay." "Then, have others gone to Butterfly Island before?" "Yes, 4. His figure was cloaked in mist, appearing gaunt, leading one to question whether he possessed the strength to paddle the boat and ferry people to Butterfly Island. 4? It seems they all arrived early. The young man was none other than Qin Manjiang. He pondered. Although the game rules did not state that entering Butterfly Island early would result in failure, the instruction to arrive punctually at Bailu Bay was explicit. Qin Manjiang glanced at the time on his phone. He had arrived at the Bailu Bay dock precisely on time, while it was they who were tardy. "Are you going or not?" the old ferryman asked. "Let us go." As soon as Qin Manjiang's words fell, he stepped onto the boat, causing it to sway momentarily. The old ferryman steadied the oar, and the wooden boat regained its equilibrium. "To Butterfly Island?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, the ferryman ceased speaking from his demeanor. It seemed Butterfly Island held no peculiarities. Just as he was about to begin rowing, a voice emerged from the dock. "Wait, there's someone else." Qin Manjiang turned to see a man appearing at the dock. He appeared to be around 27 or 28, with short hair and a tall stature. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing his collarbone. The sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to mid-arm, and both his face and skin bore a healthy wheatish hue. His eyebrows slanted elegantly, his eyes were deep-set, his nose was high, and his lips were thin. "I want to go too. To Butterfly Island." Qin Manjiang scrutinized him, an impressive individual, both in appearance and demeanor. Moreover, he recognized that voice. "Doctor?" Qin Manjiang asked aloud. The man glanced at him, seemingly recognizing the voice. "Family member of the patient?" Qin Manjiang shook his head, misunderstanding. Upon seeing this, the doctor leapt onto the boat, causing it to sway once more. Qin Manjiang made room for him. He expressed his gratitude, sitting beside Qin Manjiang, his posture straight as he remained silent. Qin Manjiang was not one for excessive chatter either. Noticing the doctor's reticence, he began to observe his surroundings. The ferryman dipped the oars, gliding gently across the surface towards the center of Bailu Bay. As they transitioned from land to water, the fog thickened considerably. A faint floral scent wafted through the air, a ylang of various blooms, yet it was not unpleasant. On the boat, the doctor closed his eyes to rest, while Qin Manjiang shifted his gaze to the water surface. Suddenly, he heard the ferryman speak. "Why do you wish to go to Butterfly Island?" The doctor abruptly opened his eyes, and Qin Manjiang immediately heightened his alertness, both of them fixating on the stooped old ferryman. The dew in Bailu Bay was heavy, and the fog relentless. Those outside could not enter, and those inside could not leave. I haven't seen a living person in quite a while. From his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears swarmed countless black insects. His body decayed at a visibly alarming rate. As the two witnesses stared in disbelief at the old ferryman vanishing from sight, only 2 wooden paddles leaned against the side of the boat, releasing a foul stench that mingled with the fragrance of flowers drifting into the mist. Bang! The two turned to look. A chilling gust of wind swept by, causing a dense array of red flowers to sway in unison. Butterfly Island had arrived. Chapter 51, an ominous calm. The dark waters gently lapped against the shore, splattering white droplets. Qin Manjiang and the doctor disembarked, gazing at the island before them. The scent of blood, the doctor murmured, seemingly acutely aware of it. Qin Manjiang wrinkled his nose. Aside from the mingled floral aroma, he detected no trace of blood. The mist on the island was slightly thinner than that over the water, yet visibility was still limited to about 10 meters. Beyond that, only vague shadows could be discerned. "Hello, Yin Xiao." The doctor suddenly introduced himself in this peculiar moment. Qin Manjiang was taken aback and shook his hand. "Qin Manjiang." He regarded Qin Manjiang and remarked, "I see. An impressive new player." "Not at all," Qin Manjiang humbly replied. Then suddenly recalling something, inquired, "I heard a prominent figure met their demise on Butterfly Island?" Yin Xiao tilted his head. "That would be correct. The previous chief perished here." Butterfly Island possesses the potential to become the ultimate game. A new term emerged from Yin Xiao's lips. "Ultimate game?" he asked. "The Peace Hospital is one of the ultimate games." With that statement, Qin Manjiang understood. "Be cautious. Do not become its sustenance," Yin Xiao advised. Qin Manjiang nodded. For now, this player known as the Doctor, whose real name was Yin Xiao, did not seem as mentally unhinged as Zhong Xiuran had suggested. He appeared quite normal. "Let us find them and regroup." Yin Xiao's tone suggested a consultation with Qin Manjiang. Naturally, he agreed. The climate on the island seemed somewhat distinct from that outside. Despite the thick fog, glancing upward, one could indeed see the sun. It was quite peculiar. Such a large sun should have long since dried the mist. Yet, the reality was that the fog on Butterfly Island did not dissipate but rather thickened, obscuring everything on the island: flowers, grass, trees, and stones, visible only when they drew near. They continued along the path beneath their feet for about 10 minutes, and finally, the surrounding scenery began to shift. A clean little town emerged in the heart of the island, the mist having cleared considerably, allowing for a clear view of the town's entirety, even the people walking and conversing within it. Yin Xiao suddenly picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, we have arrived." He hung up and turned to Qin Manjiang. "They are at the Butterfly Hostel. What about the other four?" Qin Manjiang nodded. Both maintained their vigilance. Yet aside from the eerie, decaying ferryman, nothing particularly strange had transpired on the island thus far. Entering the town, it was nearly 6 o'clock. From a distance, the town appeared remarkably clean, but upon entering, they discovered a surprisingly substantial population. The town was filled with a plethora of goods, and the shops were varied and vibrant. At this hour, the aroma of dinner wafted through the streets. "Isn't it peculiar?" Suddenly, a woman's voice appeared beside them. Qin Manjiang and Yin Xiao turned to see a stunning woman in her 30s with her hair styled in an updo and wearing glasses. "It is entirely different from our expectations. There is no sense of horror here. It feels like an ordinary town, or rather, it is more lively and humanistic." Qin Manjiang was perplexed by her identity when he heard a passerby call out behind him, "Make way, hot soup." He slightly stepped aside to see a middle-aged man carrying a pot of fragrant chicken soup, oblivious to the three strangers as he focused solely on his soup. They lived here, just like ordinary folk. The woman, sensing Qin Manjiang's confusion, smiled gently. "My code name is Coffee Machine. I'm a lawyer. My real name is Chunyu. I am Abyss. You could just call me Qin Manjiang." He felt a slight annoyance at such moments. "No witties." Chunyu replied understandingly with a smile. "My code name Coffee Machine is merely because I happen to want a coffee machine." As they spoke, Chunyu guided Qin Manjiang and Yin Xiao around the small town. She did not introduce herself to Yin Xiao. The two were already acquainted and shared a good rapport. The person Yin Xiao had called earlier was indeed her. After touring the town, Qin Manjiang could not help but marvel at the vibrancy and warmth of this Butterfly Island town. The locals regarded them with a mix of curiosity, yet none displayed any bizarre behavior. However, all three were acutely aware that this was a place rife with sinister tales. Everything was merely surface level. "What about them?" Yin Xiao inquired. "They have gone to gather information," Chunyu responded, finally furrowing her brow for the first time. "Have you noticed that although this place is called Butterfly Island, and the island is filled with flowers, there are not a single butterfly in sight?" Qin Manjiang and Yin Xiao had indeed noted this anomaly. Named Butterfly Island, yet devoid of butterflies, there had to be something amiss. However, the six of them, taking advantage of the remaining daylight, desperately sought out any anomalies, yet found nothing. This island, or rather this town, exhibited no strange occurrences whatsoever. Aside from the ever-present fog outside the town, everything appeared normal. Even inquiries made to the locals about any peculiar legends or frightening rumors yielded no results. This was an utterly ordinary island, and indeed, the mental state of its residents seemed superior to that of most people. In an oppressive, terrifying atmosphere, such a mental disposition could not possibly flourish. Chunyu seemed to sense this as well. On their way to the Butterfly Hostel, she remarked, "Though we still do not know what kind of specters we might encounter in this horror game, they often arise from various malevolent human thoughts. Yet this place is as pristine as a utopia. Indeed, a utopia." This was also Qin Manjiang's initial impression of Butterfly Island Town. Had they not already known that this locale was a site of annihilation for the previous chief player, they would never have discerned any irregularities here. Following Chun Yu to the Butterfly Hostel, Qin Manjiang finally met the other three individuals, 2 women and 1 man. Upon their meeting, surprise flickered across their faces. "I am the Wool Master, Liang Yu." The petite yet exuberant girl seemed delighted to see Qin Manjiang and Yin Xiao, her eyes sparkling with the innocent exuberance unique to university students. Wang Million, a wealthy second-generation, donned sunglasses, reclining on the sofa, glanced down momentarily to size up Qin Manjiang. "My real name is also Wang Million." The last woman appeared somewhat aloof. She clutched a black notebook, scribbling to herself until Liang Yu nudged her shoulder, prompting her to lift her head and coldly state, Yu. She did not disclose her real name, but that was of little consequence. The evening had grown late. After a brief conversation among the 6, they heard footsteps. "Dinner is ready, dear guests," the affable hostess of the hostel called out. They had not intended to dine on this island. However, this horror game had no time constraints, meaning they would need to remain here until the mystery was fully unraveled, rendering their provisions moot. Meals and lodging could only be obtained on the island. Yet, as the 6 of them entered the hostel's dining room, they all froze in place, not because the food was unappetizing. The rich aroma of chicken soup had long since wafted into their senses. However, upon glimpsing the ingredients within the clay pot on the table, Liang Yu nearly retched. That was far from any ordinary chicken. It was a hand, nearly stewed to a pulp, devoid of any color. Chapter 52, Different Perspectives. "What's wrong?" Noticing Liang Yu's queasy expression, the proprietress inquired with a perplexed look. Her demeanor betrayed no hint of oddity, even exuding sincerity. Yet, this very peculiarity sent chills down their spines. "Is there something amiss with the soup?" The proprietress scooped a bowl of the milky white broth, which indeed radiated an enticing fragrance. Yet, Qin Manjiang and the others distinctly observed her stirring the ghastly pale hand with the ladle. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the group, while the proprietress seemed oblivious. She lifted the bowl and gently blew over its surface. With a soft huff, they watched her raise the bowl to her lips and take a sip. Gulp! Her Adam's apple bobbed as she swallowed. If it were merely a corpse, Liang Yu might not have reacted so vehemently. But this was soup made from a human hand. "Is there a problem?" The proprietress set down her bowl, directing her gaze at the most visibly disturbed Liang Yu. "Young lady, are you feeling unwell?" Liang Yu shook her head vigorously, about to speak, when Chun Yu interjected. "The steam is too thick. She might have caught a chill. Could you prepare some ginger water?" "Proprietress?" The proprietress, now relieved, glanced at Liang Yu with concern. "All right, it's crucial not to let your guard down during the onset of a cold. I shall brew a pot of ginger water immediately." "No," Liang Yu protested, not wanting any ginger water, especially since the soup was made with a human hand. Who knew what she would concoct the ginger water with? However, Chun Yu discreetly pinched her, signaling her to remain silent. As the proprietress set down her bowl and turned to leave, she suddenly pivoted back, smiling. "Do eat up, everyone. There isn't too much chicken on the island, and if you don't finish it, I might just get angry." While this statement seemed innocuous enough, the sight of that hand in the pot rendered their expressions quite unnatural. After the proprietress departed, Wang Million, the wealthy scion, was the first to voice his thoughts. Where on earth did that madwoman procure that hand to stew in soup? Seeing the others remain silent, and Yu still scribbling her notebook, he snapped irritably. "Are you all pretending to be deaf and mute? Then let us just wait for death together." It was Yin Xiao, the doctor, who furrowed his brow, seated himself, and picked up the ladle previously used by the proprietress, along with a bowl. "Hey, you can't be serious about drinking that, can you?" Wang Million leaned away slightly. Yet, Yin Xiao proceeded to ladle the chicken soup into the bowl, inhaling deeply before looking up at everyone. "This is indeed chicken soup." The group, not lacking in common sense, swiftly grasped his implication. The unique aroma of the chicken soup could not possibly be replicated by any other ingredient. Yet what they saw was unmistakably a hand had their eyes been deceived. "Do you find a proprietress's demeanor suspicious?" Chun Yu queried. "Suspicious. Normal." Wang Million and Liang Yu offered starkly contrasting sentiments. "And you, Mr. Qin? What is your take?" Chun Yu suddenly turned to the reticent Qin Manjiang, whose pot of chicken soup remained covered. "If there is also a hand inside, the issue either lies with us or with the natives." Chun Yu articulated his judgment. Everyone could smell chicken soup, but saw a hand, while the natives likely believed it was chicken stew. But what if that truly was a hand? It is also possible that all living beings on this island have had their senses altered to some degree, Qin Manjiang added, sending shivers down their spines. If the entire island's populace had their senses affected, believing they were stewing chicken and producing chicken soup, what if those weren't chickens? The thought was chilling indeed. So, should we eat or not? Liang Yu's face turned ashen. She simply could not bring herself to consume that bowl of chicken soup. Surely, there must be other dishes. It couldn't be that all the food was made from human hands. Just as her self-reassurance faded, the proprietress's voice cut through. What human hands? The proprietress entered with the dishes. Stir-fried pig liver, spicy rabbit morsels, braised pork. What kind of meat is this? Liang Yu asked, her face reflecting confusion. The proprietress regarded her quizzically. Young lady, this is pig liver, rabbit meat, and pork. Are you sure you don't want to visit the town's clinic? Liang Yu shook her head repeatedly, too frightened to speak further. Why haven't you all started eating? The proprietress feigned annoyance. Is my cooking not to your liking? Had it not been for these dishes, they would have enjoyed a pleasant rapport with the proprietress. Upon their arrival, she had been exceedingly warm and quite talkative. Yet, everything had shifted the moment the food was served. Let us all sit down to eat, Qin Manjiang suddenly declared. All eyes turned to him. The only one remaining undisturbed was Yu, clutching her notebook, engrossed in her own world. Right? Let us heed this young man's advice. The proprietress beamed at Qin Manjiang before retreating to the kitchen. Just a moment, there are more dishes to come. Once the proprietress left, Wang Million leaned closer to Qin Manjiang and whispered, Hey, are you out of your mind? Can we actually eat this? Qin Manjiang retorted, Did you bring enough food with you? Wang Million was about to retort, but realized the truth in Qin Manjiang's words. If it didn't eat now, they might not have another chance. Who knew how long they would be stranded on Butterfly Island? Let us check the kitchen. At least we might find something we recognize to cook with. He spoke rationally, while the doctor and lawyer kept watch over the kitchen. Yin Xiao remarked, I believe the island's natives have had certain perceptions altered. Indeed, I think so too, Qin nodded. What we perceive as a hand, they see as chicken meat. Perhaps what they regard as normal, we see as something sinister. Since my arrival on the island, I've sensed a faint metallic odor. Though it was subdued by the floral fragrance, yet it lingers. Yin Xiao gazed out into the pitch-black night. Be cautious. I certainly don't wish for you to perish before my eyes, Qin Yu jested lightly. Yin Xiao refrained from responding. At that moment, Qin Manjiang felt something brush against his arm. Turning to look, he saw a black notebook. Following the gaze upwards, he found Yu, her long, dark hair cascading behind her, staring intently at him as she opened her notebook. Is this for me to see? Qin Manjiang leaned down to inspect the contents of the notebook, which depicted himself. Yet, the distorted visage, with grotesque veins and an agape mouth, was unsettling. Yu pointed with her pen, and Qin Manjiang followed the tip to discover a butterfly emerging from his open mouth in the drawing. Chapter 53. The Spirit Communing Sketchbook. Yu's artwork radiated an ominous energy, especially since the protagonist was none other than himself, causing Qin Manjiang considerable discomfort. The depiction of himself was decidedly unsettling, and as he stared at the butterfly fluttering from his mouth, his throat inexplicably itched, as if something were trying to escape. As night fell and discussions about lodging ensued, disagreements arose among the group. Let us be clear, we don't know how long we'll be in this village. A day or two is manageable, but what if it stretches to a month? I certainly don't want to be cramped in one room every night. Wang Million, inexplicably still wearing his sunglasses despite the darkness, voiced his concerns. 3 individuals shall share a room, proposed the lawyer, as fate would have it. With an equal number of 3 men and 3 women, they shall be assigned rooms according to gender. This arrangement not only avoids overcrowding, but also allows for mutual care. Suddenly, the nearly silent woman, Yu, interjected, pointing a finger at Qin Manjiang. I wish to share a room with him. Dr. Yin Xiao glanced at Yu, his eyes momentarily flitting over her notebook, deep in thought. That works. 2 to a room it is. I shall share with the second seat, while the 2 of you women will stay together. And, as for this pair of lovebirds, let them be. Wang Million quickly articulated his thoughts after casting a glance at the doctor. He was eager to spend more time with the doctor, not out of any affection for men, but because as the second seat and wielder of a widely known scalpel, accompanying him would undoubtedly enhance their chances of survival. Very well, the lawyer nodded in agreement. It was not until Qin Manjiang extricated himself from his contemplations that he realized the arrangements had already been made. What about my opinion? Isn't anyone going to ask? He looked towards Yu, who, with an unruffled expression, had already entered the room. Qin Manjiang certainly did not presume that she was smitten with him. Moreover, it would be absurd for anyone with romantic inclinations to pursue such matters in this environment. What does your painting signify? He followed her into the room and shut the door behind him. The sound of the door closing made Yu flinch slightly. Qin Manjiang found this amusing, as she did not appear as cold as her exterior suggested, whether in demeanor or composure. You take the bed. I shall sleep on the sofa. Clutching her black notebook, she migrated to the sofa. I'm asking, why did you choose to paint me? Qin Manjiang loosened a button on his shirt collar and approached her slowly. What are you doing? Yu glared at him, resembling a startled cat. Resting, he replied, advancing towards the window to close it and draw the curtains shut. Then turning to face her, he said, whether it's your painting or the current situation, you are the one initiating this interaction. So, I wish to know why. This statement rendered her completely composed. After a moment of silence, Yu lifted her gaze to him. My permanent tool. Qin Manjiang was taken aback. Her revelation was entirely unexpected. Do you possess a designated permanent tool? It was not only the top 10 who could claim permanent tools. They had earned their status due to the highest accumulation of spirit pupils. Yu articulated her longest sentence since arriving on the island. There are many like me who never redeem disposable tools, opting instead to accumulate spirit pupils to directly exchange for permanent tools. Qin Manjiang nodded in understanding. I see. Then why does your notebook contain my likeness? His curiosity lingered. It is not a notebook. It is a sketchbook. A spirit communication sketchbook. She emanated an aura of distance. Her tone equally aloof. In this game, I can create 3 sketches spaced a day apart. Each sketch hints at a critical piece of information regarding this game. Her words caused Qin Manjiang's pupils to constrict. Am I the key information? He inquired. What do you think? Yu countered. Qin Manjiang fell into silence. If accurate, did that not imply that the outcome of each round of the ghost story game was predetermined? He certainly did not believe such a notion. A prophetic sketch? He questioned. No. Yu shook her head, her eyes coldly fixed on him. It is a symbol that requires interpretation. Indeed, it was not a prophecy, but merely a distinctive expression of crucial information. Thus, her approach towards him was explained. He had appeared in the sketch that hinted at key information. What a pragmatic individual she truly is, Qin Manjiang thought as he reclined on the bed. This was merely the first night on Butterfly Island. Curiously, this round of ghost stories had not designated an end time for the game, implying that if the mystery remained unsolved, they would continue to linger here indefinitely. What are your thoughts on the opening lines? Qin Manjiang inquired. I'm not sure. Yu shook her head helplessly as she approached the window, gazing into the pitch-black town. Though she had the intellect to gain admission to university, she perceived this girl, no longer a novice player, as still rather unreliable, considering she had not even studied the opening lines. For seasoned players, the opening lines were of utmost importance. Typically, they concealed vital information and sometimes hinted at a way out. However, there were instances where they harbored traps, requiring players to discern for themselves. Like bubbles, they shatter upon contact. Flowers, captivating when they bloom. Snow, evoking pity before it touches the ground. I must memorize each of these forms. Every single one. What do these words signify? 3 images emerged. Bubbles, flowers, and snow. All 3 are ephemeral, dreamlike, yet fleeting. The protagonist within these lines is me. I must remember each of these forms. What am I? What is it that I must remember? These questions plagued Qin. But at present, the most pressing issue lay with that bowl of chicken soup. While other dishes appeared somewhat suspicious, they were likely mere psychological effects. Only that bowl of chicken soup contained a veritable hand. To Qinyu's mind, the 6 of them from the outside world perceived the chicken as a hand, while the townspeople regarded it as ordinary chicken soup, rendering the issue quite clear. Either their perceptions had been altered, or the locals' perceptions had been skewed. She leaned towards the latter. Never mind. It's only the first night. After dawn, I'll inquire about the town's news, and then perhaps explore the misty area. Qinyu contemplated. The fog of Butterfly Island shrouded everything except for the central town, which seemed exceedingly strange. Perhaps the mist concealed the true secrets. Her reflection in the window had not moved just now. She exhaled, slightly relieved. Had she been too tense? However, when she turned back to the window to rest, this time, her reflection did not turn with her chapter 54, her remains. The night had deepened considerably. Typically, to guard against malevolent spirits, 2 individuals would take turns keeping watch. Liang Yu observed the now sleeping Qinyu and yawned. She too nestled into bed, pulling the covers over her, exposing only half her head, anxiously scanning her surroundings. For her, no matter how many times she participated in this horror game, she could never acclimatize. Liang Yu, you should sleep as well. Chun Yu suddenly opened her eyes and spoke to her. Liang Yu shook her head. You sleep, Sister Chun. I'm fine. Chun Yu smiled. I have a light sleep. It's not much different from resting with my eyes closed. I can still be attentive to the noises outside, so do sleep. She gently tugged Liang Yu, who, already drowsy, succumbed to the pull and lay down. Then I shall sleep? Sister Chun. Liang Yu blinked, somewhat shyly looking at Chun Yu. At this moment, Chun Yu, a woman in her 30s, epitomized the pinnacle of wealth. Knowledge, social status, charm, and grace. Liang Yu had been secretly observing her, aspiring to become a woman like Lawyer Chun in the future. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Chun Yu feigned annoyance and shot her a glare. Liang Yu shrank back. I was just looking too much, and I might just devour you. Help! Sister Chun is a monster. Liang Yu suddenly dove into Chun Yu's embrace. And Chun Yu laughed as she held her. Sleep now, help. Lawyer Chun is a ghost. Wang Million jolted awake, drenched in sweat. He had just experienced a bizarre dream. In it, Liang Yu was pleading for help, claiming that Chun Yu was a ghost who intended to consume her. As he sat up straight, Yin Xiao turned to him. What's wrong? I just had a very strange dream. Liang Yu was calling for help, saying Chun Yu was going to eat her. Yin Xiao's gaze turned icy as he flipped his left hand, revealing a gleaming scalpel that had seemingly materialized from thin air. Stay still, I'll check it out. Yin Xiao spoke as he opened the door. At that moment, Qin Manjiang abruptly opened his eyes. He had not been asleep. A metallic scent lingered in the air. He sat up straight in bed, and before you could inquire about the situation, he swiftly rolled off the bed and gently opened the door. Outside, in the narrow corridor, a delicate mist had insidiously crept in, blanketing the floor like fine grains of sand. As Qin Manjiang opened the door, the thick white fog began to flow in like a gentle stream, seeping into the bedroom shared with Yu Yu. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Where could it have come from? Hey! Yu Yu leaned closer, gripping the corner of Qin Manjiang's shirt, whispering, What is happening? Creak. The sound of the door hinge echoed conspicuously in the still night. A short-haired doctor, holding a scalpel with a stern expression, appeared in the doorway. It was Yin Xiao. He immediately spotted Qin Manjiang and Yu Yu. I want to go too. Wang Million also got out of bed, lowering his voice as he spoke. Just as he finished, he caught sight of the two. The four exchanged glances, their gazes drawn towards Chun Yu and Liang Yu's room. The faint mist, clinging to the ground, was evidently emanating from their room. Something had gone awry inside. Yin Xiao was the first to approach, with Qin Manjiang closely following. Yu Yu clung to his shirt, and Wang Million brought up the rear. Bang! The doctor kicked open the door with force, leaving Qin Manjiang momentarily stunned. Is this really necessary? The scalpel was immediately raised defensively, yet the scene within was entirely different from what they had anticipated. Liang Yu screamed, her head popping out. Glaring at the four, what are you doing? I thought it was a ghost. You're not dead? Wang Million exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Liang Yu. Why would I be dead? Hey, sunglasses freak, what nonsense are you spouting? Liang Yu was clearly displeased with the wealthy air. Where's Chun Yu? Yin Xiao inquired. Sister Chun? She's sleeping, right? Liang Yu glanced over, but then a sense of unease washed over her. Why was there such a heavy stench of blood in the room? Moreover, Sister Chun had claimed she was a light sleeper. Any noise would wake her. After her own piercing scream, there was no way Sister Chun could still be asleep. Liang Yu shuddered, gripping the corner of the blanket. Slowly, she lifted it. Wang Million, who had been peering in, recoiled suddenly. As the blanket was pulled back, a gruesome sight was unveiled. A mangled corpse lay on the bed, its face devoured, the cranial cavity hollowed out, as if something had feasted on it from the front, leaving nothing behind. The abdomen was also torn open, the organs vanished. At the sight of the mutilated body, Liang Yu let out a horrific scream and fainted. Qin Manjiang, Yin Xiao, and Yu Yu rushed into the room. Wang Million trembled, his face pale, hurriedly following them inside. He was too frightened to remain in the corridor alone. The mist on the ground swirled with their footsteps, advancing forward. Yin Xiao pinched Liang Yu's philtrum, quickly bringing her back to consciousness. Upon awakening and seeing so many people in the room, Liang Yu was momentarily disoriented, then the memories flooded back, and her body went limp again. She is dead. Sister Chun, Lawyer Chun has quietly passed away. On the same bed, even under the same blanket, Sister Chun lay beside her, reduced to a mere corpse by a vengeful spirit. Yet she had been entirely unaware. Get down. Yin Xiao's voice was markedly different from during the day. He seemed to be suppressing something, his tone oddly strained. Liang Yu, overwhelmed with fear and anxiety, couldn't quite grasp the situation, but in the next moment, Yin Xiao seized her arm, yanking her violently. The sheer force yanked Liang Yu off the bed, tossing her aside. Just as she was about to crash into the wall, Qin Manjiang swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself behind her to steady her and place her on the nearby sofa. Qin Manjiang glanced at Yin Xiao, then turned to Yu, instructing, "Take care of her." With that, he, like Yin Xiao, threw back the blanket and began examining the corpse. Although the body was unrecognizable, the clothing unmistakably belonged to the lawyer. Yin Xiao extended his hand, holding a severed finger, scrutinizing it closely. Qin Manjiang also surveyed the horrific, tragic sight of the corpse. There is no doubt it had been devoured by some entity. The abdomen and head are the most horrifying, with white bone shards protruding from the flesh. Torn fascia still glistening with blood, a ghastly sight. Did you hear any sounds? Yin Xiao tossed the severed finger aside, turning to fix his gaze on Liang Yu. Liang Yu seemed to be in a state of shock. The person who had just been sleeping beside her had been silently consumed by a ghost. Merely contemplating this scene made her too terrified to sleep, as if the moment she turned, a ghastly specter with a twisted face would emerge from behind, ready to devour her. Yin Xiao twirled the scalpel between his fingers, about to make a move, when Qin Manjiang grasped his left wrist firmly. He looked at Qin Manjiang, his eyes now filled with an aggressive intensity, tinged with a hint of madness. "Let go of me," he murmured. Qin Manjiang did not release him, instead directing his attention to Liang Yu, asking, "What transpired in your room before you fell asleep?" Chapter 55, A Web of Mysteries. What transpired in your room before you fell asleep? In this room, she simply could not maintain her composure. Qin Manjiang recognized this as well. It was not a safe environment. He relinquished his hold on Yin Xiao's wrist. Yin Xiao's eyes were bloodshot and under the gaze of the others. He committed an act that was utterly terrifying. He plunged the scalpel into the remains, muttering incantations. "Come back to life. Quickly come back to life." He was employing his permanent tool. As the second seat, Yin Xiao's permanent tool was renowned. It was said that if this cursed scalpel were plunged into the heart, one would not perish for half an hour, even if cleaved into pieces by a ghost. But Chen Yu was already dead. Could this permanent tool also work on the deceased? Liang Yu, too, had forgotten her fear, staring blankly at Yin Xiao. However, no miracle unfolded. The gleaming scalpel indeed pierced the heart of the corpse, yet the already deceased Chen Yu did not resurrect, nor did she gain an extra half-hour of life. Why? Impossible. Yin Xiao yanked the scalpel out, his hands a blur as he swiftly opened the left side of the corpse's chest. He reached inside, pulling with force. The left chest lay open, bloody before their eyes. The heart was long gone. Yin Xiao's actions came to a halt. He leaned over the bed, peering at the remains, murmuring, "How can you be dead? I did not permit you to die." Qin Manjiang's pupils constricted as he witnessed Yin Xiao's left hand move again, swinging the scalpel to sever a whole finger from Chen Yu's corpse. Yin Xiao took the finger, tucking it into his pocket. Then he left the room unceremoniously. His series of abrupt and bizarre actions rendered Liang Yu speechless, while Wang Million was covered in goosebumps, horrified at the thought that he had willingly spent most of the night in the company of such a madman. As for Qin Manjiang, he had anticipated this. Not only had Zhong Xueran mentioned that Yin Xiao had some mental issues, but the nature of Yin Xiao's permanent tool also easily indicated that his psychological state was precarious. The scalpel was clearly intended for use in dire circumstances, necessitating a desperate measure. Yin Xiao had undoubtedly employed it on himself more than once, and this implied that he had, on numerous occasions, watched himself being tortured to death. This is not merely a stroke of misfortune, but rather a manifestation of cruelty. That entity merely ensures one remains alive for half an hour, rather than rendering them devoid of all sensation during that time. Pain, terror, despair. These are the instruments that Yin Xiao possesses, sealing his fate to endure a far greater number of deaths than the average player. Amidst such relentless torment, although Yin Xiao's body persists, his mental state is likely to deteriorate. For instance, presently, Lawyer Chen Yu and Yin Xiao may have shared a past, their relationship having been amicable. The death of Chen Yu has almost instantaneously shattered the semblance of normalcy that Yin Xiao had managed to maintain. His current thoughts and intentions elude even Qin Manjiang's understanding. Qin Manjiang cannot fathom the mind of a madman and can only watch helplessly as he departs to pursue his own desires. Everyone proceed to the first floor, to the living room, and do not disturb the landlady, Qin Manjiang instructed. Wang Million was eager to vacate the premises, perplexed as to why he felt compelled to heed the words of a newcomer like Qin Manjiang. Yet that did not hinder him from hastily descending the stairs. Yu Fish cast a glance at Qin Manjiang, supporting the still-dazed Liang Yu, and followed suit downstairs. The room was left with only Qin Manjiang and the mangled remains of Chun Yu. Standing before the disfigured corpse, Qin Manjiang quietly murmured, "Who has taken your life? Why did you have to die? Why must it be in such a gruesome manner?" The corpse could not respond, and Qin Manjiang remained still, not feeling a shred of fear. The deceased was Chun Yu, not Liang Yu, who share the same space. Thus, there were only two possibilities. 1. Chun Yu inadvertently committed some act or uttered words that transgressed the taboos of this island, invoking a vengeful spirit. The second possibility, Chun Yu did nothing, and Liang Yu's survival, while Chun Yu perished, suggests that perhaps Liang Yu is indeed that very specter. He personally leans towards the first scenario. Bending down, Qin Manjiang grasped a corner of Chun Yu's life, preparing to cover her shattered form, but hesitated slightly as he neared her head. Beneath the bright lights, facing her corpse, mist swirled around his ankles, while darkness loomed beyond the window. "Lawyer Chun, is it truly you who has departed?" he inquired softly, gazing at the utterly devoured visage. Meanwhile, Liang Yu, Wang Million, and Yu Fish sat in the living room, still reeling from shock. "What on earth is he doing up there?" Wang Million glanced up at the ceiling. "Your man is quite the lunatic, isn't he?" He turned to Yu Fish. She, however, ignored him, having unconsciously shifted to a position closest to the entrance. She had been intentionally avoiding Liang Yu. Qin Manjiang was aware that she too recognized the implications. The reason the vengeful spirit targeted only Chun Yu and spared Liang Yu could very well be that Liang Yu was the ghost herself. Firstly, Liang Yu had little interaction with the others present. They were not intimately acquainted, and it was entirely plausible that she had been replaced by a spirit midway through, thus entering this game as the Phantom. Wang Million, seemingly oblivious to such intricacies, fixated on Liang Yu. "I just had a dream, and you were in it." Liang Yu shuddered at his words, as she did not know Wang Million. Suddenly appearing in the dream of someone she had only recently met was certainly no good omen. Indeed, Wang Million's subsequent statement sent chills down her spine. "Chun Yu was on top of you, slicing open your abdomen, chewing on your intestines. You looked at me, desperately pleading for help." Wang Million's own face turned pallid. He had no clue how he had dreamt such a scene. Yet reality was starkly opposite. The one devoured was not Liang Yu, but Chun Yu. Was the act of consumption in that very room? Qin Manjiang's voice resonated from the staircase. Turning to look, he was seen descending. The three tensed, watching the figure on the stairs, hesitating over whether he was man or phantom. "Who knows? Do you remember every detail of your dreams?" "I don't dream at all." "Hey, why are you staring at me?" Wang Million grumbled. "When I arrived, that woman was already here. She is." Suddenly, Wang Million found himself at a loss for words, his countenance turning a sickly shade. He abruptly realized that Chun Yu was the first to arrive at the dock, and now she was the first to perish. He had been the second to arrive and dreamt of Chun Yu consuming Liang Yu. If next that woman named Yu Fish dreams of me, will I be the next to die? Chapter 56. Bold Speculation. The sky lightened. Silence enveloped the living room as no one spoke further. Qin Manjiang closed his eyes, his mental state deteriorating. He had hardly slept the previous night, having analyzed the situation into the early hours with little clarity. However, Qin Manjiang was not in a rush. The one most anxious was Wang Million. Grasping his hair, he lay sprawled on the sofa, utterly ignorant of how this damn game was meant to unfold. If the order of death indeed followed the sequence of arrivals at the dock, then he was next, though he found little logic in this supposition. What if it were true? As a scion of wealth, having lived a life free from want from birth, Wang Million had few flaws. While he did not engage in charitable deeds, he had adhered to the law. For a prosperous family, having a law-abiding son was akin to winning a lottery. Hence, Wang Million had always enjoyed a comfortable life, until the day he was selected by this cursed game. He cursed himself for being so careless, for clicking on that link out of sheer curiosity. Now, he found himself at the mercy of fate, unable to control his own life or death. "Damn it, I'm still hungry." Wang Million clutched his stomach. His appetite had been poor since arriving on Butterfly Island, and after witnessing the gruesome sight of the human soup, his appetite had diminished further. It was a miracle he felt hungry at all, partly thanks to the remains of Chun Yu. Yet he dared not venture into the hostel's kitchen in search of food. Who knew what horrors lurked within the fridge? "Are you hungry?" Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed eerily. Wang Million nearly leapt from the sofa in fright, turning to see it was the landlady. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he heard her say, "I told you not to drink the chicken soup or eat the chicken. Nothing else will fill you up. Nothing else will fill me up?" This clearly dubious statement piqued everyone's interest. "Landlady, why won't anything else satisfy?" Wang Million managed to soften his tone. "Well," the landlady replied matter-of-factly, "other things are just for flavor. Only chicken can truly satisfy your hunger. Isn't that so?" As she looked at Wang Million, her expression suggested she found him suspect. "Can we check the kitchen?" Wang Million's question drew the attention of all. The landlady nodded. "Of course, let us go." She led the way to the kitchen with an air of nonchalance, casually tying her hair as she walked. However, Qin Manjiang suddenly interjected. "The sun is up. I'll take a walk and skip breakfast." "I'll go too." Yu Fish immediately followed Qin Manjiang. Liang Yu had also intended to accompany them. But upon recalling Qin Manjiang's solitary stay upstairs for a time, unease crept into her heart. What if that Qin Manjiang had been replaced by a ghost? After deliberation, she chose to follow Wang Million and the landlady into the kitchen. "Why are you following me?" Yu Fish glanced at him and abruptly stated, "Just now I realized something." The morning streets were not crowded, yet it seemed every household was awake. "What is it?" Qin Manjiang inquired. "This painting." With that, Yu Fish opened her sketchbook. Qin Manjiang halted, looking once more at the artwork. In the painting, his expression was grotesque, with a butterfly emerging from his gaping mouth. "Are you not curious why only you appear in the crucial information prompt?" Yu Fish asked. Qin Manjiang nodded. "So what?" "Previously, a statement you made clarified my thoughts," said Yo-Yu. With the conversation having reached this point, it was evident that Qin Manjiang could no longer feign ignorance. If Yo-Yu's assertions held veracity, then the painting must be alluding to some critical information, and the presence of him, rather than any other player, could only be attributed to the unique aspects that distinguished him, coincidentally intersecting with a pivotal revelation. Among the earlier statements made, only one stood out: "I do not dream." Qin Manjiang gazed at Yo-Yu and reiterated. Yo-Yu coldly nodded. "If what you say is true, this is the sole difference between you and us." Thus, was the concealed, crucial information related to dreams? Because Qin Manjiang, unlike other players, did not dream, had he thereby become the key to this information? In other words, the true cause of Chunyu's demise was indeed linked to dreams, and specifically to Wang Baiwan, the only one who had experienced a strange dream. Yo-Yu was quicker to perceive this than Qin Manjiang. After all, in Qin Manjiang's subconscious, he saw no issue with his inability to dream. Wait a moment. Qin Manjiang suddenly recalled something. Butterfly Island? Before arriving, he had perused some related materials. Although there were scant reports, descriptions of the island's shape and size existed, and it bore no resemblance to a butterfly. Moreover, while there were numerous flowers, not a single butterfly was present. Butterflies, the butterfly that Zhuang Zhou dreamed of. The very notion of Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly could metaphorically represent wondrous dreams. Could it be that this place was a dream of some specter? Qin Manjiang suddenly posited. His sudden thought left Yu momentarily stunned. Yet, upon reflecting on the peculiarities of this locale and the town's strange qualities, she found a semblance of reason in it. Moreover, their entry into this town and onto this island was facilitated by a boat, traversing dense mist to arrive. The fog thickened and then thinned, the scenery appearing indistinct, akin to a dream. "In a ghost dream?" she murmured softly. Qin Manjiang spread his palm, the morning mist slipping through his fingers. "I have always wondered why this game lacked a time limit," he mused, watching the mist dissipate from his hand. "If we are perpetually trapped in a ghost dream, indeed, there would be no need for a time constraint." Yo-Yu nodded in agreement. It was conceivable that upon awakening, they might find themselves sleeping by the dock, with merely a minute having passed. Qin Manjiang's observation was indeed astute. The absence of a time limit in a game of this nature was profoundly peculiar. Even in ultimate games akin to Ping and Hospital, explicit time restrictions were imposed. From this perspective, Qin Manjiang's conjecture seemed increasingly plausible. Time held no significance for Butterfly Island, hence the absence of time limit. However, if the butterfly in the painting symbolized dreams, and dreams flew from your mouth, it suggested that you were incapable of dreaming. While Yo-Yu had articulated numerous thoughts during her solitude with Qin Manjiang, her reasoning was clear. Yet, according to your hypothesis, this was a ghost dream, and you were already ensnared within it, a contradiction to the painting's original intent. "No," Qin Manjiang regarded her. "My inability to dream does not equate to my immunity from being drawn into another's dream." Yo-Yu clutched the painting, pondering. like bubbles, ephemeral and fragile. Flowers, enchanting when they blossom. Snow, heart-wrenching before it touches the ground. I must remember these forms. Each and every one. Bubbles, flowers, snow. Three exquisite yet fleeting entities. I must remember these forms, each one. What I wish to remember are not people, but these. Therefore, Qin Manjiang slightly turned, facing the entire town enveloped in mist. Everything in the fog is a dream of its own. Chapter 57. Concealing Information. Liang Yu followed Wang Baiwan into the kitchen of the inn. The death of the person lying beside her had intensified her paranoia. Instinctively, Liang Yu tightened her grip on the prop in her hand. This was a disposable item she had meticulously prepared for this challenge mode. Ghost Needle. Spirit Eye Requirement. 17. Its exterior resembled an antiquated bronze compass. However, its red needle did not point south, but rather towards the location of the ghost. Duration of use. Half an hour. Liang Yu was reluctant to employ it at such a moment. The optimal time would have been upon the discovery of Chun Yu's mangled corpse. Yet at that moment, she had been too terrified to even consider it. Now, with her emotions slightly stabilized, she observed the innkeeper's earlier cryptic words and the place to which she was leading them, and her unease grew ever more pronounced. No, if I don't use it now, I may never have the chance again. I will use it for 5 minutes. If there are no anomalies, I will reserve the remaining 25 minutes for when another change occurs. Liang Yu contemplated. Until now, she had yet to fully comprehend that Chun Yu was dead. Chun Yu, so exceptional and outstanding, had been devoured by a ghost without a word. Could someone as comparatively unremarkable as herself truly survive? Liang Yu could not help but entertain such thoughts. In fact, even with this instance included, despite having participated in 5 games, her spirit eye count was still fewer than most players who had played 3 or 4 times. This disposable item had only increased her spirit eye count to 1. Even if she managed to survive this time, what about the next? Liang Yu had always tried to refrain from dwelling on such negative thoughts, but this time, she could not help it. The former champion had perished here, and such an outstanding lawyer as Chun Yu had been silently slain by a ghost. Why should she be able to survive? She was merely an ordinary university student, so unremarkable that she would be easily overlooked in a crowd. Why would such a game choose someone as mundane as her? Her eyes dulled, and once a person loses their will, their spirit and vitality quickly diminish. She unconsciously followed along, only to suddenly collide with Wang Baiwan. This perpetually loud and perpetually sunglass-clad young heir inexplicably halted in his tracks. The impact brought Liang Yu back to her senses. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought." She hastily apologized, instinctively wary of provoking someone like Wang Baiwan. Yet he, unusually, did not erupt in anger. He merely turned, his obscured eyes peering through his sunglasses, seemingly fixated on Liang Yu as he said, "If you're afraid, seek them out in the town. Those two are not ghosts." His voice was low but resonated deeply within Liang Yu's heart at that moment. "You." Liang Yu stared at him in a daze. Wang Baiwan turned his attention back to the innkeeper's retreating figure. People carry various energies. Yin Zhao's energy is a tangle of blue and red, indistinguishable from one another. Qin Manjiang's energy is a stark contrast to black and white, clear-cut and defined. You Yu's energy is a mass of gray, akin to stagnant water. Chun Yu's energy flows with clarity and order. Your energy is modeled. Though it flows vigorously, it is chaotic. He continued to gaze at the innkeeper, lowering his voice, but none of the people in this town possess any energy. Not even her. A chill ran down Liang Yu's spine at Wang Baiwan's words. Was he implying that everyone in the town was not alive? Was the innkeeper also dead? Recalling the dishes the innkeeper had served them last night sent shivers down her arms. "I will tell you one last time. Following the innkeeper to the kitchen could lead to death, but it is the only way I can think of to obtain clues." Wang Baiwan lowered his voice, exhibiting a demeanor entirely different from that he had displayed before Qin Manjiang and the others. "If you are afraid, leave. I cannot protect you." Wang Baiwan took a step forward, following the innkeeper. "Among the players this time, there are 3 individuals I find inscrutable. Even if I manage to survive this game by mere chance, I will ultimately succumb to my own inadequacies in some future contest." Wang Million's voice was barely audible, and as he spoke, he seemed to ponder something, pausing for a moment. "I do not wish to be a mere idle bystander, waiting for others to extend a helping hand. I would rather perish on the path than linger in uselessness." Liang Yu stared blankly at Wang Million. At this juncture, how could she still be oblivious? Those sunglasses were merely a disposable prop for him. The moment he set foot on the island, he had already realized that there was not a single living soul on this island. Yet, he said nothing, continuing to feign the demeanor of an irritable, rich heir, all the while observing each person and quietly gathering clues. In the past, Liang Yu would have obediently followed Wang Million's instructions, leaving the hostel to search for Qin Manjiang and the others. But now she tightened her grip on the finger ghost needle and chose to follow him. I no longer wish to hide behind everyone. The actions taken during the game are intricately linked to the ultimate rewards of the Spirit Eye, which could provide players with greater assurance in their future lives. Players like Yang, who can save everyone from peril, simultaneously seize nearly all the Spirit Eyes from a game, leaving others who share the field with merely an experience but no rewards. In the increasingly treacherous games that lie ahead, their chances of survival will only dwindle. Both Wang Million and Liang, you have come to realize that without exerting themselves fiercely in the early to mid stages of this eerie game, they would have no means to survive in its latter stages. It is a straightforward logic. The top 10 have already secured their exclusive permanent items, yet they still spare no effort during the game, undertaking tasks they could accomplish themselves rather than delegating them to other players. Could it be mere kindness that prevents them from witnessing the demise of their fellow players? Perhaps some are. Yet, the majority are simply driven by the desire to acquire more Spirit Eyes. The Spirit Eyes must possess other functions unknown to the vast majority of players. Much like redeemable items, when a number of Spirit Eyes held is insufficient, players cannot see those items. Just how many Spirit Eyes do the top 10 possess? What new features have they unlocked in their gaming interface? No one knows. Wang Million fell silent, and Liang Yu, now an adult, understood that even if she made a wrong choice, she must bear the consequences herself. At that moment, Liang Yu had already opened her hand, utilizing the finger ghost needle. The crimson tip swayed gently with her movements, pointing in no particular direction. Liang Yu let out a sigh of relief and whispered to Wang Million, "There are no ghosts nearby." No ghosts? What about the landlady? Wang Million recognized the finger ghost needle and understood its purpose. Yet his sunglasses clearly indicated that the landlady was not human. Not human, yet not a ghost? Perhaps she is some meaningless, illusory entity? Just then, the landlady halted her steps. "We're here. Choose what you want to eat." She pushed open the large white kitchen door. However, what lay inside sent shivers down the spines of both Liang Yu and Wang Million. Chapter 58, The Terrifying Kitchen. Is the entire town merely a dream of ghosts? Qin Manjiang's speculation was so bold that the fish was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it made a certain degree of sense. Just like that bowl of chicken soup. If it is a ghost dream, from the ghost perspective, human flesh becomes a delectable broth. Seeing that Qin Manjiang had already ventured deeper into the town, the fish immediately followed. Is the path to survival escaping the dream? The fish inquired. Instantly, a method to escape the dream sprang to mind. If this is a dream, then we just need to commit suicide to wake up, right? At this point, the fish paused, suddenly recalling Chunyu, who had silently passed away the previous night. However, Qin Manjiang looked at her in confusion. Why do you say that? A dream cannot replicate experiences that a person has never had in reality. Therefore, once a dream progresses into the realm of the unknown, it will be interrupted, jumping to the next scene or causing one to awaken abruptly. Death is an experience that none of the living have ever encountered. The fish explained, as long as we commit suicide, we can wake up. Though she spoke these words, she had no intention of attempting suicide. Instead, she was fixated on Qin Manjiang's expression. Indeed, Qin Manjiang immediately shook his head, saying, "That's not right. If the subject of the dream is us, then we are trapped in our own dream. Your method might allow us to escape. But if the subject of this dream is the ghost, then we are ensnared in the ghost dream, not our own." "Do you think ghosts have experienced death?" Qin Manjiang queried. "Undoubtedly, ghosts must have died. Hence, committing suicide within a ghost dream could very well lead to actual death." The fish was swayed by Qin Manjiang's reasoning. Indeed, the master of the dream is the ghost, not them. But how do we make the ghost awaken from its own dream? The fish unconsciously asked, then suddenly paused, astonished at her own direct inquiry to the man beside her. "I don't know. Aren't we searching for that?" Qin Manjiang replied. "Just now I suddenly thought, since the limits of dream experiences are based on what one has previously undergone, could it be that the master of this dream, this ghost, will make us relive what it has experienced?" At that moment, she somewhat understood why she had instinctively questioned Qin Manjiang. Because this man does not conceal his thoughts. Whatever he contemplates, he openly shares, as if the spirit eyes hold no significance for him. Perhaps if we relive the ghost's past experiences and fulfill its regrets, we can clear the game? The fish unwittingly voiced such a naive notion. Qin Manjiang indeed did not indulge her. Casting her a peculiar glance, "You are rather naive." The fish, clutching her sketchbook, shot him a glare. "At the very least, we must ascertain who the master of this dream truly is, right?" However, Qin Manjiang shook his head. "No need." As they traversed the town, having glanced at each house to varying extents, a flicker of realization passed through his narrow eyes. "I think I know who the master of the dream is." The kitchen was spacious, yet only a single bulb hung beneath a green lampshade, illuminating just one area, the chopping board. Liang Yu and Wang Million's gazes were inevitably drawn to the chopping board. Yet there lay a head upon it. It was the landlady's head. But the landlady was clearly standing right there, in front of them. Liang Yu nearly suffocated, and in that instant, the finger ghost needle in her hand suddenly began to move. Instinctively sensing something, Liang Yu trembled and looked down, only to see the finger ghost needle spinning wildly. Where's the ghost? Why is the finger ghost needle spinning like this? Could it be that the ghost's speed of movement is too swift? Liang Yu was trembling all over, with the unsettling feeling that the ghost would appear at any moment. She tugged at Wang Million, yet he remained motionless. Ever since he laid eyes on the landlady's head on the chopping board, his body had frozen in place, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of oppression that assailed him from all directions. Through his sunglasses, he could see a multitude of energies swirling chaotically in the kitchen. These were not human energies, but rather ghostly energies. An unparalleled aura of terror. Heartbeat, sweat, breath. Liang Yu's body had gone rigid. The swaying bulb in the kitchen cast flickering shadows in the dark corners, amplifying the horror. Compared to the kitchen, this place resembled a slaughterhouse. Liang Yu struggled to swallow, lamenting her decision to enter the kitchen. Knowing full well that the food in this town was suspect, why did she venture in to investigate? It was nothing short of seeking her own demise just then. Liang Yu's heart jolted violently. An overwhelming wave of terror nearly brought her to her knees. She trembled as she lowered her gaze toward the pointer, which had just moments ago been spinning wildly but had now come to an abrupt halt. Its blood-red needle unwaveringly indicating a singular direction, toward the landlady. "Will you eat?" The landlady, having appeared by the cutting board without them noticing, was illuminated by the flickering overhead light. At that moment, the very object resting upon the cutting board was none other than her own severed head. The scene was both horrific and surreal. Wang Million felt a surge of trepidation. In such a dire circumstance, perhaps the wisest course was to seek an opportunity to flee. However, bang! The two were jolted by a sudden sound, turning to find the kitchen door had closed on its own. An overwhelming wave of panic and despair surged forth from the dark corners outside the kitchen's illumination, as if a multitude of malevolent gazes were fixated upon them. The scent of death hung palpably in the air. "Will you eat?" the landlady repeated. Their eyes, filled with terror, were drawn to her. And it was then that they noticed, with horror, a gruesome crimson gash marring her face, blood cascading from the wound. The injury appeared as though a chunk of flesh had been excised directly from her visage. Wang Million was drenched in cold sweat. The horror of the situation exceeded his wildest imagination. Upon entering the kitchen, everything had transformed suddenly. "Stay calm." Wang Million stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Liang Yu. Anything will do. He refrained from making any specific requests, for he had no idea which answer would be deemed correct. Upon uttering those words, both he and Liang Yu felt an acute dryness in their mouths. A single misstep in their speech could spell their demise. Their hearts raced, threatening to burst from their chests. The landlady's ominous aura intensified, the flickering light casting eerie shadows across her countenance. "Stand here and wait," she commanded, pointing towards the edge of the cutting board. On it, her severed head glared at them with lifeless eyes. Must we go over? Yet they had no alternative. They approached the cutting board, endeavoring to avert their gazes from the gruesome sight. Liang Yu even shut her eyes tightly. Wang Million, however, could not afford such luxury. He needed to observe to uncover any glimmer of hope for survival. As they stood by the cutting board, the landlady moved. She made her way to the side, opening the freezer and retrieving a hefty chunk of meat. The strength she exhibited was terrifying. With a single toss, the meat flew through the air, crashing onto the cutting board. Splatter. Blood sprayed onto Liang Yu's closed eyes, and instinctively, she wiped it away, then opened her eyes. She was on the verge of screaming when Wang Million hastily covered her mouth, but the terror in her eyes was palpable, her legs trembling as she nearly collapsed. Wang Million gripped her firmly, barely managing to keep her upright. He could not fault her for her fear. After all, the half of meat that the landlady had just hurled was, without a doubt, the other half of Liang Yu's own body. From her head, through her philtrum throat, chest, and abdomen, it had been neatly cleaved in twain, resting like a slab of pork on the cutting board, awaiting further dismemberment. Liang Yu was on the brink of fainting, relying entirely on Wang Million's strength to remain standing. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The landlady picked up a bone knife, tilting her head back, her face marred with deep, grotesque wounds. Let me prepare a rib soup for you. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Player. In Fuqing, dusk descended. The fading sunlight painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, as a few birds flitted across the horizon. The evening breeze caressed the streets and alleys of the city, a gentle touch that nearly lulled one to sleep. If only there were no ghosts in this apartment. He took a deep breath. A night had already passed. Including herself, 6 players remained. Yet, nearly all of them had lost hope for survival. Monstrous Tale, The Aging Me. Prologue. I am growing older. Why is this happening? Why can't I stop aging? Teeth falling out, hair turning gray, spine bending, legs failing to support my body, my vision growing murkier by the day. Why has this calamity befallen me? Is this retribution? The prologue concluded here. The final words read, at 7 p.m., arrive at dusk apartment. After midnight, take turns caring for the elderly for 1 hour. Game duration, 3 days. Lateness constitutes game failure. Leaving the apartment constitutes game failure. Death constitutes game failure. Game failure results in erasure. Good luck, Monstrous Tale players. The requirements were clear, and compared to typical Monstrous Tales, they seemed entirely manageable. Yet, when they arrived at dusk apartment as scheduled yesterday afternoon, their minds went blank as they began to grasp the situation. The apartment, under the setting sun, appeared particularly sinister, devoid of any warmth. There was no caretaker, no security, no nurses. Within the vast expanse of the apartment, there was but one individual, a woman who, according to the game's stipulations, was the elderly person they were to care for. Yet, she was far from elderly. She was a woman nearing her 40s. Her figure so corpulent that she could scarcely walk, her visage grotesque, but certainly not of an age that could be considered old. Until, that woman, resembling a mountain of flesh, uttered, "Help me. I'm only 19. I keep aging. I don't want to die." Upon witnessing the terror in everyone's eyes, she wept. Her sobs were devoid of beauty, a massive mass quivering in despair, only inciting further fear. No one knew how to care for this woman who claimed to be 19. She was far too peculiar, too uncanny. Both the name of the tale and the content of the prologue suggested that the curse of aging was undoubtedly linked to her. Approaching her would surely not bode well. Yet the task demanded that each person tend to her for an hour. As hesitation loomed, one stepped forward. With his back to the setting sun, he offered a gentle smile to the crowd. Let me be the first to care for her tonight. Regardless of gender, every heart skipped a beat in such moments. Those who took the initiative easily garnered favor. You felt an affinity towards him as well. He was the only one who had maintained his composure and optimism since their arrival at the apartment. He always wore a smile, toying with an exquisite pocket watch, glancing at the time intermittently. Just gazing at his tall, upright figure brought an unparalleled sense of reassurance. For he was the third-seat player in this world of monstrous tales. "Mr. Shun, please be cautious," Yi whispered, her heart racing, uncertain if it was from fear or shyness. The player, surnamed Shun, was in his 20s, and addressing him as Mr. seemed entirely appropriate. He met her gaze with a gentle smile. "Don't worry, trust me, I am the third seat." "Senhai?" The twilight shadows cast upon the sickbed. Lu Jingqing reclined against her pillow, observing the animated Zhong Xiuran, who was incessantly chattering about people she knew. "Is Mr. Shun Hai truly the third-seat player?" Lu Jingqing's complexion remained somewhat pale, yet her condition had undoubtedly improved significantly. The surgeon's skill was remarkable. Just as Zhong Xiuran had said, if he couldn't accomplish it, no other doctor could. Ah yes. Zhong Xiuran picked up a grape, tossed it into the air, and caught it with her mouth, relishing its sweetness before wiping her lips. "I'm not very familiar with that fellow. Most of the players in the top 10 have amassed their spirit orbs through countless games, exchanging them for exclusive permanent items to secure their positions. Thus, the probability of players with a greater number of spirit orbs recognizing each other increases. As we VE participated in so many games together that we inevitably cross paths. However, there are 2 exceptions. Zhong Xiuran propped her chin on her hand, yawning as she gazed out the window. One is the 6th seat, Moonflower. The other is the third seat, the player. Especially the third seat. It's that guy named Shanhai. His name was T, even in the top 10 originally. Yet somehow he cleared an ultimate game and accumulated an unknown number of spirit orbs, catapulting him up to the third seat in one breath. TSK. Zhong Shuaran seemed somewhat disgruntled, muttering, his T even completed all 10 games, yet he made it to the third seat. What sheer luck. Lu Jingqing chuckled softly. The ultimate game requires at least 4 players to be wiped out. Many have perished, and only he succeeded. Mr. Shanhai must be quite formidable. Shuaran, you shouldn't underestimate him. Zhong Shuaran abruptly stood up, indignation flaring. Why do you sound just like Yang? Of course, I know that guy has some skill. It's just what? Lu Jingqing looked at her quizzically. It's just that Yang said Shanhai might become the new chief, and I absolutely refuse. With that, Zhong Shuaran stormed off, only to peek her head back into the hospital room moments later. What's next you want? I'll go to the supermarket and bring you some. Lu Jingqing shook her head. I'd better stick to the doctor's advice. Oof. Zhong Shuaran left again. Lu Jingqing found it amusing. Zhong Shuaran seemed to harbor a special fondness for Yang. It wasn't hard to understand, really. The young men and women chosen by this game were mostly still in their youth, struggling amidst fear and despair. The bonds forged through repeated brushes with life and death were far more profound than those formed during a trip to a haunted house or a murder mystery. It was inevitable that some would mistake the thrill of life and death for love, becoming deeply ensnared. Perhaps Yang had once saved Zhong Shuaran. In an environment fraught with anxiety, a person who can provide a sense of security is easily captivating. Yet, Lu Jingqing knew that such infatuation was merely fleeting, because she too had experienced that thrill not long ago. In a game where the future was uncertain, to pursue any romantic feelings was superfluous. She hoped Shuaran wouldn't become too obsessed. The sun and the snow had never been a pair. As she gazed out the window towards the dusk, Lu Jingqing opened her notebook, suddenly struck with inspiration for a new novel. Yet, as she began to type the first word, a shadow of a figure appeared in her mind. This time, he had been selected again. She wondered how he was faring now. I hope Mr. Qin is doing well. What if he couldn't hold on? Liang Yu and Wang Million stood rigid, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The boss lady's cleaver had already been set in motion. Chapter 60, The Surface World. Liang Yu was convinced that the boss lady was a ghost. For the crimson tip of the ghost-revealing needle was fixed upon her. But why had the needle been swirling aimlessly until just moments ago? Why had it abruptly pointed at the boss lady? Regardless, it was best not to defy a ghostess command. They were instructed to stand by the chopping board and not to move recklessly. But were they truly expected to wait for this ghost to prepare a human meat soup for them? Or was it their own flesh? Liang Yu glanced at the half piece of meat on the chopping board. It was unmistakably her own. Was it an illusion? No. The boss lady moved swiftly, skinning and chopping the meat, tossing it, bones and all, into the boiling water to purge the blood. The scent was undeniably that of real meat. The aroma of flesh. Ugh! Liang Yu was uncertain whether it was her own flesh or some other substance creating this illusion. Yet she knew that if she didn't devise a plan soon, both she and Wang Million would be doomed. Simply turning to flee would certainly not work. Neither of their props could temporarily halt the ghost's actions or alter the current situation. Both the sunglasses and the ghost-revealing needle were merely tools for gathering information. Utterly ineffective in this moment. The ghost paid no heed to them, engrossed in its tasks, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Liang Yu and Wang Million. With no malevolent spirit pursuing them, and no souls demanding retribution, this was indeed a good opportunity for contemplation. In fact, Wang Million had been doing just that. Yet, he couldn't fathom why there was a half-corpse of Liang Yu in the boss lady's freezer. Was Liang Yu right here? Wait a moment. Liang Yu was human. Wasn't she? Wang Million peered through his sunglasses. Liang Yu's aura was even more chaotic, but she was indeed human. Liang Yu was still alive, which meant that this piece of meat was not Liang Yu, but merely an illusion. Or perhaps, akin to the riddle of chicken and palm. Their perceptions had been altered, resulting in this distorted vision. So, was the ghost's true ability the manipulation of human perception? It certainly seemed plausible. All the indigenous people on this island were not living beings. They lacked any semblance of human essence. Yet to their group, they appeared capable of moving, speaking, and laughing. Living here as if they were ordinary people. What sent chills down Wang Million's spine was the original appearance of this island. If everything they were witnessing was a distorted perception, what was the true form of Butterfly Island? He hesitated to ponder further. Do you know of the Mandarin duck law? Qin Manjiang suddenly asked as he approached the outskirts of the town. Yu shook her head, indicating her ignorance. True and false intertwine. To unveil is to die. Qin Manjiang succinctly stated. What does that mean? Yu furrowed her brow, struggling to grasp his intent. It merely provides a condemned prisoner with comfort before death. It should not be taken literally. Qin Manjiang stood still, gazing at the fog that loomed close, and continued, until one day, a timid prisoner heard this phrase. He believed it wholeheartedly. The executioner swung the ghostly blade, severing the condemned prisoner's head. Run. Upon hearing the word run, the prisoner disregarded everything else, taking to his heels. A headless corpse sprinting homeward, running endlessly. And so 20 years passed, until one day, a man who no longer served as an executioner spotted the condemned prisoner he had beheaded 2 decades prior at the marketplace. He was horrified, pointing at the prisoner and shouting, "You were beheaded by me 20 years ago." Qin Manjiang turned to Yu. This is the Mandarin duck law. When the fake becomes real, the real also becomes fake. Those who believe it wholeheartedly are ensnared within the law. Once an outsider reveals the truth, the Mandarin duck law dissipates instantly. Yu began to comprehend his words, yet she remained somewhat puzzled. But what does this have to do with Butterfly Island? Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. The intertwining of reality and illusion, the difficulty in distinguishing truth from falsehood, is also a form of the Mandarin duck law. As Qin Manjiang stepped into the thick fog, his voice echoed distantly. Hey, Yu lagged a step behind, and by the time she hurried to follow him into the mist, Qin Manjiang's figure had vanished from sight. A palpable malice swirled within the fog, prompting her to retreat hastily, stepping back from the haze. Clutching the spirit-revealing sketchbook, she flipped to the page she had drawn, gazing at the image of Qin Manjiang. Her expression shifted erratically. He turned toward the sound and discovered that the ghost had extinguished the fire and was ladling soup into a large basin. Before long, the boss lady, whose flesh was gradually disappearing from her face, approached with a steaming bowl of rib soup. She placed a large bowl of soup on the chopping board before Liang Yu and Wang Million, commanding, "Finish it." Her voice dripped with malice, and the flickering lights in the ceiling gradually stilled as Liang Yu and Wang Million stared at the enormous bowl of rib soup, their faces paling to the extreme. At that moment, Liang Yu suddenly realized this ghost. No, the proprietress possesses a peculiar mark upon her waist. What could that mark be? Why does it seem so familiar? Wait, what exactly is that mark? The dim light obscured its clarity, making it difficult to discern. How I wish I could behold it up close. Liang Yu was profoundly struck by the tattoo-like impression on the proprietress's waist, yet the memory eluded her for the moment, prompting her to instinctively step forward. Liang Yu clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling a scream. Suddenly, a grotesque, bloodied visage loomed mere centimeters from her face. The stench of decay and blood assaulted her nostrils, nearly causing her to faint. The malevolent spirit uttered not a single word, yet the intensity of its gaze rendered Liang Yu nearly incapacitated. Wang Million, witnessing this horrifying tableau, felt an ever-deepening despair. This vengeful spirit could teleport in an instant. Such a capability ranked among the most terrifying abilities of malevolent spirits. Fleeing would prove utterly futile. Wang Million's eyes fixated on the large bowl of rib soup before him. Could it truly come to cannibalism? Yet he felt no belief that complying with the spirit's demands by consuming the soup would ensure his survival. The desires and demands of a ghost are insatiable, utterly beyond fulfillment. A glance at the proprietress brought concern. Her visage had grown increasingly horrifying and grotesque, causing his eyelid to twitch. Had the proprietress's appearance altered? Chapter 61. The head of a man, the body of a pig. Butterfly Island, devoid of butterflies, also concealed the island itself. A thick fog enveloped everything, with the only clear area being that small town. Qin Manjiang stepped into the mist, surrounded by an expanse of white. He could only hear his own breath. Humans are creatures of sight. In essence, places identifiable by the eye provide a sense of security. Thus, whether in darkness or dense fog, one instinctively recoils from approaching, especially in a locale where one is acutely aware of the presence of malevolent spirits. From the moment they set foot on the island, they've been seeking an escape from the fog, only to find themselves unwittingly led into the small town. A place free from mist, inhabited by others, became an exceedingly suitable backdrop for unsettling tales. However, after a cursory investigation last night and this morning, he had begun to discern certain clues. For instance, this tale was titled Butterfly Island, not Butterfly Town. Indeed, aside from leaving behind a disfigured corpse and causing Dr. Yin Xiao to lose control of her emotions and vanish, they had gleaned no other clues in the town. They had only arrived at a dubious conclusion. The town was likely a figment of a ghost dream. This was a challenge mode. Qin Manjiang could not ascertain what had transpired in the previous Group S annihilation, but he had heard that even the original leader had fallen in this place. Compared to the daunting task of finding a path to survival in this small town, Qin Manjiang leaned towards another hypothesis of deception. Attaining the position of leader could not be the result of mediocrity. They might possess potent and permanent exclusive items. Yet even so, that former leader had perished. This seemed to imply that the unforeseen occurrence was too sudden, catching even the vigilant former leader off guard. Thus, what could possibly have led a player, even one as astute as the former leader, to not anticipate the disaster that befell them? The answer is not hard to deduce. Such a scenario could only indicate that something, once held in the highest trust or never suspected at all, had transformed into a ghost. Such entities are few. After all, players are wary even of their companions. The only one who would remain beyond suspicion is oneself. Suddenly, a vague silhouette emerged from the fog ahead. The figure flitted past, seemingly delving deeper into the mist. In the case of others, encountering such a sight might lead them to believe they were seeing things, or deem it too perilous to follow, opting instead to retreat. Yet Qin Manjiang stood thoughtfully in place. After a moment's contemplation, he hastened his steps to pursue it. Within the fog, no path was discernible, or rather, paths were everywhere. Qin Manjiang traversed a carpet of myriad small flowers into the depths of the mist, a subtle fragrance wafting towards him, an amalgamation of floral scents not unpleasant. As for the bloodiness that Yin Xiao had continually mentioned, Qin Manjiang had yet to encounter it. His sense of smell, quite standard for a normal human, remained acute. The fog thickened, and the flowers beneath his feet multiplied, forming a veritable sea. Stopping to glance back, he found the once wide expanse behind him had obscured his return route. However, the flowers crushed beneath his feet could serve as a guide. With visibility reduced to less than 3 meters, and unable to see the sky above, the world around him had transformed into a void of white. No sounds, no animals. No patas. The vastness and confinement melded seamlessly within the fog, and prolonged exposure to such mist could engulf a person in an inexplicable dread. A similar emotion surged within Qin Manjiang. Yet before it could manifest physically, it was stifled. This was not necessarily a misfortune, for it allowed him to maintain a clearer mind. The figure he had glimpsed in the fog was certainly no hallucination. He had followed it for nearly 10 minutes before it vanished. Perhaps there was something nearby. Remaining stationary would yield no discoveries within such dense fog. Only movement would illuminate the ground beneath one's feet. Moreover, whether in the small town at the center of the island or the fog that encircled it, both belonged to Butterfly Island, with no discernible safety between the two. Perhaps that once serene town had morphed into a realm of nightmares? In any case, he remained skeptical of the tranquil scenes he had witnessed upon entering the town yesterday. Speaking of which, he had wandered the entire town this morning, yet had not spotted Yin Xiao. He too had likely ventured into the fog. Yin Xiao must have realized, despite his peculiar demeanor. After all, one is not foolish. The demise of the former chief player in this place could not be attributed to his lack of ability. It could only suggest that a monumental deception lurked here. Qin Manjiang pondered. Had he not known in advance that this was a challenge mode, a tale notorious for annihilating players, he would have been far slower to react. Much like last night, when nearly all players assumed the tale would unfold in the town, and indeed, numerous anomalies had manifested there. Were it not for the painting by the wandering fish, and had Qin Manjiang not fortuitously been a non-dreamer, the conclusion that the town was an illusion would have taken at least another day or two to materialize. Qin Manjiang harbored serious doubts that the previous Chief S party had fallen victim to this very circumstance. Once the first misstep was taken, no matter how far one wandered thereafter, they would only drift further from the correct answer. The location of the tale S occurrence had been tacitly accepted as the town, when in reality, it lay within the fog. In that town, only time would be squandered. This morning, Qin Manjiang had again roamed the town, yet found no clues. However, upon entering the fog, the mysterious silhouette had appeared, guiding him here. The fog harbored the true path to survival, the very arena for this tale S unfolding. And he believed Yin Xiao must have come to this realization as well. But what could it be? Qin Manjiang wandered about, unhurried, until at last, amidst the sea of flowers, he discovered a mound of earth that stood noticeably higher. Is something buried within? As Qin Manjiang crouched down to unearth the flower-covered mound, a sudden rush of wind surged behind him. He rolled aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the grotesque creature with a human head and the body of a pig, which lay on the ground, turning to regard him with an eerie expression, half smiling, utterly terrifying. Qin Manjiang was drenched in cold sweat. A bite from such a creature could easily tear through his face. Wait, did I eat the ghost of Lawyer Qin last night? But what on earth is this? A pig? In the eerie tale of Butterfly Island, has a creature with a human head and a pig's body emerged? Moreover, that head is exceedingly unfamiliar, utterly unrecognizable. How could this be? A sinking feeling enveloped Qin Manjiang. He sensed an unsettling, awkward, even phantasmagorical sensation. Chapter 62. The Butterfly and the Pig. In the town, at the inn's kitchen, the landlady's flesh had nearly all peeled away, morphing her into a ghastly, skinless, sanguine corpse. Yet, in Wang Million's eyes, the shape of the landlady's head was exceedingly peculiar. Even if she were a ghost, one would presume she had evolved from a humanoid form. However, the landlady's current cranial shape grew increasingly unrecognizable as human. It became more grotesque, blood pouring from her entire being. Wang Million swallowed hard. Liang Yu had become almost entirely unreliable, her gaze vacant, and the fact that she could still stand was a testament to her remarkable courage. Neither of them were novice players. Yet from the onset until now, they had never encountered such a bewildering situation. There was not a single clue regarding the malevolent spirit, nor any discernible logic behind the ghost's killings. They were utterly led by the nose. Why was this happening? Was the tale that had once doomed the chief player truly this terrifying? Furthermore, the most crucial element, the butterfly, had yet to make an appearance. What sort of butterfly island is it without butterflies? And why adopt such a name? Having consumed it, although the landlady's head was a gruesome sight. Both Wang Million and Liang Yu could discern that she was becoming less and less human. She tilted her head, her visage contorting into a snarl, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Million. Under such scrutiny, Wang Million could only tremble as he picked up a bowl, nervously filling it with soup and slowly bringing it to his lips. What a fragrant broth. But ugh, no, I cannot linger. It is becoming increasingly perilous. Wang Million fought against his dread and nausea, raised the bowl, and drank the pork rib soup in one swift motion. Liang Yu watched as Wang Million's throat convulsed, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her own stomach threatening to revolt. Must I drink this wretched concoction too? As she gazed at the sizable bowl of rib soup before her, despair clawed at her heart. Under the watchful eye of the vengeful spirit, she was about to lift her own bowl of soup when she was abruptly interrupted. It was Wang Million. Having finished his bowl, he directly seized the large basin from the table, drinking it down with loud gulps. Liang Yu was taken aback, but soon realized his intent. If one person could finish all the soup, then a second was unnecessary. He was protecting me. Though Wang Million's actions were indeed motivated by desire to shield Liang Yu, they were also rooted in other considerations. For instance, if both drank the malevolent spirit's brew, what they were both cursed and rendered immobile. If one drank while the other abstained, at least one variable remained. Should trouble arise, he could still rely on Liang Yu. Otherwise, they would face death together. He believed this was a somewhat benevolent approach, albeit not overwhelmingly so. However, Liang Yu's perception of him had completely transformed. This individual was no longer merely a brash, impulsive rich heir. He had his own thoughts and sense of responsibility. Wang Million's stomach was now completely distended, yet he astonishingly finished the broth. At that very moment, the landlady, that vengeful spirit, inexplicably vanished. Bang! The kitchen door swung open as if urging them to depart. Wang Million felt utterly spent, his body bent over, and standing upright seemed like it could rupture his insides. Let us go. Liang Yu hastily moved to support him, and together they hurried out of the kitchen. Yet, just as they had barely escaped, Wang Million's expression shifted abruptly, his stomach roiling violently. Ugh! He bent over, expelling a copious amount of soup. But what was more horrifying was the swarm of cockroaches that poured out alongside it. Liang Yu froze in place, unable to move. The cockroaches that emerged from Wang Million's body were alive. They scattered chaotically as soon as they hit the ground. Wang Million continued to vomit, his complexion visibly paling. Liang Yu wanted to flee, but found her legs paralyzed, overwhelmed by fear. She repeatedly patted Wang Million's back, terrified, stomping on the cockroaches while screaming, "Get away! You filthy cockroaches!" The retching persisted for nearly a full minute, and Wang Million's abdomen visibly deflated. The floor was now a writhing mass of cockroaches, and Liang Yu, numb from stepping on them, supported Wang Million as she attempted to leave the inn. Suddenly, they heard that voice again from behind. "Are you hungry?" The landlady's eerie voice echoed once more at the staircase. Both froze, their skin crawling as they turned to look. The landlady indeed stood at the top of the stairs, her hair disheveled, as though she had just awakened. But those words marked the onset of further strangeness. It was because of that very phrase that they had been led to the kitchen to choose their meal. "Run, let us run." Wang Million's limbs felt weak and limp, nearly collapsing against Liang Yu. She struggled to support him, painfully making her way towards the inn's entrance. A throng of cockroaches crawled over her feet, her calves, her arms, burrowing in her clothing, scaling her face, and invading her nostrils and ears. Liang Yu was in tears, unable to spare a hand to swat them away, desperately shaking her head. As she watched the two of them depart, the landlady paid them no mind. Absorbed in fixing her hair, her expression tranquil, as if oblivious to the swarm of cockroaches in the room. Finally, the two stepped through the inn's door, and Wang Million exhaled in relief. Indeed, that bowl of pork rib soup harbored a sinister secret. Had both of them consumed it, they would likely have been unable to escape the inn. Moreover, this woman did not abandon him. Wang Million's vision blurred as he cast a glance at Liang Yu, only to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen before losing consciousness entirely. Liang Yu felt a sudden weight. Carrying a conscious person was utterly different from one who was unresponsive. She was almost instantly overwhelmed and collapsed under Wang Million's weight. In terror, she glanced back, and the landlady was unconcerned, continuing to tie up her hair. At that moment, Liang Yu finally discerned the mark on the landlady's waist. It was a pig. How could this be? Liang Yu's prolonged gaze seemed to irk the landlady, who suddenly turned her head. Liang Yu shuddered, quickly averting her eyes. Afraid to meet her gaze, struggling to lift Wang Million from the ground, she hoisted him on her back, staggering as she made her way towards the town. "Wake up. I beg you, don't leave me alone. The landlady is not human. Wang Million, can you hear me? Wang Million." Liang Yu exerted every ounce of strength to escape the vicinity of the inn. At last, she reached the main street of the town, laying Wang Million down on a bench by the roadside. It was nearly noon, bustling with people and shops open for business. The lively sounds of the crowd somewhat alleviated her dread. At that moment, Wang Million opened his eyes, looking at her weakly, asking, "What happened to the landlady?" Upon hearing his voice, Liang Yu felt a tumult of emotions, an indescribable sense of grievance surfacing as she trembled and looked at him. This statement was uttered softly. Yet the moment it escaped Liang Yu's lips, the once boisterous street plunged into an eerie silence. Her scalp tingled as she turned her head to survey the surroundings. The streets and shops were hushed. Every gaze was fixated on her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. What was amiss? In a state of sheer panic, she instinctively clutched Wang Million's arm. At that moment, Liang Yu was horrified to discover that these individuals had a peculiar bluish, indistinct mark upon their exposed skin. Chapter 63. Devoured by the masses. An overwhelming malice surged unabashedly towards Liang Yu and Wang Million. Under their watchful eyes, the indigenous people of the entire street underwent a grotesque transformation. The flesh on their faces began to writhe unnaturally, their bodies contorting and swelling. Their garments tore apart, revealing their pale flesh, which was inexplicably coated in repugnant slime. Silence, deformity, distortion. The bizarre spectacle made both their eyes quiver uncontrollably. As Liang Yu trembled at the sight before her, they had all morphed into terrifying monsters. Some appeared entirely porcine, save for one foreleg that had transformed into a human hand. Others bore similar grotesqueries. These beings had taken on the semblance of pigs, yet retained fragments of their humanity. But this only added to the absurdity. Under their relentless gaze, Liang Yu and Wang Million felt their scalps tighten. From the depths of these monsters' eyes, a wave of unimaginable malevolence surged forth. Was this a nightmare conjured by pigs? Was the true malevolence of this tale embodied in a pig? Yet, neither the tale's title nor its prologue hinted at such a notion. If they were pigs, why call it Butterfly Island? Time was of the essence. As a more terrifying occurrence unfolded, these anthropomorphic pigs sprang into action. "Run! Get out of here!" Wang Million's heart raced. He struggled to rise and flee this eerie town, but the broth he had consumed rendered him utterly powerless. He could not run, yet Liang Yu did not abandon him. Instead, she quickly crouched before a chair. "Hurry up! Wang Millian was not one to dawdle. He recognized the urgency of the moment. After casting a glance at Liang Yu, he clambered onto her back. Liang Yu still possessed some stamina, better than that of someone unaccustomed to physical exertion, yet carrying an adult man rendered her unable to run. She could only move swiftly towards the outskirts of the town. However, reality did not unfold as it would in a horror film. These terrifying pig-like creatures displayed astonishing agility, even without the burden of Wang Millian. And even if both were athletic, they could not outrun these monsters. They surged from all directions simultaneously. Liang Yu's complexion turned ashen as Wang Millian despairingly closed his eyes. The densely packed pig humans descended upon Liang Yu and Wang Millian in an instant. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the town as Liang Yu distinctly felt her arm severed by a bite, the flesh of her thigh being chewed upon. A chilling sensation spread across her abdomen, where a gaping wound had formed. A mouth filled with jagged teeth lunged towards her face, and in the next moment, she felt nothing at all. Wang Millian's fate was even more tragic. Already on Liang Yu's back, he bore the brunt of the initial assault from the pig humans, and most of his wounds were not fatal. This made him acutely aware of the pain coursing through every inch of his body. Beneath him, Liang Yu had fallen utterly silent. Wang Millian himself teetered on the brink of death. Yet, he could not comprehend it. Even in death, he could not fathom why. Logically, discovering the abnormalities in the indigenous people's bodies should have been a progressive act within the ghost story game, a vital piece of information. Even if such knowledge was not easily attained, it should not have left them devoid of any chance to escape. Unless this ghost story had been a dead end from the very beginning, with every piece of information leading only to a path of demise. Cough. How could that be? Wang Millian's pupils gradually dulled. He never anticipated that the last person to share his fate would be this university girl. How foolish she was. Two corpses consumed entirely under the relentless assault of the pig humans, left behind only scattered bones and pools of blood. She stood at the end of the street corner, clutching the spirit-calling painting, her scalp prickling at the horrifying scene before her. Liang Yu and Wang Millian had been devoured by a horde of pig humans. A shudder coursed through her as overwhelming fear compelled her to instinctively retreat. In the entire town, everyone had transformed into pig-like beings, and the dense throng of pig humans feasted on the two players. Such terror was unbearable for the fish. Even in death, she would prefer to perish in the fog rather than be consumed by pigs. However, as she turned to flee into the mist, she discovered that the fog had already permeated the town. When had it drifted in, time was of the essence. She plunged into the fog without hesitation. Under the shroud of mist, the entire town began to change. The ground fissured incessantly, becoming muddy, filthy, pockmarked with excrement, the stench of blood, and the foul odor of decay wafting from all around, creating a nauseating blend of smells. The once pristine houses and streets of the town began to rot and deform, transforming into dilapidated pigsties. The pig humans, their eyes glowing with a sinister crimson, crawled upon the ground, their noses sniffing with an eerie intensity. Soon, they honed in on a specific direction, charging into the fog. From the other side of the mist came a distant, anguished scream. The head pig monster, facing Qin Manjiang, drooled profusely, shook its head, and turned to sprint towards the source of the sound. Qin Manjiang recognized the voice, finding it eerily familiar. Upon reflection, was that not the voice of the fish? Yet he had never heard her scream before. She was usually composed. What could instigate such a primal cry? After some contemplation, Qin Manjiang chose not to pursue her. Instead, he returned to the small mound he had discovered earlier, digging into the damp earth with his hands. As he unearthed a handful of soil, an overwhelmingly repugnant odor assaulted his senses. It was the stench of blood, rotting flesh, and animal waste, a noxious combination that was even more unbearable. Yen Xiao had indeed spoken the truth. The soil here reeked of blood. Qin Manjiang furrowed his brow as he continued to dig. Fortunately, the soil was not too hard. Once his hands were coated in the foulness, he finally uncovered something resembling a package. It was an object wrapped in newspaper. Yet when Qin Manjiang retrieved it and unwrapped it, he found that the contents were merely a handful of dirt, indistinguishable from the surrounding earth. It seemed the newspaper itself held greater significance. Qin Manjiang opened it and quickly scanned its contents, his eyes abruptly halting at a particular news article. A complex array of emotions crossed his face. The article read, "A tragedy at Bailu Bay Pig Farm. The owner's young daughter accidentally fell into the pig pen and was devoured by the swine." The more Qin Manjiang read, the more he felt something was amiss. This article recounted an incident that had occurred here in years past, detailing a large pig farm where the owner routinely brought his young daughter to inspect the premises. One day, due to unforeseen circumstances, he left her to play near the pig pen, only for the little girl to inadvertently climb into the enclosure. Pigs are omnivorous creatures. They consume not only grass and feed, but also flesh, chickens, ducks, and even rats and snakes. To them, a small girl was no different from any other food source. Within the pig pen, a dismembered corpse was discovered. The girl had been nearly entirely consumed. This was the tale recounted in the newspaper. Qin Manjiang was acutely aware of the grim reality that swine are capable of consuming human flesh. He had once perused a report detailing a series of heinous murders, wherein the perpetrator disposed of the bodies by casting them into a pig pen to be devoured, subsequently burying the remaining bones in the vicinity. Yet, despite his profound sympathy for the young girl mentioned, the content of the newspaper did not alleviate the perplexities gnawing at Qin Manjiang's mind. Rather, it plunged him into further confusion. Whose dream is this? Chapter 64. Its eyes. Is it the dream of the little girl? Just as Qin Manjiang contemplated this, he was interrupted by the cacophony of footsteps echoing through the mist, accompanied by a woman clutching a sketchbook. Her face was etched with fear, and upon catching sight of Qin Manjiang, a flicker of excitement ignited in her eyes. The indigenous people have transformed into grotesque, half-pig, half-human beings. They have consumed Liang Yu and Wang Million, and are advancing through the fog. They have come to seek us. Although Yoyu's voice trembled with panic, her account remained coherent enough to convey the situation. Connecting the dots with the newspaper's contents, Qin Manjiang began to grasp the overarching narrative. Do not linger in place. Come quickly, Yoyu implored, darting past him into the depths of the fog. Their olfactory senses are acute. Remaining stationary will surely lead to our discovery. Fear resonated in her voice. Hurry, she urged, beckoning the still calm Qin Manjiang. Stealing a glance at her, he suddenly quickened his pace, extending the newspaper towards her. Take a look at this. Yoyu swiftly skimmed the article, and her eyes widened as she recognized the report regarding the tragic incident at the pig farm. Is this the little girl who was devoured by pigs? She muttered, glancing back anxiously. Despite the evident danger, Qin Manjiang appeared unfazed by the imminent threat of the pig-human hybrids, their speed and keen sense of smell notwithstanding. It was as if he remained oblivious to her concerns. No, he replied, shaking his head. The reason I discovered this newspaper was due to a shadow guiding me. Its silhouette resembles that of a child. Yoyu seemed perplexed by the distinction. This is the dream of the little girl. She is leading you to uncover the events of the past, revealing the threads of the eerie tale. Is it not? As she spoke, realization dawned upon her. If the little girl were the architect of this dream, she could not possibly guide Qin Manjiang to discover such a clue. The malevolent spirits in ghost stories are devoid of communication, emotion, and are purely malicious, correct? Qin Manjiang interjected suddenly. Yoyu nodded. Every novice player entering the world of eerie tales is warned by seasoned players not to attempt to communicate with the spirits, whose sole purpose is to drag humanity into perdition. Indeed, if the little girl were the creator of this tale, she would never dismantle her own narrative. In my novice stage, I encountered a little ghost, Qin Manjiang remarked, halting in his tracks to regard Yoyu. Could it be that the more innocent the soul, the less susceptible it is to the encroachment of pure malice? Yoyu nervously glanced back. I do not know, perhaps, but do not stop. Keep moving forward. Qin Manjiang appeared lost in thought. The fundamental distinction between children and adults lies in the purity of a child's heart. The younger they are, the more untainted their thoughts. Extreme emotions are rare in them, making them less vulnerable to malevolence. Could be so, Qin Manjiang pondered. Moreover, though I do not dream, I have learned that when you dream, you typically do not dream of yourself, correct? He stated. Yoyu, flustered, was at a loss as to why Qin Manjiang would choose this moment to engage in conversation. Of course, one dreams of oneself. Otherwise, who is the protagonist of the dream? Qin Manjiang suddenly chuckled, removing his glasses. Precisely, the protagonist of the dream. I do not dream, yet I have come to understand that those who dream can never see themselves within their own dreams. The dream's master exists without a physical form. Qin Manjiang articulated his conclusion. In truth, dreams are quite simple. They may be bizarre and fantastical, but the true development occurs solely from the perspective of the protagonist. Holding his glasses, he gazed at Yoyu. Thus, even the most extraordinary plot lines in dreams follow a central narrative. Beyond that main thread, all is chaos and disorder. Much like this fog, the clear, unclouded town represents the core of the dream. The protagonist should reside within the town. Now, as the fog encroaches upon the town, the once normal locale undergoes a transformation, suggesting that the chaotic fringes of the dream are consuming its essence. In other words, the master of this dream is awakening. Yo-Yu, clutching her sketchbook, looked at him, seemingly bewildered by his choice of words at this moment. The fog is indeed thick, Qin Manjiang remarked suddenly, wiping his glasses, which had fogged over. My hair is also damp. Miss Yo-Yu, why is it that you remain completely dry amidst this fog? Qin Manjiang smiled at her. Yo-Yu, perplexed, replied, I only just entered the fog. It wouldn't be so swift to dampen my hair. Qin Manjiang shook his head. I have trailed that shadow for at least 10 minutes. That is ample time to become shrouded in fog. Are you insinuating that I am a ghost? Yo-Yu seemed incensed, glaring at Qin Manjiang. I shared the information from my sketches with you and informed you of the changes occurring in the town. How dare you question me? Qin Manjiang, undeterred, carefully donned his glasses, smiling as he regarded her. You are certainly not a ghost. You are alive, serving as the eyes of a ghost. Qin-Yu, is that you? Though posed as a question, his tone was affirmatively certain. This declaration caused Yo-Yu's countenance to shift dramatically. What are you saying? I do not understand. Yo-Yu tightened her grip on the sketchbook. Qin Manjiang slowly approached her, continuing, I inquired of Liang Yu about the circumstances preceding your demise. You engaged in one action that set you apart from us. You gazed into the glass of the window. Dreams require perspective, yet the master of the dream cannot conjure themselves within it. Thus, once I discerned that this was indeed a dream, I knew that among our party, one must have been chosen by a ghost to serve as its vantage point, or in essence, its eyes. Upon meeting your reflection in the glass, you too comprehended this truth. Your path to survival diverges from ours. To avoid suspicion, you opted for death. There is no better means of escape. Qin Manjiang fixed his gaze upon Yo-Yu, who, in response to his words, exhibited a peculiar twitching of her facial skin. You have been urging me to flee quickly. Is there something lurking in the depths of the fog? Qin Manjiang appeared oblivious to the imminent danger, continuing his monologue. Yo-Yu's face contorted grotesquely, rapidly morphing into that of another woman, refined, graceful, mature, and undeniably captivating. She was none other than Qin-Yu. She did not conceal her astonishment. You are quite impressive, truly remarkable. Yet, you are fully aware that in this eerie tale, I belong to the ghostly faction. Why would you so boldly expose me? Behind me stands the master of this dream, that malevolent spirit, with you being unarmed, even if you recognize me as a ghost's eyes. My survival hinges on aiding it in eliminating every last one of you. What can you possibly do? Qin Manjiang merely smiled, remaining silent. Qin-Yu presumed he was merely posturing. Just as she prepared to act, she suddenly felt a chill at her neck. A towering figure had stealthily emerged from the fog, its icy surgical knife poised against her throat. What about me? Chapter 65, A Collaboration. Lawyer Chun, is it truly you who has perished? In the second-floor room, Qin Manjiang gazed at the disfigured corpse, quietly inquiring. His gaze swiftly swept across the mist beneath his feet, which was dissipating. Why would there be fog in a room where a death had occurred? Is it the manifestation of a vengeful spirit, or something else entirely? His fingertips instinctively tapped against the bed's edge as he observed the fog completely vanish. At that moment, Qin Manjiang stood up, ready to leave. When he heard a man's voice behind him, she is not dead. Qin Manjiang turned to see the tall figure of Dr. Yin Xiao, leaning against the doorway. You seem rather unfazed by my presence here, Yin Xiao observed. Noticing Qin Manjiang's calm demeanor, his curiosity piqued. I am surprised, Qin Manjiang admitted, but my expression does not convey it. This mention of seeing a ghost led Yin Xiao to believe Qin Manjiang was merely humoring him, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. In truth, Qin Manjiang spoke the truth. After learning from Zhong Xuran that the doctor had some mental issues, he had assumed that Yin Xiao had lost his mind during the earlier events. He did not expect that Yin Xiao's actions had been largely performative. How do you know she is still alive? Qin Manjiang inquired. The doctor's expression remained composed as he gazed at the corpse. She overcomplicated the matter. My scalpel could be used not only on the living, but also shortly after death, though this is known to only a select few. Yin Xiao approached the window, scrutinizing the glass and the surroundings. Qin-Yu is one of those few. We have worked together before. Look at this corpse, he said, observing the remains from a high vantage. The face and abdomen had been devoured, but the heart had been sliced open by my scalpel. She was concerned that leaving behind a body with a heart would expose the secret that the deceased was not her. so she prepared a heartless corpse. Such foolishness. Qin Manjiang could not help but remark. Yin Xiao nodded, turning his gaze to Qin Manjiang. What are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Manjiang replied, I have a hypothesis, but I currently lack any evidence to support it. Oh. Yin Xiao regarded him intently. I too have a hypothesis. A dream? A dream. The two spoke almost in unison. Zhong Xueran suggested I consult you, claiming you do not resemble a novice player. Yin Xiao remarked, standing beside Qin Manjiang. She was correct. Qin Manjiang was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed such absurd conjectures were unique to him. What leads you to think this? Qin Manjiang asked. His remarkable memory was one of the few traits that distinguished him from the average adult male. Yet this time, he could not recall the colors of the street. I have a habit of memorizing routes, especially in unfamiliar places, Yin Xiao explained as he walked to the window, gazing into the night. I traveled to the island with you, and I was keenly aware of the path leading into the town. Even with the fog, I should have remembered its general appearance. Yeah, I did not. And then, there's the chicken soup, Yin Xiao continued. Qin Manjiang nodded. Unusual behavior and cognition devoid of logic are normal and undetectable within dreams. Yet they appear rather peculiar to us outsiders. Indeed, Yin Xiao replied. So, why did Qin Yu feign death to escape? What did she see in the mirror? Qin Manjiang also stepped closer to him, gazing out the window. Let us first establish everything upon the premise that this is a dream, and then ponder further. Yin Xiao nodded. That makes sense. If this is indeed a dream, why would Qin Yu act in such a manner? He murmured. Yes. The critical question remains. If Qin Yu is not dead, why would she do this? If she intended to obstruct or harm everyone, she could have remained silent and struck at a pivotal moment, which would have been far more effective than feigning death to escape. This is simply illogical, unless she possesses a compelling reason to act thus. In certain detective novels, serial killers often employ a method of disguising themselves as one of the victims, thus evading suspicion and scrutiny while executing their crimes. Qin Manjiang gazed into the night, suddenly stating. Yin Xiao was stirred by his words. Before he could contemplate further, Qin Manjiang continued. I am curious, what does dreaming feel like? Huh? Yin Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the suddenness of this question. Wait, Qin Manjiang interrupted, turning to fixate on Yin Xiao's dark eyes. Have you ever dreamed of yourself? His inquiry ignited a spark of realization in Yin Xiao's mind. You are right. In dreams, the dreamer can never see their own face. Both Yin Xiao and Qin Manjiang turned simultaneously to gaze at the disfigured corpse on the bed. If this is a ghost dream, then in this dream, the ghost itself lacks a corporeal form, for it cannot dream of itself. Its perspective must select a particular individual within the dream. She was chosen by the ghost, becoming its eyes to observe us within the dream. Her path diverges from ours. Yin Xiao elucidated. He suddenly recalled the former chief who had perished in this eerie tale. Could she have also been chosen by the ghost? But why would she choose to die? Qin Manjiang's tone bore no trace of doubt, despite the question. Yin Xiao exchanged a glance with him, comprehending his thoughts. If the ghost lacked a physical form, they were nearly powerless. However, now that they understood the ghost perspective resided in Qin Yu, she effectively served as the ghost proxy within the dream. Yet, Qin Yu still chose to feign death to escape, refraining from lingering among the players to covertly wreak havoc. In reverse, the only reason for this could be that Qin Yu, or the vengeful spirit, perceived the risks of remaining close to the players as greater. Thus, the means to counteract the ghost lies within Qin Yu. We need a strategy to draw her out, Qin Manjiang declared. Yin Xiao pondered for a moment, recalling the earlier scenario, and said, the fog. Qin Manjiang nodded, although they were uncertain of the fog's nature. Its presence in the room indicated a significant connection to the vengeful spirit, or perhaps to Qin Yu herself. Perhaps the thick fog grants Qin Yu a sense of security. Tomorrow, I will venture into the fog alone, Qin Manjiang stated. Yin Xiao regarded him. I will follow you, but I must maintain a distance. Very well. Qin Manjiang deemed this risk inconsequential, given the nature of the world they inhabited. Take this finger. Yin Xiao produced a bloodied finger from his pocket. Let's forego the gifts. Qin Manjiang swiftly declined. This is a marker, Yin Xiao clarified, watching him closely. Huh? I can sense the precise location of anything severed with this knife, Yin Xiao explained. If the fog is too dense, I can only use it to ascertain your position. Qin Manjiang's hand hesitated before finally accepting the finger, tucking it into his pocket. Thank you. You're welcome. Chapter 66. Amidst the thick fog. Do I join as well? Yin Zhao's voice, much like a scalpel, bore little warmth. Seeing him emerge, Qin Manjiang promptly discarded the finger he had just accepted. "We cannot withstand the ghost's power," he approached her, stating, "but if it truly is, as you said, with a vengeful spirit backing you, you would never choose to feign death. Your actions only serve to prove that you harbor little of the ghost's strength. And not only would you suffer tangible harm, but your exposure would also greatly impact the spirit. For instance, if it kills you, the consciousness it has entrusted to you would be eradicated as well." Qin Manjiang's words contained an undercurrent of threat. At that moment, Yin Zhao's expression shifted. "They are coming." "They?" Qin Manjiang glanced at Chen Yu, recalling the humanoid, pig-like creatures that had appeared when Chen Yu transformed into a fish. "I have heard they are extraordinarily swift. With this woman in tow, escape will be impossible. Let's go to that place." Yin Zhao reacted swiftly, scanning the area until he spotted a low depression. The scalpel rested against Chen Yu's neck, urging her forward, as the trio huddled in a low-lying area, shielded by a small hill that emerged ahead. "Futile. They possess an acute sense of smell," Chen Yu stated calmly. She had no choice. Her allegiance had been predetermined, aligned with the spirits from the outset, and her only recourse for survival was to comply. Beyond the mist, Yin Zhao cast a glance her way, right? Chen Yu refrained from further comment. Realizing that Yin Zhao was more perceptive than she had anticipated, she did not underestimate him. Their previous conversations had been an attempt to cultivate a rapport. Yet she had never imagined that this new player would collaborate with Yin Zhao, leading to her abrupt exposure and capture. Before long, the monstrous entities indeed made their appearance, shattering the fog as they pursued a shadowy figure approaching their location. It was Yu Yu, the true Yu Yu. With her striking white eyes and long straight hair, she could be deemed attractive from a masculine perspective, yet her demeanor and actions were anything but endearing. Clutching her spiritual sketchbook tightly, she pressed her lips together, silently fleeing into the mist. That woman wore an expression as if someone owed her money, even in the face of death. The three concealed themselves behind the earthen mound, with Chen Yu bound and gagged by Yin Zhao, as they cautiously peered out to observe the unfolding events. The creature's sense of smell was ineffective in the mist, yet Yu Yu was indeed racing toward them. Qin Manjiang understood the implication. If Yu Yu came this way, she would undoubtedly lead those monsters right to them, and they would all be doomed. However, she was unaware of their hiding place. It was mere chance that had brought her here. What should they do? Change locations? That seemed even less feasible. Finding such a secluded spot was already a stroke of luck, and with the surrounding sea of flowers, where could they possibly find another refuge? Moreover, there was Chen Yu, whom they doubted would remain compliant for long. What to do? Even Qin Manjiang and Yin Zhao were at a loss at this moment. Yin Zhao had even resigned himself to the notion of plunging the scalpel into his own heart. Yet suddenly, pursued by a horde of humanoid pig-like monsters, Yu Yu burst forth from the fog. The moment she emerged, the half-exposed heads of Qin Manjiang and Yin Zhao were laid bare before her. Yin Zhao's expression turned icy, and his heart sank to the depths, having prepared for the worst. Qin Manjiang was equally convinced that Yu Yu had seen him and Yin Zhao, for their gazes had momentarily locked. She couldn't possibly believe we have a way to confront those monsters, could she? If she continued fleeing in this direction, they would all meet their end together. Qin Manjiang pondered, yet he noticed that the white-eyed woman displayed no change in expression, still clutching her sketchbook as if it were the most vital possession in her life. She uttered not a word, nor did she scream, merely shifting her body slightly to escape toward the side. She changed direction. Yin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, wondering if the jostling of her flight, coupled with the fog's concealment, had caused her to overlook their presence. However, Qin Manjiang's heart felt as if it had been struck by something heavy. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he discerned no regret or despair in Yu Yu's demeanor. This individual seemed to embrace even death with a serene silence. Yet she had made such a choice. Turning to Yin Zhao, Qin Manjiang inquired, "May I borrow your scalpel?" Both Yin Zhao's gaze and that of the bound Chen Yu fell upon him. "What do you intend to do?" Yin Zhao asked in a hushed tone. "She made eye contact with me." "What?" "I mean, she saw us." Qin Manjiang smiled, carefully removing his glasses and stowing them in his pocket. "Can you lend it to me?" He fixed his gaze intently on Yin Zhao. Both Yin Zhao and Chen Yu were seasoned players. They had encountered numerous individuals and experienced a multitude of events. In the realm of horror tales, human actions are magnified, and in the struggle for survival, all behaviors appear permissible. Yin Zhao's left hand flicked, and the scalpel made a cut upon his own skin, blood staining the blade. A stab to the heart would not be fatal for 30 minutes, yet all sensations would remain unchanged. Yan Xiao entrusted his most vital tool to Qin Manjiang. This woman is in your hands now, and so is the path to survival. For 30 minutes, I will hold these creatures at bay. You go forth and awaken us from this nightmare. Doctor, Qin Manjiang gazed at him, smiling faintly. He cast one last glance at Chunyu before vaulting over the earth mound, sprinting toward Yu. Yan Xiao and Chunyu stood dumbfounded, watching his retreating figure. Having lingered in such a world for too long, they had nearly forgotten their original selves. Hey, Qin Manjiang, now without his glasses and with slightly tousled hair in the thick fog, shouted, causing the monsters that were fervently pursuing Yu to halt in unison. They turned their heads, gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Yu also spotted him. Upon hearing the call, she recognized that it was Qin Manjiang who had emerged. Initially, she had thought him clever, yet he proved to be lacking in wit. Deep within her, she derided him, though a faint smile graced her lips. The mist dampened Qin Manjiang's hair as he swept it back with his hand, stepping on the blood-red flowers strewn across the ground. Advancing toward Yu amidst the looming monsters. Are you afraid of pain? Qin Manjiang asked. Yu nodded. Oh no, he glanced around. I am too. As he reached her side, he observed her tightly clasped sketchbook and remarked, if given the chance, draw me a picture in your original style. That one was quite hideous. The humanoid, pig-like creatures roared, gradually encroaching upon them. Yu lifted her gaze slightly to meet his. There will be a fee. Then forget it. As Qin Manjiang spoke, he seized the scalpel and plunged it forcefully into his own heart. Cough, cough, cough. An intense agony radiated from his heart, spreading throughout his body. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he gasped for breath, his face pale as he looked at her, withdrawing the scalpel from his heart. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed. Right, I still don't know your name. Holding the scalpel, he approached her heart. Yu, clutching her sketchbook, finally revealed a somewhat respectable smile. Yuruoli. With a swift motion, the scalpel pierced her heart. A deafening roar erupted, and a throng of monsters surged forth from the fog toward the two. Chapter 67. Concealed Dreams, Eternal Life. In the thick fog, Yan Xiao dragged Chunyu forward slowly. Did you hear? Chunyu suddenly said, those two have been devoured. Yan Xiao ignored her, sensing through the scalpel the current circumstances of Qin Manjiang and Yu. The two had only 30 minutes of life left, and even if they found a way out within that time, would they truly remain unscathed? Watching oneself being consumed alive, with a fully conscious awareness of the pain, yet unable to die, could they endure such torment? Doctor, please let me go. Chunyu's voice lacked any persuasive undertone. She merely described a very ordinary scenario. In 30 minutes. Passing this horror tale should be well within your grasp. You must understand the likelihood. Aside from the knowledge that this was a dream, you are entirely ignorant of the rest. Chunyu halted abruptly, refusing to proceed. And even if this ghost dream awakens, will that guarantee success? She fixed her gaze on Yan Xiao, pondering what the world would be like upon awakening, and what actions the ghost would take. Yan Xiao remained silent, watching her, not urging her to move forward, for in truth, he too did not know the purpose of traversing this fog. The woman spoke truthfully. Regarding this place and this tale of horror, they have gathered far too little knowledge. I cannot save everyone, but if possible, I wish to save you. Chunyu gazed at Yan Xiao and murmured, do you remember when I first entered this multiplayer mode as a novice? I encountered you. How peculiar you are. She tilted her head, observing the thick fog that enveloped the sky, and continued, that time, we faced a tale of horror centered around the basement of a murderer, transformed into a labyrinth by vengeful spirits. We had to dismantle all the traps while evading the killer's attacks. Yan Xiao listened in silence, not uttering a word. Chunyu seemed to anticipate his reticence, and continued, the murderer severed my left ring finger, leaving only a shred of flesh connecting it. I was terrified, unsure if my neck would be next. Yet you, doctor, not only reattached my finger, but also saved my life. How strange it is. No one in reality ever speaks such words, huh? Her laughter grew more joyous. This time, I've been granted a remarkable opportunity. Chunyu leaned closer to Yan Xiao, whispering in his ear, we can survive together in this world. However, as she drew near, he instinctively distanced himself, his towering figure resembling an unapproachable statue amidst the mist. What do you wish to convey? Yan Xiao asked. Chunyu regarded his reaction with indifference, casting her gaze down at the blood-red flowers scattered on the ground. Do you not comprehend? From the very beginning, we have lost this game. The ferryman who brought us here is a ghost. She chuckled softly. Can a ghost guide us down a normal path? If we had managed to find our own way to the island, we would have entered the realm of reality. But by boarding its vessel, we are led to this dreamlike island. Once we enter the dream, we become lambs awaiting slaughter. The ghost remains invincible. However, Chen Yu's expression turned peculiar, tinged with excitement. I have been chosen by it. I have become its eyes, allowing me to live perpetually within its dream. And if you so desire, you can join me. Consider the life we witnessed upon our arrival in this quaint town. Everything was abundant. Everyone lived in peace and joy. As long as we exist here, even the horror game cannot hinder us. It was only later that I grasped why this game lacks a time limit for completion. Because remaining here indefinitely is also a method of victory. Yin Xiao, Chen Yu exclaimed fervently. We can live here forever. I understand the ghost taboos. As long as we do not transgress, we need not engage in the horror game, nor struggle between life and death. We can live a normal life. Do you understand? By the end, she nearly shouted those words. Flowers are most enchanting at the moment of blooming, and snow appears most beautiful while suspended in the air. The most exquisite things eventually turn to muck over time. Yet here, in this dream, all things retain their most splendid forms. We remain forever young, forever happy. Chen Yu murmured. After a prolonged silence, Yin Xiao finally spoke, but you have forgotten the first line of the opening monologue. Like bubbles, they shatter upon contact. Those simple 8 words clung to Chen Yu's heart like a curse. She appeared to be convincing Yin Xiao, yet in truth, she was assuaging her own doubts. She dared not contemplate the implications of like bubbles. They shatter upon contact. She understood well that a ghost is a ghost. Living eternally within a ghost dream may seem favorable, yet ghosts are certainly not benevolent beings. Otherwise, they would be called deities. However, after enduring prolonged struggles in the realm of horror, she inevitably pondered whether a place exists that could evade the summons of the horror game. Initially, she believed discovering such a place to be mere fantasy. Yet upon arriving here, she increasingly felt that this endless horror was indeed that place. Yet she instinctively bypassed the notion of like bubbles, they shatter upon contact. She did not want her last glimmer of hope to be extinguished. However, Yin Xiao clearly held a different perspective. If you wish to remain frozen in this ghost world, I have no objections, but you must not seek to harm others. His expression twisted slightly, and compared to the night of Chen Yu's feigned death, his countenance now exhibited a more restrained intensity, yet it was even more chilling. Living is so beautiful. Do you know what death feels like? Do you comprehend the sensation of awakening from eternal darkness? You come to cherish everything around you, while simultaneously harboring an intense disdain for anything that threatens to take life away. Yin Zhao's gaze became exceedingly dangerous, just as I now detest you. Chapter 68. The Swirling Fog. Humanity is an exceedingly complex creature. From an outsider's perspective, as an experienced player, Chen Yu had no reason to believe in the existence of ghostly dreams. Deep down, she understood that dreams are merely dreams, fragile and ephemeral. Players who have struggled between the world of horror and reality have, to varying extents, developed psychological issues. Such aspirations suddenly seemed poised to transform into reality during one horror tale, and despite acknowledging the potential problems, what if it could truly come to fruition? She convinced herself of the irrational elements, even choosing to overlook them entirely. Like a drowning person clinging desperately to a protruding branch, she found solace in her delusions. Yet Yin Xiao was not like her. His psychological state had become severely warped after enduring repeated deaths. He indeed had issues, significant ones, but even so, it did not seem entirely negative. He developed an intense yearning for life, a desperate need to survive that rendered him intolerant of others' deaths. Even for those who clung to life by a thread, he would exert every effort to save them. His obsession with life had reached a pathological level. Thus, Zhong Xiran had remarked that his mind was troubled, but not excessively so. For such distortion, to fellow players, became a form of positive assistance. A doctor whose inner turmoil drives him to save you entirely. It offers a curious sense of security. Yin Xiao observed Chen Yu, still immersed in her fantasies, and glanced at his phone. Nearly 10 minutes had passed. Qin Manjiang and the player named you had only 20 minutes of life remaining. You have been urging Qin Manjiang to move forward. Where were you planning to take him? Yin Xiao inquired. Chen Yu looked up, staring blankly at him, her demeanor increasingly erratic. I do not know. Yin Xiao furrowed his brow. You must reveal everything you know now. There remains a chance of escaping this place. Chen Yu's expression twisted into a peculiar smile. What I know? Haha, I do not know. I know nothing. Then why have you become the ghost's eyes? The ghost's eyes? Chen Yu echoed his words because I saw my reflection in the window's glass. In that moment, I understood. I had been chosen by the ghost. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhao's confusion deepened. This implied that Chen Yu had not initially been aware of her selection by the ghost to become its eyes. Rather, it was only after seeing her reflection that she realized her fate. Wait, if that is the sequence of events, can it be interpreted that becoming the ghost's eyes was not an active choice by the ghost, but rather, whoever first sees their own reflection? Yin Zhao fixed his gaze upon Chen Yu, his thoughts crystallizing. Yes, this is a dream. A ghost dream. One of the characteristics of dreams is that one cannot see their own face. Is it true that whoever first sees their own face will be chosen by the ghost? Subsequently, both he and Qin Manjiang approached the window to inspect it, gazing into the glass to catch a glimpse of their own reflections. Yet, no peculiarities ensued thereafter. In other words, that effect had dissipated. However, what would transpire if Chen Yu were to behold her visage once more? A dangerous glimmer flickered in Yin Zhao's eyes. Presently, Chen Yu could be perceived as a mere proxy for the specter within the realm of dreams, allowing the dreamer to gaze upon her own countenance. It was worth a trial. The influence of the cursed scalpel had waned for 10 minutes. Time was of the essence. He retrieved his phone, activated the camera, and grasped Chen Yu's chin, forcibly turning her face towards him, initially oblivious to his intentions. The moment she discerned the front-facing camera on Yin Zhao's screen, her complexion paled. No, you cannot do this. Let me go, Yin Zhao, release me. Chen Yu's struggles proved futile. With a slight exertion, Yin Zhao immobilized her chin, rendering her incapable of speech. He raised the phone, directing the camera towards her face. In an instant, Chen Yu's pupils dilated rapidly. Ah! The horrifying shriek did not emanate from Chen Yu, but rather from the blood-red flowers strewn across the ground. A tempestuous wind erupted, causing the flowers to sway wildly as though they were sentient beings, their petals sprouting an array of jagged teeth, emitting a cacophony of shrill cries that sent shivers down one's spine. The thick fog roiled as if it had been set ablaze, and despite Yin Zhao's grip on her chin, Chen Yu continued to writhe, her visage contorted grotesquely, her mouth and nose elongated, a mane of white bristles sprouting forth, while the hues of her eyes, once distinctly hers, faded into a void of malevolence and terror. Yin Zhao regarded the creature with a cold stare, allowing the transforming monstrosity in his grasp to thrash about in a frenzy. Hiss! Yin Zhao furrowed his brow and glanced down, discovering that the blood-red flowers, with their razor-sharp teeth, were gnawing at his ankle, having already devoured a chunk of flesh. With a swift motion, Yin Zhao lifted his foot and crushed the flowers beneath it, splattering dark crimson blood across the ground. He cast a glance around, stepping on the surrounding red blooms until they were all obliterated. The creature clutched in his hand grew increasingly malevolent, yet for reasons unknown. It could only fixate on Yin Zhao, entirely immobilized before the phone's front-facing camera, its reflection populating the screen, leaving it devoid of any ability to act. The fog surged violently, and the wind intensified, whipping Yin Zhao's clothing into a frenzy. Pain was not an instantaneous sensation. Qin Manjiang had never experienced anything akin to this. His eyes wide open, he watched as his body was relentlessly torn apart and devoured. He had braced himself for screams, hoping to alleviate his suffering. Yet, when the true monstrosity's assault reached him, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. The sensation of being ripped and gnawed upon coursed through him. It was somewhat painful, yet entirely bearable. In fact, his consciousness and control over himself felt clearer than at any other moment. It was as though the barrier obstructing his emotional expression had been shattered. His body was continuously torn apart and consumed, only to be mended and restored. For an ordinary person, witnessing oneself being devoured and tortured would be a torment severe enough to drive one to madness. Yet, Qin Manjiang discovered that while he could indeed feel pain, it was not particularly intense. Strangely, he felt a sense of detachment. He even began to experiment with struggling. After all, he would not perish within these 30 minutes. So he could attempt whatever he wished. This was Qin Manjiang's mindset. He did not feel tormented, nor did he sense any psychological anguish from his body being consumed. Thus, despite having half of his skull bitten off, he still managed to sit up, contemplating before laying down upon the curled form of Yuruoli, who clutched a spirit painting book. Yuruoli had expected to feel considerable pain. Feeling the weight upon her, she realized Qin Manjiang was sprawled atop her. His arm was gone, and his back and chest had been torn open, blood gushing forth, splattering everywhere. Both his blood and Uruoli's mingled together, rendering their identities indistinguishable amidst the bone and flesh. Qin Manjiang, his head grotesquely gnawed down a half, appeared terrifying. Yet he surprisingly had the presence of mind to speak. "Do not move. I seem to feel little pain." Qin Manjiang spoke truthfully. He even pondered whether he could outlast these monsters. Uruoli loosened her grip on the painting book, staring at him in a daze. Even the pain from her legs being bitten seemed to diminish. A creature had bitten into Qin Manjiang's throat, causing his speech to be somewhat garbled. "The wind is rising." He glanced around. The thick fog roiled, and the ground was awash with red flowers, each sprouting sharp teeth and emitting piercing screams. In that moment, all the humanoid pig-like monsters appeared to be startled by something, turning tail and fleeing. Qin Manjiang pondered. Glancing in the direction Yin Xiao had departed. "It seems our doctor has succeeded." Chapter 69, The Fog Trap. Did Yin Xiao truly accomplish this? He held the now fully transformed specter of Chunyu as he approached Qin Manjiang and Uruoli. Under the influence of the cursed scalpel, Qin Manjiang and the already lightly injured Uruoli experienced swift recovery. The scene was exceedingly bizarre. Vast quantities of Qin Manjiang's flesh had been consumed by the humanoid pig-like monsters, yet the newly regenerated flesh was identical to that which had been devoured, even down to the minute scars on his arm. This extraordinary power entirely upended the rules of this world, and as Qin Manjiang felt himself being reborn, an indescribable shock surged within him. If such power could be harnessed by an individual, it would elevate them to the status of a deity in the eyes of the world. "Can I rise?" While Qin Manjiang was still absorbing this power, he suddenly heard Uruoli's voice. He looked down to find himself meeting her emotionless, wide-eyed gaze. His throat was still not fully healed. Qin Manjiang spoke, his voice raspy and still prone to leakage. "Will your throat inhibit you from standing?" Uruoli's voice held a rare hint of emotion. "Indeed." Qin Manjiang nodded in realization, rising from her side and brushing off non-existent dust. Yin Xiao also approached, clutching the ghost's neck, coming closer to Qin Manjiang. He glanced at the scalpel that had fallen to the ground, and with a swift motion of his foot, the scalpel flew up, its destination unknown. The first time one sees their own reflection, it selects them as a surrogate. Upon seeing it again, it reveals its true self, Yin Xiao succinctly remarked. Qin Manjiang scrutinized the ghost. This was his first encounter with a ghost so utterly devoid of dignity, completely dominated by a human. The wind intensified. As the fog began to dissipate, it would signify the awakening from the dream. Yin Xiao stated. Qin Manjiang nodded, yet for some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease lingered within him, as though he had overlooked something exceedingly significant. Speaking of awakening from a dream, does it require a process? The unease escalated, making it difficult for him to await the fog's dissipation. He began to survey his surroundings, searching for any undiscovered possibilities. His abnormal state piqued the curiosity of Yin Xiao and Uruoli. "What troubles you?" Yin Xiao inquired. "I am uncertain." Qin Manjiang shook his head, crouching down to pluck a flower riddled with sharp teeth, examining it closely before discarding it. "What is amiss?" Qin Manjiang's heart raced, his discomfort intensifying. Could it be that the fog, dissipating too slowly, failing to clear within the remaining 20 minutes, was causing the tension? Was it the deathly pressure brought forth by the scalpel? No, it was not. The atmosphere suddenly turned exceedingly eerie. Yin Xiao and Uruoli were both bewildered by Qin Manjiang's state. The malevolent spirit responsible for the unsettling tales had been captured, rendered utterly immobile, and the dream was on the verge of awakening. Logically, everything should have been progressing favorably. "Hey, don't you think this is too irrelevant?" Qin Manjiang suddenly inquired. "Irrelevant?" Yin Xiao was about to respond when, all at once, a fierce wind swept through, causing the ground to tremble violently. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of footsteps. Yet these footsteps were alarmingly thunderous. What could it be? Was it the source of this mayhem? Yin Xiao glanced down at the spirit he held tightly in his grasp, only to discover, to his shock, that his phone screen had inexplicably gone dark. The wretched spirit he clutched had transformed into the lifeless Chunyu. This was disastrous. The ghost had escaped. "We must flee." Just as he uttered these words, a terrifying roar echoed through the dense fog, and an enormous silhouette emerged from a mist. 5 meters? 10 meters? No. It was impossible to discern its true height. That monstrous creature had exceeded the trio's wildest imaginations. The crimson flowers on the ground shrieked once more, wildly swaying, their cries sending shivers down spines. With a thunderous motion, a 3-meter-thick arm swept through the fog, dispersing it instantaneously, revealing the horrific visage of the colossal beast. Amidst the dissipating mist glowed a pair of blood-red eyes. The earth continued to tremble, and the crimson flowers shrieked in terror. As the fog was cast aside, a beast of mountainous proportions became visible, resembling an upright white pig, yet with distinct human features. Grotesquely contorted human limbs adorned its corpulent body, flailing wildly in the air. It supported itself on massive, pig-like legs, its crimson eyes surveying from above as it opened its ghastly maw and regurgitated 2 mangled corpses, which tumbled before Qin Manjiang and the others. It was Liang Yu and Wang Million. Their faces were unrecognizable, and only tattered clothing bore witness to their identities. The ground's crimson flowers emitted piercing screams, awakening the stunned individuals from the shock of the colossal monster. Yin Xiao flipped his left hand, and a cursed scalpel materialized within his grasp. The moment to fight had arrived. However, time was slipping away in the relentless pursuit of such a terrifying creature. Could they truly find a path to survival in such a brief span? With a casual stomp, the ground erupted, and the soil kicked up by its massive foot rained down upon them like a torrential downpour. Yin Xiao decisively plunged the scalpel into his own heart, then thrust it into the heart of the unconscious Chunyu. Under the influence of the eerie force, Chunyu gradually regained consciousness, her gaze immediately fixating on the monstrous creature looming in the mist. A barrage of debris rained down, pummeling them mercilessly. Were it not for Yin Xiao's scalpel, they would have perished long ago. The 4 of them spoke not a word, all consumed by the instinct to flee. With a single step, the monstrous entity caused the ground to tremble violently. Wherever it tread, the earth erupted, flowers shrieked in horror. In an instant, the 2 girls were knocked to the ground, and the enormous arm swept past them with a deafening rush. It was too swift. Not only was its size terrifying, but its speed was equally alarming. Yuru Oli and Chunyu were seized with no hesitation, crushed into a bloody pulp. Then, the creature tilted its head back, its horrific maw agape, and consumed them whole. They had no time to utter a single scream. Qin Manjiang and Yin Xiao struggled to maintain their footing. Evading such a beast was beyond human capability. Once swallowed whole, even if they survived, their mobility would be severely restricted, and as soon as the scalpel's effect wore off, death would be inevitable. In a flash, Qin Manjiang's mind raced, and he struck his own head in frustration. What was amiss? Suddenly, a massive chunk of earth and stone, accompanied by a spray of blood, hurtled toward them. Yin Zhao's physique was significantly sturdier than average. He exerted his core strength to stabilize himself and lunge sideways, narrowly evading the onslaught. However, Qin Manjiang lacked such prowess. His build was neither robust nor frail, and he did not possess Yin Zhao's formidable core strength. As he sensed the impending danger, he could only throw himself to the ground. Yet, a substantial mass of earth and debris still crashed onto his back, causing a metallic taste to surge in his throat. He collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the newspaper he had unearthed earlier from the soil flew out of his pocket. A homicide occurred at the Bailu Bay pig farm, where the owner's young daughter fell into the pig pen and was gruesomely devoured by the pigs. Qin Manjiang's pupils constricted. Bailu Bay, why Bailu Bay? Memories of the ghostly ferryman's last words while they were en route resurfaced in his mind. Why go to Butterfly Island? Bailu Bay is shrouded in deep mist, trapping those outside and preventing those inside from escaping. I have not seen a living soul in ages. The ferryman had never intended to take them to Butterfly Island. From the very beginning, the ghost had been speaking of Bailu Bay. No wonder everything felt so peculiar. He had previously pondered why the stage for these eerie tales was named Butterfly Island, rather than Butterfly Town, given its foggy surroundings. He was mistaken. It had all been a misunderstanding. Including the previous chief, everyone had been misled. This was not Butterfly Island. It was Bailu Bay, a haunting tale lying in wait before Butterfly Island, a veritable trap. Chapter 70. The Fog Clears. Qin Manjiang realized the truth, including the requirements of the current eerie game following the opening statement. By 5 p.m. tomorrow, arrive punctually at Bailu Bay, proceed to Butterfly Island. No time limit for the game. Failure to solve the Butterfly Island mystery prohibits leaving the island. Latecomers are deemed to have failed the game. Those who leave the island are deemed to have failed the game. The deceased are deemed to have failed the game. Failure in the game results in obliteration. They had all been deceived from the very beginning. The implication was clear. Being late would result in obliteration. Yet, those who had not been obliterated appear to have indeed arrived at Butterfly Island. However, the game stipulations explicitly stated to arrive punctually at Bailu Bay and then proceed to Butterfly Island. This statement contained no traps. They simply had failed to realize the only arrival deadline pertained to Bailu Bay, while the requirement concerning Butterfly Island was merely to proceed there. The ghostly ferryman's wooden boat halted as it disappeared into thin air. At that moment, whether it was Qin Manjiang, Yin Xiao, or the four others who had arrived early, they instinctively believed that upon the boat's stop, they had reached a strange place, which was Butterfly Island. They were wrong. Qin Manjiang turned swiftly, urgently calling to Yin Xiao, "To the water's edge. Find that wooden boat. We must leave this place. This is not Butterfly Island. Reaching Butterfly Island is our only chance for survival." No sooner had he uttered these words than a massive arm descended from above, seizing him with an iron grip. The overwhelming pressure rendered Qin Manjiang breathless, blood frothing from his lips, his insides shattering under the immense force. With a sickening crunch, he was instantly pulverized and tossed into the gaping maw of the horrific giant swallowed whole. Yin Xiao watched helplessly as 3 players vanished, his expression twisting in anguish. The time constraints on the scalpel differed. He and Chunyu still had nearly 20 minutes left. Yet, for Qin Manjiang and the others, less than 10 minutes remained. 10 minutes evading the relentless pursuit of the malevolent spirit, they dashed to the water's edge, discovering a wooden vessel that would carry them away from Bailu Bay in search of the elusive Butterfly Island. Yet, could such a feat truly be accomplished? Even Yin Xiao felt a wave of despair rising within her heart. It seemed impossible. Time was far too scarce, and they were racing against the clock. The countdown to their demise had already begun. At that moment, the terrifying giant spirit let out a chilling howl, abruptly ceasing its movement. Within the vastness of its belly, despite having previously been torn apart by a horde of monsters, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet now, he genuinely felt the terror of death, as if his very existence had momentarily vanished, only to awaken abruptly from an eternal abyss of silence and darkness. Awakened? The voice of Yuruoli resonated beside him. Qin Manjiang turned to look, witnessing the grotesque flesh wall writhing around them, surrounded by severed limbs and shattered bones, while Yuruoli and Chunyu remained unharmed within the belly of the spirit. The efficacy of that surgical instrument was astonishing. Qin Manjiang exhaled a heavy sigh and began to feel around. However, he heard Yuruoli declare, "It's futile. I just tried, and we cannot escape." He lowered his hands, choosing not to gaze at Yuruoli, but instead at Chunyu. "You must have known before us that this is not Butterfly Island, correct?" Chunyu did not meet his gaze, but bowed her head, her right hand pressed against her left chest, where a deep gash from the doctor's earlier intervention marred her skin. "Why did he still save me?" she murmured. "What are you trying to imply? That he has feelings for you?" Qin Manjiang observed her coldly. "He merely wished to prevent anyone from perishing before him. You are not unique in that regard. Frankly, I believe his willingness to save you is somewhat wasteful. A person who no longer wishes to live cannot be saved by anyone." Chunyu's eyes lowered. Then suddenly a smile broke across her face. "You are right." She gazed up at the bloody flesh wall, devoid of any vitality in her eyes. "I have long since reached my limit. Yin Xiao was merely a reason I fabricated to justify my existence. The spirit, the curse, the slaughter, the deceit, a never-ending game of death." She stared blankly at Qin Manjiang. "Do you find any significance in this constant struggle for survival? The meaning of life?" After old Qin's passing, he had contemplated the essence of existence. Witnessing old Qin's corpse was his first visceral encounter with death. He had not yet been laid to rest. Relatives and familiar faces from the village arrived in succession, recounting tales of old Qin's life, then began to weep, their cries intertwining with stories of the past and future. Once the tears were spent, they would retreat, and the next would step forward. The departed would move to other rooms, quickly drying their tears, engaging in idle chatter. In that moment, Qin Manjiang suddenly realized that life bore no inherent meaning. They arrived with tears and departed with tears. Life spans long yet short. No one can escape death. Once a person dies, the world becomes entirely indifferent to them. Why, then, should one continue to live? What is the meaning of life? This question remains unanswered. Or perhaps, each individual harbors their own response. To simply exist is devoid of meaning. You ask me why I should live. We have far too much time to experience death. These fleeting decades should be lived earnestly. Yet such a life felt suffocating to her. Suddenly, she smiled with a sense of release. Catch! She produced an item from her bosom and tossed it to Qin Manjiang. He reached out and caught it steadily, glancing down to see it was the Sanqing bell of Zhongshuaran? No, the patterns were not as mystical, nor was the overall design as ancient as Zhongshuaran's bell. This was a Danqing bell, a disposable item. Yuruoli recognized it immediately. It could teleport 3 individuals to any location within the game realm. Qin Manjiang was taken aback, looking at Chunyu, whose face bore no trace of fear. This kind of life is not what I desire. Since escape is impossible, I shall bring it to an end. At this moment, a spark of vitality returned to Chunyu's eyes as she retrieved her phone. Her lashes trembled upon seeing the device. Do not die. It was a message sent by Yin Xiao prior, during her feigned death the night before. A hint of a smile graced her face, and her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, a mixture of surprise and acceptance. She extended her hand, typing deliberately. No, I have lived enough. She pressed send. Activating the front camera, her face appeared on the screen. The enormous spirit, jostling through the storm and fog, abruptly halted. Yin Xiao was correct. The spirit did not actively choose who would serve as its eyes. Instead, the first person to behold its visage would involuntarily become its substitute. Xinyu had always been that person. The monstrous entity then collapsed amidst the tempest and mist. Its bloated flesh erupted violently. And Qin Manjiang, along with Yuruoli, were expelled into the open air. Time remained, only 3 minutes. A sudden gust arose, swiftly dispersing the fog. Amidst the remnants of blood and flesh, Qin Manjiang and Yuruoli gradually regained their human forms. Qin Manjiang clutched the Danqing bell tightly, striving to stand. Yin Xiao rushed over, pulling him and Yuruoli out, yet they could find no trace of Chunyu. As a gentle breeze swept through, the fog that enveloped the island vanished entirely. The ground, once littered with corpses and blood, was now devoid of all remnants. Yin Xiao stood bewildered, no longer detecting the scent of blood, only a faint floral fragrance lingering in the air. As the mist lifted, the true visage of the water's surface became apparent. They were now less than 30 meters from where they had originally docked. In the forward side of the island, once obscured by thick fog, lay another island clearly visible now, a butterfly-shaped isle. Qin Manjiang remained silent, turning to gaze. The fog over Bailu Bay ultimately dissipated. Chunyu had vanished, and the island stood in ruins, long abandoned. With a gentle shake of the Danqing bell, the figures of the 3 vanished instantly. As they disappeared, the mist surged back. A terrifying roar echoed from within the fog. Bailu Bay remained unchanged. In their final glance before departing, the 3 caught a fleeting glimpse of a gaunt woman's silhouette stepping into the mist. Strange Tales, Butterfly Island. Completed. Chapter 71, The Aging Me. Strange Tales, Butterfly Island. Completed. Player, Doctor. Reward, 15 spirit points. Player, Wandering Fish. Reward, 2 spirit points. Player, Abyss. Reward, 15 spirit points. Unallocated spirit points, 20. At the Bailu Bay dock, enveloped in mist, the Danqing bell in Qin Manjiang's hand dissipated into particles. Those 20 unallocated spirit points belonged to the one in the fog. Qin Manjiang stared vacantly at the mist. Not everyone can endure such an extraordinary existence. Much like Chunyu's earlier inquiry regarding the meaning of life, he merely articulated his understanding, one that could not persuade Chunyu. Or perhaps, humanity can never truly convince another. As Chunyu herself stated, she had lived enough. She had grown weary of this cursed existence, and her choice to end it was not an act of cowardice. Rather, it was a necessary step. Had it not been for her, this game would have resulted in the annihilation of yet another group of players. Let us depart, the doctor declared. The trio turned, their figures gradually fading into the mist. Strange Tales, The Aging Me. Opening statement. I am growing older. Why is this happening? Why can I not cease aging? Teeth have fallen out. Hair has turned gray. The back is bent down. The legs can no longer support the body, and the eyes grow increasingly murky with each passing day. Why has such a fate befallen me? Is this the consequence of my actions? Game requirements. Arrive at Twilight Apartment by 7 in the evening. After midnight, take turns caring for the elderly for 1 hour each. Game duration, 3 days. Latecomers will be deemed as having failed the game. Those who leave the apartment will be considered as having failed the game. Those who die will be regarded as having failed the game. Game failure results in obliteration. After midnight last night, the 6 participants had already undergone a task of caring for an obese woman. Despite the eerie atmosphere, nothing unusual occurred. The woman merely inquired about their ages and which parts of their bodies they were most satisfied with. These questions, while seemingly innocuous, took on an unsettling tone when posed by her in this context. The eerie tale is titled The Aging Me, and from the prologue, it appears that the woman had committed some act that led to her starting to age uncontrollably at the tender age of 19. After all, the final line mentioned retribution. Furthermore, whether by coincidence or design, with the exception of Yezi, the ages of the other 5 participants, Xingu Twilight, March, Xiaotian, and Dumpling, were all between 20 and 30, and they all possessed striking appearances and physiques. After the first night, everyone was left without any clues. As the second twilight approached today, their phones vibrated. Eerie Tale, Butterfly Island. Challenge mode has been cleared. The challenge mode game has been successfully completed. Everyone felt a mix of exhilaration and apprehension about their task for tonight. They had meticulously pondered over the prologue and game requirements time and again. From the information currently available, it appeared that the woman had encountered a curse that caused her to age prematurely, thus giving rise to this eerie tale. Therefore, could the ghost's ability be to age all players? Time flew swiftly, and, aside from the suite on the 3rd floor where the obese woman resided, they took advantage of the daylight to search the entire Twilight apartment. They found that the building had been abandoned. And aside from the fact that other rooms could not even be illuminated, they uncovered nothing else. No encounters with the face-slicing specters commonly found in eerie games. It was as if the apartment held no anomalies whatsoever. At midnight, the clock struck, and everyone prepared to undertake their task for the day. As it was Shun Hai who volunteered to be the first caregiver yesterday, the order for today was reversed. March would be first, and Shin Hai would be last, making it relatively fair. Thus, I entered. March, delicate and gentle in speech, was an ordinary office worker, having achieved little of remarkable note throughout her life and having committed no grave mistakes. Perhaps her greatest folly thus far had been clicking on the link to the eerie game while goofing off at work. March, it's all right. Just focus on fulfilling the task requirements, Yezi reassured her, having noticed March's anxiety. As long as we do not refuse her requests, we want to give the ghost any opportunity. This was a viewpoint that everyone agreed upon after careful consideration. The game task required each player to take turns caring for her after midnight, 1 hour each. Okay, I'll remember, March said, her hands tightly clasped over her chest, her expression betraying her tension. Although she was no newcomer to the game, she had never acclimated to its demands, regardless of how many times she had participated. Moreover, this time, the game required them to take turns caring for her, meaning that each player would inevitably be alone at some point. In her hand was a small, jade green gourd, so tiny that it could fit in the palm of her hand. Jade gourd. Spirit eye requirement, 30 pieces. The user may hide within the jade gourd, with a maximum duration of concealment lasting half the game time. Malevolent spirits cannot enter. Note, ineffective against spirits with spatial abilities. Spatial abilities, often portrayed in horror films, enable malevolent spirits to appear mysteriously, vanishing from one spot only to reappear in front of humans in the next moment. However, in reality, such spirits possessing this power are exceedingly rare, and even those with the ability to instantly transport themselves to players often come with hidden limitations. Otherwise, as humans, they would have no means of escape against such abilities. Thus, March exchanged for this single-use item, believing it improbable that a spirit with spatial abilities would manifest in a multiplayer scenario. One could only hope that it would remain unnecessary. Watching March approach the door of the obese woman's suite, Yezi nodded encouragingly. The other 5 players stood outside, and under their watchful gazes, March felt a surge of strength. Knock, knock, knock. I'm sorry, I'm here to take care of you, March said, rapping gently on the door. Come in. Hurry, come in. Come in. A voice, even more aged and terrifying than the night before, echoed from within. March shivered in fear, her hands turning pale. Yet the hour had come, and she could not afford to delay any longer. Steeling herself, her legs trembling, she pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 72. Beautiful Hands. At midnight, the living room remained dark, though the bedroom within had a faint light. March felt as though her heart might leap from her throat. She repeatedly reminded herself to remain calm, but fear shadowed her relentlessly. Fortunately, they had identified the location of the living room switch the previous night. Even in the pitch blackness, March managed to locate the switch. When the lights flickered on, she immediately felt a sense of relief. I'm sorry. I've come. Standing outside the bedroom door, March's voice quavered with emotion. Creak. She pushed open the bedroom door, and under the dim glow of the lamp, a corpulent figure lay on the bed. obscured by a mosquito net. Although she had witnessed this scene once before, seeing it again sent her heart racing, a wave of terror washing over her. "Come here." The voice of the obese woman from within the mosquito net grated on March's ears like nails on a chalkboard. She dared not refuse. Trembling as she approached the net and knelt beside it. The task required her to care for the woman, which meant doing her utmost to fulfill her requests. Regardless of what was demanded, she must endure. Just one more hour to go, she thought to herself. "Give me a manicure." The woman's voice had scarcely faded when the dim light overhead flickered violently. March shuddered, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at the mosquito net, which slowly began to part. A massive, flabby arm extended forth. What chilled her to the core, nearly causing her to faint, was that the woman's skin was not only covered in age, spots, and wrinkles, but her left fingernails were also black. The grotesquely long black nails curved slightly, and even the sight of them made March feel as though she could hardly breathe. She must be a ghost, right? This woman. We must care for this ghost for 3 nights? What in the world does this even mean? And what should I do now? Should I give her a manicure? But doing so would inevitably involve physical contact. What if she grabbed me and dragged me into the net? Sweat poured from March's forehead, her breathing ragged as if she had just completed a 1,000-meter dash. "Hurry, cut them." A piercing scream erupted from within the mosquito net. The sound was so thunderous that even the other 5 outside could hear it. They exchanged glances, bewildered. A haircut? What could that woman possibly want March to cut? A sense of unease settled in Yezi's heart. After all, last night was the first night, and none of them had any interaction with the terrifying woman in bed. She would lower the mosquito net at night, completely avoiding contact with them. Last night, she had only engaged in a brief conversation without any excessive demands. But tonight, it seemed as though circumstances had shifted. In the apartment's bedroom, March was caught in a web of fear and confusion. She realized, to her dismay, that she possessed no nail clippers. Who would bring such an item to a place like this? Oh no, what to do? What to do? The entity beneath the mosquito net was growing increasingly irate. Would she not be killed if her nails remained untrimmed? "Please, is there a nail clipper? I don't have one." March held her breath, and, under the crushing pressure of fear, chose to inquire of the woman in bed, who was likely the very specter they all dreaded. The woman's muffled voice emerged from the netting, the nightstand. March glanced at the nightstand she indicated, situated perilously close to the woman's head. Through the fabric of the mosquito net, she could vaguely discern a massive head turned towards her, as if it could see her clearly through the veil. The sensation of that chilling gaze rendered her mind momentarily blank. Upon spotting the contents within the nightstand, March instinctively let out a piercing scream. She fell to the floor, her tightly clenched Ningbi hulu rolling away, tears streaming from her eyes, for the nightstand was filled with neatly stacked human skins. White, yellow, wheat-colored, and dark-toned. Layer upon layer of human skin lay orderly within the nightstand, with pores and bloodstains clearly visible along the edges. March's scream sent a jolt of fear through the 5 waiting outside. What happened? Could something have happened to March? Their expressions shifted, and unlike last night, the atmosphere tonight felt distinctly different. At that moment, March, paralyzed with terror, found her legs weak beneath her, struggling even to rise. "Ningbi hulu. My Ningbi hulu." She crawled desperately towards it, clutching the prop tightly, for it was her only semblance of safety. Then the woman within the mosquito net spoke again. "You don't want to trim your nails?" The voice was aged, hoarse, and disconcertingly grating. "Then, help me change." As she spoke, the woman extended another arm out from the net. It was the same grotesque, bloated limb, covered in age spots and wrinkles. Then, in an act that horrified March to her core, the woman within the mosquito net began to rip the skin from her own left hand with her right, then tore the skin from her right hand with her left. 2 bloody pieces of human skin were discarded like grotesque, long-sleeved gloves before March. A wave of malevolence surged from the bed towards her in that instant. "No, I must leave this place." Absolutely not. Though March could never grow accustomed to these sinister games, she had already felt the oppressive aura that accompanied an impending death. Now, that feeling returned. "It intends to kill me." She tightened her grip on Ningbi hulu, ready to use it, only to suddenly realize that her hands felt powerless. "You say, your hands are beautiful," the eerie voice echoed from the bed. March looked down to see her arms completely devoid of skin. Horror washed over her. When did this happen? My hands. The sight of her bloodied arms, muscles visible beneath the torn flesh, sent a wave of excruciating pain coursing through her. "Ah!" With March's scream, Too long. Pale arms emerged from the mosquito net, seizing her by the neck and dragging her inside. The terrifying sound of chewing reverberated within the net. This night had only just begun. Chapter 73, The Second Person. An hour had passed. Aside from March's earlier scream, the five outside heard no further sounds from her. They hoped she was still alive. Even if injured, they wished for her to emerge. All eyes were fixed on the apartment door. Would March come out? A glimmer of hope flickered in their gazes. However, they did not wait long for March to open the door. Something had gone wrong. Though March was somewhat timid, her personality dictated that she would be cautious. Something unexpected must have occurred, preventing her from coping. Come in. Just as the clock struck 1:01, an urgent voice echoed from within. Deep Valley Twilight trembled. It was his turn. Unlike March, he was not an experienced player and lacked sufficient spirit eyes to exchange for a disposable prop. He glanced back at the others. Dumpling was behind him, next in line, and his face mirrored his own trepidation. Xiaodian and Yezi were whispering about March. Aside from Mr. Shun, no one paid him any mind. Shun smiled at him, saying, "Don't be nervous. Do everything possible to fulfill her wishes." Deep Valley Twilight nodded vigorously. This man, known as the Player, was a singular hero who had cleared the ultimate game alone. His abilities were undoubtedly trustworthy. Shun had completed the ultimate game, even without a permanent exclusive prop, advancing directly to the third seat. Deep Valley Twilight committed his advice to memory. "I'm going in, Mr. Shun. Good luck." Taking a deep breath, Deep Valley Twilight pushed the door open. He swiftly traversed the living room, opening the door to the bedroom without a glance sideways. Though he understood that March had met her demise within, he firmly believed that as long as he adhered to Mr. Shun's guidance and did everything possible to satisfy her desires, she would be unable to harm anyone. "I'm not clever enough, not meticulous enough, lacking props, and average in stamina. Apart from my appearance, which can be considered decent, I am as ordinary as one can be. Yet, being good-looking holds no value in the world of horror tales." Deep Valley Twilight held an honest view of himself. Thus, he resolved to simply follow instructions and not to entertain other thoughts. Despite this newfound resolve, upon entering the bedroom, Deep Valley Twilight nearly buckled under his own legs. It was too swift, but it was no illusion. March had truly been killed by that specter. A thick stench of blood assaulted his senses within the room, nauseating him. The mosquito net writhed ominously. "Come over." "Good." Without hesitation, Deep Valley Twilight complied, moving to the bedside. Outside, Dumpling was pale, knowing he would be next. March had possessed Ningbi Hulu, which provided her with significant protection against ordinary specters. Yet, she had still perished. Xiaodian remarked. Yezi, who shared a close bond with March, felt a mix of fear and confusion at her abrupt demise. Could the entity inside possess the ability to teleport? Perhaps, but regardless, this game was exceedingly peculiar. "Mr. Shin, what do you think?" Xiaodian suddenly directed his gaze toward Shun. In his mind, this newly emerged third seat must possess some extraordinary skill. Speaking of which, what was his exclusive prop? Surely it wasn't the pocket watch he had been fiddling with all along? Though the abilities and appearance of props need not correlate, it was difficult not to suspect that Shun's prop might relate to time, and this horror tale could almost be viewed as one cursed by time itself. She is merely 19, yet she seems to be aging incessantly. If only Shunhai's props could manifest their intended effects. Shunhai appeared lost in thought, glancing at Xiao Tian before contemplating. Not necessarily. Perhaps it could be a more terrifying instant death ability. Instant death ability? Shunhai's words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Indeed, malevolent spirits endowed with the power of instant death are far more horrifying. They will go to great lengths to entice players into triggering curses, which, once activated, result in immediate demise, leaving no opportunity to utilize any items. Perhaps this is why March failed to employ the Qingbi Gourd. If it were an instant death curse, what could March have triggered to lead to such a fate? As Yezi pondered, she realized that this question was rather straightforward. Could it be that March failed to fulfill the request to take care of her? Guantongbeo shivered and said, "Hey." She asked us about our ages last night and inquired which part of our bodies we were most satisfied with. Was that her intention? The more he spoke, the more he felt he was inching closer to the truth of what had transpired. What should we do if we encounter a similar request? Guantongbeo instinctively turned to Shanghai. At present, this individual seemed to be the only one with a relatively stable demeanor, albeit he appeared somewhat distracted. "I mentioned my eyes yesterday. What she wants mine." Guantongbeo suddenly questioned the reliability of this third seat. In response, Shanghai nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. One could always pry out an eye to satisfy her. In an instant, the other three turned their gazes toward Shun Hai in unison. Shun Hai narrowed his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his features. To survive, it is understandable to do whatever it takes. However, he added in a hushed tone, almost inaudible, but inflicting harm upon oneself is quite simple. The second statement was barely above a whisper, and had the others not been so close, they would scarcely have caught it. Though his voice was melodious and his appearance cultured and handsome, the words he uttered were rather unsettling. Xiao Tian suddenly realized that this third-seat player, Shun Hai, seemed to be unfamiliar to anyone. His participation in games was infrequent, having ascended to the third seat solely through that ultimate game. In the few other games he had participated in, it appeared he was the only survivor. Was this person truly reliable? Inside the bedroom, Deep Valley Twilight heard her first request. "I wish to go to the restroom. Carry me there." The malice in her voice was unmistakable, sending goosebumps racing down Deep Valley Twilight's spine, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. Yet, recalling Shun Hai's words and his own prepared mindset, Deep Valley Twilight took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, I'll carry you. Then, let us go." The mosquito net billowed as a large, corpulent body sat up. But under the illumination of the light, he distinctly perceived a distorted and terrifying shadow rising higher behind him. Chapter 74. The Plea of a Female Voice. Before he could open the door, he noticed fragmented light seeping through the crack beneath it. Mi Qiao was still awake. Qin Manjiang gently opened the door, his movements careful enough not to rouse Mi Qiao, yet they startled the little yellow dog named Xiao Bai. Woof, woof, woof. In the dead of night, the little yellow dog wagged its tail and leapt towards Qin Manjiang, twisting around his ankles. Mi Qiao, startled awake on the sofa, exclaimed, "How'd I end up sleeping here?" Qin Manjiang, while fending off the dog that was eagerly licking his face, inquired. "The strong winds last night blew the bedroom door shut and locked it. The key is inside." "Mr. Qin, would you like me to make you a bowl of noodles?" Mi Qiao suddenly offered. Just as Qin Manjiang was about to decline, his stomach grumbled audibly. "Then, I would appreciate it," he conceded, feeling quite fatigued, both physically and mentally. "All right." Mi Qiao, unfazed, swiftly headed to the kitchen. Qin Manjiang observed her retreating figure. This girl genuinely believed that not collecting her deposit made him a good person, always eager to do something for him. "Am I a good person?" Qin Manjiang pondered, stroking Xiao Bai's head while gazing into the pitch-black night outside. This recent supernatural tale had left a profound impact on him. Firstly, Attorney Chun Yu's indifference towards mortal demise. And, secondly, the sense of liberation he felt at the moment his body was torn apart by the monster. He found it challenging to convey his emotions to others. In his existence, everything was impeccably standard. His gait, posture, speech, and emotional expressions were all so fitting. Yet, all of that vanished the moment his body was shredded. The suffocating feeling of being trapped in a cage, that oppressive, unspeakable sensation, abruptly dissipated at that instant. It was then that Qin Manjiang realized that his body was fundamentally different from others. It did not entirely heed his commands. It operated on its own set of behavioral templates and emotional expressions. He felt as though he was merely a temporary tenant within it. Without this physical form, he experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom. "What am I?" Qin Manjiang mused, caressing the little yellow dog's head. The dog, of course, could not comprehend his thoughts. It simply expressed its uncomplicated joy. To the person who made it feel comfortable, it could wag its tail, expose its belly, squint its eyes while allowing Qin Manjiang to stroke its head, and even lick him. It could do everything it desired, unlike Qin Manjiang. Whether in laughter or tears, his emotions were not genuinely his own. Even when a storm brewed within, his outward demeanor remained placid. It was as if he were a computer, devoid of the highest access permissions. How lamentable! Qin Manjiang pinched the little yellow dog's face, causing it to scrunch up adorably. The little dog remained unperturbed, continuing to wag its tail joyfully. "Mr. Qin, come have some noodles." Mi Qiao emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of egg noodles. Her careful demeanor akin to cradling a rare treasure. "You did a thorough cleaning at home, didn't you?" Mi Qiao froze, and before she could respond, Qin Manjiang continued. "From now on, my room will clean itself. You needn't trouble yourself." She cast a quick glance at the firmly closed bedroom door, seemingly at a loss for words. "I understand." Mi Qiao lowered her head, lapsing into silence. Qin Manjiang, too, fell silent, quietly consuming his noodles. During the 2 days he had been away from home, Mi Qiao had entered his bedroom. Whether it be to steal or to clean, she had indeed gone inside. By the way, how long do you plan to stay in Fuqing? Qin Manjiang suddenly inquired. I don't know, Mi Xiao replied softly. Perhaps one day, I'll just disappear. After uttering this, she seemed to realize she had misspoken and hurriedly looked up, waving her hands. I'm joking. I want to suddenly vanish without paying rent or anything. I'll return the deposit next month. Qin Manjiang downed the broth in one gulp and wiped his mouth. All right, I'll help you open the bedroom door. You should get some rest. Thank you, Mr. Qin. It's nothing. Qin Manjiang went to fetch the tools, with Xiaobai trotting happily behind him. Mi Xiao gazed at the little yellow dog, seemingly lost in thought. It was merely providing you with a place to stay. Why are you so fond of him? At Twilight Apartment, Deep Valley Twilight had been inside for half an hour. Unlike March, he had not uttered a single sound. Yet, the situation within was far from normal. A grotesque, corpulent body lay sprawled across Deep Valley Twilight's back. So heavy, aside from the weight. The moment the woman draped herself over him, a chilling, eerie presence surged into his body, causing Deep Valley Twilight to shudder involuntarily. He took a deep breath, reminding himself not to overthink it. She was just a person, albeit a rather peculiar one. After taking a few steps, Deep Valley Twilight was somewhat surprised to find that this woman was much lighter than he had anticipated. Her height barely reached 1.70 meters, and judging solely by her exterior, she must have weighed at least 100 kilograms. However, after carrying her for just a few steps, Shingu Huanghan realized that this woman's weight was certainly not 200 jin. Help me. A strange, faint voice of a woman's plea suddenly came from behind. Please, save me. The woman's desperate entreaty was laden with palpable fear and anguish. This voice, it seemed different from that of the woman lying on the bed. It sounded younger, more fragile, and as if it emanated from the very depths of the corpulent body he bore. Yet, Shingu Huanghan dared not respond. Who knew who this was? Why was she suddenly calling for his rescue? Moreover, even if he wished to help, he lacked the ability to do so. Without further contemplation, Shingu Huanghan merely buried his head and proceeded step by step toward the restroom. Soon, the pleading voice faded away, and the chilling, nauseating sensation vanished entirely. Upon reaching the restroom, Shingu Huanghan extended his hand to assist her inside, then turned his back to the entrance, gently setting her down, saying, "We've arrived. Please go in." However, after he spoke, the woman on his back did not respond in the slightest, remaining as still as a corpse. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, Shingu Huanghan caught a glimpse of a circular mirror nearby, which distinctly reflected the unfolding events upon his back. It was Sanyu. Then, another woman's head appeared, one whom Shingu Huanghan did not recognize. Unlike Sanyu, whose eyes were completely vacant and devoid of life, this unfamiliar woman's head was still struggling, tears streaming down her face, though she could not vocalize her distress. Her silent weeping was evident. Suddenly, in the mirror, the large, grotesque head of the obese woman locked eyes with him. Shingu Huanghan's pupils constricted in terror. A wave of icy dread surged from his feet, coursing up his spine to the crown of his head. Abruptly, he shut his eyes. Get out! Get away! Leave me! A foul wind rushed towards him, and upon hearing the horrifying woman's shriek, Shingu Huanghan sprinted toward the bedroom door without hesitation. Bang! The door slammed violently behind him, followed by a muffled groan and a wretched scream emanating from the bedroom. Shingu Huanghan trembled. It seemed as though a younger woman still resided within the obese figure. No, he must not dwell on that. It was not his concern escape. All he desired was to survive with a forceful pull. He flung the door open, drenched in sweat, and emerged before Yezi and the others. Chapter 75. Rapid Aging. You're alive? Guantangbeo exclaimed, his nerves fraying to the point of incoherence. What do you mean? Shingu Huanghan glared at him. No, I mean you emerged unscathed? Guantangbeo clarified. Shingu Huanghan disregarded him, turning his gaze to Shunhai, expressing gratitude. Mr. Shun, I didn't intervene. I merely tended to my own affairs, and she truly let me go. Shinhai glanced at the pocket watch in his hand, snapping it shut with a click. 1:49, and it hasn't even been an hour. She voluntarily released you? Shingu Huanghan nodded vigorously, yes. She first directed me to the window, and after I lingered there for a while, she claimed she needed to use the restroom and asked me to carry her. You carried her? Guantangbeo gulped, his expression reflecting terror as he instinctively distanced himself from Shingu Huanghan. Such a description was chilling. And then, what transpired next? Xiao Tian pressed, eager for more information, as it was now his turn, and everyone was at a loss. Any additional insight could provide a better grasp of the situation. Shingu Huanghan swallowed hard. Yet before he could articulate a response, he noticed that all eyes were suddenly fixed upon him in sheer horror. What's wrong? Shingu Huanghan felt a chill run down his spine. Their gaze was unsettling. Why were they staring at him? What was amiss? Yezi? He leaned closer, but Yezi immediately recoiled. Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian too hastily stepped back, as if fearing contamination by something ominous. Hey, what is your deal? As he spoke, Shingu Huanghan noticed a strand of hair falling across his forehead. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head, and to his shock, a clump of graying hair came away in his fingers. Look here. Shen Hai's voice anchored Shingu Huanghan's attention. He quickly turned to follow the sound, where Shen Hai had activated the front camera on his phone, directing it at him. The reflection on the screen revealed a visage marked by drooping eyes, deep-set wrinkles, and age spots visibly multiplying at an alarming rate. His pupils no longer radiated clarity. I'm aging. Shingu Huanghan gasped in disbelief, rolling up his sleeves to inspect his arms. No, this cannot be. He trembled violently, nearly fainting at the sight of his limbs. His arms had completely lost vitality, with shriveled skin clinging to bone, wrinkled and exceedingly aged. Don't panic. First tell me what happened after she went to the restroom. Shen Hai calmly inquired after tucking his phone away. Shen Hai's voice offered him a sliver of relief from the overwhelming dread. He knew that by adhering to Shen Hai's guidance, he would find salvation. Yes, indeed, like a drowning man clutching a last lifeline, Shingu Huanghan stammered. I saw it in the mirror, the grotesque, bloated form, aged on its shoulders, sinuous head emerged alongside another woman's head, the one who, while I carried her to the restroom, Shingu Huanghan panted heavily. Speaking was an arduous feat, fortunately. Shen Hai supported him, reassuringly stating, It's all right, continue, take your time. On the way to the restroom, that woman was pleading from within it. She was so young, as if still alive. Shingu Huanghan, as form grew, increasingly stooped, his bones creaking under the strain. Without Shen Hai's support, he would have collapsed. Pleading? You ignored her, didn't you? Shen Hai, Hobet? Shingu Huanghan felt fatigue enveloping him, each breath sapping his strength, the world spinning around him. He longed to close his eyes. Yet he wished to survive, summoning every ounce of energy. His bleary eyes met Shen Hai's unwavering smile. Shen Hai's steadfast demeanor fortified his trust. And with great difficulty, he uttered, Mr. Shun, how can I stop aging? His chest heaved, breaths coming in ragged gasps. His pale lips struggled to articulate, a faint rattle resonating in his throat. Shingu Huanghan's consciousness was fading, his skin taking on a sickly yellowish hue, bulging veins grotesquely prominent. His nails transformed into a complete shade of grayish yellow. Your condition is deteriorating. Rest for a moment. Shen Hai gently cradled his head, easing it to the ground. Close your eyes. Take a nap. Shingu Huanghan's complexion was pallid with a hint of green, exuding an air of death, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His jaw clenched tightly, lips devoid of color, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror, reflecting an acute fear of the unknown demise, intertwined with a glimmer of reluctance and longing for life. His emaciated right hand, now little more than skin and bone, grasped Shen Hai tightly. Can I survive? Xiao Tian, Guantongbao, and Yezi averted their gaze, unable to bear witness. This horrifying scene suffused the atmosphere outside the apartment with dread and despair. Shingu Huanghan, who had appeared completely normal just moments prior, had undergone a rapid and alarming transformation in mere 3 minutes. It seemed as though he was on the brink of withering away before their very eyes. Shen Hai gently grasped the hand of the dusk in the valley, uttering in a soothing tone, You can simply close your eyes. Once you have rested well and open them again, you shall find your strength restored. Sleep now. Dusk in the valley slowly shut his eyes, and he felt his once heavy body becoming weightless, until he ultimately succumbed to a profound unconsciousness. He had passed away. Although none among them had checked for a heartbeat, measured breath, or felt for a pulse, they had all sensed, albeit vaguely, that the vitality within that body had completely ebbed away. What a tragic fate, murmured Xiao Tian, to wither away in life, utterly helpless to intervene. Yezi was a loss, not knowing how to respond. Is it truly tragic? Shen Hai rose, glanced at his pocket watch, and confirmed the time, 1:53. He then gazed into the pitch-black night sky and remarked softly, The inevitability of aging is an unassailable fact. He merely experienced the full extent of it within a brief span. Turning to face the others, he smiled, we ought to feel happy for him. At least his passing was devoid of significant suffering. As for us who remain, our situation is far from certain. Chapter 76, Three Methods. Shunhai's assertion rang true. For those chosen by this deadly game, dying of old age was indeed a relatively favorable outcome. Yet, no one desired death, especially at such a tender age. Aging is a gradual process, a slow accumulation of years that renders one oblivious to the shifts within both mind and body. Much like a young person could scarcely fathom their own mindset when faced with the specter of old age. Were in natural demise, a slow descent into senescence. Perhaps it would be comprehensible, a sentiment of having lived enough, where death becomes a release. Guantangbeo, startled by dusk in the valley's sudden aging and death, was the first to shatter the silence, but why did he have to die in such a manner? Xiao Tian cast a glance at the lifeless form on the ground, unable to bear the sight, and replied, perhaps it was because he emerged before the stipulated hour. The game clearly stated that one must care for the elderly for a full hour. Guantangbeo struggled to grasp this, but he mentioned he followed the orders of that plump woman. She told him to leave. Was it not permissible to fulfill her wishes? If we were to encounter such a scenario, should we heed her words and cater to her every demand, or strictly adhere to the game's requirements? Guantangbeo's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. With a few minutes remaining before the third round commenced, he sought to glean thoughts from the others. If the ghost instructed them to vacate the apartment, yet leaving before the hour was complete would fail to satisfy the game's requirements, what then? Would they be compelled to defy the ghost's wishes? I heard March was consumed, Yeezy whispered, lifting her gaze to the group, but he died of old age. Compared to March's fate, dusk in the valley's demise does not seem to have provoked a vengeful spirit. It appears more akin to a true curse. Guantangbeo's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, exactly. His sudden aging and death seem rather unusual. Yeezy then turned her attention to Shunhai, quietly inquiring, Mr. Shun, do you possess any other thoughts? Shunhai nodded with a smile. Just a few fanciful musings. Were they? Guantangbeo asked eagerly. Shunhai addressed Yeezy. Miss Yang is correct. His death was indeed the result of an aging curse. Upon hearing her surname mentioned, Yeezy felt a tinge of embarrassment. She was named Yang Luiwei, a name both ordinary and meaningful, but during introductions, they had only exchanged names once due to the urgency of their situation. They continued to refer to one another by their code names, reserving real names for those they were familiar with. Are you certain he was afflicted by an aging curse? The matter of life and death weighed heavily on Guantangbeo, who was desperate to clarify every detail. From dusk in the valley's words, they learned that March had most likely been devoured by the vengeful spirit, with her head merging into its body. The manner of her death, rather than succumbing to old age like dusk in the valley, indicated she had failed to meet the spirit's demands. Shunhai looked at him and smiled. It is a straightforward correlation. To defy the spirits will result in being consumed. To contravene the game's rules leads to extermination. Then, what could cause one to age to the point of death? Shunhai's succinct statements illuminated the group's understanding. Indeed, if the cause of death was simply failing to remain for the full hour, the manner of death would not resemble this. They had witnessed the terror of the game's annihilation, which far surpassed that of any ghost. Thus, it seemed that obeying the ghost took precedence over the game's requirements. After all, the essence of the task was to care for it, and its words must be heeded. In this light, dusk in the valley's demise by old age. Shunhai nodded in agreement. So, it was her doing. When you re-enter the apartment to tend to that vengeful spirit, make sure to listen closely for the voice of a young woman within it. Guantangbeo took a deep breath, feeling his anxiety and fear begin to dissipate. Having a reliable individual to clarify thoughts proved immensely beneficial. At that moment, with Shunhai affirming his suspicions, he eagerly nodded, no problem, I will pay attention to her. I even suspect that the young woman within the spirit is the source of the curse. Is that so? Shunhai regarded him with curiosity. Guantangbeo felt a surge of urgency to express his thoughts, exclaiming, look, the opening remarks, based on the information we currently possess, do they not sound more like the words of that young woman? If she triggered the curse, enveloped in the enormous mass of flesh, she must know the cause of the curse. If we can discern how this relentless aging curse came to be, we may have a chance to resolve it. Shunhai gazed at him in admiration. Precisely, Dusk in the Valley also mentioned that when he carried the vengeful spirit, its weight was far less than it appeared. Could it be that the outer layer of fat is merely a fade? Yes, it is highly probable. Guantangbeo exclaimed with enthusiasm. He felt a glimmer of hope on the horizon. His heart raced, not from fear, but from the exhilaration of discovering a concrete strategy. Perhaps this time, not only would I survive, but I might also strike it rich by uncovering the true path to safety. He looked toward the apartment entrance, feeling a palpable oppressive atmosphere, which finally brought him a measure of calm. He must not lose his composure, nor let his thoughts spiral out of control. Remember 3 points. Above all, one must abide by the spirit's wishes, even if they seem terrifying. As for the 3rd point, he inhaled deeply. One must remain calm, facing any situation with composure. This was the most widely accepted wisdom after numerous brushes with life and death in this world of supernatural tales. In such a game, only absolute rationality might save you. Any other actions would only complicate and exacerbate one's predicament. At that moment, Shenhai opened his pocket watch and announced, "The time has come." No sooner had he spoken than a piercing female voice echoed from within the apartment. "Come in." He was the 3rd one. Chapter 77, The Restroom Transformation. "Hello." Although it seemed futile, Guantangbeo cautiously maintained his politeness, just in case the ghost had a liking for it. He moved as quietly as possible, making no sound. Suddenly, from deep within the bedroom, the sound of water flushing reverberated. The abrupt noise jolted his heart, momentarily unsettling the confidence he had felt just outside the door. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and stood at the threshold of the bedroom, daring not to utter a word. Was that plump woman still in the restroom? What could she possibly be doing in there for so long? At that moment, the woman in the restroom spoke again. "Come over and carry me." Upon hearing this, Guantangbeo felt a chill run down his spine. Must he carry her once more? Was it that this entity could not move without someone to support it? To what extent has one become so corpulent? Yet, contemplating the demands of the game, he felt utterly incapable of refusal. After all, merely reciting her words was a remarkably simple task. Suddenly, he arrived. Swiftly traversing the open space of the bedroom, he trotted to the bathroom door. Turning his back to it, and half squatting down, he declared, "I am at the door. You may come out." Silence. The eerie stillness intensified the unease swelling within him. What was the matter? Was my statement too excessive? Should I have personally opened the door to carry her out? What absurdity! Anyone familiar with horror films knows the ominous nature of a restroom. Who would dare venture inside? Yet, the ghost within remained silent. Had it truly become angered? The more he pondered, the more terror enveloped him, prompting him to add hastily, "Wait. I shall open the door. I will carry you out." Regret washed over him. What if the ghost was already prepared to emerge on its own? Why did I utter that foolishness about opening the door and carrying it out? But now, the words had escaped his lips, and to retract them would. With this thought, he clenched his teeth and twisted the handle, flinging the bathroom door wide open. A crimson light flooded his face, and his mind went blank in an instant. Where is everyone? Why is there no one here? The stench of blood was overwhelming. A chill raced down his spine, and instinctively he began to retreat. Yet, in that moment, he recalled the need to fulfill the ghost's desire and carry it out. But where was the ghost? Perhaps it had heard the door creak open and finally made its presence known. "I am in the bathtub. Come carry me." The shower curtain remained tightly shut, and under the crimson illumination, a vague silhouette seemed to materialize. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he swallowed hard. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. I am coming. This was utterly terrifying. The strange red light, coupled with the knowledge that the entity was a ghost, compelled him to partake in this grotesque charade, a farcical, bizarre, and utterly despairing scenario. As he stepped into the bathroom, a sense of wrongness washed over him. The floor felt unnaturally soft beneath his feet. Glancing down, he was horrified to discover that the floor was carpeted. Who in their right mind would lay carpet in a bathroom? But soon, he discerned that what he stood upon was not carpet at all. The elastic, rubbery texture became evident, and upon closer inspection, he noticed human features embedded within. A wave of intense terror engulfed him as he realized the dreadful truth. This was human skin. The entirety of the bathroom was laid with human skin. Who were these people? Their faces appeared aged, yet their features remained strikingly intact. The skin sprawled across the floor as if meticulously peeled from a body, revealing only a layer of flesh beneath. These unfamiliar faces contorted grotesquely, littering the bathroom floor, strange, terrifying, and utterly despairing. Would I too meet such a fate? To perish in this lightless, nightmarish apartment bathroom, becoming a mere trophy for a ghost sprawled upon the ground? No, it cannot be. He bit down hard on his tongue. the sharp pain jolting his mind into a momentary clarity. Resolutely, he steeled himself and approached the shower curtain, pulling it aside. However, the sight within the bathtub sent shivers down his spine. A bloodied, mangled figure lay within, clutching a piece of human skin, attempting to drape it over itself. Wait. This is March. From the skin unfurling in its grasp, he recognized a familiar face. Was that not March's visage? She too, a torrent of fear and fury surged within him as he witnessed the horrifying scene. His companion, who had been alive just 2 hours prior, now flayed and slain by this malevolent spirit. The sensation was indescribable. The grotesque, bloodied specter reclined partially in the bathtub, casting a gaze upon him, its mouth stretching wide to reveal jagged, menacing teeth. Come help me wear it. It lifted the piece of human skin, extending it toward him. Whether intentional or not, March's skin was positioned directly in line with his gaze. The despair and terror that had consumed March before her death had dissipated. Her expression smoothed over and erased. Yet, in his eyes, this only amplified the horror. But he dared not refuse, struggling to suppress his nausea and fear. He took the piece of March's skin, the texture sending shockwaves of revulsion coursing through him. This wretched ghost expected me to assist it in donning human skin? Does it truly regard us as mere servants? A profound dread gnawed at his insides. The thoughts he held before entering the apartment had evaporated entirely. Now, a singular thought consumed him. To escape this place, to avoid being alone with a vengeful spirit, to flee. An hour felt interminable. His body trembled violently, drenched in sweat. Clutching March's skin, he quaked as he unfurled it, as though tying an apron for a beloved, offering the skin to the malevolent spirit. It could be worn now, he uttered, betraying his own sentiments. The weight of March's skin bore down on him, threatening to shatter his composure. He could scarcely fathom the horror of his own skin being presented to a ghost by a companion after death. The specter remained silent, its bloodied form shifting as it extended its hands, slipping them into the folds of the skin. First the left foot, then the right, and finally March's entire face. By the end, he had completely shut his eyes. The sickening sounds of flesh melding echoed throughout the bathroom, drenched in crimson light, resembling a scene from hell. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the sound ceased. The entire ordeal had been prolonged and agonizing. He stood motionless, eyes tightly shut, on the verge of collapse. All right, carry me out. Its voice had taken on an unsettlingly youthful tone, a cold, slick form slowly pressing against his back. He trembled uncontrollably, responding, all right. Chapter 78, The Reappearance. In truth, many seasoned players, despite having faced numerous challenges in the game, had never encountered such a close encounter, alone with a ghost. This was the primary reason this particular tale was so profoundly terrifying. In the past, even the most arduous and bizarre tales were confronted collectively. At the very least, there was a companion by one side. Everyone understood the necessity of not being isolated in such an environment. Even with the knowledge of malevolent spirits lurking, there was a modicum of comfort in camaraderie. However, this tale demanded that each individual undertake their tasks independently. The psychological impact of this was immense. Initially, he had not comprehended why March had perished without utilizing even a single-use item. Now he understood. The terror of facing a vengeful spirit alone far surpassed that of confronting it in a group. Nonetheless, he need not concern himself with the timing of using a single-use item. He had exhausted his 3 opportunities for exchange in previous games, and the lone spiritual eye he had accumulated served only to redeem a permanent, exclusive item. He was devoid of any trump cards. This only magnified his terror. Some individuals become sluggish, their muscles rigid, and their thoughts dulled in the face of fear. Others, however, find that fear heightens their senses, sight, hearing, smell, and even thought and action become more acute than usual. Fortunately, he belonged to the latter group. Yet, at this moment, it also felt like a misfortune. The vengeful spirit clambered onto his back. To an ordinary person, it would merely evoke a sense of coldness and dread. But for him, due to his heightened perception and imagination, he had already conjured a rough outline of the ghost in his mind. Such thoughts were unbearable, the more one dwelled on them. The greater the fear, the cold, slimy, nauseating sensation. With it upon him, he stepped cautiously out of the bathroom. Beneath the ghastly crimson glow of the restroom, his shadow elongated ominously, stretching even through the ajar door into the floor of the bedroom. This was no ordinary light. Under such circumstances, gazing at his own shadow, sent a shiver down his spine. The thought that a specter clung to his back only intensified his terror. Why was I chosen? Why must I partake in this deadly game? He pondered these maddening thoughts, attempting to stifle his fear with a surge of anger. However, as he cautiously stepped out of the restroom, he caught sight of his shadow on the ground. More specifically, beside his neck, a horrific silhouette gaped wide. It intends to consume me. A chilling sensation enveloped his neck, causing his pallor to drain and beads of sweat to cascade down. He was on the verge of collapse. Am I mistaken? He cast another glance at his shadow on the floor. No, it was becoming clearer. The mouth beside his neck had widened grotesquely, to the point where it seemed capable of severing half his head. No, this cannot be. I will die. I will be devoured. I must discard it and flee. The primal instinct for survival surged within him as he witnessed the unfolding horror of his shadow. Instinctively, he sought to cast off the malevolent spirit clinging to him. How could he continue to bear it when it was poised to strike? Just as his arms slackened slightly, preparing to jettison the specter and make a hasty retreat, reason momentarily triumphed over fear. No, I cannot abandon it. To do so would defy its will and lead to my demise. Besides, time had not yet elapsed for an hour. Even if I escaped the apartment, I would violate the game's rules and meet the same fate. That shadow, it is merely a ruse to terrify me. Everything I do aligns with its desires. It cannot consume me. If it could, it would have already taken a bite. Yes, indeed, despite the escalating dread. He recognized this as a trap. To abandon it and flee would be the path to death. Do not look. Do not look. Just move forward, persistently onward. The young man continuously reinforced this mental mantra. At last, he exited the restroom and entered the bedroom, only to witness a sudden transformation in the shadows on the floor. The light source shifted from the restroom's eerie red to the soft, yellow glow of the bedroom. The terrifying shadow that had loomed over him began to eerily revert to normalcy. It truly was a trap. Sweat dripped from his brow, and his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Yet, he managed to resist the overwhelming fear. In such a stifling and confined space, with only himself and a vengeful spirit, it was nearly impossible to maintain composure. He exhaled deeply. At that moment, he felt the spirit on his back, its skin seemingly writhing, like a constricting serpent coiling around him. This sensation sent goosebumps racing across his body. However, the next instant he heard a strange female voice. Please, save me. It had come. The woman spoken of in the tales of the dusk of deep valleys, in the same predicament, appeared while he bore her within him. The demise of the dusk of deep valleys was likely due to ignoring her pleas. Now, it was his turn to make a choice. Who are you? He inquired. He refrained from hastily agreeing, seeking to communicate with the voice, hoping to glean some fundamental information. Anren. My name is Anren. Fuching University. 19. Her voice trembled with palpable fear, words tumbling forth rapidly. I have no time left. Please, pull me out. I do not wish to linger within this mound of decaying flesh. Please. Her voice grew faint. Should he acquiesce and pull her out? But how? His mind raced, recalling his conversation with Shun Hai prior to entering. The spirit's weight was far less than it appeared. Could it be that the outer layer of fat was merely a shell? If so, this was an extraordinary opportunity. How can I assist you? Should I just pull? He asked. The voice on his back grew more animated. Yes, please. Try. I cannot escape on my own. There's a pulling force. If someone outside helps pull, I will surely emerge. He inhaled deeply, the immense risk looming before him. Yet in this realm of the supernatural, where absolute safety was an illusion, he resolved to take the plunge. Chapter 79. The Trapped One. The young man steeled himself. He could no longer redeem a disposable item, and his current count of spiritual tokens was in a precarious state. To acquire a permanent specialized item swiftly, he would need to risk everything. This opportunity was rare. In future games, such a chance might never present itself again, and accumulating spiritual tokens would only become increasingly arduous, making survival in this harrowing game all the more challenging. With this in mind, he acted without hesitation. He did not forget to fulfill the spirit's desires, carrying it to the bed and placing it down. I'm turning around to pull you out. All right, the female voice responded, filled with excitement. The young man took a deep breath and slowly turned. He had envisioned numerous terrifying scenarios, yet at that moment, this one was surprisingly bearable. The visage of the spirit, now clad in the skin of March, had its eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. Beside that head lay another, unfamiliar female head, gazing at him with an expression that conveyed fear of his possible change of heart. She was indeed still human. He exhaled in relief. Though he lacked the ability to discern between spirit and human, he recognized that familiar glimmer of desperation in her eyes. In previous games, those on the brink of death, including himself, had exhibited such expressions. "You are Anren? How much longer can you endure?" He whispered, wary of disturbing the spirit's slumber. "What if I pull you out and it awakens halfway? You must be honest." His tone was grave. Anren nodded vigorously, hastening to reply. 3 minutes. It has just changed skins and is now weary. That is when I can emerge. You must be quick. If I am fully digested, all constraints will be rendered useless. You will all perish. Anren seemed to fear his indecision, subtly threatening him. "I know." The young man shot her a glare. He was resolute, and having made the decision to risk it, he would no longer waver. "You and I will strive together to break free from this body. Prepare." He spread his arms, embracing Anren's head. Anren nodded eagerly, a mix of excitement and fear. "Okay. On 3, with a commanding shout, he and Anren exerted their strength in unison, as though trapped in a quagmire. The viscous flesh began to yield slightly under their combined efforts. "Push harder," the young man urged her, hope igniting within him. "Yes," Anren cried, tears streaming down her face. "How did you become ensnared by this thing?" As Anren's neck emerged from the vast, unwieldy body, the young man recognized that their efforts were bearing fruit and seized the opportunity to inquire. Anren shook her head, tears flowing. I don't know. That day, I suddenly received a notice for social practice, instructing me to care for the elderly." Anren's voice trembled with a weeping lilt. "It was inscribed Twilight Apartment, so I came here. Upon my arrival, I discovered I was utterly alone. My classmates were nowhere to be found. Their address was not the Twilight Apartment. What a stroke of misfortune. Guantangbeo found it hard to believe. This was simply more unfortunate than being selected by a horror game. Is it possible that in this realm, there are those who are actively pursued by supernatural entities? I cannot say." Anren continued to weep, and I merely followed the address, opened the door to this place, and then became ensnared by the skin of an old man lying on the bed. Ensnared by the skin of an old man. Indeed, the source of the curse lies within this Twilight Apartment, left behind by the skin of an elderly figure. It seems that the skin, abandoned in this solitary apartment after the old man's passing, bore a grudge due to his solitude, thus giving rise to the curse. This must have been discovered by the game, leading to its inclusion in the realm of horror tales. Reflecting on this, there are indeed numerous locations on the internet dubbed urban legends and realms of horror. Hey, why can't the upper half of my body emerge? He looked down and saw that amidst the viscous flesh and blood, Anren had only managed to reveal half of her shoulder. And yet a minute and a half had already elapsed. I do not know. Anren was gripped by extreme terror, her eyes pleading with him. "Do not abandon me. Just allow my hand to extend, and I can exert greater strength myself." Guantangbeo disregarded her pleas, thinking it more prudent to exert every effort to pull her free. However, Anren's face was turning crimson, and he still could not extract her upper body from the mass of flesh. The deeper he ventured, the more challenging it became. The suction was indeed formidable, yet he could still manage to pull. The method seemed sound, but needed improvement. With time slipping away, he hastily reassured her, "Do not panic. I have 3 others behind me. I will inform them of your situation, and together we shall devise a solution to this curse." Anren gazed at him, recognizing that this man was straining with all his might to pull her free, his neck taut with effort. He genuinely wished to save her, as well as himself. I understand." Anren's emotion steadied somewhat. "It is about to awaken. Quickly lower the mosquito net and do not look at it." Guantangbeo felt a surge of joy, sensing he had begun to establish trust with this unfortunate college student. He nodded eagerly. "All right, rest assured." Anren, ensconced within the old man's skin, knew of its taboos far better than he did. Information such as lowering the mosquito net and avoiding eye contact was not easily discernible. He promptly lowered the mosquito net, and indeed, the malevolent spirit stirred precisely 3 minutes later. The clock approached 2 o'clock. Shunhai glanced at the time, while Xiao Tian observed coldly. He sensed that Shunhai was not to be underestimated. After Guantangbeo entered, he began to discern something unusual. This individual named Shunhai consistently directed the one codenamed Guantangbeo, subtly imparting his thoughts and compelling Guantangbeo to willingly undertake the perilous venture. However, since the outcome also favored him, Xiao Tian chose to remain silent rather than point it out. As if sensing Xiao Tian's gaze, Shun Hai slightly turned his head and smiled at him. At that moment, the apartment door swung open. Guantong Bao emerged, drenched in sweat but unscathed. The woman within that ghost. Her name is Anren. He succinctly conveyed the information he had gathered. It was the skin of an old man. Anren had come here as a volunteer and had become ensnared by the skin, resulting in the emergence of the horror tale. We must rescue her. Guantong Bao panted, recounting his recent encounters. Xiao Tian, Yi Zi, and Shun Hai listened intently. Just then, a scream echoed from within the apartment. Come in. It was Xiao Tian's turn. He was prepared, yet Shun Hai suddenly pulled him back. What are you doing? Xiao Tian dared not waste time. Should the ghost grow angry, his demise would be certain. Yet, Shun Hai smiled and said, This time may I enter first? I have a reckless idea I wish to try. Chapter 80, Despicable Decision. Xiao Tian scrutinized him, but before he could respond, suddenly, thud. The three turned toward the sound to find Guantong Bao collapsed on the ground. Guantong Bao's expression was one of disbelief. He desperately attempted to rise, but could not. His eyelids drooping rapidly, wrinkles creeping across his face, age spots visibly multiplying, and his pupils clouding swiftly. No, I do not wish to die. Help me, I do not want to die. Guantong Bao cried out in despair, acutely aware of the changes overtaking his body. What agony it is to perish in the prime of life. Moreover, he was a man with an intense will to survive. His body aged at an unimaginable pace. The process irreversible. Decades of life were condensed into mere minutes. He trembled, his flesh withering, vitality waning, even his consciousness dulled. Xiao Tian and Yi Zi watched in horror as Guantong Bao, sprawled on the ground, clawed desperately toward them, striving to stand. They instinctively recoiled, while Shun Hai half kneeled on the ground, allowing the dying Guantong Bao to clutch his pant leg with a grip of extraordinary strength. How unfortunate, Shun Hai murmured softly. Guantong Bao's eyes were now clouded, filled with disbelief and confusion. He had fulfilled every requirement of the task. Why then was he still succumbing to age? Was it because he had not completed the promise of rescuing the woman? Help me. He clutched Shun Hai's pant leg with a grip that was surprisingly strong. In his eyes, Shun Hai was now his only hope for salvation. If only his special permanent item were akin to that of a doctor, something that could temporarily sustain life. This. He shakily raised his hand, pointing at the pocket watch Shun Hai held so closely. The pocket watch, associated with time, might it be capable of alleviating the curse of aging? On the brink of death, he contemplated this, his eyes filled with a pleading desire that was difficult to behold. Shun Hai raised the pocket watch, clicked it open, and displayed it to him. This? An old pocket watch appeared before him, its inner lid bearing a black and white photograph of a youthful woman. I'm truly sorry. This is merely an ordinary pocket watch. Shun Hai, seemingly understanding his intent, shook his head. I cannot assist you. Rest well. Those words seemed to sever the last thread of hope. When the final glimmer of hope was extinguished, the breath of the dying could no longer be sustained. Thud! His hand struck the ground, bouncing weakly, his shrunken, aged body curling into a ball, succumbing to the inevitable like the dusk in a deep valley. That woman is indeed problematic, Shun Hai murmured to himself, but the silence of the surroundings allowed Xiao Tian and Yi Zi to overhear. Yi Zi paid little mind, but Xiao Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Time is running out. Let me in to try. Perhaps I can end this game. Shun Hai appeared somewhat anxious, a glimmer of a dagger subtly visible from his sleeve. Yi Zi remained lost in thought, murmuring, why did he also age and die when he had done everything? Quickly, Shun Hai exhibit an unjagesti uvenci. Xiao Tian resolved at last. He glanced at the two and declared, let us proceed as originally agreed. It is my turn now. He pushed the door open and stepped into the apartment. Watching the door close slowly, Shun Hai's urgency had vanished, replaced by an expression devoid of mirth or fear, only pure indifference and mockery. The third C, indeed, was not to be underestimated. He had discovered a path to survival. Xiao Tian's heart raced, according to the assertions of the recently deceased individual. Within the corpulent spectre-esque body resides a university student named Anren, who remains alive. The entire restroom is adorned with human skin, and the ghastly entity has undoubtedly claimed numerous lives, yet Anren persists, claiming her well-being is but a jest. Furthermore, she intimates that should she be fully digested by the malevolent spirit, all constraints upon it would cease to exist. The individual known as Guantangbeo suggests that her statement was merely an attempt to intimidate him out of concern that he might not assist her. However, upon reflection, her words carry a heavier implication of feigned bravado rather than genuine threat. In reality, the grotesque and bloated specter has yet to transform into a true urban legend or curse, for within it still resides the undigested university student. In truth, the essence of this tale lies with Anrin, who is its very core. Only upon her transformation into a specter will this insidious legend fully manifest. At present, she remains human. Thus, the individual referred to as Shun Hai is preparing to venture ahead of him. In this moment, Anrin is still a human being. Although the specter that confines her cannot presently slay her, we, as humans, can indeed extinguish her life. Once she is deceased, the core of this legend will dissipate, effectively resolving the predicament, would it not? The player must have recognized this. That individual is poised to seize all the spiritual orbs for himself. Xiaoyan's heart raced as he meticulously reaffirmed his observations of Shun Hai before deciding to enter. That person is undoubtedly formidable. Having arrived at such a decision, he must possess unwavering confidence in his plan to intervene. With a creak, Xiaoyan steadied his nerves and pushed the door open. Within the bed's mosquito net, the corpulent woman appeared to have grown even larger, her hazy silhouette astonishingly immense. Silence enveloped the room, a profound stillness. The dim light cast an even more terrifying atmosphere. "Give me, squeeze my leg." A suppressed, raspy voice emerged from within the netting, one that scarcely resembled that of a woman. Were it not for his intense focus and apprehension, Xiaoyan might not have recognized it as a human voice. All right, he dared not refuse the specteress demand. Acquiescing with a slow approach, a flabby right leg emerged from the mosquito net. The pale flesh revealed grotesquely prominent black veins, sending shivers down his spine. Squeeze such a thing? Cold sweat broke out upon him. Yet, he had no choice but to comply. His trembling hands descended onto the specteress calf, the slick, icy touch sending a wave of goosebumps across him. This entity is utterly bizarre. Nevertheless, he must fulfill its request. Only when the woman within reveals herself will an opportunity arise. The massage persisted for nearly 20 minutes, during which Xiaoyan maintained heightened focus, his mind weary to the brink of exhaustion. At that moment, he detected a faint voice emanating from within the mosquito net. "Please, save me." Xiaoyan's entire body jolted. It was her. "Where are you?" he asked, his voice taut with anxiety. Pulled back the mosquito net. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and drew it aside. Lying upon the bed was a woman resembling March, yet grotesquely corpulent like a swine. The head that bore a striking likeness to March was already slumbering, and upon this woman's shoulder rested an unfamiliar female head. "Please, pull me out." Xiaoyan swallowed, his back drenched in sweat as he gazed at her. "You are Anrin?" he inquired. "I am Anrin, a student from Fuqing University." "Please." Anrin was beautiful, her skin fair, and at that moment, tears streamed down her face, evoking profound sympathy. Xiaoyan's palms began to perspire. His throat parched as he licked his lips, his gaze fixated on Anrin. "She is still alive? Isn't she?" "She is terrified, weeping." The desperation in her eyes undeniably genuine. "Please," Anrin repeated, her voice tinged with despair, as if she could only utter that phrase. Upon observing her lovely visage, Xiaoyan's hand gradually crept toward his waist. "If I pull you out and it causes you pain, will it awaken?" "No." Anrin's eyes brightened as she hastily replied, "As long as I'm conscious, whatever you do will not rouse it. You can shout and scream, and it will not awaken?" "No, I'll one T scream," she implored, her gaze pleading. In these days, it seemed she had nearly exhausted her supply of tears. "Very well." Xiaoyan's eyes lost their luster as he abruptly withdrew a dagger from his waist, plunging it frantically towards Anrin's head. The first strike found its mark within Anrin's eye socket, the dagger embedding itself in her left eye, and as he forcefully withdrew it, blood and the shattered eyeball were expelled forth. Anrin momentarily froze before unleashing a piercing scream of agony. Xiaoyan grasped the dagger, his vision clouding as he murmured, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I must survive. I'm sorry." He thrust the dagger repeatedly into Anrin's head. "Please, stop. It hurts," Anrin pleaded, her voice filled with anguish. Her beautiful face was rendered a tapestry of wounds. Her left eye was gone, her mouth slashed open, and her cheeks were riddled with gaping holes. "No! Help! Save!" Anrin gazed in despair at the now mad Xiaoyan. With each stab, 1, 2, 3, the blood flowed from her wounds, staining her cheeks and soaking the entire bed. Xiao Tian continued to stab, having initially believed it would be a single act. After witnessing so many perish, he thought it would be simple. Yet, as the dagger pierced that head, the terror, the grotesqueness, and a frenzied thrill instantaneously obliterated his remaining sanity. He began to frantically stab at Anren's head. Despite her cries of pain and lament, he remained deaf to her pleas. It seemed he had also succumbed to despair. His eyes bulged, veins protruded from his temples, and his shoulders shook violently, his entire body tense, the repeated apology transforming into, "Die, die! Why won't you die?" He screamed in madness, this cacophony of insanity, sorrow, and despair more terrifying than the specter itself. The frenzied stabbing persisted for a full 3 minutes, and the moment the dagger clattered to the ground, Xiao Tian felt his strength evaporate in an instant. Collapsing weakly to the floor, he stared blankly at the specter's shoulder, where the head of the university student lay, bloodied beyond recognition, lifeless. "She is dead. She has finally perished." Isuke. I succeeded. Xiao Tian, drenched in blood, fixated on the hand that had wielded the dagger, smiling vacantly. I have succeeded. But why has the notification for completing the legend not yet appeared? At that moment, a faint voice quietly emerged. "Help me." "Who?" Xiao Tian raised his gaze towards the still, slumbering, corpulent specter's shoulder. Could it be that Anren had not perished? Madness and terror flickered in his eyes. Yet, upon the specter's shoulder still lay the bloodied head, unchanged. Was it an illusion? Xiao Tian felt disoriented. "Please, help me." Suddenly, 2 more cries for help rang out, closer and louder than before. Where are you?" Xiao Tian twisted his head, searching frantically. "Come out. Show yourself." He no longer cared if he would awaken the specter, brandishing the dagger as he shouted in frenzy. "Help me." The voice of Anren echoed once more. This time, Xiao Tian heard distinctly. The sound originated from his left. He abruptly turned his head, glancing towards his left shoulder. A bloodied, mutilated head of a woman, marred by knife wounds, was grotesquely perched upon his shoulder. Her left eye was shattered, dangling outside its socket, while the venomous glare from her right eye was laid bare without pretense. "Why do you not save me?" Xiao Tian attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him utterly mute. Clink! A dagger fell to the ground. Subsequently, a terrifying sound of gnashing teeth and anguished screams ensued. Outside the apartment, Xiao Tian's cries sent a shiver through Yezi. Even her dulled senses detected a hint of something amiss. "Mr. Shun, was this intentional?" Yezi's gaze bore into Shenhai's. Shenhai met her eyes, smiling as he replied, "What have I done?" Yezi parted her lips, yet found herself at a loss for words. Humanity tends to resent those who surpass them in intellect. Shenhai, observing the apartment's doorway, often prided himself on his own cleverness. He turned to face the entrance and casually remarked, "When one makes a despicable choice, one must also bear the corresponding consequences. Miss Yang Liuye, it is your turn next." Shenhai did not glance at her, merely stating as if it were a matter of fact. Yezi lowered her head, remaining silent for a long while. It was not until the next round of time approached that she suddenly inquired, "I wish to live. Is there a way?" Shenhai seemed to be taken aback by her unexpected words. Upon meeting her gaze, filled with an unadulterated will to survive, he felt a peculiar sting. "Yes. Can you kill?" Shenhai Guetstein. Without hesitation, Yezi shook her head. "I cannot. But only by eliminating others do you stand a chance of survival." Shenhai appeared to be persuading her. "She is merely a stranger. Your lives have no intersection. Moreover, Here he paused unusually, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "is already beyond saving. If you kill her, you can clear the horror tale and acquire nearly all the rewards from the Spirit Eye. These assets will suffice for your survival in future games. In the pursuit of life, any action can be deemed forgivable." He continued in Shi. "No." Yang Liuye abruptly interrupted Shenhai, instinctively shaking her head and repeating, "No, I cannot kill." Shenhai looked down at her from his elevated position, a more pronounced mockery dancing upon his lips. "Oh, why not?" Yang Liuye merely cast her gaze downward, murmuring, "I do not know. I just feel that I am human. If I were to kill another to survive." Shenhai's smile gradually faded, as he suddenly realized that beneath such foolish yet pure eyes, he felt a pang of discomfort. "Then you shall care for it for 3 days." Shenhai turned his head, for reasons unknown, revealing his inner resolution. Caring does not equate to complete acceptance. The demands of the malevolent spirit cannot be refused, yet one may fulfill them in a manner more favorable to it. Above all, avoid any physical contact. Chapter 82. The Fellow Traveler. The temperature in Fuqing suddenly dropped. Upon awakening, Qin Manjiang gazed out at a shroud of thick fog. Feeling a chill, he leaned against the window, draped in a jacket, while noises emanated from the living room, indicating that Mi Qiao had already risen. After a quick wash, he opened the door and told her, "I need to visit Mian Mountain. No need to prepare my meal." Mi Qiao nodded in response. Following the events of the previous night, she had inexplicably grown silent. Although Qin Manjiang perceived nothing amiss from the prior evening, he had even thoughtfully left her an escape route. Yet she no longer met his gaze and had tethered that little yellow dog. Qin Manjiang felt a tinge of regret. It was a fine dog. Unfortunate that it lacked freedom within the confines of the home. Departing from his temporary abode, Qin Manjiang tightened his jacket, hurrying through the fog with his head bowed. How could the temperature plummet so rapidly overnight? Suddenly, his phone vibrated slightly. Upon checking, he discovered a text message. "I heard you dropped out. Let us meet." Qin Manjiang stared at the brief message on his screen, glancing at the sender. Though he had not saved the name, he recognized the number. Exhaling, his breath mingled with the fog, he pondered briefly before swiftly typing 2 words. No time. Although he might appear to be a villain, he was not inherently difficult to engage with. However, the thought of interacting with this person filled him with reluctance. An old flame? First love? Their relationship had never reached that depth. Rather, she had merely obstructed his confession once, and after being rejected, had rallied a group intent on confronting him. It was only through the intervention of Li Shiju that he had managed to extricate himself from that predicament. In short, the individual who had sent the message was a woman beyond his grasp. Glancing at the time, it was just past 8:30. He could still make it to Mian Mountain Mental Hospital in time for lunch. Previously, due to the horror tale game, he had already missed an appointment. Now that he had the opportunity, Qin Manjiang prepared to meet Qimani. After all, he was her only remaining family in this world. Boarding the designated vehicle, Qin Manjiang settled into the last row. Moments later, he retrieved a mysterious phone. After all, the sender had mentioned that one must obtain a permanent exclusive item before unlocking it. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him at that moment, Qin Manjiang felt an overpowering urge to power it on. As the vehicle en route to Mian Mountain Mental Hospital jolted into motion, he fixated on the enigmatic device in his hand. Deep down, he held no interest in the phone or the secrets it might harbor. Nor did he possess any curiosity regarding his biological father's past or the connection to the horror tale game. He felt no tie to someone he had never encountered, nor did he feel obliged to fulfill their request. This was precisely why he had initially refused to accept the phone. However, the doctor had a point. Regardless of his biological father's significance, his adoptive parents, and even the village of Xiajiang, which had morphed into a horror tale due to his presence, could not be ignored. The reasons behind those occurrences likely resided within this very phone. As Qin Manjiang pondered, the vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt. What happened? Perceiving the abrupt stop, he raised his head to observe the front door. A man clad in a black coat boarded the vehicle. This was the designated transport to Mian Mountain Mental Hospital. Including him, there were only 5 passengers. With the addition of the newcomer and the driver, there were merely 7 individuals. The vehicle resumed its journey, and Qin Manjiang lowered his gaze to continue examining his phone, the desire to activate it growing increasingly potent. At that moment, a deep male voice emerged from beside him. "Hey, is anyone sitting here?" Qin Manjiang's gaze followed the man's finger upward until he discerned the features of the individual. The collar of the coat obscured half of the man's face. However, the visible parts of his nose and eyes indicated he was not an elderly man. His precise age was indiscernible, as a curious blend of youth and maturity intertwined within him, creating a strangely harmonious yet contradictory aura. Despite the abundance of available seats, he approached Qin Manjiang, initiating conversation. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Manjiang replied, "Feel free to sit." "Thanks." The man wrapped his coat tighter and settled beside him. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and medicinal solutions. "Are you heading to the mental hospital too?" With the man now seated beside him, Qin Manjiang deemed it appropriate to engage in conversation. "Yes, a friend of mine has gone mad." The man raised his gaze to meet Qin Manjiang's. "Cool." After the man sat, Qin Manjiang gained a clearer view of his appearance. Short hair, thick brows, and dark skin, clad in a pure black short-sleeved shirt beneath his coat. His scrutinizing gaze towards Qin Manjiang was peculiar, as though they were not strangers. "Haven't we met before?" the man inquired. Qin Manjiang promptly shook his head. First time meeting. My surname is Qin. He gave a slight nod. I was mistaken. After a moment of silence, he continued, my surname is Zhou. He did not disclose his full name, but it hardly mattered. What piqued Qin Manjiang's curiosity was why this man had approached him directly and taken a seat beside him. Before he could inquire, Mr. Zhou, with his dark and striking demeanor, took the initiative to say, I have something to tell you. He seemed unaccustomed to such conversations, hesitating before hastily adding, I am not a fraud. Qin Manjiang felt as though he were witnessing a one-man show. What did this person intend? Your fate is ominous. Mr. Zhou sat upright, turning to Qin Manjiang with remarkable seriousness and declared, it is inauspicious. Qin Manjiang was indeed taken aback. He imagined various possibilities of what the other might say, yet he never anticipated such a statement. No wonder Mr. Zhou appeared reluctant to speak. Once that phrase was uttered, the atmosphere instantly shifted. I'm not a fraud, he reiterated. Qin Manjiang did not argue, merely asking, why do you say that? Mr. Zhou shook his head. I cannot disclose that, suffice it to say. He gazed deeply at Qin Manjiang. Do not venture into inauspicious places. Inauspicious places? After speaking, Mr. Zhou seemed to release some burden, nodded slightly to him, and promptly changed his seat. Watching him come and go, Qin Manjiang suddenly smiled and called out to Mr. Zhou, who had moved to the front row. All right, I shall remember that. Quite an interesting individual. He was correct. Being chosen by the Strange Tales game certainly indicated an ominous fate. However, the notion of avoiding inauspicious places was not within his control. The locations of these strange tales are inherently ominous. Yet those places, whether he wished to go or not, the game would inevitably arrange for him to visit. Approaching 11 o'clock, he arrived at Mianshan Mental Hospital. Chapter 83, My Sister. After 11, the sun emerged, and the fog finally dissipated. Mianshan was replete with flora, and the wind whistled through the mountains, rustling the branches and leaves. Upon disembarking, Qin Manjiang noticed Mr. Zhou being taken for registration, having made a prior appointment. He confirmed his identity and was escorted by a nurse to meet Qin Mani. Given that Qin Mani was implicated in a homicide under police directives, she resided in a single room on the top floor, a privilege typically reserved for patients with more severe mental health issues. She was still asleep. The nurse opened the door and whispered. Qin Manjiang glanced at her. Although the window was ajar, it was reinforced with sturdy iron bars, and the white curtains billowed freely in the wind. Qin Mani lay on her side, facing the window. Thank you. Qin Manjiang expressed his gratitude to the nurse as he entered the ward. The nurse quietly exited, closing the door behind her. The soft click of the door closing resonated conspicuously in the tranquil room. Are you awake? Qin Manjiang approached her bedside. Sure enough, Qin Mani turned, looking at him. How did you know I was awake? She propped herself up against the pillow, her dark eyes locking onto Qin Manjiang's gaze. You prefer to lie flat. You said you can't sleep on your side. Qin Manjiang placed the fruits he had purchased on a nearby cabinet and remarked. Turning his head, he noticed she was clad in a blue and white patient gown, frowning as he asked, Aren't you cold? As he spoke, Qin Manjiang removed his jacket and offered it to her. Drape it over yourself. Qin Mani accepted the jacket, wrinkling her nose. Have you taken up smoking? No. I encountered a smoker on the way here. Qin Manjiang moved to the window, drawing the curtains wide open, and the sunlight poured in with a sound akin to a rush. Qin Mani instinctively turned her head, shielding her eyes. With only a shirt on, Qin Manjiang felt the chill despite the sun, opting not to sit beside her bed, but instead pulling over a stool to sit by the window, basking in the faint warmth while asking, Are you hungry? Not hungry, Qin Mani replied, peeling a banana that Qin Manjiang had brought. Qin Manjiang turned to observe her. They bore no resemblance, her single eyelids and round face, not conventionally beautiful. Yet at this age, her clean visage was far from unattractive. Why are you looking at me? Qin Mani shot him a glare. She took a hefty bite of the banana and nodded, declaring, Not good. Why? Qin Manjiang inquired. This peculiar little sister was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Who shakes their head and claims something is bad? She finally broached the subject. And a significant part of Qin Manjiang's reason for coming was to confront his sister. Logically, she must have clicked on that link 2 years ago due to his actions, making her an old player of the Bizarre Tales game. And you? Qin Manjiang asked. Qin Mani suddenly fell silent. Evening Primrose. What? Qin Manjiang barely heard her. I said, I'm Evening Primrose. Qin Mani turned her head, her dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on Qin Manjiang, 6th seat. Qin Manjiang stared at her in astonishment. He had suspected his sister was an experienced player, but he never imagined she had progressed so well. Your evening primrose? How many times must I repeat it? Qin Mani took another fierce bite of her banana. You have changed, Qin Manjiang suddenly remarked. What? Qin Mani glanced at him. The old you never dared to meet my gaze. TCH, and you before. Qin Manjiang recalled her attitude upon awakening in the hospital, asking, was that truly you? It was me, waiting for you. Once you possess a permanent item, you will understand. Qin Mani seemed reluctant to delve deeper into that topic. I suddenly surged to the sixth seat, just like other players, Qin Mani suddenly stated. She still seemed a bit cold, her voice muffled yet not entirely hoarse. Qin Manjiang poured her a cup of hot water, quietly listening to her recount her story. For her, it seemed this was the first occasion she could fully share her experiences from the past 2 years with another person. I only completed one game. Qin Mani's words were startling. She cradled the cup, her eyes slightly dazed as she watched the steam rising. Until recently, I cleared the novice level and, at that moment of completion, directly reached the 6th seat. Qin Manjiang's heart trembled. Merely the novice level had granted her such profound insights. My novice bizarre tale was an exploration mission. Jiangxia Village. 2 years ago, when I first clicked on the link in your phone, every day thereafter, I found myself in the same dream. Qin Mani lifted her gaze to meet his. The dream spanned 20 years, within which I witnessed every person who walked into the river to take their own lives until that day. I saw Dad. She instinctively tightened her grip on the cup, her knuckles turning white. I wanted to stop him in the dream, but I could not. The dream soon projected into reality. I knew something would happen that day, and Dad seemed to know as well. He locked me in the house and went to the riverbank. Qin Manjiang listened intently as she recounted the events of that day. Words she had never spoken to anyone, including him. I desperately tried to break down the door. I banged for a long time, and when the door finally opened, it was already too late. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Qin Manjiang. Who are you? Why weren't you home? Why didn't you help me? Dad walked into the river, calling your name. So did the other villagers. For 20 years, all those who committed suicide by entering the river were. Her suppressed roar was deafening, and Qin Manjiang's complexion paled as his body swayed, gripping the armrest of his chair tightly. Who are you? Sob. Who are you? If it weren't for you, Dad would not have died. I would not have been trapped in this game. Qin Manjiang. She gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. I am so scared. I have no home left. You are. Suddenly, Qin Manjiang stood abruptly from his chair. He interrupted Qin Mani's confession, moving to embrace her gently. Qin Mani was taken aback. Throughout their lives, Qin Manjiang had always maintained a distance, seemingly reluctant to let anyone draw near. Even when he deliberately sought trouble, he never engaged. She had never felt him as close before. Her head instinctively leaned against Qin Manjiang's chest, her loud cries gradually transforming into soft sobs. Yet her tears continued to flow even more abundantly. You have a family. I am no other but Qin Manjiang, your brother. He gently stroked her head and whispered always. I need to take a leave tonight. Something has come up. Chapter 84. Following one's heart's desire. He and Qin Mani were not particularly close. Just as he had mentioned to Dr. Shi, their sibling relationship could not be described as good, nor could it be termed bad. They had never shared their innermost thoughts. Or rather, it was Qin Manjiang's unilateral reason. Even with Li Shijio, the friend he was closest to, he had never engaged in heartfelt conversation. It wasn't merely an unspoken understanding. Qin Manjiang himself did not even know what his heart truly desired. It would be laughable to admit that throughout his life, whether in school with teachers and classmates or among family and friends, he had been asked what he wanted to do and what kind of person he aspired to be. Yet when Qin Manjiang introspected, he arrived at an absurd conclusion. He had no dreams. It seemed that everyone in this world, to some extent, harbored aspirations and affections. However, such joys were non-existent for Qin Manjiang. Before befriending the tenacious Li Shijio, he had always been a solitary figure. In the past, he would lie on the grassy field after school, gazing up at the sky, his melancholic and somewhat mysterious aura easily making him the subject of girls' discussions. They speculated that he was a person with a story, someone who must adore dusk and the evening breeze. Yet, no one knew he was merely in a state of emptiness. He lay on the grass, neither appreciating the twilight nor possessing any unique insights. He simply reclined there, with the lush green grass beneath him and the sky above painted with the hues of sunset. He lived without purpose, much like his existence, just being. A sailboat adrift in a sea of humanity. Wherever the wind blew, he followed. Li Shijio believed that Qin Manjiang enjoyed rock music, motorcycles, mountain climbing, and sports. In truth, he could partake in all of them. It was not a matter of accommodating Li Shijiao. Rather, for Qin Manjiang, everything held no essential difference. He had no particular likes or dislikes. This mindset had cultivated his rather tenuous relationships, as he seemed indifferent to everything. Qin Mani had previously enjoyed clinging to him, but eventually gave up, for being close to him allowed her to discern what kind of person Qin Manjiang truly was. He was exceedingly dull, utterly uninteresting. She even pondered whether a person devoid of passions or pursuits could truly be considered human. Even those who lay at home, living off others, had some semblance of life aspirations, such as questioning the necessity of exhausting themselves and contemplating the merits of simply giving in. But her brother had none. For the past 20 years, he had followed the most ordinary and conventional path, never making a choice or actively searching for what he wanted. Such a person was difficult to approach. Yet this time, she sensed a subtle shift. Her brother seemed to have changed a bit. The wind from Yinshan fluttered the white curtains incessantly as Qin Manjiang released his embrace, gazing quietly at her. "What are you looking at?" Qin Mani asked, somewhat uncomfortable. "I've seldom seen you cry." "It's quite rare," Qin Manjiang chuckled. Qin Mani wiped her tears and shot him an exasperated glare. "Don't bother me." With that, he exited the hospital room, his voice echoing back, "I'll go fetch lunch, so wait." Strange tale, the aging me. Cleared. All players received this message on their phones. Only the participating players themselves knew how many survived and how many spirit eyes they had acquired. In the days following the conclusion of the strange tale, the weather in Fuqing had been peculiarly strange, with fog enveloping the city from midnight until midday the next day, consistently. The city's weather forecast could not provide an explanation. However, the persistent fog from night to morning did not significantly impact people's lives. Afternoon, the sun appeared as usual, its rays spreading across the skies of this southern city. These days were exceptionally quiet. No new game notifications pinged on his phone, and no significant events transpired in reality. He had received his tuition refund, which alleviated some immediate financial concerns. Mi Qiao left early and returned late, her work seemingly growing busier, and she scarcely cooked for him anymore. Occasionally, Qin Manjiang would take his little yellow dog out for a stroll to the rooftop of their building, where it was flat and spacious enough for the dog to run and offered a view of the entire city. Today was no exception. Fuqing's buildings, shrouded in fog during the morning, appeared somewhat distorted, reflecting a hazy hue under the diffused sunlight. Beams of light cast from the clouds illuminated the dust particles suspended in the air, drifting slowly across the earth over time. Standing on the rooftop, his little yellow dog frolicked behind him while Qin Manjiang held the relic of a phone. He looked down at the device as the gentle wind tousled his bangs, causing him to feel somewhat disoriented. After conversing with Qin Mani, despite still not sharing their hearts, Qin Manjiang had finally begun to recognize some of his own issues. What I truly like. He pondered for a while, but found no answer and decided to let it go. Compared to these abstract musings, Qin Manjiang preferred concrete plans. He was determined to extricate Qin Mani from the mental hospital permanently, for that place was no fit for normal individuals. Then he would seek a proper job to address his living concerns. Only then would he consider matters regarding the Strange Tale game, taking it one step at a time. For the vast majority of players, the Strange Tale game had entirely transformed their lives, becoming the most significant aspect of their existence. Yet, for Qin Manjiang, it held little impact. To him, there was no distinction between starving to death and being killed by a ghost. Both outcomes were equally grim. In fact, dying from poverty seemed even more tragic when spoken of. Woof, woof. The little yellow dog's barks echoed in the wind, prompting Qin Manjiang to turn and see the little creature chasing after a plastic bag blown about by the wind. It eagerly pursued its target. Qin Manjiang gazed at his phone, suddenly smiling. Why overthink things? He had finally found something he wanted to do, so why hold back? Could anything be worse than being chosen by the Strange Tale? He did not believe so. He pressed the power button on his phone. The startup screen appeared, not much different from any ordinary phone. Fingerprint unlock? He pondered briefly before placing his thumb on the sensor. The unlock was successful, and the screen changed. It powered on. At that moment, the fog in Fuqing suddenly descended. Simultaneously, his other phone vibrated. Picking up that phone, Qin Manjiang's expression turned unusually strange. Not only him, but everyone who had seen this message in the Strange Tale game was equally puzzled. Strange Tale, the coffin's inhabitant. Cleared. What kind of strange tale is this? Who? When did it take place? Why does no one have any recollection of it? Chapter 85. The Chief Changes Places. Zhong Pingyan, originally named Zhong Xiaoshu, inexplicably altered his name. Later, some said he changed it to Zhong Pingyan because he recently began working at a funeral home, seeking peace of mind through the name change. Whenever Zhong Pingyan encountered such remarks, his countenance would resemble that of a bereaved individual. In response, he devised numerous strategies, temples, Taoist halls, churches, exploring every conceivable location to beseech divine intervention, all to no avail. Subsequently, he sought the counsel of a fortune-teller and even altered his name. Yet, despite his efforts, the game remained unchanged and his finances dwindled. After graduating from university, Zhong Pingyan found himself unemployed. Previously engaged in sales, he could no longer pursue that path once the game ensnared him. His heart was no longer in it. As for venturing into other industries, his frequent disappearances rendered him undesirable. Just as he grappled with these frustrations, he stumbled upon a job advertisement from a funeral home. Having encountered genuine spirits in that game, he thought, how could he fear the dead? He promptly applied. Thereafter, he became a formal employee of the funeral home. Due to the peculiar nature of the work, the remuneration was substantial, occasionally exceeding 10,000 yuan a month. Furthermore, his willingness to take on night shifts augmented his earnings. On one particular day, having finally secured a day's shift, he basked in the sun's vitality, feeling emboldened, only to be startled by the sudden vibration of his phone. Could it be that a cursed game was once again selecting victims? Trembling, he grasped his phone and was taken aback. Strange Tales, the one in the coffin. Cleared. What on earth? Wasn't the previous round of Strange Tales, Butterfly Island, and The Aging Me? What was this one in the coffin? As he pondered this, the funeral home erupted into chaos. He followed his colleagues, curiosity piqued, and inquired, what is happening? A body has gone missing, the makeup artist said, her expression shrouded in mystery. Huh, can that even happen? Zhong Pingyan replied, incredulous. He then noticed the director, usually unseen, appeared at the entrance, his face ashen. Which body is missing? Why is the director here? The makeup artist shot him a glance and said, you arrived late. But you should be aware of the bottommost storage vault, right? I know about it, but bodies aren't typically kept there for long. Once the process is complete, they're sent for cremation. I haven't heard of any new arrivals lately. Zhong Pingyan responded, further perplexed. Do you know about the rumors surrounding this place? The makeup artist asked, her voice low and conspiratorial. Zhong Pingyan nodded, understanding that such establishments often bore tales of the uncanny. For instance, an old employee who had mentored him once recounted a story of a petty thief who, upon encountering a body adorned in designer clothes, attempted to strip the recently deceased woman of her garments to sell them for profit. Suddenly, the corpse sat upright, fixating its gaze on him. The employee had turned pale and fainted, only to awaken in the hospital, forever changed. Such rumors were plentiful, typically revolving around disrespecting the dead and facing dire repercussions. Zhong Pingyan comprehended this was likely a fabrication by the funeral home's management to intimidate employees into behaving appropriately. At least, that was his belief. Noticing his expression, the makeup artist lowered her voice, pinched him, and insisted, no, it's not those stories. It's the bottommost ice vault, the one secured with iron chains and a multitude of locks. Realization dawned upon Zhong Pingyan. Was it that place? Upon starting his job, he had heard whispers of a body stored there for nearly 2 decades. Could it be that body? He mused. Who would dare steal it? The massive iron door was secured with locks and chains. Any attempt to force it open would surely create a commotion, and they would have heard it long ago. You must be mistaken, he said. The makeup artist shot him a fierce glare. Have you ever seen our director here? He asked present. This can't be a trivial matter. Considering this, Zhong Pingyan conceded. I haven't even told you the rumor. The makeup artist continued in a hushed tone. I've heard that the 3rd layer of the ice vault wasn't constructed by us. Rather, the existence of that ice vault was the reason this funeral home was built on top of it. Such a thing existed? Zhong Pingyan was taken aback. Could it be that his workplace also held the potential for strange tales? He fell silent and hurriedly made his way to the underground ice vault. As he descended, 1st, 2nd, 3rd layers, most employees, aside from security, had gathered. The director was berating the person in charge for the day. Zhong Pingyan, curious, glanced up at the open ice vault door and was rendered speechless. What was this? Although he had heard that the 3rd layer of the ice vault was different, witnessing it firsthand revealed just how distinct it truly was. No wonder such rumors circulated. The structure and materials of this vault were entirely unlike the upper layers. The dark, deep, and solid iron door, the myriad of locks and chains hanging from it, matched the rumors exactly. Good heavens! Was this a place for storing bodies or imprisoning spirits? Zhong Ping shivered. The sight was utterly astonishing. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. No, it couldn't be. He quickly retreated, pulled out his phone, and opened the Strange Tales game icon to review the previous notifications. Strange Tales, the one in the coffin. Cleared. Beneath this notification, a flurry of players expressed their confusion, posting various queries. Suddenly, Zhong Ping spotted a real-time comment. Old book. Everyone, check the leaderboard. He promptly accessed the leaderboard, scanning from the bottom upward. 10th place, singer. Simultaneously, Qin Manjiang was also perusing the leaderboard. He immediately dialed Zhong Xiuran. Hello. Hello. What is up? Zhong Xiuran's vibrant voice resonated. Qin Manjiang exhaled in relief. I saw you drop from the top 10 and thought you might be in trouble. Ha ha ha. You're so clever, yet you fell for that? You were worried about me? Zhong Xiuran's voice carried a teasing tone. Qin Manjiang then glanced at the top position. First place, Nie Yunjin. Second place, Yang. This Nie Yunjin had surged to first place, displacing all others by 1 rank. No wonder Zhong Xiuran's name had vanished. Huh, you're overthinking it. I'm doing just fine. Hey, before Zhong Xiuran could finish, the call ended with a series of beeps. Yet a smile lingered on her face as she murmured, You little rascal. On the other end, just as Qin Manjiang hung up from Zhong Xiuran, he noticed a call coming in on the relic phone he had just unlocked. In one hand, he held his phone, and in the other, the relic phone. Oddly enough, the caller ID on the relic phone read, Nie Yunjin. Chapter 86, The Foggy Maze. Without hesitation, Qin Manjiang answered, Hello. He was the first to speak. Silence enveloped him for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, he heard a soft, confused female voice. Who am I? Strange occurrences transpire in the world at every moment. Yet it is rare for someone to call and ask who she is. Glancing at the name stored for this number, Qin Manjiang chose to remain silent. Where is this? The low voice on the line now bore a hint of panic alongside its confusion. Beep, beep. The short honk of a car horn echoed through the phone. And Qin Manjiang envisioned cars whizzing past her in a blur. Are you on the highway? He inquired. Highway. He detected a palpable disorientation in her voice, as if she had just awakened from a nightmare. Name a landmark nearby, and I will come to you, Qin Manjiang suggested after a moment of contemplation. I'm under a tree. Try another one. Mermaid Fountain, she said once more. Mermaid Fountain? After careful contemplation, Qin Manjiang discerned the approximate location. She was situated in the western part of the city. Do not wander off. Await my arrival. The woman's condition was peculiar, her identity even more enigmatic. She could not even remember who she was and would subconsciously dial this phone, indicating a profound connection to its owner. As these conjectures formed in her mind, while Qin Manjiang hastened towards the city's west, the other participants in the bizarre tale game commenced discussions regarding the unfamiliar code name and the abruptly concluded narrative. Could it be a newcomer? Could a novice ascend to the top position merely by completing the introductory task? Wasn't that the case with the Moonflower? No one had ever seen her, yet she suddenly surged to the 6th seat. No, this was not a mere indication of a new player's success. This was indeed a bizarre tale. Thus, there could only be one possibility. Which one? An endless bizarre tale, perpetually ongoing, which encountered an event today that disrupted a certain balance, culminating in its conclusion. Such an occurrence, could it truly be possible? The discussion fell into a hushed silence. Though it was hard to believe, this indeed appeared to be the most plausible scenario. The question remained, how long did the bizarre tale of the coffin dweller persist that an utter stranger could suddenly ascend to the foremost position? This was simply among them. Shan Duan felt an especially profound shock. He was well aware of the number of spiritual pupils Yang currently possessed, which was approximately the cumulative total of the 5 individuals after the 10th seat. Yet, despite this, that individual had outstripped Yang in one fell swoop. What kind of bizarre tale had that person named Nie Yunjin truly completed? A cat-faced CAF. Shenhai set down his phone after reviewing the myriad of sudden information from the bizarre tale game. He smiled at the girl seated across from him. I told you. There's no need to thank me specifically. The girl across from him was none other than Yizai. In 3 days, the two had completed the aging me, and she had acquired a not insignificant amount of spiritual pupils. Furthermore, the genuine path to survival was precisely as Shunhai had described. There should be no physical contact with the one being cared for, and one must be adaptable, unable to acquiesce to its demands indiscriminately. Of course not. Yang Luye regarded him earnestly. This is a matter of life and death. If it weren't for you, Mr. Shun, I would have aged and perished like everyone else. Her expression bore a hint of hesitation, prompting a barely perceptible frown from Shunhai. He had an intense aversion to such time-wasting behavior. Yang exhaled softly, quickly nodding, her hands cradling her coffee cup, and inquired, "Mr. Shun, I wish to know how you derive those conclusions? It's not difficult. After reading the prologue and task requirements, a general idea emerges," Shunhai replied, his untouched coffee before him, maintaining his gentle demeanor. "Huh?" Yang Liuya expressed her disbelief. "We analyzed the prologue and the game's task requirements." But her perplexed expression was utterly sincere. Shunhai gazed at the city, now shrouded in thick fog, and said, "The prologue and task requirements serve as both clues and traps. I merely distilled 2 words. Prologue. I'm growing older. Why is this happening? Why can't I stop aging? Teeth falling out, hair graying, my back bending, my legs no longer supporting my body, my eyes growing murkier by the day. Why has this befallen me? Is this retribution? Game requirement. Arrive at Twilight Apartment by 7 p.m. After midnight. Take turns caring for the elderly for 1 hour. Game duration, 3 days. Latecomers will be deemed as having failed the game. Those who leave the apartment will be considered failures. Death will also be regarded as failure. Failure in the game leads to obliteration. Retribution. Care. She pondered these 2 words carefully and asked, "I still don't quite understand Shunhai, not one to keep secrets." Simply explained, retribution implies that the victim of the bizarre tale is not innocent. Every attempt to save her leads only to self-destruction. Yang Liuya's eyes widened in realization. "So, when the Soup Dumpling crew mentioned rescuing that university student named Anrin, you were aware that it was a dead end all along?" Shunhai shook his head. "Hypotheses require validation. Only when someone truly dies in the attempt to save her can it confirm that my reasoning is sound. As for care," Shunhai's smile grew warmer. "Has everyone noticed that care is an active term?" He spoke lightly, as though it were an exceedingly simple matter, to cater to every demand, to dare not refuse. That is not care, that is servitude. If in this bizarre tale, we occupy such a position, then the game's requirement should be to serve the elderly, to attend to them, not merely to care for them, excluding the first death. The other participants all had physical contact with it, and subsequently aged to death. From their descriptions after emerging, it is evident that the ghost's demands were deliberately crafted to ensure physical contact, coupled with a misinterpretation of the term care and the fear of death, leading to an inability to refuse. Almost everyone would be compelled to make physical contact with it. In truth, this is not a necessity. Suddenly, Shunhai looked at her and smiled. "Didn't you do the same?" It later insisted that she carry it to the restroom, but she insisted it was for its own good, opting to fetch a basin from the restroom instead, allowing it to relieve itself directly on the bed. That is the path to survival. It's about changing one's perspective, not being led by the nose by the ghost's demands. He rose slightly, inclining his body toward Yang Liuya. "Under the game's rules, we are equal to them." His smile was gentle and radiant. "Thank you for the coffee. Farewell, miss." Chapter 87. The Mysterious Woman. What a thick fog. When Qin Manjiang spotted her, she still stood beneath that tree, with the mermaid fountain behind her. Frail, pallid, her skin even whiter than her grimy white dress. As if sensing the gaze upon her, she slowly turned her head. In her grayish-white pupils, Qin Manjiang's shadow was reflected. Was she truly Nie Yunjin? Qin Manjiang raised his phone and, addressing the ongoing call, queried, "Is that you?" The emaciated woman, who appeared as though a gust of wind could whisk her away, nodded. It truly was her. She had inexplicably completed a bizarre tale, surged to the top, and even made a call to this deceased person's phone. In his mind, Qin Manjiang had preconceived an image of her. To be frank, before hearing her voice, he had even imagined her to be male. Upon crossing the street and approaching her, Qin Manjiang became acutely aware of her abnormality. Her expression differed significantly from that of an ordinary person. It seemed that due to prolonged lack of expression, she had completely lost the ability to show emotion. The flesh on her face hung lifelessly, pale, and in conjunction with her grayish-white pupils, it appeared as if she might dissolve into the fog. For a moment, Qin Manjiang felt a sense of disorientation. This face, though, was gaunt to the point of being skeletal. He thought he recognized it. It wasn't until the chilling fog crept into his neck that he was jolted back to reality. "Come with me," Qin Manjiang instructed. The impression she gave him was that she could cease to breathe at any moment. It was best not to let her linger in such cold mist. Hailing a taxi, Qin Manjiang took her towards his residence. Along the way, he picked up the phone, opened the call log, and showed it to her. Is this your name? A palpable chill seemed to emanate from her, and just bringing the phone close made Qin Manjiang's skin tingle. Name? She glanced at the phone. Ni. Yunjin, a flicker of confusion passed through her grayish-white pupils. I don't know. Qin Manjiang felt a headache coming on. In her current state, it was likely that he would be unable to extract any information. This newly appointed chief of the bizarre tale game appeared to be suffering from amnesia. Where's this? She leaned against the car window, gazing out at the fog-draped city, murmuring. Fuching, she repeated Qin Manjiang's words in a daze, her body seeming to shrink slightly. The taxi driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror and exclaimed loudly, Miss, where are you from? Are you two friends? She shook her head, replying no. Qin Manjiang looked toward the rearview mirror, and indeed, a hint of suspicion flickered in the driver's eyes. Well, he had misinterpreted the situation. Would you like me to take you to the police station? The driver inquired. Police station. She echoed the term as if she were a child just learning to speak, then shook her head again, adding, I'll follow him. Qin Manjiang exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she and T said anything inappropriate. The driver, noticing this, refrained from further conversation, casting another glance at Qin Manjiang. This prompted Qin Manjiang to consider that, regarding the woman's identity, he could enlist Dr. Shi, who had connections with the police system, to investigate. Otherwise, in her amnesiac state, she might not yield any useful information. Upon arriving at their abode, the thick fog not only lingered but seemed to intensify. Qin Manjiang opened the door only to find it unlocked. Mr. Qin? Mi Qiao looked at him, hastily setting down the dog food she was holding to greet him. The fog rolled in today, disrupting traffic, so I left work early. She soon noticed the woman behind Qin Manjiang and asked in surprise, Who is this? Seemingly relieved, Qin Manjiang replied, She is my friend. She is not feeling well. Could you please assist her in the restroom and help her take a warm bath? Mi Qiao's expression flickered with curiosity, yet she nodded, greeting Ye Yunjin. Hello? I'm Mi Qiao. Mi Qiao, she repeated the name, mimicking Mi Qiao's actions as she extended her hand for a shake. Hello, at this moment. Mi Qiao likely realized something was amiss. This woman clearly had issues with her memory. She has a cold constitution, Qin Manjiang explained. It was unclear whether Mi Qiao accepted this explanation, but she went to fetch a set of her own clothes, which she brought to the restroom, leading Ye Yunjin along. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Manjiang took out his phone and dialed Dr. Shi. After a brief pause, he stated, I'm considering this recently. If you're willing, I can notify you to join. I would love to. Dr. Shi's voice brimmed with excitement. To be honest, I'm quite intrigued by your hometown. I wouldn't dare venture there without a local guide. Dr. Shi, could you do me a favor? Qin Manjiang suddenly asked. On the other end of the line, Dr. Shi covered the phone, glanced around, and stepped onto the balcony, asking, What favor do you need? Which city's person? Doctor. She inquired. I don't know. Just tell me the name, and I'll see what I can do. Doctor. She found herself in a bit of a bind. Her connections were limited to 2 cities, but she could surely devise a plan. Nie Yunjin. All right. I'll let you know once I have any updates. Doctor, she noted the name down and inquired further about the characters. Good. After all, having asked for someone's assistance, Qin Manjiang truly felt he couldn't refuse now. Doctor. She herself was inexplicably fascinated by the realm of bizarre tales that everyone in the real world avoided, yet everyone harbors their own secrets. What doctor? She saw it might very well be concealed within some obscure tale. Creak. The restroom door opened. Mi Qiao emerged, a look of relief on her face, followed by the woman who couldn't recall her own name, Nie Yunjin. At this moment, she was clad in Mi Qiao's sweatshirt and jeans, finally concealing her gaunt figure. Her hair was clean, freshly washed and dried, tied back into a simple ponytail. Yet, her eyes remained a pale gray. The bewilderment from their first encounter had lessened, replaced by a wary fear of her unfamiliar surroundings. Her face seemed incapable of displaying any emotion, but her gaze and posture conveyed her unease. Don't be afraid. Qin Manjiang intended to offer her some comfort. To his surprise, those simple 3 words seemed to strike a chord within her, causing her to become instantly tense and fearful. Her grayish-white eyes locked on Qin Manjiang, while her body instinctively sought refuge behind Mi Qiao. From her dry throat came a low, hoarse call of caution. Professor. Chapter 88. The Realm of Eyes. Qin Manjiang was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing the word professor, it felt as though a needle had pricked his mind, causing a twinge of pain. His consciousness teetered on the edge of clarity, and at this moment, he bit his tongue to suppress the urge to question who the professor was, halting the conversation from continuing. He had a foreboding sense that if he pursued this line of questioning, The pain in his mind could very well render him unconscious. Mi Qiao, could you please take care of her for a moment? I'm feeling a bit unwell. Qin Manjiang concocted an excuse to leave. Mi Qiao, bewildered, nodded. Prepare her something to eat. She hasn't had anything in a while. No need to worry about me. All right. But Mr. Qin, are you okay? Mi Qiao looked at him with concern, as Qin Manjiang's complexion had suddenly turned pale. I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit. He offered a brief explanation before stepping into his own room. After Qin Manjiang departed, Nie Yunjin's demeanor improved considerably. At least the wariness and fear had dissipated from her face. This is Xiao Bai. He doesn't bite. Play with him for a while, and I'll go prepare dinner. Mi Qiao brought over the little yellow dog and introduced it to Nie Yunjin. However, the usually friendly pup seemed unusually timid this time. Mi Qiao soon noticed something was amiss. Typically, when Qin Manjiang appeared, the dog would eagerly wag its tail and rush to lick him. But now it cowered in a corner, tail tucked, displaying a submissive demeanor. Was it afraid of Qin Manjiang? Mi Qiao cast a deep glance at the still figure of Nie Yunjin, who stood silently. Xiao Bai was afraid of this girl named Nie Yunjin. Returning to his bedroom, Qin Manjiang was still somewhat dazed. He sat down at the desk by the window, gazing out at the fog-shrouded city of Fuqing, where towering buildings stood like immobile giants amidst the hazy veil, eerie and enigmatic. He retrieved the relic phone. Previously, he had the opportunity to examine it closely. He had merely activated it before a great upheaval had occurred. Now, he finally had the chance to inspect it thoroughly. Upon illuminating the screen, the first thing that caught his eye was its interface. The phone's main screen displayed a single eye, its spiraling pupils seemingly poised to pierce through the screen, inducing a sensation of dizziness. He recognized this symbol all too well. It was the icon of the Bizarre Tales game. Aside from that, this phone possessed only the most basic communication functions. Upon opening the contacts, he found not only Yunjin's name, but also two others, Sua Quan and Ilian Hai. As he gazed at those two names, Qin Manjiang's heart began to race uncontrollably. Who were they? His breathing quickened, as if the very air around him had thickened and turned bizarre. Bang! He accidentally knocked over a water cup, and it was only when the water spilled onto his hand that he finally broke free from that strange, viscous vortex. Qin Manjiang shook his head vigorously, his body resisting the urge to use this phone, though his will compelled him to continue. This phone was visibly bizarre. It lacked a battery icon, and there were no visible ports whatsoever. In other words, this phone was a seamless entity, entirely devoid of input or output ports. Whether for charging or storing or exporting information, it was impossible. Rather than a phone, it was more akin to an eerie artifact shaped like one. If the doctor who had delivered the relic spoke the truth, and he had never unsealed it, then this phone had likely not been charged for an exceedingly long time, and it had no means for charging in the first place. This could only imply that its source of energy was not electrical at all, whether it be a Quan or Ilianhai. The mere mention of these names invoked an overwhelming sense of discomfort within him. Yet he possessed not a shred of memory regarding them. He was certain he did not know either individual. The same could be said for Nie Yunjin. She evoked a sense of familiarity, yet she was not someone Qin Manjiang recognized. Gazing at the bizarre, spiral pupils on the initial screen, an impulsive urge surged within him to press towards the center of those pupils. Perhaps it was akin to the icon of the eerie game on another phone. Both were interactive. His heart raced anew, and the air around him turned chillingly crisp. In the living room, the little yellow dog emitted soft howls, while Mi Qiao's bustling sounds faded into the distance, and the thick fog outside stealthily crept to the window's edge. As he stared into the spiral pupils, Qin Manjiang felt his consciousness slowly sinking into them. Thump! Thump! Though he was merely touching the screen, the sensation beneath his fingertips felt flesh-like, pulsating with life. His heart raced violently. It was as if the eye on the phone screen had come alive, synchronizing its rhythm with his heartbeat, beginning to pulse fervently. Thump! The eerie sound of the heartbeat faded into silence. As Qin Manjiang withdrew his fingers from the screen, he noticed the spiral pupil blink, seemingly reflecting his figure into the darkness. Then, a voice emerged. Qin Manjiang shook his head in confusion. Where did this voice come from? It was bizarre and incomprehensible. A cacophony of sharp, jarring sounds, some restless and unsettling, others terrifying and hauntingly melodious. An unsettling feeling surged within him, prompting Qin Manjiang to spring to his feet. Yet the ground beneath him rippled like a surface of water, rendering him unable to stand firm, grappling against the back of the desk. He realized it was not the ground that had softened, but rather his own senses that had faltered. The entire room, no, the entire world, was spinning wildly. An endless array of bizarre sounds flooded his mind from all directions. Hatred, anxiety, tension, anger, depression, sorrow, complaints, self-blame, regret, despair, and decadence. A dense chorus of screams and wails filled every corner of his brain. Qin Manjiang's head throbbed, as if it might split apart. He slammed his hand onto the desk with force. Bang! He clenched his teeth tightly, his face contorted in a grimace that could easily be mistaken for that of Spectre. He felt as though his head might explode, and his body was on the verge of disintegration. What was the entity behind that he had encountered? How long this endless panic and cacophony of sounds persisted? Qin Manjiang could not tell. He had collapsed to the ground, his eyes utterly unfocused. Yet at that moment, the dense chorus of voices finally receded, and the world around him fell into an eerie silence. His body quivered uncontrollably, and he slowly reached for the relic phone. On its screen appeared an interface that was both familiar and foreign to him. Pupil Realm. Proxy. Chapter 89. Gazing at the World. This was remarkably similar to the interface he had encountered upon first logging into the Eerie game. The resemblance was striking. The Eerie game required a codename, while here appeared the three blood-red characters, Proxy. Having reached this juncture, Qin Manjiang had no choice but to proceed with this matter. He mustered his strength to sit up and inscribe the words Abyss in the space designated for the proxy. However, the moment those characters were handwritten, they vanished into the darkness of the screen, as though they had melted away, never to be written at all. Is Abyss insufficient? Qin Manjiang pondered, attempting to casually input the character Fish. Again, this character mysteriously dissolved into the screen, utterly unfillable. Did it require my true name? Qin Manjiang fixated on the line marked Proxy. Interpreting, it literally revealed a meaning entirely distinct from that of a codename. In religious contexts, a proxy typically refers to a divine agent acting on behalf of a god on earth. Qin Manjiang. He meticulously inscribed his name, and this time, the three characters transformed into a blood-red hue, branded behind the word proxy, as the pupils in the background suddenly blazed with a crimson light. The brilliance of the bloodlight was blinding, and Qin Manjiang felt as though the entirety of his world had turned blood-red. Soon, he sensed his consciousness being extricated from his body. He had experienced a similar sensation during the eerie tale at Butterfly Island. He recognized this feeling, this exhilarating sense of freedom unbound by flesh. As the bloodlight receded and he could clearly observe his surroundings, Qin Manjiang was struck with profound astonishment. In the vastness of the exaggerated darkness, countless pupils swarmed, and the silence was so profound it was almost suffocating. An indescribable aura of strangeness permeated the space. He turned to his left, and the densely packed pupils followed his gaze, collectively peering to the left. He turned his right, and all the pupils shifted their focus to the right as well. He felt his vision sharpen, as if he could penetrate the barriers of time and space, glimpsing the very ends of the universe. Of course, this was merely an illusion, yet it was a captivating one, akin to being an omniscient deity, with countless eyes accompanying him in observing the entire world. Suddenly, Qin Manjiang felt an instinctive urge and glanced down at his feet. In that moment, he beheld that he was standing upon a transparent, colossal sphere. Within the sphere floated an abundance of names, each name transitioning from white to faint red, deep red, and dark red. All bore subtle shades of crimson, albeit varying in intensity. Two names, however, immediately caught Qin Manjiang's attention, for they were nearly black with red. Yunye Yunzhen. A Yang. His heart jolted. This time, he scrutinized the names closely. Within that terrifying sphere floated the names of players. Yian. Zishu. 11. Annoy. Koala. Let me out. Player. Doctor. Language teacher. Social anxiety patient. Wandering fish. Names he had encountered and others he had not, all densely populated within the enormous sphere, bobbing and swirling. Qin Manjiang's emotions, typically stable, were now frayed. Not only because the number of selected players far exceeded his expectations, at least over 1,000, but also because beneath the vast sphere he beheld two blood-red colossal characters, Fuqing. Realizing a certain possibility, Qin Manjiang gradually shifted his gaze in other directions. The myriad pupils followed suit, directing their attention elsewhere. At last he caught sight of another sphere. However, this sphere was entirely enveloped in a sanguine glow, rendering its contents indecipherable, and he could not control his consciousness to approach it. Yet, Aided by the multitude of pupils, he glimpsed the blood-red characters beneath the sphere, etching. The chilling sensation made the formless Qin Manjiang feel somewhat breathless. He turned his gaze to other areas. One by one, enormous spheres emerged in the darkness. Wind City, Rain City, Bridge City, Moon City, Fog City. He could not steer his consciousness toward other regions. It could only move within the confines of Fuqing. However, as his gaze lingered on Wind City for a few seconds longer, a terrifying gaze sent shivers down his spine. It was the spectral visage of a young man he did not recognize, clad in a black trench coat. Though his features were obscured, his expression was indifferent. A black tag dangled from his waist, resembling an ornament yet akin to a ticket to somewhere. In an instant, Qin Manjiang comprehended his implication. You have crossed the boundary. The throng of pupils fixated on the enormous spherical city of Fuqing beneath their feet. What manner of space is this? Could it be the realm depicted within that mobile phone, the I-domain? What the other cities I observed? A profound shock reverberated through Qin Manjiang's worldview, even more staggering than his initial foray into the realm of bizarre tales. For he came to the realization that the relic of a mobile phone was not linked to the world of strange narratives, but rather to a higher dimension altogether. Gazing at the multitude of names within the colossal sphere, Qin Manjiang's attention was drawn to Yang and Nie Yunjin, whose names glowed crimson, nearly blackened with intensity. Nie Yunjin's identity was shrouded in mystery. But what of Yang? Qin Manjiang's focus was entirely upon Yang. If only he could inquire of him in a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of Fuqing. Yang was engaged in physical training. His muscular contours were not rigid, but rather soft and well-defined. Even drenched in sweat, he exuded an air of neatness. This was essential preparation for his survival within the realm of bizarre tales. A nimble and obedient body could be a lifesaver in critical moments, a lesson he had learned more than once. Wiping his brow with a towel, Yang was just about to take a brief respite when an overwhelming sensation of being watched enveloped him. Goosebumps erupted upon his arms, his body instinctively recoiling in fear. What could it be? Yang had encountered many things. He understood that even in the real world, one might stumble upon terrifying bizarre tales. Yet, as he braced himself, his body suddenly weakened, his consciousness pulled from him, engulfed by a spiraling abyss of dread. When his sight returned and clarity returned to his surroundings, Yang could scarcely believe what lay before him. All around were pupils, densely clustered in every corner, an overwhelming multitude. Moreover, they bore the eerie semblance of the bizarre game icons. Was this a new game mission? Yang's first thought was that he could see no one, save for the pupils. Nothing else existed within this space. The instigator, Qin Manjiang, was equally astonished. He had merely been observing Yang's code, wishing to inquire about the situation, only to find himself drawn into this very space. Strangely, Yang remained utterly unaware of his presence or that of the colossal sphere. Could others perceive it as well? Qin Manjiang fixed his gaze upon the alias swimming fish, which was a mere pale pink, unremarkable. Bring her here. Upon this thought emerging, the entire space seemed to ripple with a peculiar energy. However, swimming fish did not materialize. Was she unable to respond? At that moment, a sudden intuition struck him, prompting him to gaze upward into the void above. A gigantic eyeball loomed, casting its gaze upon him, accompanied by 10 dark points resembling the spirit pupils below. At that moment, one of those dark points flickered to life. Since I am invisible to them, why not test this? With a mere thought, Qin Manjiang initiated an act that he perceived as a mere experiment, yet which sent shockwaves through all players of the bizarre game. Doctor, player, Xin, Chen Ziyuan, let me out. Dense forest, singer, so annoying, Nie Yunjin. Aside from his sister's Moonflower, he swiftly locked on 9 names and then summoned them. At that very instant, the unique, unsettling sensation of the bizarre game resurfaced. All players in the real world scrambled to find a place, preparing for the game's imminent arrival. However, upon witnessing the information that materialized from the bizarre game, they were left utterly astounded. Mouths agape ultimate game. Bizarre tales, the play of the Yellow Springs. Gratitude to the torrential rain. Gratitude to the leader of an Angong. Tomorrow there will be additional content. Good night, everyone.